Marshall Peak, Chapter 4689, A Wild Horse and a Rein. Why do you always do this, master? It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yi Bai instead. Zhao Ye roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Ye Bai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Ye Bai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight, not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her. I'm not convinced. Zhao Ye said aggrievedly. I don't care. Zhao Ye's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Ye Bai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, I'll also get punished then. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhao Ye treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Ye Bai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Ye Bai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Ye Bai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Lu Yi. If Guan Qianxing hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Yi would have been killed. Zhao Ye was destined to be a wild horse while Zhao Ye Bai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhao Ye up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Yu Lu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhao Ye, who was kneeling beside Zhao Ye Bai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. Wait a bit, Big Brother Ye Bai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Ye Bai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. I'm still being punished. Zhao Ye snorted. Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before, so how could you not have any food or water for 3 days? Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Ye Bai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhao Ye stood beside Zhao Ye Bai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Ye Bai's mouth, Zhao Ye would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhao Ye turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of 7 Stars sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Lu Yi from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Lu Yi. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Ye and Zhao Ye Bai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Zhao Ye became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you. Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him regardless of who he is. Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. Yes, ancestor. They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Lu Yi who suffered a setback as Zhao Ya harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens, Zhao Yibai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Zhao Ya fell silent. You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back. Alright, I got it. Zhao Ya nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. I'll get you some more rice. While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Zhao Ya also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Zhao Ya would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight after 100 years of Zhao Ya crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Zhao Ya, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Zhao Ya could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Zhao Ya widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Zhao Ya screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big Brother Yibai! Big Brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big Brother Yibai disappeared, Master." She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of space regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Tao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. "Master, please save Big Brother Yibai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yibai." Zhao Ya stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. Stop yelling. Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. Big brother Yibai. Zhao Ya's face was already covered in tears and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Ye had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. I'm fine, Xiao Ya. Get up now. They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Ya was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. So, what happened just now? Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Ye intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I felt like I was having a dream. With reddened eyes, Zhao Ye gazed at Yang Kai. Will the same thing happen to big brother Yibai again, master? Yang Kai replied, he'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again. Many thanks, senior. I'll be careful in the future, Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Ye to feel anxious for him again. Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, big brother Yibai? You must tell master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4690, Unusual Talent. You're such a blockhead, big brother Yibai. Zhao Ye knelt beside him with fury. While holding the water tank with one hand, Zhao Yibai stroked the woman's head with his other. Without refuting her, he just let out a hollow laugh. Since such a major incident had happened, he was supposedly able to seize the chance and get some rest. However, Zhao Yibai said that since Yang Kai's punishment wasn't over yet, he decided to prop up the water tank again. Left with no choice, Zhao Ye knelt beside him once more, but this time, she stuck close to his leg as she wouldn't allow him to leave her again. In the middle of the night, Zhao Ye suddenly heard some snoring coming from the side. When she looked up, she realized that Zhao Yibai had dozed off. Looking at the face she would never get tired of, she put on a sweet smile, for only Zhao Yibai had such an unusual talent. No ordinary person who had never cultivated before could hold up a water tank while being sound asleep. He was probably the only one. Big brother Yibai is indeed the most amazing. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yibai slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he furrowed his brow while being hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. The next day, he tried his best not to fall asleep, but for some unfathomable reason, he became extremely lethargic when darkness descended upon them. After talking to Zhao Ya a little, he dozed off again. The same thing happened on the third day. When he awakened, he suddenly had a feeling that his body was a little different, but he couldn't point out what the changes were. When he turned his head, he saw Zhao Ye staring at him with a pleasantly surprised look. What's wrong? Zhao Yibai asked in puzzlement. You broke through to the initial element realm, big brother Yibai. What do you mean? Zhao Yibai was perplexed, but he soon became shocked. You mean that initial element realm? He had been a worker who did manual work on Azure Jade Peak for the past 10 years, and he had never cultivated before, and no one had taught him how to cultivate. However, he had been staying with Xiaoya for a long time, so he was naturally aware of the categorization of the different martial Dao realms. The initial element realm was the second great realm. After sensing it for a while, he realized there was indeed a force in his body that had never existed before. The force was passing through his meridians and flesh, which made him feel elated. This is the initial element realm? Zhao Yibai fell into a dazed state. When he was a young child, his dream was to join Seven Stars sect and become a powerful cultivator one day. Nevertheless, 10 years ago, in order to make Xiaoya agree to become a disciple of Yang Kai without any worries, he practically cut off his own future by requesting to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Over the years, when he went down the mountain to get water and saw people about his age who had become successful cultivators, he was naturally envious of them, but he never regretted his decision. He was way past the best age to start cultivating, and as he grew older, he stopped thinking about his childhood dream. He felt more than happy to see Xiaoya growing up and getting stronger by the day. Hence, he had never expected that he would be able to set off on his journey in the martial Dao one day. Is it because of the incident that took place a few days ago? Xiaoya asked. No one had taught Zhao Yibai how to cultivate, but he had suddenly made it to the initial element realm. It was obviously not normal. Zhao Yibai shook his head. No. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that I kept falling asleep over the past few days. Xiaoya, when I fell asleep, there was a voice that never stopped talking to me in my mind. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the same thing happened day after day. What kind of voice was that? Xiaoya asked worriedly. I can't describe it clearly. Zhao Yibai shook his head, but I remember everything the person said. He then went on to tell Xiaoya everything he had heard in his dreams. Upon hearing that, Xiaoya covered her lips with her hand. It's a very profound and abstruse secret art. A secret art? Zhao Yibai was stunned. How could it be? On the other hand, Xiaoya was elated. This is wonderful. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, big brother Yibai. There was a worried look on Zhao Yibai's face, however, as he muttered, Senior has never allowed me to cultivate. If he finds out about it. Xiaoya placed a finger on her lips and made a shush sound. She then looked around stealthily and said in a small voice, Master will not find out about it if neither of us exposes this secret. He has only treated you as a worker as he has never taught you how to cultivate before. Now that you've gained such an opportunity, you must treasure it. Have you forgotten about what you said when you were a young kid, big brother Yibai? One day, I will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. I will build a big house so that Mother, Xiaoya, Grandma, Uncle Yang, and I can all live together happily as one family. At that moment, Zhao Yibai was tempted, but he soon shook his head. I can't do this. I must tell Senior about it and see what he has to say. If he allows me to cultivate, I will. If he doesn't allow me, I won't. Moreover, we don't even know whether there's anything wrong with this secret art. If there is a problem, I might become an evil person in the future. Upon finishing his words, he gently put down the water tank and shuffled towards Yang Kai's palace. You're so stubborn, big brother Yibai. Xiaoya stomped her feet on the ground with fury, but she couldn't stop him. A moment later, Zhao Yibai returned with a puzzled look while scratching his head. Presently, Xiaoya was facing away from him with fury. Unlike a typical lady, she was directly seated on the ground while grabbing some strands of grass and ripping them into pieces. All of a sudden, she turned her head with an incensed look. What did Master say? Zhao Yibai was still scratching his head. Senior chased me out without saying anything. Xiaoya batted her eyes, then leapt to her feet with ecstasy as her eyes radiated a glow. Since Master said nothing, it means that he's allowed you to cultivate. You can cultivate now, big brother Yibai. You can cultivate now. She kept jumping up and down as tears almost leaked from her eyes. Seeing how elated she was, Zhao Yibai also couldn't help grinning. Miao Fei Ping's words made him feel heartbroken. However, since he was able to cultivate now, all his worries blew away with the wind. As long as he worked hard enough so that his cultivation could keep up with Zhao Ye's, he could accompany her for a very long time. Your smile looks silly, big brother Yi Bai. Zhao Ye wiped the tears from her eyes as she joked. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai asked, Xiao Ye, do you think it's possible that it was Senior who passed on this secret art to me? Zhao Ye became startled and fell into her thoughts. Given how abstruse the secret art was, a commoner like Zhao Yibai, who had never cultivated before, shouldn't be able to comprehend it. In the entire Seven Stars sect, perhaps only her master was able to teach a secret art to someone in his dreams. However, would her cold-blooded, petty, and stingy master really do such a thing? Zhao Ye wasn't sure about it. After all, Zhao Yibai had been a worker here for 10 years and her master never went back on his word as he had never taught him anything. Nevertheless, when Zhao Yibai informed her master about it, the latter directly chased him out without saying anything, which went to show that there was something off about it. In that case, you'll be my senior brother since you're also a disciple of master, Zhao Ye said with joy. With a helpless smile, Zhao Yibai shook his head. My aptitude is too weak, so I have no right to be senior's disciple. He supposed that was the reason Yang Kai made use of his dreams instead of personally passing on the secret art to him. He then bent his back and bowed towards Yang Kai's palace and said, Don't worry, senior. I'll cultivate hard so that I won't disappoint you. Zhao Yibai's aptitude was indeed weak. It took Zhao Ye 10 years to make it to the true element boundary because Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, since Zhao Yibai obtained the secret art that came as a surprise, he went on to cultivate hard for the next 3 years, but only managed to make it to the initial element realm 9th stage. He couldn't even break through to the next great realm. It seemed very accurate that his aptitude was revealed to be C in the past. His talent was among the worst in the entire Seven Stars sect. With that said, Zhao Yibai was pleased with his progress. That was because he had embarked on the martial Tao, which was unlike in the past. As for how far he could go, it would depend on how much effort he was willing to put in. What's wrong, master? Zhao Ye, whose white dress made her look pure and refreshing, stepped into the main hall. She then respectfully looked at her honored master, who was seated with his legs crossed. Yang Kai opened his eyes. You've reached the true element boundary 9th stage. Zhao Ye replied, I achieved a breakthrough 2 days ago. Yang Kai nodded, I've suppressed your cultivation over the years so that you'll not achieve breakthroughs too quickly. You and Miao Fei Ping joined the sect at the same time, but he's now in the Saint Realm. Do you ever have any complaints about it? Zhao Ye shook her head. Honored master must have a good reason for doing this. It's thanks to your careful nurturing that this disciple has such achievements. Why would I have any complaints instead of feeling grateful? I'm glad that's how you feel. Yang Kai nodded gently. One day, you'll understand why I've done such a thing. However, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, so a prolonged suppression will harm your foundation. Since you've made it to the true element boundary 9th stage, you should get ready to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. I'll start cultivating in seclusion, then, Zhao Ye replied respectfully. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't want you to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, I want you to go out and experience the outside world. You've stayed on Azure Jade Peak for 13 years, so don't you want to see what's out there? I remember that you were only 8 years old when you became my disciple. I'm not interested in the outside world. Wherever Zhao Yibai was, that would be her home. It will only benefit you by venturing into the outside world to broaden your horizons. Yang Kai spoke in an unquestionable tone. Yes, Zhao Ye replied. Can big brother Yibai come with me? Do as you please. It was only then that Zhao Ye put on a smile. Many thanks, master. She then turned around and dashed out of the hall, her steps as light as the wind. Venturing into the outside world? Zhao Yibai widened his eyes as he appeared pleasantly surprised. Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Master told me to experience the outside world to prepare for my breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. He has agreed to let me go with you? Zhao Yibai couldn't believe it. Yes. Zhao Yibai suddenly had a feeling that pie had fallen from the sky into his lap. It had been 13 years since he settled down on Azure Jade Peak, and he had never set foot outside of Seven Stars Sect since then. Now that he was allowed to leave, he still found it hard to believe. Give me a moment. I have to prepare some presents for Mother and Grandma. Oh, let's not forget about Uncle Yang. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yibai bolted into his room to get prepared. Presents? Zhao Ye darted her gaze around. All of a sudden, she recalled that when Miao Fei Ping looked for her and Zhao Yibai previously, he said that there was a spirit fruit tree on the spirit peak where his master Guan Qianxing resided. It would take the spirit fruit tree 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, then another 10 years before the fruits matured. The fruits could help cultivators improve their cultivation. As for the ordinary people, the fruits could help prolong their lives. The fruits should have matured by now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4691, Spirit Fruits. A young man and woman were standing alongside one another at the entrance of Seven Stars Town. As they gazed at the streets that were filled with people, they fell into a dazed state. It had been 13 years since they left this place, and in that time the town had transformed beyond recognition. The town had gotten much bigger, and it was now bustling with noise. Seven Stars Town was built to be a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect. In the past, Seven Stars Sect was just an average second-class sect, and while it was pretty famous in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius, it was basically insignificant beyond that territory. However, after the disciple recruitment where the appearance of the ancestor sent a shockwave across the entire world, Seven Stars Sect directly became one of the first-class sects in the Void Continent. Since the sect was famous now, it could attract more people. As a result, Seven Stars Town became more prosperous. The young man took a deep breath as he felt somewhat nervous. Although he had asked Miao Fei Ping, who would go down the mountain from time to time, to send some letters to his mother and grandma, and he was aware that they were fine, he hadn't personally seen it for himself yet. He was still a young boy when he left home, but he was now an adult who had set off on his journey in the martial Dao. He wondered if his mother and grandma would still recognize him. Big brother Yibai, Zhao Ye seemed able to detect a change in his emotions as she leaned close to him and took his hand. Let's go. Zhao Yibai took a deep breath and shuffled forward alongside Zhao Ye. Soon, they stopped in their tracks in front of a shop. Although it was a small place, it was quite bustling. The small number of tables inside the shop were all occupied, and even the tables set up outside were filled. On top of that, many people were waiting in line. It's this place, right? Zhao Ye looked around as she was uncertain. She remembered that when they were kids, Uncle Yang would set up his stall here every day. When they were pursued by Miao Fei Ping and other kids, they would sneak under Uncle Yang's cart and wait until their pursuers were gone before they would dare to come out. After that, Uncle Yang would give them each a sweet rice dumpling, which was the best food in the world to them. Now, the cart was nowhere to be seen as it was replaced by this shop. It's this place. Zhao Yibai closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Although 13 years had passed, he would never forget the familiar smell of the soup and sweet rice dumplings. According to Miao Fei Ping, his mother and grandma had saved some money and bought a shop to sell sweet rice dumplings. Their business was apparently booming. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yibai saw two women who were busy at work. One of the women was facing away from them as she was roasting the sweet rice dumplings on a charcoal fire while the other woman was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks left behind by the customers. As though sensing something, the woman, who was cleaning up the dishes, looked up at the door. As their gazes met, Zhao Yibai's eyes reddened while he covered his mouth so that he wouldn't burst into tears. The woman was startled for a moment, then her expression was transformed by disbelief. She put down the bowls and walked out of the shop with a shaking figure before extending her hands. Xiao Bai. The woman caressed Zhao Yibai's face as she thought she was dreaming. Mother. Zhao Yibai sniffled. I'm back. Grandma, who was busy inside the shop, turned her head and saw the woman hugging Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye, all of them crying tears of joy. Since Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were back, they decided to close the shop early. This disappointed the customers who had been lining up to get their hands on the sweet rice dumplings. However, the people in town knew that the proprietress' children were disciples of Seven Stars sect, and their master was the ancestor of the aforementioned sect. Hence, even though they were disappointed, they wouldn't dare to voice their complaints. When darkness descended upon them, Grandma Zhou and Yu Lu prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate, most of which were wolfed down by Zhao Yibai. "Mother, when Miao Fei Ping said that you haven't changed one bit over the years, I didn't really believe him. But now it seems he was telling the truth." While stuffing food into his mouth, Zhao Yibai stared at his mother in amazement. 13 years had passed, but his mother still looked exactly the same as how he remembered her to be. It was as though she hadn't aged a day. Yu Lu touched her face and shot her son a glance. "I haven't changed one bit. I look much older now." "That's not true, Auntie Lu." Zhao Ye shook her head on the side. "I remember that you looked exactly like this when I was a little girl. If we go out together now, no one will believe that we're mother and daughter. They'll naturally think that we're sisters." "Stop flattering me, you little ones." Yu Lu hung her head low and chuckled. She knew that her beauty might attract some unsolicited attention. Therefore, after she sent Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya away to Seven Stars sect in the past, she always covered her face with a veil when helping Grandma out at the stall. She wouldn't dare to reveal her countenance in public. Despite that, she still attracted the attention of some licentious men who passed by. However, anyone who dared to insult or profane her would suffer from all sorts of tragedies before they even stepped out of Seven Stars Town. Moreover, these were not isolated cases. Once word got out, no one had the guts to say anything impolite to her again. It wasn't until some time later that she found out her daughter had the luck to become a disciple of the ancestor of Seven Stars sect. Yu Lu believed that it was the reason the people from Seven Stars sect protected her in secret. Those unlucky men must have been taught a lesson by the senior experts from the sect. That was the reason she finally had the courage to reveal her face. "All you care about is your mother. Have you forgotten about me?" Grandma Zhou seemed displeased. Zhao Yibai hurriedly said, "That's not true, Grandma. Compared to my mother, your transformation is simply shocking." Zhao Ye kept nodding on the side. "You've gotten younger by at least 40 years, Grandma." When they left home in the past, Grandma Zhou was old and frail. 13 years had passed, but Grandma had gotten younger instead of getting older. Her gray hair had turned black, and she no longer had a hunchback. Although she was already over 100 years old, those who were not aware of her real age might think that she was a woman in her 50s or 60s. "Grandma, what have you and my mother been eating over the years?" Zhao Yibai asked curiously. As one's cultivation increased, they might be able to reverse their aging and remain young for the rest of their life. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai's mother and grandma were obviously mortals who had never cultivated before. The fact that one of them hadn't changed one bit and the other had gotten younger was beyond his ability to understand. Grandma burst into laughter. "What else would we eat other than some simple food? Your mother and I have no idea what's going on either. Rumors have been going around that our sweet rice dumplings make us stay young. That's the reason business is going so well." "Does it have something to do with the sweet rice dumplings?" Zhao Yibai fell into his thoughts. Grandma picked up some food and refilled Zhao Yibai's bowl. "Of course it has nothing to do with the sweet rice dumplings. They're made from ordinary rice. Why would they be able to keep us young?" Zhao Yi giggled. "I don't know whether the sweet rice dumplings can keep you young, but I have some fruits that can definitely help prolong your lives." Upon finishing her words, she fished out 8 spirit fruits from her space ring. 4 of them were given to her mother and the remaining 4 were given to Grandma Zhou. "These fruits are beautiful." Yu Lu stared fixedly at the spirit fruits, whose skin was translucent while rays of light could be seen swirling inside them. Moreover, the fruits exuded an exotic scent that made them seem very appetizing. Grandma Zhou asked, "Where did you get these from? They must be expensive." "They grew on a tree on the mountain. I picked them. They're not valuable at all. Hurry up and eat them, Auntie Lu, Grandma. The fruits are beneficial to you." In the meantime, on Constellation Peak of Seven Stars sect, Miao Fei Ping was all battered and bruised. This spirit peak was where the elder Guan Qianxing resided. While running for his life, Miao Fei Ping begged for mercy in a loud voice. "Forgive me, master. Please stop hitting me. You're killing me." Despite his agility, he was unable to shake off his master. Guan Qianxing was holding a rod while sticking close to Miao Fei Ping like a shadow. As he repeatedly struck his disciple with loud thuds, he bellowed, "You unfilial brat! Do you know how hard it was for me to nurture that fruit tree? It took 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, and another 10 years before the fruits matured. There were only 18 fruits in total, but that little girl directly snatched 12 of them. Do you know the pain I feel? My heart bleeds just thinking about it." While covering his head, Miao Fei Ping refuted, "Since you're aware that it was Zhao Ye who picked the fruits, you should beat her up instead of me." Guan Qianxing snapped, "Beat her up? Would I even dare to? Moreover, Zhao Ye rarely steps out of Azure Jade Peak. If you hadn't exposed it to her, she wouldn't have found out there are such fruits in my place. Of course, I have to beat you up for this." Miao Fei Ping was lost for words. Since he was unable to flee, he decided to turn around and fall on his knees. While gazing at Guan Qianxing with a pitiful face, he cried out, "Master, the fruits are indeed precious, but I'm your one and only legacy disciple. Should I not be even more valuable? You'll get new fruits after another 30 years, but if you kill me, where are you going to look for a new disciple with such exceptional aptitude?" With the rod raised, Guan Qianxing fell silent for a moment. Miao Fei Ping placed his index fingers on the corners of his mouth and pushed up, forcing a smile that was uglier than if he was crying. "Don't you think I'm right, master?" "Nonsense." Guan Qianxing struck him again with the rod. "The fruits are really gone, and it's not like you'll die after a few hits. Right now I must vent my anger." Miao Fei Ping hurriedly got to his feet and dashed out of the mountain. While running away, he yelled, "Sect Master, save me." Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye went on to stay in 7 Stars Town for a month. Rather than talking about the suffering he endured on the mountain, Zhao Yibai only told his mother about the interesting things he had witnessed. He also said that he could now cultivate, so he would definitely become a powerful cultivator one day. Yu Lu attentively listened to him while staring at her children fondly. She had never expected that, as a widow, she would be able to see her children growing into fine adults. As she reminisced, she couldn't help recalling the stormy night some 20 years ago. Time flew by so quickly and everything seemed to have just happened the day before. After a month, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were ready to leave. Their mission was to experience the outside world, so although they were reluctant, they couldn't stay in 7 Stars Town forever. At the entrance of the town, Yu Lu and Grandma saw them off while giving them a lot of reminders. "Come with me, Xiao Ye." Yu Lu suddenly beckoned to Zhao Ye and walked to the side. Upon getting close to her, Zhao Ye asked, "What's wrong, Auntie Lu?" Yu Lu fished out a handkerchief, which contained something, from her sleeve and passed it to her. "I've eaten 2 of the fruits you've given to me and saved the remaining 2. If you're able to meet your Uncle Yang on your trip this time, pass the fruits to him. If you can't see him, you should just eat the fruits yourself." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4692, Green Mountain Town. Zhao Ye pushed the fruits back to her. "Auntie Lu, I've already saved some fruits for Uncle Yang." She had picked 12 fruits from Constellation Peak. 8 of them were given to Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou. The remaining 4 inside her space ring were reserved for Uncle Yang. "While you've saved some for him, these fruits are given to him by me." "They're different," Yu Lu insisted. After giving it a thought, Zhao Ye took the 2 spirit fruits. Following a giggle, she asked, "Auntie Lu, why don't you come with us to look for Uncle Yang?" Yu Lu extended her hand and poked the young woman's forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? While you 2 can go over, what reason do I have to look for him? If we really come across Uncle Yang, isn't there something you want to tell him?" Zhao Ye asked. Yu Lu hung her head low and pondered on it before shaking her head. The young man and young woman finally set off on their journey. Even after they walked for a long time, once they turned their heads, They could still see two figures staring in their direction from the entrance of the town. Xiao Ya, what did my mother tell you just now? Zhao Yibai asked. Zhao Ya replied, Auntie Lu saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to Uncle Yang. Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. Grandma also saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to him. I wonder how Uncle Yang is doing now. Zhao Ya looked into the distance. Before Uncle Yang departed, he had left behind an address. However, both of them had never heard of the place before. They wondered if they could meet him again during their adventure. Xiao Ya, there's something I've always been curious about. Zhao Yibai appeared puzzled as he suddenly thought of something. What is it? Zhao Ya turned to look at him. Zhao Yibai asked, Do you know what Senior's name is? We have stayed on the mountain for 13 years, but I never found out his name. Zhao Ya shook her head. I have no idea either, and Master has never mentioned it. When the sect master and elders visited him, they always called him Ancestor. No one has ever called him by his name. Zhao Yibai said, I've asked Miao Fei Ping about it before. Although he isn't clear about it, he heard Elder Guan mention that the surname of Senior is Yang. He shares the same surname as Uncle Yang? Zhao Ya was surprised. Zhao Yibai put on a grin. They don't just share the same surname. Have you ever realized that, just by looking at their backs, Senior and Uncle Yang are very similar? Zhao Ya pursed her lips, but Master is not comparable to Uncle Yang at all. One of the men took good care of them as though they were his children, while the other man had a distorted personality and would punish Zhao Yibai as he pleased. There was no comparison at all. Time passed by and the pair's horizons were truly broadened as they traveled. They encountered many different people and witnessed lots of interesting incidents along the way. However, since they had lived on the mountain for a long time, they knew little about human nature, and it was expected that they would suffer a setback from time to time. During their journey, they had helped the weak and taught bad guys a lesson. There were almost times when they were plotted against and harmed. Zhao Ya's beauty would also frequently attract unsolicited trouble to them. There was one time when they were drugged in a bandit's inn and almost passed out. Upon realizing that something was off, Zhao Ya made a decisive move by killing everyone in the inn. As a result, she became unconscious for 3 days before she awakened. They started growing up as they gained more experience. It was then they found out the people in the outside world were not as amiable as Uncle Yang and the seniors on the mountain. They had learned to be careful of the greed and trickery of other people. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Green Mountain Town. The reason they'd come to this place was that before Uncle Yang left 7 Stars Town in the past, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. It seemed that his home was in Green Mountain Town. The town wasn't big, but there were some cultivators moving around. That was because Spirit Sea Temple was located just a few 100 kilometers away from this place. Spirit Sea Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Void Continent. While the Temple Master was a powerful Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were also 2 elders in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Upon entering Green Mountain Town, the pair found an inn and settled down. After that, Zhao Yibai excitedly looked for the innkeeper and asked about the whereabouts of Yang Kai, but his efforts were to no avail. Although he was disappointed, he reckoned that they would find Uncle Yang sooner or later since they were in Green Mountain Town. After a night's rest, they started moving around the town and making inquiries. Restaurants where people from all walks of life would come together were places they would never miss. A few days later, they still hadn't found any useful information as the people in Green Mountain Town had never heard of Yang Kai before. Zhao Yibai thought of looking into the matter by asking about sweet rice dumplings instead. After all, Uncle Yang had learned how to make sweet rice dumplings from Grandma Zhou and had been selling them in 7 Stars Town for years. If he had really returned to Green Mountain Town, he would probably sell sweet rice dumplings again to provide for his family. By following this trail, Zhao Yibai really found out something useful. He then excitedly returned to the inn and pushed the door open. Xiao Ya, I know where Uncle Yang is. Have you found him? Zhao Ya asked with a pleasantly surprised look. More or less, Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. Someone told me that there's a man who lives in a place about 30 kilometers away from Green Mountain Town. He will come to the town to sell sweet rice dumplings every few days. The appearance and age of that person described to me match those of Uncle Yang. Should we go now? Zhao Ye gazed at him. Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. It had been 13 years since he last met his Uncle Yang, and he couldn't wait any longer as he was eager to reunite with him. They then paid their fees and left the inn before heading in a particular direction. Zhao Ye was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. On the other hand, after half a year of adventure, Zhao Yibai had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. It only took them an hour to move across 30 kilometers. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here. Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, a man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings, then?" "Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them." The man put on a sincere smile. It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang. "Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you." Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and he's quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Ye. Even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention, her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident when facing the people in front of him now. "Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people. Who is it that you want to know about?" It was then Zhao Yibai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai said anxiously, "That's impossible." The man burst into laughter. "I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with the dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I definitely remember if there was such a person." "How could this be?" Zhao Yibai appeared dejected. Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. "Are you from Spirit Sea Temple?" the man asked. Zhao Ye shook her head. "No, we're from somewhere else." "You're not from Spirit Sea Temple?" The man frowned. He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yibai relentlessly said, "Mister, please give it one more thought." "Uncle Yang." "I said I don't know him. Who cares what his name is?" The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yibai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Ye's eyes, but as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in. "Let's go, big brother Yibai. Uncle Yang isn't here." Zhao Ye gently pulled Zhao Yibai's arm. Zhao Yibai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment. He couldn't accept the truth. On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Ye saw that Zhao Yibai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, "Since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here. We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4693, Zhao Ye is wounded. Zhao Yibai nodded while looking listless. To him, Uncle Yang was as important as his mother. Both of them were his family members. Since he and Zhao Ye had started cultivating, they were no longer the same little kids they were in the past. It was expected that he wanted to let Uncle Yang enjoy a better life since he was a grown man and a cultivator now. All of a sudden, Zhao Ye took his hand. When Zhao Yibai turned his head, he saw Zhao Ye looking around with a serious expression. They were in the middle of nowhere, where the grass was tall and the tree leaves swayed with the wind. "What's wrong?" he asked in puzzlement. "There's a smell of blood." Zhao Ye furrowed her brows. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Watch out!" As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle force exuded from her palm and sent Zhao Yibai flying away. The next instant, a figure abruptly appeared as a sword light slashed across the place where Zhao Yibai was initially standing. If Zhao Ye hadn't pushed him away in time, he would have been dead by now. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. When he got to his feet, he saw that Zhao Ye had gotten into an intense battle with the attacker. The person was holding a sword as he rained fatal attacks down on Zhao Ye. On the other hand, Zhao Ye wielded her silver spear as she tried her best to counterattack, but she still fell into a disadvantage. "An immortal ascension boundary master," Zhao Yibai exclaimed. He was fully aware of Zhao Ye's capabilities as she was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. Moreover, she had been trained by her master for years, and coupled with her exceptional aptitude, she was able to fight against people above her realm. However, since the enemy that came out of nowhere could suppress her, there was no doubt that he was in the immortal ascension boundary. Furthermore, he must be in the immortal ascension boundary 4th stage at the very least, otherwise he couldn't have suppressed Zhao Ye. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai noticed that their attacker was injured as his chest was covered in blood. He still seemed to be bleeding, and it was this smell of blood that Zhao Ye had detected just now. "How dare two young brats like you come to provoke me? You won't leave this place alive." The man roared through clenched teeth while launching his attacks. Zhao Ye was forced to retreat again, and it was clear she was having difficulty persevering. The huge gap between their realms couldn't be made up for by aptitude alone. Zhao Yibai stood anxious at the side. He had only made it to the Qi transformation realm recently, so even though he wanted to help out, there was nothing he could do. If he made a rash move now, he would just become a burden to Zhao Ye instead. However, upon hearing the person's words, he soon realized a problem. "Senior, please stop. We only passed by this place by chance. Are you perhaps mistaking us for someone else?" This man was obviously pursued by some powerful enemies, which was why he was hiding in this place to recuperate. Unfortunately, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye happened to arrive at this place. It would have been all good if they hadn't discovered anything. Nevertheless, the moment Zhao Ye pointed out that there was a smell of blood, this man could no longer keep hiding, which was why he appeared and attacked them. As expected, the man frowned upon hearing that while his attacks slowed down. Zhao Ye, who had been at a disadvantage, was slightly relieved, but the next instant, she saw the person charging towards Zhao Yibai. This man was severely wounded, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Ye in a short time, he decided to target the weaker Zhao Yibai in an attempt to hold him captive and gain control of the situation. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Ye to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yibai's vision and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Die! Zhao Ye bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yibai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Ye's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Ye. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Ye. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yibai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" Zhao Ye asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Ye's left chest. Zhao Ye put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yibai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Zhao Ye said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yibai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Zhao Ye had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Ye closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. "Zhao Ye!" Zhao Yibai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yibai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. Although that man was defeated by Zhao Ye earlier, he might come back. Zhao Yibai wouldn't even dare to check on her now as he quickly carried her up and dashed in a different direction. An hour later, a tiny log house came into his sight. He had no idea why there was a log house in the middle of the mountain, but he supposed it was a resting place for hunters. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yibai realized there was no one inside. However, this place was obviously cleaned up regularly as there wasn't even a speck of dust. The furnishing in the log house was simple, so Zhao Yibai gently put Zhao Ye down on the bed and smacked his face with both hands to force himself to calm down. He also took a deep breath before his figure finally stopped shaking. He extended his hand and placed a finger under her nose and realized that her breathing had stabilized. It seemed that the healing pill had started taking effect. Nevertheless, when he took a glance at Zhao Ye's wound, he fell into a dilemma. She had been injured on the left side of her chest. He had managed to help stop the blood from streaming out of her wound, but it still had to be dressed properly. However, both of them were no longer children. They were fully grown adults. How was he supposed to help her treat a wound that was on her chest? Nonetheless, her life was at stake here. If her wound was not dressed, she might lose her life to an infection. Just when he had made up his mind to make a move, Zhao Yibai heard a series of footsteps approaching them. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, "Who goes there?" Presently he was easily alarmed as he was worried that the formidable enemy would pursue them. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to ensure Zhao Ya's safety even if he was willing to lose his life. The footsteps outside the house came to a halt, and a moment later, a soft voice was heard saying, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" It was a woman's voice. Zhao Yibai quickly calmed himself down and pushed the door open. Lifting his gaze, he saw a woman clad in expensive clothes who appeared to be in her 40s. She appeared slightly younger than her age as she had taken good care of her skin. However, there was a tinge of melancholy behind her eyes for some reason. The woman must be from a wealthy family as the bodyguards behind her were now vigilantly staring at Zhao Yibai. 7 Stars Town's Zhao Yibai greets Madam. Zhao Yibai respectfully saluted her. "I had no idea that this house belonged to you. Please forgive me for causing any inconvenience." The woman examined him and seeing that he was acting politely, she nodded gently. "It's fine. I don't use this house often. Since you're in need of a resting place, you can stay here for a few days." Upon finishing her words, she prepared to leave. She initially decided to come here to get some rest, but since there was an outsider around, it was no longer appropriate for her to do so. "Madam!" Zhao Yibai raised his hand and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Zhao Yibai cupped his fist. "My sister and I came across a villain just now, and she was injured by him. As a man, it's not appropriate for me to treat her wound. Will you please lend us a hand, madam? We would be very grateful." "Your sister is hurt?" The woman was astounded. Zhao Yibai nodded. "She's inside the house." "I'll have a look." The woman directly decided to enter the house. On the other hand, the bodyguards looked cautiously at Zhao Yibai and one of them said in a small voice, "Madam, it might be a trap." "A life is at stake here," the woman replied, then led the bodyguards to step into the house. Instantly, a metallic tang came right at their faces. It wasn't until the bodyguards saw the frail Zhao Ya on the bed that they believed Zhao Yibai's words. "Give me some medicine, then all of you should go out," the woman waved her hand. Zhao Yibai thanked her as he fished out all the necessary items from his space ring and put them down beside the bed. It was then he left the house with the bodyguards and closed the door before waiting patiently. A moment later, someone was heard exclaiming from the house. A stunned Zhao Yibai quickly asked, "What happened, madam?" The bodyguards immediately stepped forward in an attempt to barge into the house, but they were forcefully blocked out by Zhao Yibai. "Don't come in," the woman was heard saying from the house a moment later. For some reason, her voice sounded shaky as she called out, "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Madam, are you really all right?" one of the worried bodyguards asked. "I said I'm fine," the woman replied in a firmer tone. The bodyguards exchanged worried glances. Although they had no idea why the woman cried out just now, they reckoned that they shouldn't barge in as she had said she was fine. They could only wait patiently. A while later, the woman in the house said again, "All right, you can come in now." An eager Zhao Yibai pushed the door open. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Ya calmly lying on the bed. The woman was just seated beside her as she looked down at her. She didn't seem to mind the fact that her hands were covered in blood while her gaze was quite gentle. The strange thing was, Zhao Yibai noticed that the woman's eyes were slightly red, like she had cried earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4694, Coincidence. I've applied some medicine and dressed up her wound. It seems that she's a cultivator, so as long as she has enough time to recuperate, she'll be fine, the woman said. "Many thanks, madam." Zhao Yibai cupped his fist as he was evidently relieved. The woman examined his face for a moment before pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, "You are brother and sister? You don't look alike." Zhao Yibai replied, "Xiao Ya and I are not biological siblings, however, since we grew up together, we're just as close as the real brother and sister." The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she looked down at Zhao Ya. "Did you offend someone?" Zhao Yibai shook his head. "I have no idea. The reason Xiao Ya and I arrived at this place was to look for a family member, but it was to no avail. When we were about to go back, we came across a formidable enemy. Xiaoya was hurt because she wanted to save me. The woman nodded. In that case, we can't stay here any longer. Who knows where the attacker is hiding? Your sister is now wounded, so she'll be in danger if that person finds her. Zhao Yibai replied, I'll bring her back to Green Mountain Town now. Green Mountain Town is several dozen kilometers away from here. What if her wound exacerbates during the long journey? If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for some time. My house is just at the bottom of the mountain, which is not far away from here. Zhao Yibai appeared to be hesitant and asked, Will it cause you any trouble? He was worried that the enemy might retaliate against them and barge into the woman's house. The woman put on a smile. Don't worry. To be honest with you, my son is a disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, and he's a pretty successful cultivator now. That person would never dare to make a scene in my house. Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment. Are you a family member of the village chief, madam? She just said that her house was at the bottom of the mountain, which would put it in the village they had visited earlier. There was no way there were two people who were the disciples of Spirit Sea Temple in such a tiny village. If Zhao Yibai wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the village chief's wife. As expected, the woman nodded, that's right. Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and cupped his fist. Many thanks for your righteousness, madam. I, Zhao Yibai, am truly grateful. Don't be overly polite with me. I have a daughter who is about the same age as her. If you don't mind it, you can call me Auntie Mei. Zhao Yibai nodded and obediently called her Auntie Mei. It was then that the woman smiled and nodded before she got up. It's getting late now. We should be on our way. Zhao Yibai nodded and carried the unconscious Xiaoya up before following Zhen Mei, who nervously reminded him to be careful so as not to irritate Xiaoya's wound. It appeared that she was even more anxious than Zhao Yibai. As they moved forward, Zhen Mei asked Zhao Yibai some questions while he replied to her honestly. Upon learning that it took them half a year to go from Seven Stars Town to this place, she was quite surprised. Soon, they arrived at the manor that was located at the entrance of the village. Zhen Mei pushed the door open and personally helped settle Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya down in a guest room. Following that, she ordered 2 clever maidservants to serve them before she returned to her room to get some rest, though she kept looking back as she left. The candlelight flickered inside the room as Zhen Mei was facing her dressing table. With reddened eyes, she started crying in silence. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes pushed the door open. He was the village chief, Su Liangkai, whom Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya had met some time ago. There was a dark expression on Su Liangkai's face as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon finishing the tea, he said, I heard from the servants that you've brought 2 strangers home. Zhen Mei fell silent. Su Liangkai landed a fist on the table and yelled, That's ridiculous. Those people obviously have some kind of powerful enemy. By bringing them back here, it's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. What if their enemy invades our house? Although there are bodyguards here, they're not very strong. How are they supposed to survive? Do you want our family to be destroyed? Looking at him through the reflection of the bronze mirror, Zhen Mei asked, Husband, do you remember Dong? Su Liangkai's fury came to an abrupt halt, and then he knitted his brows. Why did you bring that up all of a sudden? Zhen Mei put on a cheerless smile. She was just 5 days old when she was dumped on the mountain in the middle of winter. I quickly went to look for her, but I couldn't find her regardless of how hard I tried. No one knew whether she was taken away by some beast. It was Su Liangkai's turn to fall silent now. Presently, Zhen Mei's face was covered in tears. I carried her for 10 months of pregnancy before I finally gave birth to her, but you secretly threw her away. How could you be so ruthless? Su Liangkai let out a sigh. I had no choice back then. We were poor, so having another baby would put a strain on our finances. How were we supposed to provide for her? I was forced to do it. Now, I can even provide for 10 kids, let alone 1. Zhen Mei sneered. How much food would a baby need? You were forced to do it? Would you still have the heart to throw her away if she were a boy? An impatient Su Liangkai snapped, Many years have passed, and you should put this matter down. Moreover, I looked for her in the past, but how was I supposed to find her when there are so many people in the world? You're also aware that it was winter when the incident happened. She was just 5 days old. Even if she was not taken away by some beast, she would have been frozen to death. I can never let this matter go. Zhen Shuimei said through clenched teeth. She's my daughter. Hao is also your child. How much care have you given him over the years? Why can't you forget a dead person? She is not dead. Enough. Su Liangkai landed his fist on the table again and stood straight up. I think you've gone mad. You always go up the mountain whenever you feel like it. What could there be on that mountain after all those years? What do you think you can find? I've never interfered because I feel guilty, but I never expected that you would become so impudent now. Tell those people to scram tomorrow morning, or else I'll personally chase them out. As he spoke, someone was heard knocking on the door from outside. What's the matter? Su Liangkai bellowed. The servant outside the room replied, Master, madam, the young master is back, and he's brought back some of his fellow brothers. Upon hearing that, Su Liangkai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, Father, Mother, I'm back. Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Su Liangkai clenched the young man's arms. It's really you, Hao. Su Hao called out with joy, Father. That's great. I'm glad that you're back. Su Liangkai examined him. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple? Su Hao replied with a smile, Don't worry, Father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well. Su Liangkai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Zhen Shuimei was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably, You're back, Hao. Mother! Su Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Zhen Shuimei, Su Liangkai interrupted them by saying, I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well. Su Hao nodded, Yes. They're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me. Good. Su Hao nodded before turning to Zhen Shuimei. You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Go on, Zhen Shuimei looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Su Hao introduced his senior brothers to Su Liangkai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Su Liangkai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Su Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Su Liangkai found out that this senior brother, named Hu Sun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Su Liangkai was aware of who Hu Sun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Su Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Su Liangkai was especially fond of Hu Sun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Hu Sun as possible because of his son. Noble nephew who, if I may ask, what is that? Su Liangkai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Hu Sun looked smilingly at Su Hao, who replied in his place, Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head. Su Liangkai was stunned. A head? Whose head is it? It's the head of a criminal. Hu Sun explained, the reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Su said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Su is truly our lucky star. Su Hao burst into laughter. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence. They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. I see. Su Liangkai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him, so he sported a calm expression. Hu Sun said, "It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them." Su Liangkai said, "Noble nephew Hu, perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover and that was why he passed away." Hu Sun shook his head. "That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug." Su Liangkai became startled upon hearing that and muttered, "Could it be them?" Su Hao asked curiously, "Who are you talking about, father?" After giving it a thought, Su Liangkai briefly told them that Zhen Shui Mei had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Zhen Shui Mei, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Su Liangkai associated them with the killing of this criminal. Martial Peak, Chapter 4695, Hu Sun. Upon hearing that, Hu Sun and Su Hao exchanged glances. The former nodded and said, "In that case, I suppose they're the ones. What a coincidence. Your mother is a kind-hearted person. The average person might not be willing to bring injured people back to their home." Su Hao put on a smile. "My mother has always been like that." Hu Sun then gazed at Su Liangkai. "Sir, since they're in your house, can you invite them to come over and meet us? It's thanks to them that we were able to easily complete the task from the master sect. I'd like to thank them personally." There was a hint of hesitation on Su Liangkai's face. "To be honest with you, it's not convenient to do so. According to the servants who brought those people back, the woman is severely injured as she's still unconscious now." Hu Sun quickly rose from the chair. "In that case, I'll have to see her. I have some healing pills with me that might help." Seeing that the man was so persistent, Su Liangkai found it hard to turn him down and eventually nodded. "Please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements." Hu Sun cupped his fist. "Many thanks, sir." Su Liangkai stepped into the inner court and told a maidservant to pass on his word to Zhao Yibai, who soon rushed over and cupped his fist. "Zhao Yibai greets Sir Village Chief." "It's you!" Su Liangkai stared dazedly at the man. He only knew that his wife had brought 2 people home with her, but he hadn't expected that they were the very ones he had met in the morning. He could instantly recognize Zhao Yibai when he saw him. There was an awkward expression on Su Liangkai's face, for he wasn't very polite to the 2 of them earlier this morning. After clearing his throat, he mentioned Hu Sun and the others as well as their suggestion to Zhao Yibai, who frowned upon hearing that and said, "Xiaoya is still unconscious. Moreover, I've helped her consume some healing pills already. I thank senior brother Hu for his kindness, but it's not convenient for him to see my sister at this moment." It was then Su Liangkai said in a grim voice, "Noble nephew Zhao, it's not that I want to force you to do anything just because I'm older, but noble nephew Hu is a powerful disciple from Spirit Sea Temple. Since he's sincere as he wants to express his gratitude, it's hard for me to turn him down. Moreover, the medicine you have with you might not be as good as his. It will do your sister no harm to let him have a look." Certainly, Zhao Yibai wasn't willing to let anyone disturb Xiaoya. However, since Su Liangkai, the owner of this place, had said so, it was difficult to reject him. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded. "I'll thank senior brother Hu in advance, then." With a smile, Su Liangkai patted the other man's shoulder. Wait a moment. I'll tell them to come over now. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. A while later, Su Liangkai brought 2 young men to come over. After some introductions, Zhao Yibai found out that the older one was the disciple of Spirit Sea Temple that Su Liangkai had mentioned, Hu Sun. The younger one was his son, Su Hao, who was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. They then saluted one another. Although Hu Sun appeared polite, there was a faint sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Since Zhao Yibai was weaker, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. On the other hand, Hu Sun could see at first glance that Zhao Yibai was only in the Qi transformation realm. A doubt arose in his heart. Since this man is so weak, could his companion be any more powerful? Was our target really killed by the 2 of them? What's your sect, junior brother Zhao? Hu Sun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I've never joined any sect before. It was then Hu Sun came to the realization that this person must have a terrible aptitude, so no sect was willing to take him on as a disciple. That was why he only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm at this age. What's the realm your sister is in? Zhao Yibai never hid anything as he replied. She's now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage. True Element Boundary 9th stage. Hu Sun arched his brow. With such cultivation, it was possible that she had managed to kill their target. After all, they had severely injured him previously, so it was reasonable that the woman managed to get lucky and defeat him. I heard that your sister was badly injured during the battle. It so happens that I've brought with me some special healing pills made in my master sect with excellent medicinal efficacies. May I go in and have a look? This way, senior brother Zhao Yibai extended his hand. Before they even entered the room, they heard some footsteps approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Zhen Shuimei emerging from the corner. It seemed that she had rushed over as she was panting heavily. What are you doing here? Su Liangkai frowned. A nervous Zhen Shuimei replied, The servants told me that all of you have gathered together here. I had no idea what was going on, so I decided to come over and see for myself. Su Liangkai said, It's nothing serious. Noble nephew who just wants to check on the woman. It was then Zhen Shuimei let out a sigh of relief. To the side, Su Hao spoke gently to Hu Sun, who then stepped forward. Spirit Sea Temple's Hu Xian greets Madam. Zhen Shuimei smiled and nodded. There's no need to be overly polite with me. Hauer has repeatedly mentioned in his letters that you take good care of him in the sect. As his parents, we should express our gratitude. Appearing to be humble, Hu Sun replied, I don't deserve your gratitude, madam. Junior brother Su has an outstanding aptitude, and honored master regards him highly. I'm only older than him by a few years as a senior brother, so it's my duty to take care of him. After some small talk, they subsequently entered the room. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and Zhao Ye was lying there with her eyes closed as her face pale. Zhao Yibai led them to the bed. When Zhen Shuimei looked down, her eyes reddened in an instant as her eyelashes fluttered. On the other hand, Su Hao and the others were stunned as they stared fixedly at the woman on the bed. It wasn't like they had never seen beautiful women before, but none of them were comparable to the one lying on the bed before them at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Ye's beauty could cause the downfall of a city. When Zhao Yibai and her were traveling across the world, Zhao Ye's beauty had attracted a lot of unwanted trouble. After several incidents, she had no choice but to cover her face with a veil, which prevented many conflicts from happening. Since she was recuperating in bed now though, her face naturally wasn't covered. Her pale face gave off a sense of morbid beauty. Any man who saw her in such a state would pity her and hope to become injured and lie on the bed in her stead. Su Liangkai was amazed as well. Although he hadn't managed to see Zhao Ye's face in the morning, he had a feeling that this woman was extremely beautiful. When he finally saw her now though, her beauty still greatly surprised him. At that moment, the room fell dead silent. Realizing that something was off, Zhen Shuimei said with a frown, Noble nephew Hu, didn't you say you've brought some healing medicine from your master sect? Here you go. Hu Sun came to his senses and quickly fished out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring. He was then ready to go over and feed Zhao Ye a pill. Seeing that, Zhao Yibai hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother Hu, please leave it to me. I wouldn't dare to trouble you. Hu Sun shot him a glance, but there was no reason for him to insist, therefore he passed the bottle to Zhao Yibai. Help her take one pill now, and do it again every 6 hours. I'll remember, Zhao Yibai nodded, but he didn't immediately feed a pill to Zhao Ye. That was because before their departure, Zhao Ye's master had passed them a lot of spirit pills. Given Senior's power and status, the medicines that came from him must be the best of the best. Regardless of how useful the spirit pills that were given by Hu Sun, there was no way they could be better than what were in Zhao Yibai's possession. The reason he even accepted this bottle of pills was that he didn't want to offend Hu Sun. In order to change the subject, Zhao Yibai hurriedly asked, Senior brother, given your vision, can you tell how badly injured Xiao Ye is? After examining her for a moment, Hu Sun replied, her aura is stable and her vitality is ample. I believe she'll be fine. However, I'll need to carry out a thorough examination on her to find out more. Please check on her now then, noble nephew Hu, Su Liangkai said. As a sly old man, he could easily tell Hu Sun's intentions. Zhen Shuemei furrowed her brows. It's not appropriate for a man to inspect an unconscious woman's body. Su Liangkai shot her a glare. What do you know? Unlike ordinary people like us, cultivators wouldn't be bothered about such trifles. I don't think it's a trifle. Men and women who are not family members are not supposed to come into contact, Zhen Shuemei refuted sternly. Su Liangkai had never expected that his wife would embarrass him in front of such important guests, so his face had reddened with exasperation. Just then, a weakened voice was heard calling out, Big brother Yibai. When they turned their heads, they saw that Zhao Ye's lashes were fluttering. Her clear eyes opened the next moment and seemed to become an abyss that could trap the gazes of all the men present. Xiao Ye. Zhao Yibai quickly took a seat beside her and touched her forehead before appearing relieved. You're finally awake. To the side, Zhen Shuemei shook slightly. It seemed that she wanted to step forward, but she stopped herself from doing so in the end. Zhao Ye nodded slightly, then gazed at the people beside the bed with vigilance. Who are they? Zhao Yibai comforted her by saying, Don't worry. They're not bad people. He then went on to introduce these people to her. Only after he was finished did Zhao Ye nod. I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate. Hearing that, Zhen Shuemei hurriedly said, Young lady, please get some rest and don't worry about anything. We'll take our leave now. Without responding to her, Zhao Ye closed her eyes. Seeing that, they could only leave with Zhen Shuemei. Zhao Yibai saw them off and returned to the room. Su Liangkai brought Hu Sun and Su Hao back to the banquet. As they drank more wine, the atmosphere became merry. The banquet ended in the middle of the night as they returned to their rooms to get some rest. The next morning, the people of Spirit Sea Temple came together. Hu Sun, as their leader, said, All of you should take the criminals' head back to the master sect first. Junior brother Su doesn't come back home frequently, so he'll stay here for a bit longer. What about you, senior brother Hu? Someone asked. Hu Sun replied, During our mission, I sensed a turning point in my cultivation, so I want to spend some time comprehending it. This place is peaceful and serene, which suits my needs. I'll remain here for a short time. Go back now and tell my master about it. Yes, they all agreed immediately. After seeing his fellow brothers of Spirit Sea Temple off, Hu Sun turned his gaze to Su Hao. Junior brother Su, how have I treated you over the years? Su Hao replied firmly, Other than my parents, senior brother who has treated me the best. You were the one who took care of me when I first joined the sect. I'll never forget the favor you've shown me. With a gratified expression, Hu Sun patted the other man's shoulder. I know you're a grateful person. I've always focused on martial Dao, so although I've come of age, I've never considered getting myself a partner. However, life is full of surprises. Since the right woman has appeared, I should give it a serious thought. Will you lend me a hand, junior brother? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4696, Refuse a toast drink of forfeit. Do you have your eyes on that woman, senior brother? Su Hao wasn't a fool. Although Hu Sun had never made it clear, Su Hao could understand what the other man was trying to say. Anyway, no man wouldn't be tempted by such an alluring woman. Last night, he was in a dazed state while cultivating as he couldn't help thinking about the woman's slightly pale face. Although the woman was clearly older than him by a few years, cultivators typically enjoyed a very long life, hence, the difference in their age didn't matter. If he was able to marry such a woman, Su Hao was willing to pay half of his lifespan in exchange. However, at this moment, Hu Sun was expressing his thoughts right in front of him. Su Hao was displeased and furious as someone else had his eyes on the woman he was interested in. Nevertheless, when he was facing this senior brother, who had been taking care of him since he was a young kid, he had no way to vent his anger. Junior brother, if you can lend me a hand and make it happen, I'll put in a good word for you in front of honored master. I'll ask him to teach you the second part of the Tempest art. Su Hao was immediately tempted. Although he was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, his status was not comparable to that of Hu Sun. While Hu Sun was a core disciple in Spirit Sea Temple, Su Hao was a less important common disciple. That was why Hu Sun was the leader that was in charge of the mission they were given by the master sect. Over the years, he had only cultivated the first part of the Tempest art and made it to the third order true element boundary. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to get the second part of the Tempest art. However, his master didn't seem to have the intention of teaching it to him anytime soon, as he still wanted to give him more tests. This mission was one of the tests. If Hu Sun was willing to put in a good word for him, Su Hao could easily get the second part of the Tempest art. There wasn't a lack of beautiful women in the world, but there was only one Tempest art. Moreover, even if he competed with Hu Sun, he might not be the one who would marry the woman in the end. Although he wasn't really willing to give up, Su Hao soon made up his mind and nodded. Senior brother, you've treated me like a real brother all this time. If there's any way I can help, just tell me right away. Hu Sun smiled and nodded before patting the other man's shoulders. You're indeed my good junior brother. That woman is severely wounded, so it will take her a month or two to recuperate. And help me find out about her background first. A curious Su Hao asked, that guy named Zhao Yibai said he hasn't joined any sect. I suppose the two of them had started cultivating due to some opportunity. Hu Sun replied, that's just what he said, we'd better find out more first. Alright, don't worry, senior brother. I'll look into it. In the next few days, Zhao Yi stayed in the room to recuperate. Zhen Xuemei would visit her every day and stay for a few hours each time. She would talk to Zhao Ye when the latter was awake, and she would keep guard by her side when she was asleep. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai felt apologetic as he thought that they had been troubling Zhen Xuemei. During this period of time, Su Hao once brought Hu Sun to look for Zhen Xuemei. They also visited Zhao Ye while they were there. However, after that, Zhen Xuemei would make sure to meet them outside the room whenever they came. She wouldn't allow them to disturb Zhao Ye. During Zhao Ye's 13-year stay on Azure Jade Peak, her cultivation had been deliberately suppressed by Yang Kai, but while her cultivation improved slowly, her physique had been significantly improved. Just like Zhao Yibai, her physique was one of the strongest among the cultivators in the same age and realm. However, her frail-looking figure could easily fool others. Although she was severely injured, it only took her 5 days to get out of bed, and it only took her another few days to start walking. While her strong physique contributed to her rapid recovery, the spirit pills given by Yang Kai were another reason. Following Hu Sun's order, Su Hao had asked his mother some indirect questions and found out more about Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. Nevertheless, they rarely revealed any personal information, so the information Su Hao could get was limited as well. They're from 7 Stars Town? Hu Sun frowned as the candlelight flickered in the room. Although I've never heard of 7 Stars Town before, I know a thing or two about 7 Stars Sect. It said that they were still a second-class sect in the past, Then, all of a sudden, a third-order Emperor Realm Master became their ancestor. That's how they instantly became a first-class sect. Husun nodded. I'm aware of that as well. I suppose Seven Stars Town relies on Seven Stars sect to exist. In that case, they're probably the disciples of Seven Stars sect. Husun gently knocked on the table. That guy has a terrible aptitude as he's only in the Qi transformation realm at such an age. He might be speaking the truth when he said that he has never joined any sect. He probably has nothing to do with Seven Stars sect. On the other hand, Xiaoya might be from Seven Stars sect. However, even if it's true, she must be a common disciple. Su Hao bowed his head. You have a point, senior brother. Xiaoya was older than him by a few years, but she was only in the true element boundary 9th stage, so he supposed that her aptitude was no better than his. Even if she was really a disciple from Seven Stars sect, she wouldn't be an important figure. Following that, Su Hao fawned over him by saying, given your cultivation and status, Xiaoya is extremely lucky to have gained your favor. Husun shook his head, but that woman is pretty cold and dispassionate. It won't be easy to win her heart. Over the past few days, they had been trying to come into contact with Xiaoya, but during their rare encounters, she always sported an indifferent expression and wouldn't even spare them a glance. On the other hand, she seemed very concerned about Zhao Yibai, which infuriated Husun. As a core disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, he managed to make it to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage at such a young age. In the sect, he was always surrounded by senior sisters and junior sisters. There had never been a woman who dared to treat him coldly. Let's not forget about your mother, Husun glared at him as he spoke. For some reason, Zhen Shuemei had always stayed by Xiaoya's side in the past few days, which made Husun unable to reveal his charm in front of the alluring woman. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, Xiaoya has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days. Husun said coldly, I can't stay here for a long time as we need to head back to the Master Sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if Honored Master blames us. What should we do then? While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Su Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Xiaoya, he wouldn't want to see Husun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Husun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded. Su Hao was stunned. Senior brother. Husun said grimly, you have to help me, junior brother. Upon hearing that, Su Hao became anxious. The next day, Zhen Shuemei was talking to Xiaoya in the room, and as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Xiaoya listened in silence. Certainly, Zhen Shuemei could see that Xiaoya wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Xiaoya would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Su Hao rushing over. How are? Zhen Shuemei rose from the chair. What are you doing here? Su Hao replied with a smile, Father wants to see you, mother. Your father is looking for me? Zhen Shuemei was surprised. Su Hao nodded, yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious. Zhen Shuemei furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai, get some rest now. I'll have a look. Zhao Yibai got up and said, see you later, Auntie Mei. After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Su Hao. We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Su. Xiaoya has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon. You're leaving so soon? Su Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Xiaoya. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, we haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching. Su Hao subconsciously nodded. This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for. Husun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment he stepped into the room. Zhao Ye slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Su Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Husun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist. Senior brother Hu. Husun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Zhao Ye as though he wanted to eat her alive. Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Zhao Ye? Zhao Ye didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, "Scram." Husun's expression changed, then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. Sister Zhao Ye, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love. I sincerely want you to come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. Don't worry, I'll ask my master to hold a wedding for us. We'll live together forever, and you'll be my only woman. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded upon hearing that, as he had never expected that a man could speak to a woman like that. This was something completely new to him. At the same time, he felt displeased in his heart as he had the urge to beat someone up for the first time. He initially had a good impression of Husun, but looking at him now, he just felt that the man was despicable and hideous. I told you to get out. Are you deaf or what? Zhao Ye finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze was like an ice sheet that had been frozen for thousands of years. Husun let out a sigh. Since you've refused a toast, you must drink a loss. Junior brother Su. There was a conflicted expression on Su Hao's face, but the next moment he subdued Zhao Yibai. A dumbstruck Zhao Yibai called out, Senior brother Su? Su Hao appeared guilty as he lugged Zhao Yibai away in silence. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4697, She's Your Daughter. A loud bang was heard coming from behind Zhao Yibai as Zhao Ye and Husun exchanged moves. Seeing that Zhao Yibai was captured, she wanted to save him, but the well-prepared Husun wouldn't let her succeed. After intercepting her, Husun said, If you're obedient, Zhao Yibai will be fine. However, if you resist, I can't guarantee whether that brat will survive. I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces if Big Brother Yibai loses a single strand of hair. Zhao Ye shot him a piercing glance. Husun roared, Why are you so concerned about such a useless waste? I was already a true element boundary master at his age, but he's only in the Qi transformation realm. Only this who has the right to spend the rest of his life with you. You're the waste here. Zhao Ye sneered as she extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before pointing it at him. Tell Su how to send Big Brother Yibai back, and I'll spare your life. Husun let out a sigh. Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for not treating you gently. Outside the court, Zhao Yibai sighed. What's the point of him doing all this? After lugging him out of the court, Su Hao directly released him. He didn't intend to restrict him in any way. Given the fact that he was a true element boundary master, Zhao Yibai could never make a scene in front of him. As he listened to the noises of the battle and sensed the clashes of powers, he felt bitter in his heart. After all, the alluring woman would belong to Husun in just a moment. When he turned his head and saw Zhao Yibai looking all calm, he frowned. Aren't you worried about Zhao Ye? A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, What's there to worry about? On top of numerous healing pills, the pair had also brought 2 artifact armors with them when they left Azure Jade Peak to venture into the outside world. Those artifact armors were given to Zhao Ye during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect in the past. At that time, Yang Kai kept those gifts for her. It wasn't until she had to leave the mountain that he gave some of the artifacts back to her. However, both Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye had never thought about putting the artifacts on all along. They didn't want to rely on any external aids during their journey as they wanted to push their limits and test themselves. A few days ago though, Zhao Ye was severely injured, And she still hadn't fully recovered even now. Worried that something might happen while she was in a weakened state, Zhao Yibai told her to put on her artifact armor. Naturally, Zhao Ye wouldn't disobey him. The artifact armor was made by an elder from Seven Stars sect who was in the Dao Source realm, so it was extremely valuable to a cultivator in the true element boundary. One could be well protected by putting it on. Even someone in the transcendent realm would not be able to harm Zhao Ye, not to mention that Husun was only in the immortal ascension boundary. Perhaps only people in the Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm could break through the defensive power of the artifact armor. Su Hao was dumbfounded as he gazed at Zhao Yibai. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in the world. His sister hadn't fully recovered, and she was now locked in an intense battle with a stronger foe. If she was defeated, her modesty would be violated. However, this man was not anxious at all. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai appeared worried. Xiao Ye hasn't recovered yet. Her wound would be irritated by making a move. That's all you're worried about? Su Hao thought that there must be something wrong with this guy's head as the latter hadn't realized the severity of the matter. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai replied in a nervous tone, Xiao Ye has a rather ruthless personality. I hope she doesn't kill senior brother Hu. At that moment, Su Hao no longer wanted to talk to him. Just then, Su Liangkai and Zhen Xuemei rushed over and a flustered Su Liangkai asked, How, what's going on? He was perplexed when Zhen Xuemei looked for him just now. Before they could figure out what their son was up to though, they heard the noises of a battle, which was why they rushed over. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he blocked the entrance of the court. Nothing. It's just that senior brother who wanted to exchange some pointers with that young lady. Exchange pointers? Zhen Xuemei's expression changed. That's ridiculous. Xiao Ye hasn't recovered yet, so how is she able to exchange moves with another person? Why didn't you stop them, Hao? Upon finishing her words, she was ready to rush in and stop them. Mother! Su Hao steadfastly blocked the entrance as he pressed his lips together and shook his head. Zhen Xuemei's face turned pale as she gazed at her son's guilty-looking eyes. It was apparent that the people in the court were not exchanging pointers. Upon that realization, Su Liangkai furrowed his brows. Certainly, he was not pleased with Husun's action in his house, but that man was his son's senior brother after all, and Su Hao's future hinged on him. Hence, despite his displeasure, he wasn't willing to interfere in the matter. To him, both Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai were just strangers, so their life or death had nothing to do with him. In that case, we'll just let them do whatever they want, Su Liangkai said, then motioned to his wife to stay out of it. On the other hand, Zhen Xuemei's face was as pale as a white sheet while she clenched her son's arms and begged, Hao, stop your senior brother right now. Xiao Ye is still injured, she can't fight with him. Su Hao hung his head low and replied in a small voice, Mother, I have no right to change senior brother Hu's decision. Why are you trying to interfere in the matter between the two of them? Go back now. Su Liangkai extended his hand to pull Zhen Xuemei, who flung his hand away. With a despondent expression, she gazed at Su Hao and said anxiously, Hao, I don't want anything to happen to Xiao Ye. Please tell your senior brother not to do this. You're his fellow brother after all. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Su Hao shook his head with a helpless smile. Mother, you have no idea about my senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, no one else can change his mind other than our master. Su Liangkai clenched her arm and snapped, Why are you being so meddlesome in other people's affairs? It's completely normal that cultivators exchange pointers, so why are you making a scene here? Don't touch me. Zhen Xuemei flung his hand away again and attempted to step into the court. I'll stop them myself then. Following that, a loud noise was heard as Su Liangkai slapped across her face. He said through clenched teeth, You wench! Will you only be happy by making our son lose his footing in Spirit Sea Temple? Zhen Xuemei covered her face and stared at him while feeling heartbroken. With her tears sliding down her face, she said in a shaking voice, What do you know? What do you know? You know nothing. Su Liangkai's face fell. I don't have to know anything. Howard, take your mother away. Zhen Shuimei gritted her teeth and roared, the woman in that court is your daughter. Su Liangkai's expression turned from furious to stunned while Su Hao and Zhao Yibai were dumbstruck. They stared at Zhen Shuimei as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. As soon as Zhen Shuimei finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground and wailed, she is Dong. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Liangkai was trembling as he pointed at her. Zhen Shuimei covered her face with both hands as her tears uncontrollably streamed out of her eyes. There's a pink birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on her left shoulder. Although many years have passed, I still remember it clearly. There's no way there's another person with the same birthmark. Moreover, her facial features are similar to mine, or are all of you just blind? Su Liangkai staggered as though he had been struck by a hammer. His face turned pallid in an instant. Disbelief was written all over Su Hao's face as he muttered, she's my big sister? Isn't she supposed to be dead? Zhen Shuimei explained, she was injured previously. I saw the birthmark when I dressed her wound. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. She then pointed at Zhao Yibai. Su Liangkai and Su Hao turned to look at him at the same time. A flushing Zhao Yibai replied, yes, there's a birthmark on her left shoulder. It looks like a pink plum blossom. He had seen it when they were little kids, but he never saw it again after they became adults. Aren't you her brother? Su Liangkai was astounded. Zhao Yibai explained, we grew up together, but we're not biological siblings. According to my mother, a few days after I was born on a particularly stormy night, she heard a baby crying outside our house. When she opened the door, she saw Xiaoya lying on the ground. She was wrapped in a piece of cloth at that time. Xiaoya is aware of that as well. How old are you now? Su Liangkai asked. 20 years old. The color drained from Su Liangkai's already pale face. There was also a great storm on the day he dumped the child on the mountain. It was just like what Zhao Yibai had described. Moreover, now that he thought about it, Zhao Yi's facial features were indeed similar to those of Zhen Shuimei, but they hadn't paid attention to it previously. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Su Liangkai stomped his foot on the ground. Zhen Shuimei couldn't stop crying. She was discarded in the mountains to die when she was a baby. Now that she's a grown woman, what right do I have to say anything? She had never intended to expose this secret to anyone. In fact, she was already gratified that her daughter had grown up to be a beautiful young woman instead of being killed as a baby. She wouldn't dare to ask for more. Back then, she asked some people to build a log house on the mountain where the child was abandoned. She would stay in that house from time to time, and as she recalled that it was in that place where her child might have been taken away by some beast as a meal, she felt heartbroken and guilt-ridden. 20 years had passed, and she had found her child in the exact same place. There was a moment when she thought that it was fate. The Su family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yibai realized why Zhen Shuimei had been so concerned about Xiaoya, as she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Xiaoya. That must be the reason she exclaimed in the log house at that time. Xiaoya has found her biological parents. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. Howard, stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet. Zhen Shuimei looked pleadingly at her son. Su Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Su Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes and exclaimed, "Immortal Ascension Boundary." The clouds in the sky suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Husun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Xiaoya was breaking through. Martial Peak, Chapter 4698, My name is Xiaoya. As lightning struck, the aura of the Immortal Ascension Boundary spread out wildly. The noises of the battle in the court intensified as Hu Sun could be heard crying out. Su Hao had no idea what was going on inside, and although he wanted to have a look, he was unable to even approach the courtyard. An incense stick later, the noises slowly subsided. Half of the manor had been destroyed from the fallout of the battle. Su Hao immediately rushed towards the battlefield, and what came into his sight caused his pupils to contract. There was a figure, whose white clothes were stained with blood, standing on the chaotic battlefield with a spear in her hand. Blood was seen dripping from the tip of the silver spear. In front of her, Hu Sun was leaning against the wall as he covered his own throat with both hands. His figure was battered and there were countless wounds all over his body. He was no longer able to speak as blood continuously streamed through the gaps of his fingers. With his eyes widened, he still seemed to be longing for life. Su Hao was flabbergasted. Not only was Hu Sun defeated, but it also seemed that he wouldn't survive. The sight was unbelievable to Su Hao. It had to be noted that Hu Sun was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage while Zhao Ye had just achieved a breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. How is it possible that Hu Sun was defeated? The next moment, Su Hao felt a dense murderous intent fall on him like a tsunami. He instantly felt cold all over his body as though he had fallen into an ice cave. A cold light expanded before his eyes and blinded his vision. Zhao Yibai, who arrived just in time, hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoya, stop. He's your brother." A gale swept past Su Hao's face as a spear point came into contact with his forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. His vision refocused as he could finally see that Zhao Ye was standing just 3 steps away from him while her spear was literally pressed against his head. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he had just escaped from death's door. If Zhao Yibai hadn't shouted in time, Su Hao would have turned into a corpse by now. It was then he realized it wasn't a joke when Zhao Yibai said Zhao Ye had a ruthless temperament. "Xiaoya!" Zhen Shui Mei wailed and rushed over before clenching her daughter's arms. She appeared anxious as she examined her. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" There was a conflicted expression on Su Liangkai's face as he glanced at Zhao Ye, but his attention was soon attracted to the dying Hu Sun. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How? Check on your senior brother now." Following a nod, Su Hao dashed towards Hu Sun and inspected his wounds. Zhao Ye's surging murderous intent instantly dissipated the moment Zhao Yibai called out to her. With a caring gaze, she asked, "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" "I'm fine," Zhao Yibai shook his head. "What were you talking about just now?" Zhao Ye appeared puzzled. Zhao Yibai parted his lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Xiaoya, if I'm not mistaken, Auntie Mei is your mother, and Uncle Su is your father. Also, Su Hao is your younger brother." "Mother?" Zhao Ye's pupils contracted as she looked dazedly at Zhen Shui Mei. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Like the pearls after the string snapped, Zhen Shui Mei's tears slid down her face as she nodded repeatedly, "My child, I'm your mother." In an instant, Zhao Ye's mind descended into chaos. After all, she had just finished a life-and-death battle, and all of a sudden someone firmly claimed to be her mother. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but she would never doubt whatever Zhao Yibai told her. "When you were injured previously, Auntie Mei was helping to dress your wound in the log cabin. That was when she saw the plum blossom birthmark on your left shoulder. Auntie Mei's daughter has the same birthmark. Moreover, your age matches that of her daughter." Zhao Yibai sighed. Zhao Ye stared dazedly at the weeping Zhen Shui Mei. All of a sudden, she recalled that the older woman had said she had a daughter who was about the same age as her. However, during Zhao Ye's stay in this place, she had never seen this daughter that Zhen Shui Mei had mentioned before. She wasn't a prying person though, so she had never asked about it. It now seemed that she was the daughter that Zhen Shui Mei had talked about. "I'm sorry, Xiaoya. I didn't take good care of you." Zhen Shui Mei felt as if she would never stop crying. Zhao Ye's eyes slowly reddened as well. Staring at the woman in front of her, she called out gently, "Mother?" Zhen Shui Mei covered her mouth as she sobbed. She had been waiting for 20 years to hear her daughter call her mother. Now that her wish had been granted, she felt she could die with no regrets. On the other hand, Su Liangkai was standing beside Hu Sun as he appeared apprehensive. Although Su Hao infused his power into Hu Sun's body in an attempt to save him, his efforts were in vain. Initially, Hu Sun could still make some gurgling sounds through his throat, but just a while later, he fell silent as he widened his eyes. His hands went limp as his vitality dissipated. Su Hao slowly got to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet. "He's dead." As if struck by lightning, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and fell on his bottom. "It's over. It's all over." Hu Sun was killed in his house, and the murderer was the daughter he had abandoned 20 years ago. There was no way those from Spirit Sea Temple would let them off. Not only was Su Hao's future destroyed, but their entire family was also doomed. He suddenly got up and charged towards Xiaoya before angrily slapping across her face. Following a loud slap, a red mark appeared on Xiaoya's face. "Look what you've done." Su Liangkai was infuriated. "What are you doing?" Zhen Shuemei quickly stood in front of Xiaoya and spread her arms like a hen protecting her chick. Su Liangkai snapped, "She's a jinx. I threw her away 20 years ago, so why did she come back at this point? The moment she came back, she has given us such a calamity. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled her to death myself." "Are you out of your mind?" Zhen Shuemei exclaimed. Behind her, Xiaoya hung her head low as her tears dropped to the ground. She muttered, "So, I was abandoned." Su Liangkai barked, "Yes, I was the one who threw you away on the mountain. Why were you not taken away by some beast? Why are you still alive?" "Enough. Donger is your daughter." Zhen Shuemei was so overwhelmed that she started trembling. "She has brought such a disaster upon our family once she appeared. I don't have a daughter like her. Now that Hu Sun is dead, what will happen to Hao? What will happen to our family? There's no way those from Spirit Sea Temple will forgive us. We're doomed. All this has happened because of her." Zhen Shuemei roared. Hu Sun was a wicked man. He wanted to violate Donger's modesty. Was she not supposed to resist? He got what he deserved. "Shut up, you wretch." "Big brother Yi Bai." Xiaoya suddenly gazed at Zhao Yi Bai and put on a gentle smile. "Will you please go somewhere else for a moment? I'd like to talk to my parents." Zhao Yi Bai frowned as he looked at the red mark on her face. Although he was hesitant, he still nodded in the end. He then walked out of the courtyard and disappeared from their sight. Su Liangkai was still cursing when he abruptly stopped. When his vision focused, he found himself staring at the tip of a silver spear that was right in front of his face. In a shaking voice, he said, What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you want to kill me?" Zhen Shuemei was also dumbstruck as she shook her head at Xiaoya with anxiety. "Don't make any rash moves, Dong." Although she had always been resentful of Su Liangkai for throwing her child away, Xiaoya was his daughter after all. It would be totally unacceptable if she decided to kill him. Su Hao's heart leaped to his throat as he had witnessed how Xiaoya mercilessly murdered Hu Sun. If she decided to kill here, he was powerless to stop her. It seemed that only Zhao Yi Bai could stop her from doing anything irrational. It was no wonder that she told Zhao Yi Bai to leave for a moment. It was apparent that she didn't want the man to see her looking so cruel and heartless. "When I was a young child, I already knew that I was picked up by Auntie Lu. She is like a mother to me, and she treats me really well. There's also Uncle Yang. Big brother Yi Bai always said that if my father were still alive, he would be as amiable as Uncle Yang. Hence, I always believed that since I had a mother and father figure, I was not lacking anything. I left 7 Stars Town at the age of 7 and joined 7 Stars Sect. Although my master seems to be cold-blooded, he's actually a good man. Moreover, I also have big brother Yi Bai." "What are you trying to say, Dong?" Zhen Shuemei gazed at her with a horrified expression. There was a faint smile on Zhao Ya's face. "I've never thought about looking for my biological parents. To me, those who have raised me are my family members. As for all of you, you're nothing to me." Su Liangkai gulped as he said meekly, "I'm your biological father." Zhaoye replied with a smile, "What right do you have to claim to be my father when you didn't even bother to raise me? Who do you think you are to give me orders?" While she pushed her spear forward again, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and yelled, "Why you can't do this to me? I guess I'll be considered unfilial and wicked if I stab this spear into your head. Do you want to give it a try?" Zhen Shuimei's face turned pale. "Please don't, Donga." There was a cold expression on Zhaoye's face as she said through clenched teeth, "My name is Zhaoye." All of a sudden, she put her spear away and bent her back to salute Zhen Shuimei. "Many thanks for taking care of me in the past few days, Auntie Mei. Please take care of yourself in the future." Zhen Shuimei cried, "You have to take good care of yourself too." With an impassive expression, Zhaoye nodded and shuffled forward. "There's no way you can escape." Su Hao, who had remained silent for a long time, sighed. "Since senior brother Husun is dead, his life lamp has undoubtedly shattered. Those from Spirit Sea Temple must be aware of his death by now. I suppose my honored master is rushing over to this place." Su Liangkai nodded repeatedly. "You can't just leave. Wait for those from Spirit Sea Temple to come and explain everything to them." Zhaoye ignored him, but she soon stopped in her tracks and looked in a particular direction with an alarmed expression. A figure suddenly appeared beside her as Zhao Yibai had returned. He took Zhaoye's hand and said anxiously, "We have to run now. Something's wrong." He was only in the Qi transformation realm, so his senses weren't as sharp as Zhaoye's. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4699, suddenly able to run really fast. The two of them left in a rush, but just a moment later, a figure descended from the sky along with a horrifying pressure. As if struck by lightning, a dazed Zhen Shuimei and a terrified Su Liangkai coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It was the same case for Su Hao, who was only in the true element boundary. The figure landed in front of Husun with his eyes narrowed while his murderous intent surged. "Disciple greets honored master." While bearing the pressure forcefully, Su Hao took a step forward and fell on his knees. This person was none other than the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong. As the sect master of a first-class sect in the Void Continent, he was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the entire world. Husun and Su Hao had the luck to become his disciples, but Su Hao was just an in-name disciple while Husun was a true disciple. Jia Hong regarded Husun highly because of his extraordinary aptitude. When the other disciples brought the criminal's head back to Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was quite pleased. However, he had never expected that he would be informed of Husun's life lamp shattering just a few days later. He immediately left the temple and arrived at this place. Given his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, it only took him a cup of tea's time to travel from Spirit Sea Temple to this small village. After examining Husun for a moment, Jia Hong shot a dispassionate glance at Su Hao and snorted. He had quite a number of disciples, and although Husun was not bad, he was not the brightest. Regardless, he was Jia Hong's disciple. Since his disciple was killed, Jia Hong, as the master, could not just pretend that nothing had happened. The person who had the guts to do this would have to pay a hefty price. He didn't even ask Su Hao who killed Husun, because before he arrived at this place, he could already detect two auras with different strengths leaving this place in a hurry with his divine sense. One of them was in the immortal ascension boundary while the other was in the Qi transformation realm. How could weak cultivators like them possibly escape from his senses? The next moment, Jia Hong leapt into the sky like a great peng and disappeared. A couple dozen kilometers away, Zhaoye wrapped Zhao Yibai with her true qi and flew forward. Just a moment later, she felt a fierce divine sense locking onto them. Her expression changed as she yelled, "We should split up, big brother Yibai." She was aware that she was unable to resist the person who was coming for them. Regardless of how many treasures her master had given her before they left, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep her life this time. She was the one who killed Husun, so it had nothing to do with Zhao Yibai. If they split up now, he would stand a chance to live. By sticking together, both of them would just be killed at the same time. Without giving Zhao Yibai a chance to reject her, she gently pushed out her palm and sent him flying away. In the meantime, she shot off in a different direction. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. With his face covered in sand, he looked up and saw a ray of light chasing after Zhao Ye. With his eyes widened and he stomped the ground hard as he raced after them. However, he was only in the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to run as fast as Zhao Ye or as fast as Jia Hong could fly. Just a moment later, they were already out of his sight. While he was anxious, he kept blaming himself. They had come across a lot of dangers during their recent adventure, but it was always Zhao Ye who protected him. He felt like he was a burden that was practically useless. Nevertheless, he knew that his aptitude was ordinary. Since he obtained the secret art in his dream 3 years ago, he had only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to help Zhao Ye out at all. Despite that, he still tried his best to catch up. In front of him, Jia Hong was moving at the speed of lightning as he could see Zhao Ye from a distance. He snorted at the fact that an immortal ascension brat had the guts to act impudently in front of him. He extended his hand and surged his Emperor Qi as he prepared to launch an attack on Zhao Ye. Instantly, Zhao Ye felt her entire figure stiffening as she was engulfed in the aura of death. However, the next moment, this feeling mysteriously dissipated. Meanwhile, a myriad of expressions came over Jia Hong, who was behind her. That was because just as he was preparing to make a move, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis befall him, as though he would suffer a terrible calamity if he dared to push out his palm. Given his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, Jia Hong knew well enough to not simply ignore this kind of instinctual warning, therefore he didn't dare to act rashly. While feeling doubtful, he dispersed the power he had gathered, after which the sense of uneasiness faded. He frowned and released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect any anomalies in the surroundings, nor was there a formidable enemy nearby. Was it just my imagination? Thinking so, he prepared to attack again. This time, he no longer had that kind of feeling, but after he pushed out his palm, the young woman in front of him staggered at just the right moment to completely avoid his blow, leaving her perfectly fine. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief. The move he had just made was meant to end the young woman's life, and given her mere immortal ascension boundary cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for her to dodge it. However, she really managed to escape from death somehow. Jia Hong had no idea what was going on. He had made a move twice just now. The first time, he was stopped by the sense of unease he felt, and for the second move, he actually missed his mark. He had a feeling that something was off, so he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again. Instead, he kept a fixed distance from the woman and observed her carefully. These two figures flew forward, seemingly in tandem, at shocking speed. Presently, Zhao Yibai was far behind them. He was initially anxious, but as time passed, he became immersed in a strange feeling while running at full speed. It was as though he had merged with the world around him. He had experienced the same feeling once 3 years ago. At that time, he was agitated by Miao Fei Ping's words, causing his thoughts to run wild. For some reason, he then fell into a dreamlike state where he found himself floating in a vast expanse of nothingness. It was Senior who woke him up in the end. Senior told him that he had accidentally triggered the power of this world, and that this kind of power was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful whenever he acted in the future. Zhao Yibai would never dare to forget Senior's warning and ensure that he never replicated that incident again. However, none of that mattered at this moment. He was too weak as a Qi transformation realm cultivator, and only by leveraging on the might of this world could he possibly lend Zhao Ye a hand. His eyes were clear and his emotions became as calm as a still, tranquil lake. While he was bolting forward, layers of ripples started spreading from Zhao Yibai, though he was unaware of this fact. The space Tao essence in the world around him was triggered and resonated with him. Suddenly, he took a step forward and abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a faraway place. While his figure kept flickered and disappearing, Zhao Yibai looked steadfastly towards the front as everything around him seemed to be slipping backward rapidly. Letting out a roar with pleasure, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in water for the first time ever. Half a month later, Zhao Yibai finally saw a ray of light on the horizon. It was the powerful master from Spirit Sea Temple. Xiao Ya is right in front of me. Zhao Yibai dashed forward at even greater speed. In the sky up above, Jia Hong, who had been chasing after Zhao Ya, noticed the anomaly happening to Zhao Yibai as well. When he looked down, he saw the little Qi Transformation Realm boy's figure disappearing from time to time. The person seemed able to ignore the obstacles of space and move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief as he wondered to himself, what kind of power is that? He had never seen or heard of anything like that before, and all he could tell was that the space around the Qi Transformation Realm boy was warping with each step the latter took. While he was flabbergasted, he was also feeling extremely vexed and helpless. During this pursuit, he had repeatedly attempted to kill or capture Zhao Ya. However, whenever he made a move, he would either be forced to stop following an invisible sense of warning, or his attacks would simply be rendered useless for some strange reason. As an Emperor Realm Master, Jia Hong had actually been chasing after an Immortal Ascension Boundary Junior for half a month, but he still hadn't achieved his goal. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't happening to him. Now that he saw a Qi Transformation Realm brat using some strange power, Jia Hong felt that the experience over the past half a month had turned his worldview upside down. It only took the boy a short moment to surpass him and reach the young woman. For every step the boy took, he seemed able to borrow some kind of power from this world. No words could ever describe how astounded Jia Hong was. Big brother Yibai. Zhao Ya was shocked as well. Why did you follow me? Presently, Zhao Yibai was covered in blood. Given his Qi Transformation Realm, if he couldn't borrow this world's strength, he would have died of exhaustion after manipulating space principles so abruptly and frequently and wouldn't have made it to this place. Despite that, every time he used instantaneous movement, his figure still had to bear immense pressure. If it weren't because his physique was quite robust, he would have been crushed to dust upon breaking through the void. I have no idea why, but I was suddenly able to run really fast, Zhao Yibai replied in a weakened tone. Zhao Ya felt heartbroken for him as she engulfed him with her strength. At the same time, she fished out some spirit pills from her space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Zhao Yibai put on a silly smile. I'm really glad that you're okay. I had been extremely nervous while chasing after them. After all, many things could happen in half a month. He was worried that he would find Zhao Ya in a state he would never have the heart to see. Zhao Ya snorted, that bastard behind me is just toying with me. He seems to enjoy watching me run, so he never made any fatal moves. If Jia Hong had heard what Zhao Ya just said, he would have beat his chest and roared in indignation. Although he had only made a few moves, he was determined to end Zhao Ya's life with each one, but for some unknown reason, all his attempts turned out to be futile, and Zhao Ya was still alive and well. I guess there's something wrong with him, Zhao Yibai said grimly. This place is not far away from 7 Stars Sect. It will only take us a few days to return. With Senior around, that person won't dare to harm you. Zhao Ya nodded. In fact, she had been heading in the direction of 7 Stars Sect this whole time. She knew that it was impossible for her to go against an Emperor Realm Master, so she could only go back and seek her master's help. I'll bring you out of this place. Zhao Yibai took her hand and activated his new ability, causing the world to contort. The next instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jia Hong wore a dark expression from a distance as he saw this. He had faintly realized something during this pursuit, but things had come to a point where he was unable to back down. His disciple was killed, so there was no way he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could only keep following this young couple and see what was waiting for him. He no longer believed that he could kill Zhao Ya to avenge Hu Sun's death, but this matter had to be resolved regardless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4700, Uncle Yang, are you dying? 7 Stars Sect. Jia Hong stopped in his tracks in front of the mountain entrance and looked up at the sect's name on its arching signboard. The young man and woman that he had been chasing had entered 7 Stars sect. As the sect master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was naturally aware of 7 Stars sect because both were first-class sects. Although both sects were far from one another, they would come into contact from time to time. An elderly man was already waiting in front of 7 Stars sect. When he saw Jia Hong, he cupped his fist. "Welcome, Temple Master Jia. I'm sorry for not receiving you earlier." Jia Hong replied impassively, "It's been a long time, Sect Master Shangguan." Shangguanji said, "Our ancestor is aware of your arrival and is waiting for you on Azure Jade Peak. This way, please." Upon hearing that, Jia Hong narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. "Sect Master Shangguan, what's the relationship of the young man and woman with your noble sect's ancestor?" Shangguanji replied with a smile, "You'll find out about it after you go up the mountain." Jia Hong snorted, "This Jia is going now, then." He then strutted towards the peak of the mountain. Shangguanji watched him leave without any intention to stop him. In just a moment, Jia Hong arrived atop Azure Jade Peak. A man and woman were already quietly standing on the peak, the very two who had fled from Green Mountain Town. Jia Hong wasn't surprised to see them here as he furrowed his brows. If these two people had something to do with the ancestor of 7 Stars sect, it explained why he had come across so many anomalies while chasing them. He now firmly believed he wouldn't be able to avenge Hu Sun's death. "My honored master is waiting for you in the hall," Zhao Ye said impassively. Jia Hong arched his brow then went straight inside. No one knew what Jia Hong and Yang Kai talked about, but just a cup of tea later, Jia Hong left the hall in a respectful manner and leaped into the sky without turning his head. He didn't even bring up the fact that his disciple was killed. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi exchanged glances before letting out a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was over. "You two come inside." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. Zhao Ye's neck shrank as she was evidently afraid. Zhao Yi took her hand and gave her an assuring look before leading her to the hall. Although they had cultivated on the mountain for 13 years, it was the first time they actually stepped into this hall. Since the door was open, they entered right away and saw a person facing away from them with his hands behind his back. "Master! Senior!" They saluted him respectfully. The person then slowly turned around. Zhao Yi widened his eyes in disbelief, then called out in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Uncle Yang?" Presently, the person in the hall was Uncle Yang, who had been like a father to the young boy since he was born. During Zhao Yi and Zhao Ye's adventures, they had taken the initiative to look for him in Green Mountain Town. However, instead of finding Uncle Yang, they had inadvertently bumped into Zhao Ye's biological parents. Zhao Yi had never expected to come across Uncle Yang here after they were separated for 13 years. An excited Zhao Yi asked, "Why are you here, Uncle Yang? Did Senior bring you here? Where is he?" Yang Kai remained silent with a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Yi was much calmer. Although she was surprised and doubtful the moment she saw Yang Kai, she soon realized what was going on. "Big brother Yi Bai." Zhao Yi pulled Zhao Yi's sleeve. "If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Yang is Master, and Master is Uncle Yang." "How can that be?" Zhao Yi burst into laughter. "Senior is a powerful cultivator while Uncle Yang is just an ordinary person. Moreover, they look totally different, so how can you mix them up?" Zhao Yi explained, "Haven't you always wondered why Master and Uncle Yang look so similar from behind? Moreover, you've just said that Master is very powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide his cultivation and change his appearance in front of us. Moreover, Uncle Yang and Master share the same surname. This proves that they're the same person. It's just that we were not aware of it." Zhao Yi widened his mouth as he still couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Am I right, Master?" Zhao Yi asked directly. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You've always been intelligent, Zhao Yi. You're right." Zhao Yi was dumbfounded as he couldn't grasp why the powerful senior became Uncle Yang all of a sudden. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Kai extending his hand to the side, after which a figure abruptly appeared. The figure looked just like the ancestor they had been living with on Azure Jade Peak for the past dozen years. As the two figures stood alongside one another, their frames were the same except for their appearances and temperaments. Zhao Yi Bai tooted in amazement. A clone! Zhao Ya arched her brow. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile as the ancestor of Azure Jade Peak disappeared. He then said, strictly speaking, the one you're seeing now is also a kind of clone. Rather, this is my soul avatar. Soul avatar? Zhao Ya gasped as her chest heaved. She was now an immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had opened up her own knowledge sea, so she was aware of how to use her divine sense and what kind of capabilities it should have. That was also the reason she understood the wonders of a soul avatar. Yang Kai's soul avatar, however, had manifested into physical form, and even the Temple Master of Spirit Sea Temple, who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to make a scene in front of him and left the place without avenging his disciple's death. How horrifyingly powerful must his true body be then? Zhao Yibai's jaw hung so low that an egg could be stuffed into it. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai and Zhao Ye were talking about, he couldn't help thinking they were truly incredible. Admiration was written all over his face as his eyes were as bright as stars. After a gulp, Zhao Ye asked, "How powerful are you really, Master?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Your Master's cultivation is higher than the heavens." His words rang a bell as Zhao Ye recalled that he had said the same thing when she agreed to become his disciple in the past. At that time, she swore that she would become more powerful than her master one day and let him have a taste of becoming a worker. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ye couldn't help but blush. She was young and naive back then, but she wouldn't dare to have such disrespectful thoughts now. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon her. When I was abandoned in the past, you were the one who picked me up from the mountain and sent me to Auntie Lu's door. Oh, how did you even figure that out? Yang Kai was genuinely surprised. Zhao Ye replied, "When I found out that I was abandoned not long after I was born, I couldn't understand how I ended up in Seven Stars Town that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I was just an infant at that time, and no beast could or would ever do that. Only a powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing. I was just venturing a guess, but your reply proved that my speculation was right." Yang Kai put on a smile and said with some mirth in his words, "A person that is too clever might become exhausted in life." Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "It's better than being as foolish as me." Zhao Ye pouted, "You're not foolish. If you were really stupid, Master wouldn't have spent the last dozen years secretly training you." Huh? Zhao Yibai was perplexed. Zhao Ye said, "Master is Uncle Yang. Have you forgotten how he treated you over the past dozen years?" After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai put on a grin. "Uncle Yang must have his reasons for treating me like that." Although the two of them had spent the last over 10 years on Azure Jade Peak, they were treated very differently. While Zhao Ye was treasured like a flower and carefully nurtured, Zhao Yibai was ignored like weeds. He had to do all sorts of manual work and would often be punished in Zhao Ye's stead. An annoyed Zhao Ye said, "I suppose you're dumb after all. Uncle Yang doted on you when you were a child. Why do you think he'd suppress you and punish you over the years?" A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, "Why?" Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. "You'll have to ask Master about it." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Xiao Bai's aptitude is indeed ordinary, but that's not the reason I suppressed him. Even if there are 10 Xiao Bais, they're not comparable to you, Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai flashed a smile at Zhao Ye to show that he was truly dumb. On the other hand, Zhao Ye had sensitively caught the key part from Yang Kai's words. "Big brother Yibai might not be comparable to me when it comes to his aptitude, but he must have something that makes him special. Let me take a guess. I've always heard that when a powerful master realizes his time is running out, he will look for a legacy disciple before his predestined time of death. Therefore, some unknown young people suddenly receive the inheritances of powerful cultivators and become rising stars. In that case, you're probably dying soon, honored master, and Big Brother Yi Bai has the chance to receive your inheritance. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard that. On the other hand, Zhao Yi Bai was flabbergasted as he asked with anxiety, "Uncle Yang, are you dying?" Yang Kai felt like he was on the verge of coughing up blood, and in a grim voice he snarled, "My vitality is still vibrant. If you two don't work hard, I'll live long enough to attend your funerals." While reeling from the shock, Zhao Yi Bai let out a sigh of relief. With a frown, Zhao Yi muttered, "When we were running away, Big Brother Yi Bai used a strange power that could ignore the obstacles of space. It allowed him to move faster than an Emperor Realm Master, even though he's just in the Qi Transformation Realm. Does your inheritance have something to do with this strange ability, Honored Master?" Yang Kai let out a sigh. He initially didn't want to explain these things to them so soon, but Zhao Yi was too clever, which was why he was caught off guard. He then raised his hand and manipulated the local space principles. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Yi widened their eyes as they felt that the distance between Yang Kai and them was rapidly widening, as though they were now in different worlds. However, the next moment, the original distance was restored. When they came to their senses, they realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were drenched in cold sweat due to the contortion of space. This is the Tao of space, and usually only powerful masters have a right to come into contact with it, much less comprehend it. Xiao Bai had already shown his talent in this regard when he was in his mother's womb. I didn't want to waste a talented person like him, and the rest is history. Zhao Yi nodded as she finally figured it out. The disciple you've always wanted to take on is Big Brother Yi Bai. Yang Kai smiled. While Xiao Bai can hope to receive my inheritance, it's the same for you. Me? Zhao Yi was surprised. I've never felt that kind of power before. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:01. Cooperation will benefit both sides. I've taught you how to cultivate and passed on my secret arts to you, but I've never taught you how to use a spear, Yang Kai explained. There are 3,000 grand Daos in the world. While Xiao Bai is talented in the Tao of space, your comprehension of the spear Tao is unrivaled. Both the Tao of space and spear Tao are my Daos. Zhao Yi finally understood everything. In comparison, your aptitude is much better than Xiao Bai's. If I hadn't suppressed your cultivation over the years, you would have moved beyond the immortal ascension boundary a long time ago. A puzzled Zhao Yi asked, "Master, I've never understood why you've been suppressing my cultivation. Can you tell me now?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, "I don't mind explaining it to you, but it will take a very long time. You'll find out about it when the time is right." Zhao Yi nodded and said in a gentle voice, "What about Green Mountain Town? Did you deliberately tell Auntie Lu and Grandma that you came from that place so that I'd look for you there? After all, you brought me out of that place before." Yang Kai fell silent. There had always been a hint of ruthlessness in her since Zhao Yi was a young child. This was evident in her reaction when she was forced to become Yang Kai's disciple, and it became even more conspicuous as she grew up. Yang Kai initially wanted to make use of this life experience trip to let her find her biological parents in the hope that the knots in her heart would be solved. However, his goal was not achieved in the end. "Master, you were the one who named me. I'll always be Zhao Yi, and I have nothing to do with the Su family. I'll not be resentful of them for what they've done to me. After all, Auntie Mei took good care of me during that period of time. We're even now." Yang Kai nodded. "However, there's one thing I don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master." Zhao Yi looked seriously at him. "Go ahead. You could have kept hiding your identity, and it's clearly not the right time to expose it, so why did you show your true appearance after Big Brother Yi Bai and I came back from the adventure?" "That's because I won't have time to pay attention to you two in the near future," Yang Kai explained. Zhao Yi frowned in puzzlement. Above the Emperor Realm is the Open Heaven Realm. To reach that realm, a cultivator must gather the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements before splitting heaven and earth apart in their body to form a small universe. I'm an Open Heaven Realm Master, and the world you live in is my small universe. Zhao Yi was instantly astonished. The vast world they were living in was actually just her master's small universe. She still couldn't believe it, as the notion was beyond her ability to comprehend. My true body is now trapped in a kind of shattered space, and I've been trying to comprehend its secrets over the years in an attempt to escape. I've finally gotten some clues, so I must focus on that now. Therefore, I won't have time to deal with the matters in my small universe. Zhao Yan nodded blankly. When I'm not around, you and Xiao Bai have to work hard and not be complacent. I hope that you'll show significant improvements when I see you again in the future. Yes. Zhao Ya and Zhao Yi Bai nodded their heads at the same time. Yang Kai waved his hand again, whereupon two petite figures with wings behind their backs appeared as they danced in the air. Zhao Ya and Zhao Yi Bai were instantly amazed as they gazed at the figures that were the size of a palm. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flashed amicable smiles at the pair. This couldn't be helped. While Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya didn't know these petite beings, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were very familiar with them. In the past, when Yu Lu was having difficulty giving birth, they were the ones who used a secret technique to stabilize her vitality, and so they had been there to witness Zhao Yi Bai's birth. Over the years, they had been observing the two children's development. It was just that Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya had never seen them before. These two are members of the Wood Spirit clan and are also the earliest residents of my small universe. Even before then, they accompanied me for years. After I'm gone, you can ask them about cultivation or anything else. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya nodded at the same time. Yang Kai gazed at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. Please take care of them. The Wood Spirits replied with a smile, Don't worry, Master. With a nod, Yang Kai disappeared. In the hall, both parties glanced at one another for a moment before Zhao Ya pulled Zhao Yi Bai's clothes and said respectfully, Junior Zhao Ya greets two seniors. Mu Zhu smiled helplessly when she heard that. It had been a long time since she was born, but it was the first time she had ever been called a senior. On the other hand, Mu Lu felt that she had taken up a heavy responsibility as she stuck out her chest and pretended to be a senior expert. However, when she took a glance at Mu Zhu's towering mountains and remembered her own vast plains, she instantly became dejected. Are there any questions you want to ask? Mu Zhu said with a smile. Zhao Yi Bai immediately spurted out, Does Master really have several wives? Zhao Ya looked smilingly at him. What's wrong, big brother Yi Bai? Do you want to learn from Master? Zhao Yi Bai quickly scratched his head. I'm just curious. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya were now in their early 20s, and the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. In other words, Yang Kai had been trapped in the shattered space for another 10 years. To an open heaven realm master, 10 or so years wasn't long at all. Hence, Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang, who had chased after them to this place, were all doing just fine. The three of them were in different parts of the shattered space while searching for a way out. However, both Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang knew nothing about the Tao of space, so even though they were stronger than Yang Kai, they were powerless to do anything in this situation. On the other hand, after years of study, Yang Kai had finally gotten some clues about this space. That was the reason he decided to expose his identity to Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya at this point. For the next 6 months, space principles never stopped undulating around Yang Kai. His expression kept changing as it alternated between frowning and elation. Suddenly, one day, he opened his eyes as a glint flashed across their depths. His movement shocked Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang as they turned and paid close attention to him. Under their watch, Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared. They quickly looked around, but the man was nowhere in sight. No one knew where he was headed. A large part of the void was shattered by an ancient great expert using a space secret technique. Like a broken mirror, the space fragments here were like those shattered pieces. There was no order to speak of here as everything was in complete chaos. Both Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang could already feel the strangeness of this space when they previously barged into it. Therefore, they were not surprised that Yang Kai had gone missing, as they were certain that he was randomly transferred to some distant space fragment. However, Qing Yang's pupils contracted the next moment. that was because a figure suddenly appeared beside Xia Lin Lang. It was none other than the previously missing Yang Kai. A pleasantly surprised Xia Lin Lang asked, "Have you figured it out?" If that wasn't the case, Yang Kai couldn't have coincidentally appeared beside her. The two of them and Qing Yang had given it many tries before, and were always randomly transferred around the space fragments. They had no idea where they would appear next after leaving a particular space fragment. However, the fact that Yang Kai could accurately appear beside Xia Lin Lang proved that only mastery in the Tao of space could solve the mysteries of this shattered space. I haven't figured it out entirely, but I have discovered some patterns. Yang Kai shook his head. After all, the space fragments were originally a single whole. Although it was now shattered, there must be a faint connection between the space fragments. Only experts in the Tao of space could clearly see such connections though. "Do you have the confidence to get us out of here?" Xia Lin Lang asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's not hard to find a way out, but what comes after that will be difficult to handle." Xia Lin Lang suddenly recalled that there were countless divine abilities that just waiting for them outside of this space. Before they arrived at this place, they had experienced a lot of hardship and almost lost their lives. At that time, Bright Sun Divine Monarch was behind them to clean up the mess. If he hadn't blocked most of the divine abilities, they wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. It could be said that Qing Yang had actually done them a favor. With that said, they were forced to sneak into this place as Qing Yang was chasing them. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Qing Yang and spoke to him using a secret technique. "Divine Monarch, given the situation we're in, cooperation will benefit both sides while disagreement would do no one any good. Why don't we put down our grudges and work together?" Qing Yang snorted and stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes. "Aren't you worried that I'll harm you?" Yang Kai replied, "The reason you've been hunting me down is that you're after one of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring. However, I've refined the World Spring and it is now a part of my small universe. Even if you kill me, you might not be able to get it. The World Spring will most likely fall apart alongside my small universe. So even if I work with you, I don't have to worry about my safety for the time being. Without you, Senior Sister Xia and I might not be able to get out of here, and it's the same case for you. Without me leading the way, you'll never be able to leave this place despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Qing Yang stared coldly at him for a long time before putting on a grin. "Since you've made things so clear, what else can I say? If you aren't worried that I'll stab you in the back after we get out of here, why would I be bothered?" A moment later, he asked with a smile, "Do you want me to make an oath or something?" "If oaths were useful, what would be the point of cultivating? Even if you really made an oath, I wouldn't believe it." Qing Yang arched his brow. "You're pretty reasonable, brat. Because of what you've said, I can assure you that I won't kill you before you ascend to the 7th Order." "Many thanks for your kindness then, Divine Monarch." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. To the side, Xia Lin Lang appeared worried. She knew that if they brought Qing Yang out of this place, the other party would definitely stab them in the back. However, if they didn't make use of his power, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. It was understandable that Yang Kai had made such a decision in the face of this predicament. Regardless, they had to get out of here first. "I'll go over there now, Divine Monarch," Yang Kai said, then turned to Xia Lin Lang. "Don't circulate your strength, no matter what." Xia Lin Lang nodded. "Got it." As space principles undulated, Yang Kai led her to take a step forward and disappeared from the space fragment. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4702, Escape. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had gone missing for quite a long time as they still hadn't appeared after half a day. Bright Sun Divine Monarch even suspected that Yang Kai had gone back on his word and decided to leave him here. While he was lost in thought though, he saw Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang suddenly appearing beside him. "Divine Monarch!" Yang Kai gently nodded at him. Qing Yang replied impassively, "What do you need me to do?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "It's easy. I'll use my power to lead the way for you, but I must not be disturbed in any way, so please don't resist." Qing Yang stared fixedly at him. By not resisting, he would basically be allowing Yang Kai take control of his life or death. If Yang Kai was ill-intentioned and made a move all of a sudden, Qing Yang, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, might not survive. With that said, he didn't hesitate for a long time and simply nodded, "Do whatever you have to do. I'll cooperate with you." Without saying a word, Yang Kai engulfed him with his power. The next moment, as space principles undulated, the three of them disappeared from the space fragment. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye as the trio moved across different space fragments. Yang Kai would stop in his tracks from time to time as he looked around with a frown. As space principles undulated, he seemed to silently be trying to comprehend something. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang didn't have to do anything. They didn't even need to use their strength at all. In such a strange place, they could only rely on Yang Kai to bring them out. Although they hadn't managed to leave this odd space after half a year, Qing Yang wasn't in a rush and worked with Yang Kai whenever his help was needed. There came a moment when they abruptly appeared in a certain space fragment. Yang Kai intently looked around for a moment before taking a deep breath. This is the last step. Both Qing Yang and Xia Lin Lang appeared excited. The two of them scanned the surroundings for a bit, then Qing Yang asked with a frown, "Young boy, are you sure we'll be able to leave this damned place after taking a step forward? Why do I feel like we've gotten deeper into this shattered space instead of moving out of it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The order of the space here is in complete chaos. Nothing you see can be believed. That's the reason you have this feeling." Qing Yang didn't remark on that, and after giving it a thought, he nodded. "Since you've said so, I'll believe you. After taking this step, I'll clear a path for the two of you and bring you out of here." Yang Kai shook his head. "I need you to stay behind us just like how we entered this place previously. Senior Sister Xia and I will lead the way." It took some time before the powers of those divine abilities and the artifacts were triggered. With Qing Yang staying behind them, he would be able to resolve them. However, if Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were to stay behind, they might not be able to resist the attacks. Qing Yang frowned, but he didn't object to it. After a nod, he said, "We'll do as you say, then." "Many thanks, Divine Monarch." After finishing his words, Yang Kai engulfed Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang with his power, then took a step forward. The world around them spun around as space contorted. Before they even came to their senses, streams of dormant power roared to life all around them and locked onto their life auras. Horrifying power surged as these divine abilities, which had been dormant for countless years, radiated a dazzling glow. Yang Kai felt his entire figure stiffening. As his flesh squirmed, he directly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and pushed it out. In a steadfast manner, he yelled, "Let's go!" Two people then turned into rays of light and charged forward. They already had such an experience when they were fleeing previously, so they were not flustered now when dealing with this situation. Qing Yang followed closely behind them as countless divine abilities gathered together and crashed down upon them like an avalanche. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch sported a solemn expression when facing such a mighty torrent. Once he was swept into this stream of divine abilities, he would probably lose his life despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. While the three of them were fleeing, they cast their secret techniques at their back to resolve the stream of divine abilities behind them, but their attempts were futile. Qing Yang roared repeatedly as his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm power exploded. Every time he made a move, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were in front of him, were terrified. If such attacks had landed on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist them. Fortunately, they had brought Qing Yang with them. Without him bringing up the rear for them, they wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Initially, the divine abilities that had been triggered were extremely powerful, with some of them being equivalent to the attacks from 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, as they moved forward, the powers of the divine abilities gradually weakened. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had already realized this when they barged into the shattered space previously, therefore as long as they could persevere, things would only get safer. Half a day later, the two people at the front were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of energy. Although most of the divine abilities were far behind them and Qing Yang would deal with them, some of the attacks managed to reach them and they had no choice but to make a move. As a result, both of them were injured. There was an extremely deep cut on Xia Linlang's shoulder as she almost lost her arm. Fortunately, she wasn't at risk of losing her life. Yang Kai didn't have time to check on Qing Yang, but he was sure that the other party wasn't in a better state. After all, Qing Yang had to bear most of the pressure. Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived up to his status as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, though, despite the pressure he faced, he still followed closely behind them. He even had time to split a bit of his divine sense to lock onto Yang Kai. Half a day later, the divine abilities that had been triggered were only equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It seemed they were already at the periphery. At a certain moment, Yang Kai secretly whispered, "It's time, Senior Sister Xia." Upon hearing that, Xia Linlang stuck close to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her waist and surged his space principles. Their figures soon flickered and disappeared from the spot. It was a plan they had come up with previously. As they were approaching freedom, they had to get rid of Qing Yang. If they were still with him by then, while it wasn't certain how Xia Linlang would end up, Yang Kai would definitely be captured and become a prisoner. Certainly, he wouldn't let anyone else have control over his life. However, Yang Kai had to bear a huge risk by using instantaneous movement in this place. That was because the divine abilities around them were so numerous and randomly placed. Yang Kai wasn't certain where he would land after using instantaneous movement. He might be able to get rid of Qing Yang, but he might also fall into a dangerous spot and be killed. Nevertheless, he believed that life was full of uncertainties and sometimes, one just had to make a bet. Qing Yang was obviously acting cautiously, which was why he had locked a bit of his divine sense onto Yang Kai. However, he never expected that Yang Kai would be reckless enough to take such a risk in this kind of place. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late for him to stop them. Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had already disappeared from his sight, and his divine sense thread which had been targeting Yang Kai had also been cut off. Qing Yang wore a dark expression and snorted. However, he had no time to search for them as he was still being pursued by the stream of divine abilities. He could only keep running and resolving the attacks for now. Under a gray sky, ripples spread across an open prairie as two battered figures appeared. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Linlang. Before Yang Kai could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned his head and pushed out his azure dragon spear at the spot where he appeared. The next moment, several powerful divine abilities relentlessly passed through the void and arrived at this place. Although he had managed to flee with Xia Linlang using instantaneous movement, he had also brought several divine abilities along with him. While Xia Linlang was unaware of them, Yang Kai was not. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was sent flying away like a sack as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His spear-holding arm went limp while his 5 viscera and 6 organs shook. Xia Linlang finally came to her senses as she exclaimed and pushed out her palms, which turned into innumerable shadows that finally blocked the divine abilities. The dust only settled several moments later. A battered Xia Linlang walked up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. "How are you?" Presently, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his limbs spread. He lethargically opened his eyes and acted tough by saying, I'm fine." Xia Linlang couldn't help but roll her eyes. While standing beside him, she looked around and frowned. "Where are we?" Yang Kai panted and replied, "I have no idea. The last time I used instantaneous movement, I was unable to control the direction. Who knows where we've landed? However, we've just made a lot of noise, so we can't stay here for long." After a nod, Xia Linlang asked, "Can you walk?" Yang Kai snorted, "Do I look like I can walk?" A speechless Xia Linlang covered him with her power and brought him to a different place. An hour later, she found a cave in the middle of a mountain and snuck into it so that they could recuperate. Although Qing Yang was behind them bearing most of the pressure while they were escaping, they were still injured and exhausted. Yang Kai wasn't certain if Qing Yang would pursue them, Nor was he aware of any danger waiting for them in this place. He just knew that they had better restore their strength quickly. After consuming some spirit pills, the pair sat down with their legs crossed. A moment later, Yang Kai arched his brow as there was a hint of surprise on his face. For some reason, he could feel his dragon vein throbbing in an excited manner. He also felt a faint sense of affability toward this place. In fact, he was already aware that there was something unusual going on with his dragon vein the moment he landed on the prairie, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Now that he was recuperating, he could finally try to find out what was going on. After examining it for a while, he could confirm that his dragon vein indeed reacted differently. He even had a feeling that if he stayed in this place for a long time, his dragon vein would steadily become more powerful. Although the feeling came out of nowhere, he firmly believed it to be true. Does this place have something to do with the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai wondered in excitement. Martial Peak, Chapter 4703, Great General. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, making up a total of 108 top great forces. Thanks to the Star Boundaries World Tree, Yang Kai had contact with many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, but not all of them. That was because both the Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Nest of the Phoenix Clan were part of the 36 cave heavens. It was just that these two cave heavens were extremely hidden, so much so that most ordinary people had no idea where these cave heavens were even located. Yang Kai had been trying to find the place where the Dragon Altar was located for many years. Unfortunately, his efforts had never worked out. Despite asking Bai Shi, the old man could not tell him anything. The old man only mentioned that he would be able to sense the whereabouts of the Dragon Altar once his dragon vein reached a certain level. Therefore, Yang Kai never expected to stumble upon this surprising discovery today. Could this strange place be the Dragon Altar? If this place is the Dragon Altar, then isn't it a little too shabby? But if it isn't the Dragon Altar, why is the power of my dragon vein experiencing an abnormality? Xia Lin Lang once mentioned that there were rumors about countless divine spirits gathering in the depths of the Shattered Ruins. It was just that she had never ventured into the Shattered Ruins before, so she was unable to verify the truth behind those rumors. Having only just arrived at this place, the information Yang Kai had to work with was simply too little. He had no idea what kind of place this was, so he could only discard his distracting thoughts and focus on recovery. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon confirmed another one of his conjectures. There was an exceptionally peculiar power in this world that could be drawn into his body to stimulate the enhancement of his dragon vein. Too little time had elapsed, so the enhancement Yang Kai experienced was not significant. Even so, he could clearly sense the changes in his body, so he immediately activated some of the bloodline-enhancing secret techniques taught to him by old man Bai Shi. Ever since he finished consuming the dragon blood flowers that he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai's dragon vein had remained relatively stagnant. Old man Bai Shi had taught him some bloodline-enhancing secret techniques, but he rarely had the time to cultivate in peace. Coming to this place at this time was truly a wonderful opportunity. As soon as the secret technique was activated, Yang Kai felt a little different. The peculiar power in the world poured into his body all at once as though summoned by something, instantly causing his flesh to wriggle and the power of the dragon vein in his body to roar endlessly. The sudden urge to transform into a dragon surged up from the depths of his heart. It was at this point that Yang Kai finally became certain about one thing: this place was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. At the same time, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky at the spot where Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had emerged previously. This figure was wrapped in an exceedingly terrifying aura, comparable or even greater to bright sun divine monarchs. Sniffing the air lightly, he coldly snorted, "What a disgusting aura!" Then, he reached out a hand and grabbed a handful of blood-stained dirt in the palm of his hand. Rubbing his fingers together, the tall man frowned. The smell of the Dragon Clan. He looked to the side and asked, "Is it him?" Not far away from him, a handsome white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood respectfully. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately recognized this man and woman. They were the two people who picked a quarrel with him previously. Moreover, the white-robed youth had placed a peculiar bloodline mark on Yang Kai during their battle. Cheng Yang had subsequently used that mark to pursue Yang Kai relentlessly. There was no indication as to how the white-robed youth and the young woman holding the peach blossom branch had arrived at this place. The white-robed youth replied respectfully, "I'm quite sure it's him. I definitely sensed him venturing deep into the divine ability sea earlier. It would seem that he escaped that place and arrived here." The tall man smiled grimly when he heard those words. "That's good news indeed. It has been many years since someone from the Dragon Clan appeared in this place. I never expected to encounter one today. Can you still sense his location?" The white-robed youth shook his head. "No. He might have gotten rid of my bloodline mark. However, I don't know whether he died at the hands of Cheng Yang." Cheng Yang had chased Yang Kai all the way into the divine ability sea. Now that more than 10 years had passed, there was no saying what happened during this period. Needless to say, Yang Kai had gotten rid of the bloodline mark during this time. He could not have escaped Cheng Yang's pursuit otherwise. Search for him. Even if you have to turn over every single rock in the area, find that Dragon Clan member." The tall man shouted. The white-robed youth and the young woman beside him accepted the command and sped away. After discarding the soil in his hand, the tall man abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. A graceful figure in purple had appeared from that direction at some point in time and was staring at him quietly. The man grinned. "I heard that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have always maintained a close relationship with each other since ancient times thanks to the resonance between your bloodlines. Have you discovered something, Yuzhua?" The purple-robed woman called Yuzhua stared at him and parted her ruby lips lightly. "Kuan Ao, you must not lay a hand on this Dragon Clan member." Kuan Ao sneered. "Ridiculous. There is nothing in this world that I cannot touch, much less a Dragon Clan member with such an inferior bloodline. Even if a divine dragon himself appeared before this king, I will show you that I can fight him." Yuzhua said indifferently, "Say that to a divine dragon's face and I'll believe you." Kuan Ao coldly snorted. "We haven't heard from the Dragon Clan since the day they left the ancestral land. Who knows whether they've gone extinct or not?" Looking up at her, he continued, "But you can rest assured. I won't kill him even if I find him. We need him to collaborate with you to break the seal that the Dragon Clan left behind back then. The ancestral strength is getting weaker and weaker by the day. I'm sure your 4 Phoenix Pavilion would not want to see the bloodline of your descendants becoming thinner and thinner either. Isn't that right?" Yuzhua replied with a frown. "That seal is something the Dragon and Phoenix clans created together in ancient times. Nobody knows what lies beyond the seal. Aren't you afraid of bringing irreversible consequences down on the ancestral land by rashly undoing it?" Kuan Ao shook his head. "Both you and I have seen the changes in the ancestral land over the years. If we don't do something, the ancestral land will no longer be worthy of its name one day. Rather than that, isn't it better to take a gamble? Don't tell me the 4 Phoenix Pavilion has never thought of releasing the seal over the years." Yuzhua said nothing. Kuan Ao went on, "Leaving aside the Kuan clan, there are so many other divine spirits in the ancestral land. Which one of them does not wish to undo the seal? It is just that the 4 Phoenix Pavilion has constantly obstructed our attempts for some reason. Be that as it may, you cannot be blamed either. The seal was created by the Dragon and Phoenix clans together. Trying to break the seal with the Phoenix clan's bloodline alone is not feasible. The Dragon clan not only disappeared so many years ago, but also remained hidden, impossible to be found. But now, a Dragon Clan member has finally arrived in the ancestral land. Don't you think that this is the heaven's will? The countless divine spirits in the ancestral land will not remain silent if the 4 Phoenix Pavilion dares to stand in the way again. If you are not careful, the people will turn against you." How could Yuzhua be unaware of such a fact? In the past, it was possible to dodge the problem by claiming that the seal could not be undone with the power of the Phoenix clan alone. However, a Dragon Clan member had appeared out of nowhere for some inexplicable reason. If the Phoenix clan continued to oppose this matter, even the 4 Phoenix Pavilion would not be able to resist the pressure from all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and a terrifying war was bound to break out if they tried. I will need to carefully discuss this matter with the rest of my sisters, Yuzhua said softly. Kun Ao just waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and discuss it among yourselves. When I find him, I will bring him to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Yuzhua nodded and turned around. Her graceful figure suddenly transformed into a giant, extremely beautiful purple bird. Then she spread her wings and flew away. Kun Ao watched her leave before he turned around and walked away leisurely. Inside the cave, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang were focused on their recovery when all of a sudden, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, piercing through the void to look off into the distance. After a moment of careful observation, he couldn't help crying out in surprise. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared outside the mountainside. There was a tender and jade-like boy who was fighting a bloody battle with a ferocious exotic beast in Yang Kai's field of vision. The child looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. His soft and tender limbs were adorable, and he had a high ponytail on his head. The exotic beast he was fighting clearly carried a trace of a divine spirit bloodline. It was just that the bloodline was not very pure. Nevertheless, each attack it unleashed contained power equivalent to that of a third-order open heaven realm master. Be that as it may, the child remained undaunted. The small figure rode upon the body of the exotic beast, one hand clutching its fur tightly and the other hand forming a fist to punch its head. He might be small, but the strength of every blow was not to be underestimated. Even though the exotic beast fought back bravely and even activated the power of its bloodline, it could not escape the child's attacks. A quarter hour later, the child jumped down. He was drenched in blood, but the exotic beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its vitality had been extinguished. Seeming to sense something, the child turned to look in Yang Kai's direction and shouted in a childish voice, "Who's there?" When their 4 eyes suddenly met, Yang Kai grinned. The child was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after that, his eyes widened and he pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Why, you... Great General!" Yang Kai greeted the child with a smile. "It's been so long since we last met. Your noble bearing remains the same." Yang Kai. The child leaped a whole meter into the air, a joyous smile appearing on his face. Striding forward, he rushed over to Yang Kai in a few steps and looked up at him cheerfully. "Why are you here in the ancestral land?" "I just passed by here by accident. Can you believe it?" Yang Kai patted the child's head. Great General turned his head away and yelled angrily, "Don't pat my head. Mother said that I won't grow tall if people touch my head." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Almost 100 years have passed. Why are you still so tiny?" Great General clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. "What do you know? Mother said that my bloodline is extremely pure. That's why my growth period is relatively long. When I grow up, I'll definitely be taller than you." "Will you get a sense of accomplishment just by being taller than me?" Yang Kai gave a big grin. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Linlang came out of the cave in a flash and was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai fooling around happily with a child. Coming over to Yang Kai's side, Xia Linlang asked curiously, "Who is this child? Is he somebody you know?" Yang Kai nodded. "He's an old friend." When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, he had been tricked into becoming a worker in 7 Wonders Land. The Fire Spirit Land's protector Venerable, Duan Hai, used to have a pet whom the workers called Ruler of the Dawn Great General. It was from Great General's hands that Yang Kai earned a considerable amount of open heaven pills. When Yang Kai later escaped the 7 Wonders Land, he brought Great General with him. Afterward, Great General led Yang Kai to the divine spirit Miameng. It was not until then that Yang Kai learned that the golden rooster-like Great General was actually the child of a divine spirit. Miameng had given Yang Kai 3 golden tail feathers, and it was by relying on one of these tail feathers that he managed to kill the dying golden crow and obtained the golden crow's true fire. It could be said that Mia Meng's 3 golden tail feathers had been of great help to him. Yang Kai never imagined that he would meet the great general again in this place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4704, Ancestral Land. Great General might have taken on a humanoid form, but his aura remained unchanged. That was why Yang Kai recognized him at a glance. Great General then looked behind Yang Kai and asked curiously, "Where are Old Fong, Yeyu, and the others?" Yang Kai laughed. "They joined Great Moon Province a long time ago, so they are cultivating there right now." Great General made a non-committal sound in response, seeming rather disappointed. He did not know many people, and Yang Kai was one of the few friends he had. Fong Bai Chi, Yeyu, and Ah Sun were also counted amongst his friends. "You mentioned the ancestral land earlier. What is this ancestral land?" Yang Kai asked. He had been looking for an opportunity to figure out his current location, so now that he had encountered Great General, it was only natural for him to inquire about his circumstances. Great General blinked his large eyes a bit before replying, "The ancestral land is the ancestral land." It would seem that he didn't know much either, therefore, Yang Kai did not ask any further questions. Looking around, he asked, "This place is dangerous. Why are you here alone? Where is your mother?" Great General pointed behind him with his thumb and smilingly said, "Mother is at home. My house is not far from here. Mother will be very happy to know that you're here. Would you like to come with me to visit her?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was hoping to do just that." "Let's go then." While speaking, Great General turned a somersault and dexterously landed on Yang Kai's shoulders. Riding around Yang Kai's neck like he was riding a horse, he pointed one of his chubby fingers in a certain direction. "That way." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, involuntarily recalling the scene where this little boy was constantly resting on top of his nest, which caused his hair to resemble a chicken coop. So many years had passed, but Great General seemed to have never forgotten that feeling. Now that he could no longer use Yang Kai's head as a nest, he rode on his shoulders instead. Yang Kai did not chase the little boy off his shoulders. Instead, he allowed him to grab his hair with both hands as he sped forward in the direction Great General pointed. Xia Lin Lang followed behind with an odd expression. Along the way, the trio passed through various mountains and valleys. It took more than an hour before they caught sight of a spirit peak rising up from the ground in the distance. Even from a distance, the spirit peak towered into the sky, standing at least 10,000 meters high. The top of the mountain was covered in a layer of mist, creating a beautiful scenery that resembled a heavenly paradise. A palace came into view when they arrived at the top of the mountain, and there was a noble-looking woman standing there waiting quietly. It was obvious that she had noticed the auras of Great General, Yang Kai, and Xia Lin Lang in advance. Upon seeing the woman, Great General jumped off Yang Kai and cheerfully shouted, "Mother, look who's here." He rushed toward the woman while speaking. However, the woman stretched out her hand as soon as he approached and pinched his ears with great precision, causing him to yelp in pain. "I take my eyes off you for one moment and you go gallivanting off on your own. Didn't I tell you that the ancestral land is dangerous and not to go out on your own?" Great General's small face flushed with pain, and his eyes flitted towards Yang Kai from time to time. He quickly begged for mercy. "Mother, I was wrong. I only went out for a walk because I was bored, and I didn't go far." "Are you going to do this again in the future?" The woman twisted his ears painfully. "I won't. I won't." He nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. Only then did the woman release her grip. "Go inside. You are not allowed to leave again without my permission." Rubbing his ear, Great General walked towards the palace with a pout on his face. Nevertheless, he turned back and made a face at Yang Kai before he vanished inside. Yang Kai burst into laughter at the sight. Taking several steps forward, he bowed politely. "Yang Kai greets Senior." This woman was none other than the divine spirit Mia Meng, whom he rescued from a certain grand array many years ago. Mia Meng in human form no longer had that fierce and terrifying aura around her body. On the contrary, she seemed like a well-mannered woman. Mia Meng looked at him with a slightly complicated look and frowned. Why did you come to the ancestral land? Yang Kai briefly explained, I was chased by a powerful enemy, so I had no choice but to plunge into a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques lay dormant. Afterward, I just somehow found myself here. It's been years since we last met. Not only are you in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but the little girl beside you is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could have pushed you to the point where you were cornered so badly? Could it have been an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master? She raised her eyebrows slightly. Xia Lin Lang couldn't help being startled. Although she had some guesses when she first saw this woman, she couldn't be sure at the time. Be that as it may, the other party had pointed out the depth of her cultivation at a glance, so one could only imagine the strength she possessed. This woman is definitely a mature divine spirit. It's rumored that countless divine spirits gather in the depths of the shattered ruins. Could it actually be true? I wonder if you've heard a man named Bright Sun Divine Monarch? Yang Kai asked. Mie Meng frowned, one of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. I have indeed heard of him before. I believe he is related to the Kuan clan of the ancestral land somehow. The Kuan clan, Yang Kai murmured under his breath. Come in first. It looks like you have a lot of questions. While speaking, she turned around and walked into the palace. Yang Kai thanked her for her hospitality before walking into the grand hall together with Xia Lin Lang. The grand hall might be large, but it was actually quite desolate. It would seem that there was nobody else living in this place aside from Ye Meng and her son. When they took their seats, Yang Kai didn't even hope to get a cup of tea from Ye Meng, and Ye Meng herself never even thought to give one. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want to ask. I will tell you whatever I can, Ye Meng gently said. Let me thank you in advance, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist. What this junior would like to know most is, where is this place? Great General mentioned that this place is the ancestral land, but what is the ancestral land? Mie Meng pondered in silence for a moment before she replied with a question of her out. You came here by passing through the shattered heaven, right? Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang nodded together. Mie Meng explained, strictly speaking, this place is still within the shattered heaven. It's just that this place is the deepest part of shattered heaven. Outsiders call this place the Shattered Ruins. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances with each other. You probably entered through the Divine Ability Sea, right? Mie Meng stretched out her hand and gave a little wave. Starlight twinkled in front of her, and a large number of fluorescent lights gathered to form a ball. The Divine Ability Sea is the periphery of the Shattered Ruins. It is a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques have lain dormant since ancient times. Anyone who intrudes into that place will trigger the power of those divine abilities and secret techniques. Generally speaking, non-8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters can never enter this place, and even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be trapped and die in that place if they are unlucky. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was only now that he learned that the region he and Xia Lin Lang passed through was called the Divine Ability Sea. And the ancestral land, she reached out her hand to point at a spot in front of her, is known to outsiders as the Shattered Ruins. It is surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Following her movements, the bits of fluorescent light gathered in the middle of the large ball to take on the shape of a continent. She reached out her hand to point at the continent. We are located in the ancestral land. Who does the ancestral land belong to? He asked. It is the ancestral land of all divine spirits, as well as the place of origin of all divine spirits. All divine spirits in the world were originally born in this place. Mie Meng made a shocking statement. Yang Kai was stunned, and it took a while before he remembered something, but, from what I heard, the birth of the divine spirits is related to the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. These two were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Supposedly, it was the fusion of their powers that gave rise to all sorts of divine spirits. Mie Meng smiled. It is indeed related to them. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were originally born in the ancestral land. It's just that they left a long time ago. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly. There were thousands of questions swirling around in his heart, but he did not know how to voice these questions, so for a time he fell into deep thought. Mia Meng thus continued, "You have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so you must have noticed the uniqueness of the ancestral land." Yang Kai nodded quietly. He had felt that abnormality earlier. Cultivating in this place would greatly help to improve his bloodline power. That is the ancestral strength. No matter what type of divine spirit cultivates in this place, their bloodline will be enhanced at a faster rate. That is also the reason why so many divine spirits have gathered in the ancestral land, but not many of them are willing to leave. The divine ability C might be powerful, but it is not difficult for the powerful divine spirits to leave if they so wished. Even Qing Yang could navigate his way through the divine ability C, so what more need be said about the divine spirits? Yang Kai understood. Is that why you brought Great General back to the ancestral land after you escaped your prison back then? Mia Meng nodded. The ancestral land will be beneficial for his growth. It's only natural for me to return to this place. While speaking, she turned to look at Xia Lin Lang. But, while the ancestral strength is highly beneficial to divine spirits, it can be said to be a kind of slow-acting poison to those without a divine spirit bloodline. Your companion must not remain in the ancestral land for too long, otherwise, the ancestral strength will begin to erode her small universe, and the consequences will be dire. Xia Lin Lang was startled, but, I don't feel anything unusual. Mia Meng replied lightly, that's because only a short time has passed. It will be too late by the time you notice any abnormalities. What are the consequences? Yang Kai asked. Mia Meng explained, strictly speaking, a divine spirit is also a kind of monster. It's just that they are the strongest species of monsters. That is why, if enough time passed, she might begin showing some divine spirit characteristics once her small universe is corroded by the ancestral strength. This is a kind of monster transformation, but it might not be a good thing for her. Without a divine spirit bloodline, the monster chi will clash with the cultivation in her body. Just imagining that she might suddenly grow fangs and claws like a monster beast caused Xia Lin Lang to involuntarily shudder. Yang Kai looked at Mia Meng and said, Senior, is the Dragon Clan in the ancestral land? Mia Meng slowly shook her head. A very long time ago, the Dragon Clan indeed lived in the ancestral land. However, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land for some reason. Most of the Phoenix Clan left with them. Therefore, there is no one from Dragon Clan in the ancestral land today. Yang Kai couldn't help looking disappointed when he heard those words. He originally thought that this place would be related to the Dragon Clan, and it would seem that there was indeed some connection. In fact, it was not just the Dragon Clan but all divine spirits that were related to this place. It was just different from what he previously imagined. Nobody knows about your arrival here, right? Mia Meng asked all of a sudden. Puzzled, Yang Kai shook his head. Probably not. That would be for the best. To be honest, you should not have come to the ancestral land. It is very dangerous for you to be here. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, Why do you say that? Mia Meng just shook her head and did not explain. Instead, she stood up and said, I'll escort you out of this place. The divine ability C is dangerous, and with your strength, it will be impossible for you to leave safely. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai bowed with gratitude. Although the environment of the ancestral land was highly beneficial towards the enhancement of his Dragon Clan bloodline, Mia Meng would definitely have her own reasons for saying that this place was dangerous for him. On top of that, how could Yang Kai refuse when Mia Meng volunteered to escort them out of this place? Therefore, he immediately stood up and followed Mia Meng outside with Xia Lin Lang in tow. Martial Peak, Chapter 4705, The Kun Clan. However, the three of them had only just walked out of the Grand Hall when an extremely hostile aura swept over them from a great distance. The aura was so strong that both Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang involuntarily tensed up in apprehension. It felt as though there was an entire universe world pressing down on them. Mia Meng looked up and saw a stream of light on the horizon speeding towards them without the slightest intention to conceal its presence. After getting a clear look at the person heading toward them, she narrowed her eyes slightly and sighed. This is the reason why I said that the ancestral land is very dangerous for you. Yang Kai frowned deeply. Senior, who is he? I don't like it. That person's aura reminded him of the white-robed youth he encountered previously, but comparing the two, there was no doubt that the white-robed youth was considerably weaker than this person. Nevertheless, both of them gave him an instinctive sense of repulsion and disgust. Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan. Kuan clan. Yang Kai murmured under his breath. This was not the first time he heard that name coming from her lips. Those who enter the sea are known as Kuan, while those who leave the sea are known as Peng. Since ancient times, the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan have been mortal enemies that hunted and killed each other. Both sides suffered great losses in their long war, and the grudge and hatred runs so deep that it has been branded into each other's bloodline. No matter how many eons go by or how many generations pass, the grudge and hatred will never be resolved. The Kuan clan is a major clan in the ancestral land. I was in such a hurry to send you away because I was afraid that you might be discovered by the Kuan clan. Unfortunately, it seems to be too late already. Is he strong? Yang Kai asked. Stronger than me at least. Mia Meng replied bluntly. Yang Kai gasped at those words. Mia Meng was a mature divine spirit, and although he had never seen her take action before, she was probably no weaker than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At the very least, she would be on the same level as one. Be that as it may, she claimed that Kuan Ao was stronger than her. One could only imagine how terrifying Kuan Ao must be. He probably came because of you. I will distract him later. You should find a chance to escape. If you fall into his hands, you will never have the opportunity to leave again. Mia Meng warned. Will that cause trouble for you, senior? Yang Kai queried hesitantly. Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she chuckled softly. He might be stronger than me, but I have the confidence to drag him down with me if it came to a life-or-death battle. He will not be that irrational. Yang Kai breathed deeply. This junior will never forget this kindness, senior. Mia Meng waved her hand dismissively. If not for your help back then, I would never have escaped from that prison. Just think of it as repayment for back then. During their conversation, Kuan Ao arrived in front of the palace. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this person was extremely burly, his figure like a small mountain. Just by standing there, he gave off an incredible sense of oppression. Moreover, his sharp gaze cut through the void like a knife. In addition, a white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood beside him. These two were the ones who fought with Yang Kai back at the Shattered Heaven. Hence, their presence made Yang Kai frown. After listening to Mia Meng's explanation, how could he not understand that the white-robed youth was also part of the Kuan clan? It was precisely because of the deep-rooted hatred branded within the bloodlines of the Kuan clan and the Dragon clan that gave him that unexplainable sense of rejection and disgust when he saw that youth for the first time the other day. That was the power from his bloodline. It was not something he could control. It was just that Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had borrowed the strength of Qing Yang to navigate the divine ability sea and arrive at the ancestral land. On the other hand, this young man and young woman were only on par with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators, so how did they manage to enter this place? Kuan Ao, why did you come here uninvited? Mia Meng stood in front of the Grand Hall and looked up indifferently. Kuan Ao grinned. Mia Meng, stop playing dumb. You are a divine spirit yourself. Not to mention that you have some connection with the Phoenix clan. Don't you tell me that you can't sense this boy's bloodline. Mia Meng frowned and continued. The hatred and grudges between the Dragon clan and the Kuan clan are matters of your ancestors' ancestors. How many years has it been since the Dragon clan last appeared in the ancestral land? Why must you abuse your strength and harass the weak? He is nothing more than a small child to you. Why can you not show mercy just this once? Kuan Ao shook his head. If it was just about the hatred and grudges between our ancestors, there would be no reason for this king to come in person. It has not been long since you returned to the ancestral land, Mia Meng, so it's understandable that there are some secrets you don't know about. Secrets? Mia Meng furrowed her brow slightly. Kuan Ao explained, for countless years, the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. The bloodline of all the descendants born among the major clans has been becoming less and less pure. It has also been getting harder and harder for them to enhance their bloodlines. What does that have to do with him? Mia Meng didn't understand. It was true that not much time had passed since she returned to the ancestral land. It could even be said that she was not born in the ancestral land. Nevertheless, she was a divine spirit, so she carried with her the inheritance of her ancestors in her bloodline. She knew about the ancestral land, and that was why she came here after she escaped from her predicament. However, she was truly ignorant about the secrets that Kuan Ao mentioned. In ancient times, when both the dragon and the phoenix clans departed from the ancestral land, they left behind a seal which was tied to their bloodlines. That seal cordoned off a large portion of the ancestral strength. If we can undo the seal, the ancestral land might be restored to its former glory. This will be of great benefit to all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. But, you've said it yourself, the dragon clan has not appeared in the ancestral land for many years. Even in the outer world, the dragon clan has not appeared in a long time. Although there are remnants of the Phoenix clan's bloodline remaining in the ancestral land, they are unable to release the seal with their power alone. If not for that, why do you think the Kuan clan maintains a connection with the outer world all the time? It's so that we can find a dragon clan member to break that seal. And now, the time has come. Mia Meng's expression changed immediately after hearing his explanation. For a time, she was not sure whether she could believe him. She instinctively sensed that he would not deceive her, but subconsciously refused to believe him. Thus, she scowled deeply. The reason you came here to find him? Is it to ask for his help in undoing the seal? Kuan Ao nodded. If you don't believe me, you can go to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion for verification. I won't lie to you. I've already met Yuzhua before coming here. She has no objections to this matter. Mia Meng muttered, I will confirm the 4 Phoenix Pavilion's attitude towards this matter myself. It's late. You should leave, Kuan Ao. However, he just snickered and reached out his hand. Hand over the Dragon Clan member to me, and I'll leave immediately. Mia Meng slowly shook her head. I will bring him to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion. If you want him, you can contact the 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Kuan Ao's expression immediately turned cold. Mia Meng, you do not want to face the wrath of the Kuan clan. There is a Dragon Clan member standing in front of me right now. I am showing you more than enough mercy by restraining my murderous intent and not acting against him directly. If you refuse to show proper respect here, the Mia Meng clan might be annihilated today. She asked coldly, Are you threatening me? Kuan Ao scoffed. You've never even heard of the secrets of the ancestral land seal. Why invite trouble upon yourself for an unrelated dragon? Besides, if the ancestral land seal is released, it will be beneficial to your descendants too. Mia Meng turned to look at Yang Kai. Find a chance to escape on your own. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Kuan Ao immediately became livid. Mia Meng, do you really want to make an enemy of the Kuan clan? Instead of answering, Mia Meng just charged at him. Impudence! Kuan Ao roared furiously and slammed out his palm. A destructive force that threatened to obliterate the world shot out from the palm of his hand and shrouded Mia Meng. In response, Mia Meng raised a hand and unleashed a dazzling golden light. The 2 divine spirits instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and the terrifying fallout caused the local space to shudder. When those 2 confronted each other, Yang Kai quickly manipulated the local space principles to wrap around Xia Linlang so that they could flee. At that moment, both the white-robed youth and the young girl who had been standing beside Kuan Ao all this time attacked in unison, unleashing their strongest divine abilities. Yang Kai raised a palm to counter their attacks while Xia Linlang next to him also reached out her hand to point to the front. Following several explosions, both the white-robed youth and the young girl were pushed back. They were strong, after all, they were both on par with 6th-order Open Heaven Realm cultivators, but the combined power of Yang Kai and Xia Linlang was not to be underestimated either. After repelling those 2, Yang Kai swiftly used space principles to escape together with Xia Lin Lang. When he appeared again, they were already several tens of thousands of kilometers away. Where do we go now? Xia Lin Lang's complexion was slightly pale. I don't know. We can only take one step at a time. Yang Kai answered through gritted teeth. Without Meng's protection, it was impossible for them to leave the ancestral land. The divine ability sea surrounding the ancestral land was an obstacle they could never overcome by themselves. Unfortunately, the ancestral land was not safe with the Kun clan eyeing him greedily. What's more, there were many divine spirits gathered here. For the two newcomers to this land, they were completely ignorant as to where each divine spirit was located and which divine spirits were hostile. Hence, Yang Kai was also at a loss for what to do next or where to go. After several instantaneous movements, the pair had escaped a considerable distance from the battlefield where Meng and Kun Ao were fighting. Before Yang Kai could catch his breath though, a furious roar echoed across the sky. A Dragon Clan member has appeared in the ancestral land. Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? The voice was thunderous, and there was no telling where it came from, but it resounded throughout the world. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened in response. If what Kun Ao mentioned earlier was true, and the ancestral land seal required the combined powers of both the Dragon and the Phoenix clans to unlock, then his identity as a Dragon Clan member would be extremely attractive in the ancestral land. The divine spirits with the intention of releasing the seal would be very interested in him, and Kun Ao's furious roar had undoubtedly revealed his presence to the world. If Kun Ao had the ability to capture Yang Kai himself, he would never have made such a public announcement. He could obtain the greatest benefits for the Kun clan after releasing the seal if he had Yang Kai in his grasp. However, with Meng actively blocking his way, he could not get away from her easily. His biggest fear was that Yang Kai would escape from the ancestral land, so he had no choice but to do this as a last resort. Although doing so would reveal Yang Kai's presence to everyone in the ancestral land, it was still better than allowing him to escape. As soon as Kun Ao's words rang out, the entire ancestral land flew into an uproar. One after another, mighty auras emerged as though waking from a deep slumber, and countless terrifying divine senses began sweeping out across the world. A short while later, huge exotic beasts ran across the ground while giant birds took to the skies. Some divine spirits even took on human form to fly through the skies. The overpowering divine senses swept across every corner of the ancestral land, searching for the Dragon Clan member who had appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were forced into a corner almost immediately. Their situation instantly turned into one where they resembled mice running across the road with people screaming and chasing them. Yang Kai turned several dangerous situations around with the help of his space principles, changing their location before the divine spirits could discover them. Nonetheless, after every escape, it would not take long before another divine sense discovered them again. Yang Kai fled desperately without rest, bringing Xia Lin Lang with him. Unfortunately, his efforts were to no avail. The divine senses of the divine spirits interweaved as they constantly communicated their discoveries with each other and tightened the encirclement. If this were to continue, it would not take long before there was no place left to escape, not even with the help of space principles. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4706, Qing Wan. Another day passed and a ripple appeared in the void before Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang suddenly emerged out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Who was that divine spirit just now? Xia Lin Lang's complexion was ashen and her expression was fearful. Yang Kai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and answered through gritted teeth, "If I'm not mistaken, Tao Wu." If not for his quick reflexes earlier, they would have been suppressed on the spot by Tao Wu. Yang Kai would probably have survived the encounter. After all, the divine spirits of the ancestral land needed his bloodline to undo some sort of seal. They would not actually do anything to him, so capturing him would have been the limit. On the contrary, a human woman, especially a beautiful one like Xia Lin Lang, would have suffered a fate worse than death. Tao Wu was one of the ancient ominous beasts, What's more, the way he looked at her just now was filled with extreme malice. The corners of Xia Linlang's brow twitched as she smiled wryly. The people around you don't usually live a long life, do they? She had originally hidden herself in the shattered heaven over 2,000 years ago. Although she had been living in secret and even changed her name, her life had been relatively stable. Conversely, the few years she had spent with Yang Kai had been a veritable torrent of thrilling adventures, death-defying escapes, and constant danger. Being hunted by an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing at this point, as they were now being hunted and tracked by all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was Xia Linlang's first time experiencing life on the run like this, and every single time they escaped danger frightened her greatly. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed rather accustomed to this situation. It was obvious that he had gone through numerous similar experiences before. Right now, the person with me is you. You should be careful not to jinx yourself, he said lightly. Her smile became increasingly bitter. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically all of a sudden. Raising his head to look in a certain direction, he gritted his teeth. They arrived so quickly. While speaking, he grabbed her by the arm and shouted, "Let's go." Space rippled, and the two of them vanished before they even had the time to catch their breath. When they reappeared again, Yang Kai immediately stabilized his body and looked up to see a figure with an extraordinary aura speeding towards them from the front. That person had clearly noticed Yang Kai, and when their four eyes suddenly met, he couldn't help being stunned and stared at Yang Kai blankly. "Damn it! Qing Yang!" Yang Kai swore angrily. This was truly a case of when it rained, it poured. What he feared the most during his repeated escapes was to encounter this kind of situation where he appeared right in front of an enemy due to instantaneous movement. His luck had been pretty good so far, as every time he performed instantaneous movement, he would have a chance to catch his breath for a moment. Unfortunately, his luck had run out and he actually appeared in front of Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qing Yang must have escaped the Divine Ability Sea and arrived at the ancestral land at some point in time. Be that as it may, Yang Kai quickly discovered that something was not right. Qing Yang did not look pleasantly surprised to see Yang Kai. On the contrary, he looked hesitant and unsure. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. His injuries contained the aura of a divine spirit, indicating that his wounds did not come from navigating the Divine Ability Sea but from an encounter with a powerful divine spirit in the ancestral land. At this moment, he was filled with grievances that could not be voiced. He was one of the three great Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had been hiding in the depths of the Shattered Heaven and living in seclusion for many years, there was no denying that he was a famous figure. In the Shattered Heaven, he was capable of calling the wind, summoning the rain, and holding up the entire sky. However, in his relentless pursuit of the world spring, he had accidentally stumbled into the ancestral land of the divine spirits. He knew about this place. After all, the white-robed youth from the Kun clan had always kept contact with him. Compared to the other Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Qing Yang had some knowledge of the ancestral land. More importantly, he knew that all the inhabitants of the ancestral land were either divine spirits or those with divine spirit bloodlines. For a human cultivator without the slightest divine spirit bloodline like himself, he was bound to face countless difficulties in this place. When he ran into the divine spirit by chance earlier, the other party had attacked him as soon as they got into a disagreement. If not for his impressive strength, Qing Yang would have died right then and there. Even so, his battle with the divine spirit had left him wounded. For now, the only method for him to resolve his current predicament was to seek refuge with the Kun clan. The Kun clan had been cooperating with him all these years after all, so it could be said that there was some friendship between them. It was just that he had never stepped foot into the ancestral land before, so how was he supposed to know where the Kun clan was located? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Qing Yang spotted Yang Kai and Xia Linlang tearing space and appearing in front of him. Hence, he was extremely conflicted. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the culprit behind his current misery. If possible, Qing Yang wanted to rip this little brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Be that as it may, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai recklessly under these circumstances lest he attracted the other divine spirits here, which would not benefit him in any way. During that momentary hesitation, there was a bit of a back and forth as he struggled to come to a decision. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. "Cheng Yang, capture him. The Kuan clan will guarantee your safety." Cheng Yang immediately recognized that the voice belonged to the white-robed youth called Kuan Yu, who had been searching for something in the shattered heaven all this while. Back then, the white-robed youth had brought a young woman with him to seek Cheng Yang's assistance. He claimed to have come from the Kuan clan and revealed the bloodline of the divine spirit Kuan clan in him. Cheng Yang had not paid much attention to this matter as, in his opinion, there was no harm in providing some conveniences and protection to the other party as long as they did not interfere with his interests. Over the years, Kuan Yu had constantly wandered the shattered heaven in search of something. Cheng Yang never bothered to ask about the matter. Moreover, the information regarding the world spring was given to him by Kuan Yu. Otherwise, he would never have emerged from the universe cave heaven that he had been secluding himself in. Nevertheless, he never expected Kuan Yu to return to the ancestral land so soon. Of course, considering that Kuan Yu originated from here in the first place, it was not that strange for him to return safely. After hearing what Kuan Yu said, Cheng Yang stopped hesitating. He intended to seek refuge with the Kuan clan in the first place, so seeing as Kuan Yu wanted him to capture Yang Kai, he would do as he was asked. It would also better allow him to make contact with the Kuan clan's masters. Reaching out his hand, Cheng Yang grabbed towards Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. The divine spirits in the ancestral land did not know Yang Kai's strengths and weaknesses, which was why Yang Kai had the chance to escape using his space principles. Unlike the divine spirits, however, Cheng Yang had seen many of Yang Kai's methods. He knew that this brat would vanish out of sight if he showed the slightest negligence. Hence, while extending his hand, Cheng Yang also used his divine sense to create a heaven-sealing, earth-locking field to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. Yang Kai gave a furious roar. Summoning the Azure Dragon Spear, a great sun leaped upward as the spear stabbed forward. At the same time, Xia Lin Lang attacked without reserve. Even so, the combined powers of these two were not enough to block the divine monarch's attack. The enormous hand descending from the sky merely paused for a moment before coming down on them again. The strength of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was enough to make Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang taste despair. Under the pressure of the large hand, they grunted in pain and their figures steadily sagged downward. They were practically being crushed to the ground. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A graceful figure in an azure dress appeared beside Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang without any warning. After a quick glance at Yang Kai, the woman raised her head to look at the large palm coming down on their heads. With a light wave of her bare hand, an aura without the slightest hint of aggression spread out, and the large hand covering the sky instantly dissipated. Cheng Yang staggered and stumbled backward, staring at the azure-robed woman in fear. He might not have used his full strength in the attack just now, but it should not have been so easily resolved. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could not have accomplished this in such a calm and relaxed manner like this woman had done. In other words, this azure-robed woman's strength was definitely much higher than his. Who is this divine spirit? Cheng Yang's figure tensed in apprehension as his eyes stared fixedly at the azure-robed woman without blinking. Phoenix Clan. Yang Kai straightened up slowly while staring at the woman who had appeared beside him and resolved his current crisis. Right now, his dragon vein was giving off a somewhat different and unusual feeling. It was a feeling that he experienced before when he was together with Su Yan, traveling with Lu Yan, and interacting with Jiufeng. That was what convinced him that the azure-robed woman who appeared out of the blue had a Phoenix Clan bloodline. Don't be afraid, the azure-robed woman's words were without feeling, but they gave him an indescribable sense of security. Two streams of light sped over from a distance. It was Kuan Yu of the Kuan clan and the young woman carrying the peach blossom branch. Upon seeing the azure-robed woman, Kuan Yu was taken aback for a moment before his expression became solemn and he bowed in greeting. Kuan clan, Kuan Yu greets Senior Qing Wan. The azure-robed woman nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes staring into the depths of the void. In all directions, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place after detecting the commotion earlier. Every single aura represented a mighty divine spirit. Qing Luan then spoke, "I shall be taking him with me. In 3 days, you may all come to 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss the matter of the seal." After saying that, she flicked her sleeve, wrapped up Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang in her power, then soared into the sky. The powerful auras that had been approaching this direction swiftly paused in silence. A short while later, they gradually fell dormant once more. Cheng Yang stood there with a frown on his face, his expressions changing in quick succession. All of a sudden, he whipped his head around to look at Kuan Yu. "Were you using me?" If not for the scene just now, he would not have thought too deeply about this matter. However, the divine spirit Qing Luan had appeared in person to rescue Yang Kai from him. Combined with the words she left behind before she left, he couldn't help delving more deeply into this matter after that incident. Not to mention, he also heard a furious roar resounding across the skies when he first entered the ancestral land earlier. That furious roar had claimed that a dragon clan member had appeared in the ancestral land. Although Cheng Yang had failed to understand the situation previously, he was starting to get some insight now. Those divine spirits rushing here from all directions were clearly coming for Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai was the dragon clan member who appeared in the ancestral land. It was most certain that he had some sort of vital role to play in the ancestral land, which was why so many divine spirits had come to capture him. It had to be said that Qing Yang was the one to pursue and eventually forced Yang Kai into the ancestral land. However, the information he received regarding the world spring had come from Kuan Yu. Furthermore, when he first started pursuing Yang Kai, Kuan Yu had not hesitated to consume his own blood essence to leave a bloodline mark so as to facilitate his pursuit of Yang Kai. After combining all these incidents together, Qing Yang was seriously suspecting that he had been used by Kuan Yu. "I was just borrowing your strength," Kuan Yu replied calmly. "Why are you so angry, Divine Monarch? You could have explained everything to me in advance." Cheng Yang's expression was hideous. "Divine Monarch, this is the ancestral land." Kuan Yu's words immediately extinguished Cheng Yang's rage. There was no choice. If he wished to leave this place alive, he would need the help of the Kuan clan, so it was not a good idea to offend them. After falling silent for a moment, Cheng Yang declared, "I wish to meet your elders." "Good." Kuan Yu nodded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4707, The 4 Phoenixes. Qing Luan's speed was extremely fast, so it didn't take long before they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The spirit peaks were covered in mist, and world energy was abundant in the air. Furthermore, there were many gorgeous pavilions in the mountains. Qing Luan landed lightly in front of the main hall, then she gently placed Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang down before saying, "This place is very safe. Rest here for the day. I will come and speak to you tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and departed with a flash. Watching her departing figure, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had so many questions in his heart. For example, why did the Dragon Clan leave the ancestral land? Where did they go? What did the seal have to do with their departure? The other divine spirits might not know anything, but Qing Luan, who was closely related to the Phoenix clan bloodline, would surely know some of the secrets. According to the information that Yang Kai had gotten so far, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land with most of the Phoenix clan many years ago. However, Qing Luan had already mentioned that she would come and speak to him tomorrow, so there was no need to hurry. He had been escaping with Xia Lin Lang over the past few days, and the consumption had been too great, so it was true that he needed to recuperate. There was nobody in the main hall when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang walked inside, so they each just found a private room and went inside to rest. On another spirit peak, Qing Luan flew over and landed. There were 3 other women waiting for her there. One was dressed in purple, one was dressed in yellow, and the last was dressed in white. The yellow-robed woman walked up and asked, "Elder sister, how is the situation?" Qing Luan replied, "I found him and brought him back, But Kun Ao kicked up such a huge fuss that all the divine spirits know about the appearance of a dragon clan member in the ancestral land. I'm afraid that the matters related to the seal cannot be delayed any longer. The purple-robed woman frowned. That seal is something both the dragon and the phoenix clans left behind in ancient times. Since it is such a powerful seal, it must surely be related to a matter of great importance. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, so nobody knows what is being contained inside. Rashly opening the seal may bring about unpredictable consequences. Qing Yuan nodded. It's true that nobody knows what it contains, but most divine spirits know about the ancestral land seal. Moreover, the seal has naturally loosened after so many years. There is no denying that extremely pure ancestral strength is leaking out from the gaps of the seal. Otherwise, nobody in the ancestral land would have joined the movement spearheaded by the Kun clan with the intention of releasing it. The other three women nodded lightly. During their conversation, a young man hurried over and cupped his fist. Old ancestors, please head to the infant phoenix tower immediately. There's an emergency. The women's expressions changed when they heard those words, and they sped there without any hesitation. A short while later, they stood inside the infant phoenix tower and examined the phoenix egg in front of them with solemn expressions. The infant phoenix tower was where the babies of 4 phoenix pavilion were housed. Any clansman who had laid a phoenix egg would place their offspring here to be nurtured. It was to ensure the survival and birth of their descendants. Unfortunately, the vitality of the phoenix egg in front of them was weakening at this very moment. It was like a candle in the wind, at risk of vanishing at any given moment. Upon seeing this, Qing Yuan immediately placed her finger into her mouth without hesitation. She bit through the skin of her fingertip and forced out a drop of her own blood essence. Her bare hand then danced nimbly, drawing countless patterns on the phoenix egg. An extremely intricate and mysterious array formed in an instant. When the light shone brightly, the array was completely absorbed by the phoenix egg. The vitality that was on the verge of being extinguished slowly showed signs of stabilizing. Silently watching the phoenix egg in front of her, she gave a small sigh and asked, "How many does this make over the past 1,000 years?" The white-robed woman replied sadly, "This is the 3rd. The previous 2 did not make it. And this one might not survive either. Whether or not it could successfully hatch would depend entirely on the heavens now." The yellow-robed woman added, "The bloodlines of the 2 newly hatched are quite impure. Their future achievements will be limited." The ancestral strength was getting weaker and weaker. This place was the origin of all divine spirits, so the weakening ancestral strength naturally had a huge impact on the birth and survival of the descendants of all the divine spirits. The divine spirits of the older generation could feel these changes clearly. It was many times harder for them to improve their bloodline power now compared to when they were younger. Naturally, part of the reason was that the purer their bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to enhance their strength, but unfortunately, the biggest reason was that the ancestral strength was weakening. It had always been difficult for the Phoenix clan to have descendants, and if things continued at this rate, there would not be any new descendants with their bloodline born to them. Forget the Phoenix clan. The population of divine spirits with small numbers in the first place had withered and were practically on the verge of extinction. "Elder sister, the seal," the yellow-robed woman looked at Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan let out a heavy sigh in response. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed out of his room. When he arrived outside the main hall, he looked up at the sky only to see 4 rays of different colored lights flying towards him. Having also noticed the commotion, Xia Lin Lang appeared beside him. A short while later, 4 women landed in front of the 2 of them. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Junior Yang Kai greets 4 seniors. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang quickly gave an elegant bow. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, her powerful perception distinctly told her that all 4 women standing in front of her were much stronger than her. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch was nothing compared to any one of them. As the leader, Qing Yuan nodded lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I am Qing Yuan. You might already know me." These three are Yuan Chu, Yuzhua, and Honghu. The four of us can be considered the oldest generation in the Four Phoenix Pavilion. Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He once read the Divine Spirit record, and according to its text, there were phoenixes of 5 different colors, namely red phoenix, azure Luan, yellow Yuan Chu, purple Yuzhua, and white Honghu. It could be said that the 4 women in front of him carried the purest bloodlines of the Phoenix clan other than the phoenixes themselves. Moreover, the dragon and the Phoenix clans had always had a close relationship with each other, which was why he did not feel the slightest sense of oppression from them even though the gap in their strength was so large. On the contrary, Yang Kai's dragon vein seemed to be rejoicing. You probably have some questions for us. Similarly, we have some questions for you. Qing Wan looked at Yang Kai warmly, as if she were his elder. Let's go inside and talk. Yang Kai nodded. Thus, they all went into the main hall and took their seats. The gazes of the 4 women were focused on Yang Kai. They constantly seemed to be examining him as though trying to figure out something from his body. Your bloodline is strange. Qing Wan was the first to speak. It's extremely pure, but you don't seem to be part of the Dragon Clan. Can you explain the situation to us? Yang Kai nodded and said, I am not part of the Dragon Clan, but I'm not fully human either. The purple-robed Yuzhua frowned. Even if a human obtained a dragon source by chance, their bloodline should not have been so pure. What dragon source did you receive? In response, Yang Kai silently stimulated the power of his dragon source. A deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the main hall in the next moment, and at the same time, a large golden dragon head seemed to awaken from dormancy and floated just behind him. The dragon eyes were majestic, seeming to overlook the universe. Qing Wan narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, Golden Divine Dragon Source. Likewise, Yuzhua revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. You've probably tried many ways to enhance your source strength over the years. That's why you managed to experience such growth, right? Yang Kai nodded. I consumed many spirit pills refined from the dragon blood flowers. After a hesitant pause, he asked, Seniors, can you tell me about what happened to the Dragon Clan? The women exchanged glances with each other. Then, Qing Wan explained, We have lived in the ancestral land ever since we were born, but even we have never met the Dragon Clan before. It's only thanks to our bloodline inheritance that we know some things about the Dragon Clan. As for whether they are the truth, you will have to be the judge of that yourself. We are not deliberately trying to deceive you. This junior would not dare to think that. Yang Kai nodded slightly. She then continued, As you know, any divine spirit will be strong enough to rival a high-rank open heaven realm master in strength once they reach adulthood. As the head of all divine spirits, the Dragon Clan is no exception. Dragon Clan members who were not as strong as a high-rank open heaven realm master would always be considered juvenile dragons no matter how many years they cultivated. Only those with strength comparable to high-rank open heaven realm masters were worthy of the title Grand Dragon. Yang Kai nodded. This sentiment was something that he heard from Bai Shi in the past. According to Bai Shi, one's dragon form had to be at least 10,000 meters long for them to be worthy of the title Grand Dragon. And above the Grand Dragons are the Divine Dragons. Qing Wan continued, The strength of a Grand Dragon is equivalent to the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, Divine Dragons are on par with 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I'm sure you're aware of the gap in strength between them. The gap in strength between each order of the Open Heaven Realm was like the difference between night and day. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was like stealing candy from a baby. The same applied if a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The difference in strength between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only be even more staggering. Meanwhile, a Divine Dragon was an existence comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The source you inherited once belonged to a Divine Dragon. Qing Wan looked him straight in the eye. In any case, you were able to refine this source and produce a dragon vein. Regardless of your origins as part of the human race, strictly speaking, you're already part of the dragon clan. It's just that you are no more than a juvenile dragon based on your current strength. Hearing those words left him dumbfounded. Yang Kai had worked hard and cultivated for many years in order to achieve all the success he enjoyed today. Nevertheless, he could only be classified as a juvenile in the Dragon Clan with his current achievements. The strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. When he realized that even Zhu Yan and Fu Juan could only be classified as juvenile dragons though, he felt a little better. Yang Kai had obtained his dragon source when he was still very young. In that case, what happened to the former owner of the source for him to die in that place? It had to be said that he was a divine dragon comparable to a ninth order open heaven realm master. What about the Phoenix clan source that Su Yan inherited? Both of them had been together at the time. How could a Phoenix clan member be weak if she died beside a divine dragon? Unfortunately, what happened back then would forever remain a mystery. This is the heaven's will. Qing Wan sighed. In the beginning, she had hoped that Yang Kai's bloodline might not be strong enough to unlock the seal even if he was part of the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, then she would only need to explain the circumstances to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and this matter might have been suppressed as a result. However, she knew that this method would not work as soon as she saw the source strength Yang Kai possessed. Although with his current dragon vein's power, he could only be classified as a juvenile dragon, his source was extremely pure. There was a possibility that he could unlock the seal. So what excuse could 4 Phoenix Pavilion use to stop the divine spirits in the ancestral land? A brief moment of silence passed before Qing Wan asked, "Do you know why all the divine spirits in the ancestral land want to capture you?" Yang Kai replied, "I heard that they want to use my bloodline to unlock some sort of seal." Qing Wan nodded, "So you know. In that case, this will be easy to explain. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans joined forces to leave behind a powerful seal in the ancestral land. Nobody knows what is contained within the seal. Perhaps, only the original generation of divine spirits know the truth. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and too many things have been lost over the generations, even with the inheritance of divine spirits like ourselves." Martial Peak, Chapter 4708, The Ancient Seal. At present, nobody in the ancestral land knows why the dragon and phoenix clans left this seal behind in ancient times. The only thing we can be certain of is that the seal contains an abundance of extremely pure ancestral strength. Over the years, the seal has started to loosen and the ancestral strength has begun leaking out from within. We've personally gone to investigate the seal and verified this fact, Qing Wan continued. According to my estimation, the seal was formed from ancestral strength, which is why this phenomenon is occurring. Yang Kai frowned. Since it is a seal, whatever that is contained inside cannot be a good thing. Who knows what kind of consequences we might face if we recklessly break the seal? Qing Wan smiled bitterly. How can the divine spirits in the ancestral land be unaware of this fact? But, as you know, divine spirits are generally arrogant due to their immense strength. Even if whatever that was sealed inside back then turned out to be something bad, chances are that it no longer exists after so many eons. Even if it still exists, there is nothing to fear with the immense strength of the divine spirits in the ancestral land. To the divine spirits in the ancestral land, releasing the seal might be risky, but the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits. There was pure ancestral strength leaking out of the seal. If they could release the seal, they could improve the current conditions of the ancestral land. It would be highly beneficial to the reproduction and survival of all divine spirits. If not for that, the Kuan clan would not have been adamant about breaking the seal. Yang Kai fell silent after hearing those words. There was no way a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him could resist under these circumstances, so he raised his head and asked, "What is 4 Phoenix Pavilion's stance towards this matter?" Qing Wan replied, "We have always disapproved of the decision to break the seal. However, based on the general trend, it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree anymore. I will be honest with you. No less than 10 divine spirits have been lingering outside the 4 Phoenix Pavilions since yesterday. Even if we wanted to send you away, we don't have the ability to do so. Yuzhua added, besides, the seal began loosening several thousand years ago. Even if we don't take the initiative to undo the seal ourselves, it will break on its own after several thousand more years. I understand. Yang Kai took a deep breath. What do I need to do? Qing Luan said, there's nothing that you need to do in particular. The seal was left behind by the dragon and phoenix clans using their bloodline power, so you only need to consume some blood essence to break the seal. In 2 days, the divine spirits in the ancestral land will come to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss these matters. I will let you know once the results of the discussion are out. After that, I will bring you to the Demon Sealing Land. You should get a good rest over the next 2 days. Demon Sealing Land? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is that where the seal is located? Qing Luan nodded. The situation in the Demon Sealing Land was passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Although the seal has been loosening, we have not detected any demon chi coming from within. We have no idea why it is called the Demon Sealing Land either. Perhaps, the ominous things that were sealed inside have long turned into nothing but dust over the years. Even if there existed some sort of demon chi, the divine spirits of the ancestral land were not afraid. The strength of the divine spirits could not be defeated by something as trivial as demon chi. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang focused on their recovery. 2 days later, for Phoenix Pavilion opened its gates. Numerous overwhelmingly powerful auras entered one after another, each one representing a mighty divine spirit. Inside the main hall, several dozen people slowly filled the seats. Even though the divine spirits arrived at different times, they each found a suitable seat for themselves in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Qing Luan and the 3 other Phoenix women sat in a row of seats situated at the topmost position. Yang Kai sat upright to the left and below them, looking down with his head lowered. Every single divine spirit that entered the room would study him with great interest. Some of them would even reveal curious expressions. Most of the divine spirits had been born and raised in the ancestral land all their lives, so the Dragon Clan was a rare sight to them. They had only ever heard of the Dragon Clan but never seen one with their own eyes. Sitting directly opposite Yang Kai was Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan. His gaze would sweep over Yang Kai from time to time, and he did not bother to conceal his murderous intent. Likewise, the dragon vein in Yang Kai's body seemed eager to fight. The hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline was an inheritance passed down from ancient times. Even if hundreds of thousands of years had passed, this hatred would never disappear as long as their respective bloodlines continued to exist. More than half of the divine spirits in attendance were comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the rest were not as powerful, they were at least the equivalent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that all of them were mature divine spirits. Mie Meng had come too. She was also part of the ancestral land after all. The seal in the Demon Sealing Land would affect the growth of her descendants, so she had to make an appearance. Nonetheless, she did not say a word to Yang Kai. The first reason was that the situation was inappropriate. The other reason was that he had the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Many divine spirits might be in attendance today, but they posed no threat to him. In just an incense stick, all the seats in the main hall had been filled. All the divine spirit clans had sent a representative to attend the meeting today. Qing Luan's beautiful eyes took in the scene in front of her for a moment before she spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin our discussion. Kuan Ao grinned. What else needs to be discussed about the seal? We've waited for so many years, and now, a Dragon Clan member has finally appeared in the ancestral land. Who knows how much longer we will have to wait if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers? Why don't we all express our attitude towards this matter and be done with it? The minority will obey the majority. What do you think, Qing Luan? Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing more and simply nodded lightly. Now that things had come to this, she had already mentally prepared herself for how the situation would develop. Nothing would change no matter how much she objected to the decision. Kuan Ao laughed. I'm sure you're all aware of the situation in the Demon Sealing Land, so there's no need to say anything more. Do we maintain the seal as it is? Or, do we take a risk to release the seal and allow the ancestral strength to flood this land again so that our descendants never worry about reproduction issues again? Make your choice. Nobody is forcing you. The Kuan clan supports the decision to release the seal. We have also been working hard towards this goal for many years. You've witnessed our efforts for yourselves. Those who are willing to progress with us, please show your support. I agree to releasing the seal. Tao Wu, who was sitting beside Kuan Ao, grinned widely. As do I. Bian responded immediately. I. There were a series of voices ringing out in the grand hall. Although some of the divine spirits did not express their opinions, those who agreed to break the seal had already occupied the majority. Kuan Ao nodded in satisfaction, then he turned to look at Qing Wan. This is what the people in the ancestral land want. Qing Wan, there's no need for the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to stop us again, right? Qing Wan quietly replied, since you all believe that releasing the sea is the better choice, for Phoenix Pavilion will not say anything more. Let us proceed. Good. Kuan Ao laughed out loud. But, before that, for Phoenix Pavilion has a condition. Qing Wan suddenly glared at him. Speak freely. She then pointed at Yang Kai. After the matter with the seal has been completed, I will escort him from this place. No one is allowed to harm him or stop him. She stared at Kuan Ao fixedly while speaking those words. It was obvious that her words were directed at him. There were numerous divine spirits in the ancestral land, but the only ones with an irresolvable grudge against the Dragon Clan was the Kuan clan. As long as Kuan Ao gave his word, Yang Kai would not be in any danger. After all, who else among the rest of the divine spirits would go out of their way to kill a Dragon Clan member for no reason? While it was true that the Dragon Clan had left the ancestral land a very long time ago, who could guarantee that they would not return one day? They would definitely settle all their debts upon their return. Kuan Ao nodded readily. Rest assured. The only reason I dealt with him previously was for the seal. This Kuan Ao is a man of honor and will not make trouble for a mere brat. Don't forget what you said. Qing Luan nodded faintly. Kuan Ao then stood up. It has been so long, and it's rare for all the divine spirits in the ancestral land to be so united. There's no day like today. Why don't we head to the demon sealing land now? Qing Luan glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, and Yang Kai nodded. It's fine with me. Only then did she say, let's set off then. Many divine spirits stood up, and a short while later, countless streams of light sliced through air as they sped off into the distance. Yang Kai was surrounded by Qing Luan and the 3 others. Along the way, Qing Luan reminded him, the foundation of the seal is built on bloodline power. If you want to break the seal, you will need to consume your own blood essence. Do your best, but don't be too greedy for achievements or you will damage your foundation. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The demon sealing land was located at the very edge of the ancestral land, and the nearer they got to it, the more Yang Kai could feel the peculiar force lingering in the world getting stronger. This power was extremely beneficial to the divine spirits. However, it was unique to the ancestral land and practically impossible to find in the outside world. Forget Yang Kai, who was a newcomer to this place. Even the divine spirits living in this place did not know much about the ancestral strength. Nevertheless, this power was undeniably related to the growth and reproduction of all the divine spirits. Even so, the margin of increase was not very large. The reason for this phenomenon was most likely that the seal had loosened and the ancestral strength was leaking out from inside the seal. Approximately half a day later, Yang Kai saw an enormous grand array rising up from the ground in the distance, with several array nodes towering up into the clouds. Moreover, there was another grand array visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground. At this moment, countless figures were gathered around the grand array. These figures came in all shapes and sizes, and every one of them was different from the next. Some looked like beasts while others had humanoid forms. Yang Kai looked around in astonishment. The white-robed Hong who was closest to him, explained, "The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land is more abundant. So many juniors like to cultivate here. My sisters and I used to fight many other divine spirits here over territorial issues." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. To which she smiled, who was not young once. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. In the demon sealing land below them, two young divine spirits were fighting in their true forms. It was probably, as she explained earlier, they were competing over a cultivation spot. There were many other young divine spirits in the surroundings who cheered and watched the fight, making for a lively scene. Unfortunately, this fight was bound to be cut short at this moment. The older generation of the divine spirits arrived with great fanfare, causing the younger generation of divine spirits to look up in astonishment. All juniors are to leave. Kun Ao took the lead, waving his hand to chase off the younger generation of divine spirits without the slightest trace of politeness. All of a sudden, a large wing spread out and covered the entire sky. The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and the younger generation of divine spirits gathered below screamed in panic. There was no saying where the wind had taken them. Many furious gazes shot toward Kun Ao, but he simply declared resolutely, "What are you looking at?" There were Kun clan juniors here too. This king treated them all equally. Is there a problem? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4709, Behind the Gate. Inside the ancestral land, both the Kun clan and the Phoenix clan were considered major clans. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many clansmen. Ordinary divine spirits could not afford to provoke either of them. Everybody had witnessed Kun Ao's actions earlier. Although his secret technique had swept many of the younger generation away, his strength had been controlled perfectly and there was no intention to wound. Hence, these people only glared at him viciously for a moment before they withdrew their gazes. Afterward, many gazes turned to focus on Qing Luan and Yang Kai instead with great expectations. "What do I do?" Yang Kai asked. Qing Luan replied, "You only need to stand in the middle of the grand sealing array and match our actions later." He nodded and came to stand in the center of the enormous grand array under everybody's watchful eyes. As soon as he took his position, Qing Luan shouted, "Begin!" Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu nodded in unison. The four figures flickered and flashed, each standing at the four corners of the grand array. In the next moment, their majestic divine spirit aura permeated the air and a sharp piercing cry resounded throughout the world. Rays of azure, purple, yellow, and white lights shone out brightly, and the four women transformed back into their true bodies. Four enormous Phoenix clan members, each more than 10,000 meters tall, spread out their wings and threw back their heads with a loud cry. A violent gust of wind raged around them, causing sand and rock to fly in the air. Yang Kai was dazzled by the sight. Although he had seen the Phoenix clan's true appearance before, he had never seen any that were so huge and terrifying. At the same time, a horrifying pressure spread out. Even though they were not deliberately targeting him, it was enough to make his body feel extremely heavy. They cried out again, and 4 streams of blood essence spewed out from the mouths of Qing Luan and the 3 others to splatter upon the grand array. In that instant, the grand array hummed and the void trembled. Yang Kai roared involuntarily. Following the sound of the dragon roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind him and plunged into his body. In the next moment, his body swelled, his hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon scales covered his body, 2 dragon horns thrust out of his forehead, a dragon tail flicked behind him, and dragon beard fluttered below his jaw when he shook his head fiercely. The small humanoid figure abruptly erupted into a several thousand-meter tall behemoth. The divine spirits watching by the sides frowned in response, however. They had assumed that Yang Kai was a pure-blooded dragon clan member, but the person in front of them was half human and half dragon. That undoubtedly indicated that his bloodline was not as pure as they had imagined. Can the seal be broken with such a weak bloodline? In any case, the arrow had been released and there was no turning back now. They could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and quietly watch how things unfolded. Inside the grand array, Yang Kai could feel the power of the dragon vein in his body surging violently and the vitality in his chest churning fiercely. A mouthful of blood essence was then forced from his throat and splattered onto the grand array. After the grand array had been stimulated by blood essence of Qing Yuan and the others, the lights had been flashing and flickering endlessly. With the addition of Yang Kai's dragon blood, the light shone even more brightly than before. Numerous patterns inside the grand array lit up and linked together to become one. Furthermore, the dragon and phoenix blood that was sprayed across the grand array wriggled about within its patterns, like some sort of living thing. With the passage of time, the illusory phantom of a heavy set of gates appeared in the sky above the grand array. The magnificent gates stood in the sky between the heavens and the earth. There had been no trace of these gates before, and it was not until this moment that they were revealed in all their glory. Many of the divine spirits looked up with excited expressions on their faces. The demon sealing land was not a restricted area, and many among the younger generation of divine spirits liked to cultivate here. Most of the older generation of divine spirits had also investigated this place in the past, but regardless of their identities, nobody had ever discovered any traces of this gate before. Be that as it may, this gate had appeared when the dragon and phoenix blood mixed with each other. In other words, there was a high possibility that the seal could be broken. The predicament that had plagued the divine spirits in the ancestral land for countless years was finally showing signs of being resolved. How could they not be eager and excited? As time passed, the gate that stood in the sky became more and more solid. It was almost as though it actually existed. However, everyone could see that the gate was not a solid entity, but the manifestation of great energy. It was the seal itself. What was contained behind the gate were the secrets that had been hidden from the ancestral land for countless generations. An hour later, the light shining from the grand array gradually showed signs of growing dim. However, the gates showed no signs of opening in the slightest. Kuan Ao shouted, "Qing Yuan, it's not enough." Upon hearing those words, Qing Yuan and the three others spat out another mouthful of blood essence while in the center of the grand array, Yang Kai did the same. The light of the grand array that had faded slightly was instantly revived to its full glory. The two forces intertwined and entangled inside the grand array, spreading towards the heavy gates like vines. The divine spirits could clearly sense that the two forces were none other than the bloodline powers of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. There seemed to be a pair of large invisible hands that pushed and shoved at the heavy gates. Accompanied by a creaking sound that reverberated throughout the world, the heavy gates slowly opened by a crack. The eyes of Kuan Ao and the other divine spirits immediately brightened in excitement as they stared fixedly at the gate. Extremely pure force emerged from the gap that had opened. It was ancestral strength. It was just that none of the divine spirits had ever felt the existence of such a powerful ancestral strength in many, many years. Thus, they couldn't help feeling warm and protected when the force enveloped them. Standing in the middle of the grand array, Yang Kai felt these changes even more clearly. Under the stimulation of that force, he could feel the power of his dragon vein boiling furiously. His bloodline was becoming purer and purer at a speed that he could detect. The most notable change was that his huge body that had originally reached its limits had grown again, and the bloodline in his body burst out like the roar of the rushing river. The heavy gate opened at a very slow speed. It took more than an hour just to open up a crack that was no more than 3 fingers wide. It was obvious that even more of the bloodline power from the Dragon and the Phoenix clans were needed to break the seal. Qing Yuan, Yang Kai, and the others forced out their blood essence once more to stimulate the power of the Grand Array. After 3 days, the gates were finally mostly opened, and it would not be long before the seal was broken. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was starting to reach his limits. Releasing this seal had required the consumption of his blood essence, and such consumption was so great that it was damaging his vitality. Compared to Qing Yuan and the others, his bloodline was no stronger than that of a juvenile dragon in the first place. His bloodline might be pure enough, but he simply could not withstand the consumption. Besides, Qing Yuan and the others had 4 people working together while he was alone. The consumption he experienced was 4 times that of Qing Luan and the others. At this moment, his complexion was very pale and even his large figure seemed a little shaky and unsteady, like he could collapse at any moment. There was no doubt that Kun Ao had also discovered this fact. He would glance at the gate from time to time before he glanced back at Yang Kai. An inexplicable light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Qing Luan naturally noticed this and shouted, "Don't even think about it, Kun Ao. If anything happens to him, for Phoenix Pavilion will never break the seal." Kun Ao's face twitched at those words, but he soon just chuckled. "You're overthinking things, Qing Luan. I'm just worried about whether this brat can persevere until the end. Since you've said as much though, I'm sure there will be no problems on his part." The truth was that he had indeed thought about it. If Yang Kai could no longer withstand the pressure of releasing the seal, he could simply slaughter him on the Grand Array itself. After all, based on the current situation, it would seem that the seal could be broken as long as there was an adequate amount of Dragon Clan blood. The life or death of the Dragon Clan member providing the blood had nothing to do with him. However, seeing as Qing Luan had already warned him, Kun Ao could only give up on his idea. All his efforts would be in vain if 4 Phoenix Pavilion refused to cooperate again because he killed this Dragon Clan member. Qing Luan looked at Yang Kai in concern. "Take some time to recover. There's no hurry." Yang Kai nodded quietly and sat down in the middle of the Grand Array without further ado. He silently activated his secret technique and frantically devoured the ancestral strength that was pouring out of the seal. His physique wriggled while at the same time, his bloodline steadily became purer and purer. Even his half-dragon form experienced huge growth. Over the past few days, his half-dragon form had grown by at least 30 meters, and that was with him not even concentrating on cultivating. What's more, this was the result when the seal was not broken completely. If he could release the seal completely, how much more would the ancestral strength benefit him? Yang Kai could somewhat understand why the divine spirits in the ancestral land was so eager to break the seal now. The ancestral strength was simply far too beneficial to the cultivation and growth of divine spirits. Not many divine spirits could resist in the face of such a temptation. Even Qing Luan and the others were not that repulsed by the idea of releasing the seal, or they would never have been so cooperative in the first place. Half a day later, Yang Kai stood up and spewed out another mouthful of blood essence on the Grand Array. The heavy gates had opened by more than half at this point, and with the help of this mouthful of dragon blood, the gap widened a little more again. Another day passed by in the same manner. 7 whole days after they began releasing the seal, the Grand Array shone brightly when Yang Kai spewed out one last mouthful of dragon blood. Then, the heavy gates finally opened completely. Yang Kai immediately collapsed to the ground, his enormous half-dragon form shrinking rapidly to transform back into his human form. Qing Luan and the others quickly released their true body transformations and rushed to his side to help him up. "How are you feeling?" Yuan Chu asked. Yang Kai was as pale as a sheet, but he slowly shook his head. "I just consumed too much energy. It's not a big problem." Qing Luan nodded. "As long as you have not damaged your foundation." After saying that, she looked up at the gates. The gates were opened, and an abundance of ancestral strength was pouring out of them. Be that as it may, when the time came, all the divine spirits simply stood there motionlessly. Nobody scrambled to be the first to enter the gates. After all, nobody knew what was waiting for them. Kun Ao turned to look behind him. In that direction, a figure stepped forward with a hideous expression on his face. It was none other than Qing Yang, who had stumbled into the ancestral land while pursuing Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. He had not been present when the divine spirits rushed here earlier, and there was no telling when he had arrived at this place. When all the divine spirits in the surroundings turned to look at him, he felt his skin tightening in apprehension, even though he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. "Don't forget what you promised me, Kun Ao," Qing Yang shouted grimly. Kun Ao smiled. "Of course. I will ask Kun Yu to escort you out of the ancestral land after this. You will not be able to leave the ancestral land without the escort of a divine spirit." Qing Yang coldly snorted. He would never have agreed to Kun Ao's demands if not for his wish to leave the ancestral land. It was just that he was currently living under their eaves, so he had no choice but to bow down to their wishes. Looking up at the heavy gates, Cheng Yang drew the power of his small universe to wrap around his body. Then he soared into the sky and plunged through those gates to vanish out of sight. After seeing this exchange, how could the divine spirits not realize that Kun Ao had sent Cheng Yang to scout the way ahead? Bright Sun Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so even if the situation inside was very dangerous, it was impossible for him not to survive and return with some useful information. Therefore, the divine spirits waited silently. Less than an incense stick later though, Cheng Yang returned from within the gates. It was just that his complexion was extremely pale and his aura was especially chaotic, almost as though he had suffered a huge blow. Martial Peak, Chapter 4710, Ancestral Spirit Fruit. Under the watch of the many divine spirits, Cheng Yang rushed out of the demon sealing land. His complexion was incredibly pale and his aura was in disarray. There were faint traces of scales appearing on his exposed skin, and the nails on both his hands grew rapidly. Monster transformation. Qin Luan shouted from where she stood beside Yang Kai. The ancestral land was the origin of all divine spirits, and there was an extremely peculiar force in this land that was highly beneficial to the reproduction and growth of those divine spirits. However, this force was a poison that could become lethal to living creatures that were not divine spirits. This was something that Qin Luan mentioned to Yang Kai previously. That was why the living creatures existing in the ancestral land were generally divine spirits or those with the divine spirit bloodline. It was impossible for a pure human cultivator to stay in the ancestral land for a long time, as once the ancestral strength invaded their bodies, there was a high possibility that they would suffer from horrible consequences. Those consequences were monster transformation. Cheng Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and his strength was incredibly powerful. Even so, he was already being eroded by the ancestral strength and showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. It was conceivable just how abundant and intense the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was that even a master like Cheng Yang could not resist. That was why many of the divine spirits rejoiced at the sight of his miserable state. The stronger the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land, the better it was for them. What's inside? Kun Ao asked while looking at Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang shook his head while resisting the ancestral strength that was invading his body. It's too vast. I couldn't investigate much, but it shouldn't be dangerous for divine spirits like you. Kun Ao, I need to leave this place. The sooner, the better. Before entering the demon sealing land, his strength was enough that he could easily resist the erosion of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land, even though it had been gnawing at him without pause. Now that he had fallen into this state, though, the symptoms of monster transformation would become irreversible if he did not leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become an existence that was neither monster nor human. Kun Ao stared at Cheng Yang deeply as though trying to judge whether the latter was speaking the truth, but a short while later he shouted, Kun Yu. The white-robed youth who fought Yang Kai on several occasions previously came forward. Send him away. Kun Ao waved his hand dismissively. Although he was a domineering man, he was not a dishonest person. Yes. Kun Yu accepted the order and gestured to Cheng Yang politely. Cheng Yang coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He did not wish to spend another moment in this place. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at Yang Kai with an inexplicable look in his eyes before he departed. He had pursued Yang Kai deep into the ancestral land because of the World Spring. As a result, not only did he fail to obtain the World Spring, but he also brought great trouble down upon himself. It was truly very unlucky. Now that Yang Kai was in the ancestral land, obtaining the World Spring had become nothing more than a dream. Just Yang Kai's identity as a Dragon Clan member was enough to frighten Cheng Yang greatly. If he had known that Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member beforehand, he would never have interfered in this chaos. After Kun Yu sent Cheng Yang away, Kuan-Ao finally turned a hungry gaze at the heavy gates that stood wide open in front of him and grinned. What do you all think? Cheng Yang had returned safely, which indicated that there were no dangers inside. Therefore, the many divine spirits were eager to make a move. Some could barely hold themselves back at this point. It was just that the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had not made any moves yet, so they could not act so indiscreet. Qin Luan voiced her opinion. Since the seal has already been broken, we should go inside and take a look. Kuan-Ao laughed. In that case, this king will go on ahead and scout the way for you. He beckoned with his hand while speaking, leading the masters of the Kuan clan to plunge through the gates and vanish out of sight. How could the rest of the divine spirits hold back after seeing that? They all rushed forward and entered the gates one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only the Phoenix clan remained. Qin Luan lowered her head to look at Yang Kai and ask, "How are you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." "What do you plan to do next?" "If you wish to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the ancestral land." However, Yang Kai looked up at the seal gates and declared, "I want to go inside and have a look." Qin Luan nodded. "You contributed greatly to the breaking of the seal, so there's no issue if you wish to go inside and have a look. However, you should come with us and not act on your own." "This junior understands." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Qin Luan lead the masters of the Phoenix clan into the seal gates with great fanfare. A vast land spread out in front of their eyes as soon as they stepped into the demon sealing land. Strictly speaking, this world was not much different from the ancestral land. It was just that the ancestral strength here was extremely rich. All the Phoenix clan members couldn't help taking a deep breath. Stimulated by this power, their clear and piercing cries rose and fell one after another as colorful Phoenix clan members of various different shapes and sizes revealed their true bodies and fluttered their wings. Even Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing mentally and physically. He felt like a wanderer who finally returned home after traveling the world for many years. His weakened body also recovered its vitality more rapidly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. This place is still part of the ancestral land. Qin Luan murmured under her breath while looking around her surroundings. Having lived in the ancestral land for countless years, it was only natural that she was familiar with the situation in her home. The land behind the seal gates was part of the ancestral land, and there was essentially no difference between this place and the outside. Yuan Chu seemed pensive. Did the dragon and phoenix clans split the ancestral land into two parts in ancient times? Did they then turn this place into the demon sealing land? Yu Zhuo nodded. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain this phenomenon. The ancestral land had been divided into two parts in ancient times. One part became the place where the various divine spirit clans lived for many years, and the other part became the sealed land known as the demon sealing land. Hence, it was no wonder such pure ancestral strength spilled out from the demon sealing land. It was because this place was part of the ancestral land in the first place. Due to various unpredictable reasons, the ancestral strength in the outside half of the ancestral land was growing weaker and weaker. Even the reproduction and survival of the various divine spirit clans were facing issues as a result. On the contrary, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land remained well preserved. The mysterious force was rich and abundant. Cheng Yang had entered this place for a brief period earlier, and when he returned, he claimed that the inside was extremely vast. At the time, nobody understood what he meant, as this place was a sealed land after all, so how big could it be? It would now seem that it was certainly very large. The various divine spirits that entered this place earlier were nowhere to be seen, making it obvious that they had ventured deeper to investigate the situation. If there are no dangers in this land, then there will be no need to worry about the futures of the divine spirits in the ancestral land again, Hong Hu said softly. The intensity of the ancestral strength was so great that it was enough to satisfy the needs of the growth and reproduction of the various divine spirit clans. If the infant Phoenix Tower was relocated here, the little ones would surely be born healthy. This place must be known as the demon sealing land for a reason, There might be dangers that we don't know about lurking around. We must investigate carefully. Qing Yuan maintained a vigilant attitude. Under her command, Yuan Chu, Yu Zhuo, and Hong Hu each led a team of clansmen and set off in different directions. On the other hand, she traveled only with Yang Kai. There were no abnormalities during their travels, but when Qing Yuan turned around to see Yang Kai, she saw him hesitating to speak. Thus, she smiled and said, "If you have something to ask, go ahead and speak freely. You are part of the Dragon Clan, which has a deep connection with my Phoenix Clan. There's no need to be so reserved." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly for a moment before he said, "Senior, I have many friends with divine spirit bloodlines. It's just that we came from a remote land and without a proper cultivation method, they have been unable to solve the issue of promoting their bloodlines. Therefore, I wish to bring them to the ancestral land after things have settled here. This place will be of immense help to their growth. Will the divine spirits in the ancestral land reject them?" Qing Yuan shook her head and said, "All divine spirits have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. That is because this place is the origin of all divine spirits. If you can come, then so can the others. Miameng only entered the ancestral land 100 years ago, and nobody criticized her for anything." Yang Kai quickly pointed out, "Senior Miameng is powerful." Qing Yuan chuckled in response, "That's true. Are your friends not strong?" According to the classification of the divine spirits, they are all considered as juveniles. Most importantly, many of them are Dragon Clan members. Qing Yuan immediately understood the issue. The Dragon Clan and the Kun Clan were bitter enemies, so if a bunch of juvenile dragons were to enter the ancestral land, the Kun Clan would not sit back and do nothing. At that time, how could those juvenile divine spirit defend themselves? Qing Yuan pondered in silence for a moment before offering, "You may send them to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. With the Phoenix Clan watching over them, the Kun Clan will not be able to act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai bowed and thanked her. She waved her hand lightly, "It's nothing. But only by becoming strong themselves will they prevent others from causing trouble for them." Yang Kai nodded, "I will tell them to cultivate hard." While they were conversing with each other, a large tree suddenly appeared on the horizon. The tree had branches that were thick with leaves, and among the lush foliage, there were also some colorful fruits that were just vaguely out of sight. A strange fragrance filled the air. Both of them revealed surprised expressions, and upon approaching the tree, they stopped and studied it. Yang Kai could not recognize these fruits, but he instinctively sensed that they would be highly beneficial to him. Qing Yuan furrowed her brow tightly at first, but a short while later, she seemed to recall something. Raising a hand, she picked one of the spirit fruits and examined it carefully, exclaiming in astonishment after a moment, "Ancestral spirit fruit! I can't believe that there are ancestral spirit fruits here." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Is it something good?" Qing Yuan took a breath to steady herself before explaining, "This is an excellent treasure for all divine spirits. As you know, the ancestral land is filled with a mysterious force we call ancestral strength. This force is highly beneficial to the growth, reproduction, and cultivation of the divine spirits. The reason the others were so adamant about unsealing the demon sealing land is that the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. They wanted to find a solution to the problem." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. These ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength, so they can practically be said to be a condensed ancestral strength. Yang Kai's expression changed. Qing Yuan continued, "Even the ancestral land that we lived in used to have ancestral spirit fruits in ancient times. It's just that the ancestral spirit fruits went extinct as the ancestral strength gradually weakened. I can't believe they still exist in this place. It's my first time seeing one." Looking up at the tree, she added, "There are 8 more fruits. Let's pick them first." Yang Kai quickly nodded and left in a flash. A short while later, he returned with 4 fruits in each hand. Qing Yuan handed the fruit in her hand over to him and declared, "Take this too." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Naturally, he wanted something as amazing as the ancestral spirit fruit. However, he never imagined that Qing Luan would give all of them to him, so he asked in astonishment, "Senior, why don't we split these equally between us?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 47:11, Black Giant Spirit God. It was bad manners to take everything for oneself. Besides, the ancestral spirit fruits were extremely precious and would surely be useful to Qing Luan too. Qing Luan, however, just smiled and said, "Take them. With how far my bloodline has advanced, it is no longer something that eating an ancestral spirit fruit or two can help. It is similar to one's growth in the open heaven realm. The higher one's order, the longer it will take to slowly accumulate one's strength. Now that the demon sealing land has been opened, the ancestral land will not lack for ancestral strength in the future. My cultivation will not be a problem thanks to that. On the other hand, your bloodline purity has a lot of room for growth. These ancestral spirit fruits will be very useful to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai happily put the ancestral spirit fruits away. They then continued onward. Yang Kai looked around carefully, hoping to find more ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, even for this region of the ancestral land that had been sealed away for countless years, ancestral spirit fruits were not something that could be found everywhere. Aside from the fruit tree earlier, the pair did not find another one no matter how far they went. As they ventured deeper into the land, both Yang Kai and Qing Luan detected an unusual phenomenon. The ancestral strength in this land seemed to be guided by some unknown force to converge in a certain direction. The signs were not particularly obvious when they first entered the demon sealing land, so no one had noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the signs became increasingly obvious as they ventured deeper into this land. Feeling slightly apprehensive, they began traveling in that direction. About an hour later, both of them involuntarily narrowed their eyes slightly. As far as they could see, an enormous chain stretched out into the distance, penetrated deep into the void, and disappeared out of sight. The chain was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and so thick that it more closely resembled a mountain. What was even more shocking was that this chain was not an actual solid object, but rather the manifestation of pure energy. Moreover, the aura radiating from those chains was extremely familiar to both Qing Luan and Yang Kai. After coming up to the end of the chain and quietly scanning it for a moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. "Senior, is this chain comprised entirely of ancestral strength?" Qing Luan nodded heavily with a serious expression. "Indeed." Yang Kai drew a sharp breath. The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was extremely strong. Compared with the ancestral land outside, it was as different as night and day, and now there was a huge chain manifested from ancestral strength in front of them. If they had not witnessed this sight with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it possible. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans had split the ancestral land and sealed the demon sealing land. Not to mention, the ancestral strength had been transformed into these chains. Just what secrets were hidden in this place, and what was being restrained by this chain? Qing Luan looked in the direction where the chain extended and her deep gaze seemed to break through space. However, even with her powerful eyesight, she could not see what was on the other end of the chain. As far as she could see, the other end of the chain was shrouded in a dense mist that blocked her vision. "Let's go take a look." With no other option, she surged her power to wrap around Yang Kai before speeding off in that direction. It took 2 whole hours for them to arrive in front of a behemoth. Standing in the air, the two of them stared blankly at the gargantuan figure before them in stunned surprise. The behemoth had a humanoid figure and a distinctly bald head. Sitting upon the earth, he resembled a great deity. What's more, there were numerous chains penetrating his chest. The chain that Qing Luan and Yang Kai saw earlier was only one of the chains, and there were actually 15 others. At this moment, many divine spirits had already arrived at this place. Like Qing Luan and Yang Kai, they had clearly ventured deep into the demon sealing land, noticed one of the 16 chains, and followed it to investigate the situation. Many of the divine spirits had transformed into their true forms, They're large figures ranging from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters tall, yet all of them still seemed as insignificant as ants in front of this behemoth. They flew around the giant like a gathering of flies and mosquitoes. A giant spirit god? Yang Kai murmured. The behemoth in front of him was a giant spirit god, but this giant spirit god looked very different from the giant spirit god, Ada, whom he met outside the star boundary in the past. Mainly, this giant spirit god in front of him was as black as ink. Yang Kai did not know much about the giant spirit god clan. Ada was not this color, but he did not dare to say that there were no such clansmen in the giant spirit god clan. It was just that a giant spirit god was sealed in the middle of the demon sealing land. It was truly a shock in discovery. Yang Kai had met a giant spirit god in the past, so he knew just how tyrannical this race could be. The giant spirit gods were among the strongest beings in the world. Even the divine spirits were not their opponents. Fortunately, the heavens were fair in all things, so there were very few giant spirit gods in the 3,000 worlds. Each giant spirit god was an invincible existence, but all of them were very mild-mannered and innocent, almost like little children. The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds and never caused trouble for others. Even if other people were to provoke or attack them, such actions were akin to a mosquito biting a human to them. In any case, the questions regarding the chains had been answered. The chains turned out to be restraining a giant spirit god. Yang Kai could not imagine just what had happened in the ancestral land back then for the divine spirits to actually restrain a giant spirit god here. This giant spirit god was also clearly dead. So many years had passed after all, so even for an existence as strong as a giant spirit god, it would be impossible to survive under the constant erosion of the omnipresent ancestral strength here. Besides, Yang Kai did not sense the slightest trace of vitality from the giant spirit god. A figure flew over. It was Yuan Chu of the Phoenix clan. Standing beside Qing Luan's side, she called out, "Big sister." Qing Luan nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "What is the situation?" Yuan Chu reported, "I only arrived in incense before you. According to my investigation, the giant spirit god's vitality has been completely extinguished, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. We should carry out a more thorough investigation. After all, it would be a disaster for the ancestral land if he turns out to be still alive." "Good." Qing Wan nodded. While speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side. Kuan Ao was walking over from that direction and came to stand beside her before speaking in a low voice. "The situation in the demon sealing land is rather unexpected indeed." Qing Luan remained silent. Kuan Ao thus continued, "Although I don't know what happened in the past, the divine spirits in the ancestral land must have fought a grand battle against this giant spirit god. In the end, they split the ancestral land into two parts. This place was sealed as the demon sealing land, and the ancestral strength was used to restrain this giant spirit god." "Cut the nonsense," Qing Luan snapped coldly. Kuan Ao grinned. "You have always been worried that releasing the seal would bring about undesirable consequences to the ancestral land, and it seems that your worries were not unfounded. Something amazing was indeed sealed within the demon sealing land. But it would seem that it's not such a big deal after all. The giant spirit god's vitality has been extinguished and he has been dead for countless years. It's still better to be careful." Qing Luan's brow furrowed slightly. The giant spirit gods have tenacious vitality. No matter how many years have passed, as long as they retain the slightest trace of life, they can revive themselves. We do not know why this giant spirit god was sealed here, but we had best act with due caution. Of course, it's better to act carefully. I am planning to enter his body to investigate the situation. Will you come with me, Qing Luan? He suggested. Good. She readily nodded in agreement. The two did not hesitate to gather a few other divine spirits, including Mie Meng, Tao Tai, and Bain. Then 8 figures rose into the sky in an impressive manner and entered the giant spirit god's body via his giant nostril. The rest of the divine spirits waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood beside Yu Zhuo and observed the giant spirit god. All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ends of the chains. The 16 chains penetrated the giant spirit god's body, but there seemed to be something acting as a kind of source or anchor at the end of each chain. These objects attracted the ancestral strength from all over the ancestral land and transformed it into these chains. Among these objects, there was a palace that resembled an illusory and transparent crystal, a big tree burning with a fiery light, and a pearl glimmering with a soft light. Yang Kai's gaze soon fixed on the palace that was as transparent as a crystal. He could sense a resonance with that palace from deep within his bloodline. That is probably the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Yu Zhuo commented. Crystal Palace? Yang Kai raised a brow curiously. Yu Zhuo saw his confusion and explained, there are many divine spirit clans living in the ancestral land, and according to the records in the ancient books, each divine spirit clan has their own respective sacred treasure. These sacred treasures contain the inheritance of each clan, so they are of great help to the cultivation of the clansmen. It is just that nobody has ever seen the sacred treasures of their respective clans for generations. We always assumed that the Dragon and the Phoenix clans took the sacred treasures away with them when they left. I can't believe that these sacred treasures have remained here. It would seem that many of the divine spirits in the ancestral land took part in sealing this giant spirit god. The sacred treasures were left here to guide the ancestral strength to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. She then pointed at the large tree burning with a fiery light. That is probably the Phoenix clan's immortal parasol tree. And that is probably the Golden Crow clan's Fu Sang divine tree. Even though she had only heard of these sacred treasures and never seen them before, she named each of them carefully with seemingly great familiarity. Yang Kai silently memorized them all. Unlocking the demon sealing land could be said to be a series of unexpected occurrences. In any case, just seeing so many sacred treasures that only existed in legends made this trip worthwhile to the divine spirits in the ancestral land. The sacred treasures represented the inheritance of each clan. The existence of these sacred treasures meant that their respective inheritances remained unbroken. Not to mention, the abundance of the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land. In the future, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never need to worry about the continuity of their clans again. 3 days later, Qing Wan, Kun Ao, and the others finally reappeared again. Big sister, how is the situation? Yu Zhuo stepped forward with Yang Kai in tow. Qing Wan replied, he is probably dead. We didn't detect any vitality inside his body. That's good. Yu Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Nobody knew what kind of grudges or hatred existed between this giant spirit god and the divine spirits, but even so, there must have been some kind of dispute between them for the giant spirit god to be suppressed and sealed in this place. If this giant spirit god were still alive, then unlocking the demon sealing land would have been the wrong decision. Fortunately, over countless years of suppression and erosion by the ancestral strength, the giant spirit god's vitality had been completely extinguished. Qing Wan, I'm taking the Kun clan's sacred treasure with me. I don't care what the Phoenix clan does. Kun Ao suddenly turned around to look at Qing Wan. Qing Wan frowned. This giant spirit god might be dead, but the sacred treasures are clearly acting as the sources for its suppression. It would be inappropriate to rashly take them away. Kun Ao simply sneered. That's what you said when we wanted to unlock the demon sealing land. The sacred treasures of each clan is here. If you wish to stop me, you will have to see if they are willing to agree with you. If they agree with you, then the Kun clan will have nothing to say. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:12, The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Qing Wan looked around. When she met the gazes of all the divine spirits from various clans, how could she not know that their thoughts were similar to Kun Ao's? She could not fault them for thinking that way. Not only were the sacred treasures extremely important to their respective clans, but they had also been missing for a long time. Now that the sacred treasures had been found, there was no reason to just leave them lying around in this place. If the giant spirit god still had some remaining vitality in him, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, It had been confirmed that the suppressed black giant spirit god was as dead as he could possibly be. It would be a waste to leave the sacred treasures here. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "It's up to you, but be careful." It was difficult even for the powerful Phoenix clan to go against public opinion. Seeing as they could not stop the people, they could only allow nature to take its course. The divine spirits were overjoyed to hear those words. Rushing to the location where their respective sacred treasures were located, they quickly began researching the method to retrieve them. They had only heard of these sacred treasures in legends but had never seen the genuine articles before, so it was only natural that they did not know the method to retrieve their respective sacred treasures. Be that as it may, they were powerful divine spirits, so figuring out a method should not be too difficult. The Phoenix clan did not move. The immortal parasol tree burned brightly, like the flames of nirvana that were only spoken of in legends. Nonetheless, as long as Qing Yuan did not say anything, nobody dared to act rashly. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Qing Yuan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been staring at the Crystal Palace all this while, so when he heard her question, he couldn't help asking her, "Can I?" Qing Yuan smiled lightly, "You are the only Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. If you don't go, who will?" "Then I'll go have a look." Yang Kai scratched his nose before his figure flashed and he eagerly rushed towards the Crystal Palace. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the sacred treasure. Looking at the Crystal Palace from afar had given him the impression that it was really carved out of crystal. It was one integrated structure that was extremely beautiful, and it was even more stunning when seen from up close. Although Yang Kai was seeing the Crystal Palace for the first time, he could be certain that the Crystal Palace was related to the Dragon Clan. That was because there was an indescribable connection between his bloodline and the Crystal Palace. He circled around the Crystal Palace a few times, but forget entering, he couldn't even locate an entrance. The conundrum left him scratching his head in confusion for a while. Looking around him, he saw the other divine spirits spewing out their blood essence to refine their respective sacred treasures. Thus, he quickly imitated them. After a whole day, he finally managed to refine a trace of the Crystal Palace. A door immediately appeared from the perfectly seamless Crystal Palace with a slight nudge of his thoughts, and he quickly slipped inside. When he stepped into the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai felt as though his entire body was wrapped in warmth. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the ancestral strength's intensity inside the Crystal Palace was many times greater than the outside. The sacred treasures of each clan had the effect of attracting the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. If not for that, the divine spirits in ancient times would not have placed these sacred treasures here to gather and transform the ancestral strength into chains to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It was precisely because the sacred treasures gathered and attracted the ancestral strength that the 16 huge chains stretching for millions of kilometers could exist. The ends of the chains protruded into the void, connecting the entire demon-sealing land as a single whole. It could be said that one's cultivation efficiency would improve greatly if they were to cultivate with the help of a sacred treasure. That was also the biggest reason as to why the divine spirits were so adamant about retrieving them. Yang Kai did not immediately begin cultivating even though he was inside the Crystal Palace, but even so, the rich and abundant ancestral strength continuously poured into his body and integrated with his bloodline to enhance the power of his dragon vein. The Crystal Palace did not look particularly large from the outside, so it was not until Yang Kai entered that he learned how the Crystal Palace had the mysterious effect of containing something enormous despite its small size. The space inside was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Yuan Chu had mentioned that the sacred treasures of each clan contain the inheritance of each divine spirit clan. Yang Kai navigated through the countless halls in the Crystal Palace as he searched for this inheritance. Although he didn't discover any inheritance, Yang Kai did discover some strange crystals. These crystals were condensed on the walls of the halls. Some were large and some were small. The largest were the size of basins, and the smallest were the size of eggs. There were many of them. In the beginning, Yang Kai paid no attention to them, initially thinking that they were mere decorations. It was not until he walked through several of the halls that he realized something was wrong. If they were mere decorations, they would not be so unesthetically pleasing or randomly placed. Therefore, he tentatively broke off one of the crystals. After a careful examination, he made a shocking discovery. These crystals were pure, condensed ancestral strength. An ancestral spirit crystal. Yang Kai did not know whether ancestral spirit crystals actually existed, but the crystals in front of him were indeed worthy of the name ancestral spirit crystals. After all, their existence was essentially identical to the chains that suppressed and sealed the giant spirit god outside. For countless years, the Crystal Palace continuously attracted and transformed the ancestral strength in the ancestral land into chains to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. It was just that there were no Dragon Clan members cultivating inside the Crystal Palace, so the ancestral strength gathered inside the Crystal Palace had nowhere to go. Hence, when the ancestral strength in this place became saturated to a certain degree, the energy would transform into ancestral spirit crystals that were left behind. This was the same concept as the birth of spirit or saint crystals. Saint crystals were generally born at places where world energy was extremely abundant. These were great treasures. The ancestral strength was an energy that was unique to the ancestral land, so it was almost impossible to find outside the ancestral land. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to remain in the ancestral land forever without leaving. Yang Kai had been a little worried about how he would further enhance the power of this dragon veins after he left the ancestral land. Fortunately, there was nothing to be worried about with these ancestral spirit crystals. Regardless of where he was, he could enhance his bloodline by relying on these ancestral spirit crystals. Yang Kai was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to look for the Dragon Clan inheritance anymore. Harvesting the ancestral spirit crystals as soon as possible was far more important. Countless ancestral spirit crystals had condensed along the walls and even the floors of every hall inside the palace. For that reason, Yang Kai was busy for some time. He collected at least 1,000 ancestral spirit crystal of all sizes, the largest among them reaching the size of a big water tank. Thinking about the sacred treasures belonging to the other divine spirits, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. It seemed that only the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was a palace. In comparison, the sacred treasures of the other divine spirits did not meet the conditions for ancestral spirit crystals to form, no matter the type of sacred treasure. Take the Phoenix Clan's immortal parasol tree, for example. There was no way the tree could condense ancestral spirit crystals. There were countless halls in the Crystal Palace, and as he swept through each and every room, it could be said that he made a fortune in silence. At the same time, at the place where the Kuan clan was located, known as the Northern Deep, the Kuan clan's sacred treasure was a vast ocean that had been shrunk countless times over. It was rumored to be the place where the Kuan clan originated. As the clan head of the Kuan clan, the retrieval of the sacred treasure would naturally fall on Kuan Ao's shoulders. It took 10 days of hard work and a large quantity of blood essence before the sea of the Northern Deep suddenly shone brightly and became closely connected with his aura. Clan head has done it. The masters of the Kuan clan cheered at the sight. Similarly, Kuan Ao laughed happily. He could clearly sense that he had completely refined the Northern Deep. This sacred treasure was connected to him in heart and mind now. With a wave of his hand, he tried to retrieve the Northern Deep. However, he was extremely surprised to discover that it remained motionless. Kuan Ao's brow furrowed deeply as he did not know what had gone wrong. Despite trying a few more times, the results remained the same. The smiles of the Kuan clan's masters involuntarily stiffened on their faces. Over the next few days, the various divine spirit clans encountered the same situation. Their respective sacred treasures had been completely refined, and they could sense that the sacred treasures were connected to them, but even so, they could not retrieve them. Therefore, the clan heads of each divine spirit clan gathered together to discuss the issue and finally found the source of the problem after some time. The Phoenix clan was gathered not far from the immortal parasol tree, and under the watch of Yuan Chu and the others, Qing Wan continuously forced out her blood essence to refine the immortal parasol tree. Although she originally opposed the idea of retrieving each clan's sacred treasures, the other clans had already begun taking action, so it would be meaningless for the Phoenix clan to insist. The immortal parasol tree was very important to the Phoenix clan, so while she had concerns in her heart, she could only refine the sacred treasure for now. At this point, she had almost finished. Just as she was preparing to retrieve the immortal parasol tree, she encountered something unexpected. She faced the same situation as the other divine spirits. The immortal parasol tree could not be taken away. The 16 sacred treasures have long become one, so they can only be removed as a set. We need to refine them all before we can take them away. Kun Ao explained as he strolled over from a distance. That was the conclusion he reached after various discussions with the rest of the clan heads. Qing Luan immediately revealed a look of understanding. When she tried to collect the immortal parasol tree earlier, she had a strange feeling. It felt as though there were other forces of resistance coming from all around her and preventing her from collecting the immortal parasol tree. It would now seem that this resistance did not originate from the immortal parasol tree itself, but rather from the rest of the sacred treasures. Where is that dragon clan member? Kun Ao asked. Inside the Crystal Palace. While speaking, Qing Luan glanced towards the Crystal Palace. The rest of the sacred treasures have been refined, so the only one left is Crystal Palace. He needs to hurry up. Qing Luan shrugged. It's useless for you to tell me that. In that case, I'll tell him myself. After saying that, Kun Ao turned and headed in the direction of the Crystal Palace. He stood outside a short while later and shouted, "Young dragon, come out now." Qing Luan couldn't help feeling worried, so she followed along. When she heard those words, she scowled. Unfortunately, it was not wise to cause a dispute with Kun Ao over something so trivial. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai stored all the ancestral spirit crystals in his small universe. It was a pity that he did not find the Dragon Clan's inheritance after he explored the entirety of the Crystal Palace. Thus, he couldn't help wondering whether the rumors were wrong. Nevertheless, the Crystal Palace itself was an incredibly amazing artifact. It was the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure after all. This item was several ranks higher than the Heavenly Sword Palace in terms of quality. Yang Kai had tried to refine the sacred treasure, and his bloodline had received the approval of the Crystal Palace, which allowed him to open its doors. It was just that his strength wasn't sufficient to truly refine the sacred treasure. When he tried to, his progress was extremely slow. Based on his estimation, it would take him several dozen to 100 years to refine the Crystal Palace completely, if he could do so at all. This was related to his bloodline. Although it was pure, it was simply not strong enough. He was just a juvenile dragon, so it was only natural that he would require a long time to refine the sacred treasure. Seeing as he could not refine the sacred treasure for the time being, Yang Kai didn't bother agonizing over the idea. It was not as if the Crystal Palace could go anywhere. It would not be too late for him to come back to refine the sacred treasure once he enhanced his bloodline further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kun Ao's shout. He looked up only to see Kun Ao and Qing Luan standing outside the Crystal Palace, side by side. The Crystal Palace was extremely mysterious. Standing inside the palace, his vision of the outside was not blocked in any way. He could clearly see everything outside the palace from where he stood. On the other hand, judging by the reactions of Kun Ao and Qing Luan, they could not see him. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:13, Can you get any more biased? The Crystal Palace had the ability to prevent others from spying on what happened within. On the other hand, the people inside the palace could see everything that was happening outside. Since Qing Luan was here, Kun Ao would not be able to do anything. Therefore, Yang Kai strolled out boldly without fear and asked with a frown, "What is it?" Kun Ao asked, "Brat, let me ask you this, how far have you gotten with refining the Crystal Palace?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "This guy sure cares about many things. The Crystal Palace is the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. Why is he asking about this? Is he planning to take the Crystal Palace for himself?" He glanced at Qing Luan questioningly, so she explained, The 16 sacred treasures have been integrated into one whole after spending countless years together. As long as one of them is not taken away, the rest of the sacred treasures cannot be taken away either. At present, all the clans have refined their respective sacred treasures. Only the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace remains. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. He replied honestly, "I can refine the Crystal Palace, but it will take a long time." "How long?" Kuan Ao asked with raised eyebrows. "Several decades, maybe 100 years, Yang Kai responded. "That long?" Kuan Ao scowled. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. You may refine it peacefully. We will wait for you." A span of several decades or even 100 years might not be a short time, but it was nothing to the long-lived divine spirits. Forget 100 years, even if it took several 1,000 years, Kuan Ao could afford to wait. Waiting for some time was nothing at all if he could retrieve the sacred treasure. "I don't plan to spend so much time refining the sacred treasure." Yang Kai shook his head. Kuan Ao narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai explained, "Coming to the ancestral land was an accident. I still have matters to take care of in the outside world. I can't afford to spend too much time here." This trip had gone on for long enough. There was no need to worry about Voidland as the two divine spirits, Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao-yin, were watching over it. As long as none of the cave heavens and paradises attacked, there was nobody in the 3,000 worlds who could harm Voidland. On the contrary, the World Tree and the new Great Territory in the Star Boundary required more of his attention. What's more, his two disciples were still in his small universe. Yang Kai needed to bring them back to the Star Boundary as soon as possible to aid their growth. Not to mention that he had been suppressing Zhao Ya's cultivation for the past many years to prevent her from growing too quickly. The Star Boundary was the best cradle to produce Open Heaven Realm Masters. Compared to growing up in his small universe, growing up there would give her greater future potential and would allow her to ascend higher in the martial Dao. However, the flow of time in his small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. If he got held up in the ancestral land for several decades or even 100 years, Zhao Ya might already have advanced to the Emperor realm. In that case, she would not receive much benefit from the World Tree even if she entered to the Star Boundary. That was why he originally planned to rush back to the Star Boundary once he finished everything in the ancestral land. "That's not up to you." Kuan Ao sneered. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the ancestral land just because you have the protection of the Phoenix clan. This matter involves the sacred treasures of all the clans. Even the Phoenix clan cannot shield you." Qin Luan frowned slightly, but unfortunately, what Kuan Ao said was the truth. This matter was indeed related to the interests of all the clans, so if the Phoenix clan insisted on doing things their way, they would only cause public outrage. "Can you speed things up?" she asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Refining the Crystal Palace is related to my bloodline, which is too weak right now. That's why the seniors have finished refining their respective sacred treasures while I am helpless to do so. To speed things up, I would need to improve my bloodline first. If I can enhance my bloodline to the level of a Grand Dragon, I have the confidence to finish refining the Crystal Palace within half a year. However, this is not something that can be done in a short time." Kuan Ao said, "The ancestral strength in this land is so rich, you can cultivate inside the Crystal Palace with peace of mind and improve your bloodline. You should know that this is something all the juniors in the ancestral land yearn for but cannot get." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored Kuan Ao. Qin Luan spoke up pensively, "There might be a way to improve your bloodline rapidly." Yang Kai looked at her. "Senior, do you mean?" Qin Luan abruptly turned to face Kuan Ao and asked, "The Kuan clan probably obtained many ancestral spirit fruits, right?" Kuan Ao was taken aback for a moment. Then he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. "I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Luan simply laughed. "The ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength. If he consumes them, he will be able to improve his bloodline quickly. In the past, we used to hear about how the ancestral land had ancestral spirit fruits, but none of us have actually seen one before. When the demon sealing land opened, each clan probably obtained a certain number of ancestral spirit fruits. If each clan makes a small contribution, it will be enough to fulfill his requirements to become a grand dragon. Kuan Ao was furious. Qing Wan, even if the dragon and the phoenix clans have always been connected since ancient times, your heart is too crooked. This young dragon may be a divine spirit, but are the other divine spirits in the ancestral land not also divine spirits? It was not easy for us to obtain the ancestral spirit fruits, and which clan does not have juniors that need them? Why should we give them to him? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. If there are enough ancestral spirit fruits, I can give it a try. Kuan Ao glared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes. Junior, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. This king strongly wishes to kill you. Yang Kai spread his hands wide. Without the ancestral spirit fruits, I won't be able to become a grand dragon quickly. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Kuan Ao snarled coldly. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky and looked down his nose at Kuan Ao. He arrogantly said, "Kill me, and you will never retrieve your sacred treasures. Why don't you ask if the various divine spirit clans will agree with you?" Kuan Ao was absolutely livid. He never imagined that the day would come where he was bullied by a mere young dragon. It felt like the biggest humiliation in all the long years that he spent cultivating. Qing Wan said, "Why don't we ask the rest for their opinions? Arguing back and forth is not going to make a difference." While speaking, she cast a secret technique to send out various transmissions. It didn't take long for the representatives of each clan to gather around and for her to explain the current situation to them. The expressions of all the divine spirits became extremely strange when they looked at Yang Kai. It's not like he can't cultivate without the ancestral spirit fruits. We might not know what the intensity of the ancestral strength is like in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, but I'm sure it's extraordinary. It will only take a slightly longer time to cultivate in the Crystal Palace. Why should we waste such precious ancestral spirit fruits on him? One of the divine spirits yelled out. That's right. It was not easy to obtain these ancestral spirit fruits. They should be used in the right place. In my opinion, this brat is trying to scam us. It has always been said that the Dragon Clan is greedy. I've never met one before, but this incident today has proven those sayings right. Who would agree to such ridiculous demands? Just press a blade against his neck if he dares to refuse to cultivate. Let's see if he is willing to cultivate then. The many divine spirits clamored to express their opinions, so Qing Wan suffered a terrible headache just listening to them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Crystal Palace. His posture seemed to say that he would hide inside the moment the situation turned sour. Clasping his hands behind his back calmly, he waited until everybody finished speaking before he spoke up. You are the ones who want me to refine the Crystal Palace. I don't want to do it. Since you are forcing me to do something I'm not willing to do, then you should offer me some compensation. Otherwise, you can all just sit there and wait. Kuan Ao sneered. Are you planning to hide in the Crystal Palace for thousands of years? That's hard to say. That will depend on who has more patience between us. Qing Wan said, Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. All of you are adults. What's so fun about squabbling with a junior? Yang Kai is right. If you want him to improve his bloodline, then it's only natural that you should offer him some compensation. I was the one who suggested the ancestral spirit fruits. In that case, the Phoenix clan will make the first move. While speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Hong, who stepped forward, took out 13 ancestral spirit fruits and handed them to her. I'm not asking you to hand over all of your ancestral spirit fruits. Half should be acceptable, right? The Phoenix clan's half is right here. Kuan Ao rolled his eyes. Qing Wan, can you get any more biased? She replied with a smile. In the matter of releasing the seal, the Phoenix clan went along with your wishes. Likewise, in the matter of retrieving the sacred treasures, the Phoenix clan bent to public opinion again. The Phoenix clan has taken the lead in this matter, so if you refuse to show respect, then don't ever look to the Phoenix clan for help again if another disaster strikes the ancestral land. The divine spirits looked at each other awkwardly after hearing those words. Qing Yuan had already said so much, so it would be bad if they did not express their sincerity in return. Although they were reluctant to part with the ancestral spirit fruits, they had no choice but to do so. One by one, they took out different amounts of the ancestral spirit fruits. Although there was no guarantee that they really took out half of what they had collected, there were almost 200 ancestral spirit fruits in total when all the offerings were gathered together. Qing Yuan flicked her wrist and tossed a space ring containing the ancestral spirit fruits to Yang Kai. Yang Kai happily took the space ring and cupped his fist. Please rest assured, seniors. This junior will immediately begin cultivating in seclusion. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become a grand dragon as soon as possible, so that you may all bring your sacred treasures home. Many of the divine spirits secretly ground their teeth when they looked at Yang Kai, but they could only maintain a smile on the surface and pretended to display the friendly demeanor of a senior expert. Yang Kai nodded at Qing Yuan and turned to head inside the Crystal Palace, but before he entered, he abruptly recalled something and turned back again. Senior, I have something to ask of you. Speak. Qing Yuan nodded. The process of advancing to become a grand dragon is not something that can be completed in a short time. I do not know how long it will take. My friend is a human cultivator, and now that the demon sealing land is open, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land will become richer. It's not suitable for her to remain here for long. Please arrange for somebody to escort her from this place. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land had been weak previously, so there were no issues for Xia Linlang to remain in the ancestral land for a short while. However, the situation was different now. Even Qing Yang, who was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, began showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. How much longer could she resist? Needless to say, Qing Yuan knew who he was referring to and nodded at his words. Don't worry, I will arrange for somebody to send her out. Many thanks, Senior. Also, please tell her to head to Voidland in the Void Territory if she is willing. Pearflower Cave Heaven was gone, and Xia Linlang no longer had a place in the Shattered Heaven, not unless she found another Universe Paradise or Universe Cave Heaven without a master. Although Yang Kai asked Qing Yuan to pass the message, Xia Linlang would probably be reluctant to head to Voidland. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would be forced to act according to the circumstances as soon as she appeared outside the Shattered Heaven. If not for that, she would not have escaped into the depths of the Shattered Heaven with him. She could have left the Shattered Heaven with him instead. In any case, Yang Kai could only do what he was able. Xia Linlang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a child. As for where to go or what to do, she would have her own thoughts on the matter. The Crystal Palace closed once more. Yang Kai entered one of the spacious halls and sat down cross-legged. Although he wanted to hurry back to the star boundary to let his 2 disciples settle down properly, things had already come to this point, so he could only improve his bloodline for now. Otherwise, he would not have a reasonable explanation for the divine spirits waiting outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:14, like a dream that was not a dream. Yang Kai had obtained 9 ancestral spirit fruits when exploring the demon sealing land with Qing Yuan. Combined with the over 200 fruits that the various divine spirit clans gifted to him, he had almost 230 ancestral spirit fruits in total. Even so, he did not know whether these ancestral spirit fruits were enough for him to become a grand dragon. He estimated that they might not be enough as, although the current power of his dragon vein was not bad, he was only a bit over 3,000 meters tall after transforming into his half-dragon form. To become a grand dragon, he would need to grow to 10,000 meters at the very least. Dale Lidgerkeys, the author a long time ago, intentionally or otherwise, messed with continuity to reduce the size of Yang Kai's dragon form. For a while we attempted to amend it to maintain continuity, Unfortunately, at this point he has made the whole size thing so complex that it would be a nightmare to keep making corrections, especially considering the implications to everyone else's sizes. Please suspend your annoyance and go with it. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. The ancestral strength in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace was extremely rich. Not to mention, he had harvested many ancestral spirit crystals earlier. If the ancestral spirit fruits were not enough, he could use the ancestral spirit crystals to make up the difference. Yang Kai took out an ancestral spirit fruit and an ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size. Then he placed them in front of him. He wanted to figure out the differences between them and see which one was more effective. He picked the ancestral spirit fruit first. The fruit was brightly colored and gave off a peculiar aroma that aroused his appetite. When he bit down on the fruit, it felt as though he had barely used any strength, but the skin of the fruit split open. The sweet and tart juice immediately flooded his mouth. Before he could react, the entire ancestral spirit fruit had burst, leaving only the skin behind. He swallowed the juice and smacked his lips, enjoying the unforgettable taste. He didn't waste the skin of the fruit either, stuffing it all into his mouth before chewing and swallowing. After waiting in silence for a moment, his expression became strange. There was no obvious change aside from a slight burning feeling in his abdomen. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The slightly burning feeling suddenly became scorching hot. It felt as though there was a smoldering iron in his belly. Immediately after that, a huge amount of energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. His physique squirmed, and a golden dragon head that manifested behind his back released a deafening dragon roar. It was followed by a series of cracking sounds that came from all parts of his body as his physique swelled up without warning. A suppressed growl escaped his throat. The power of the ancestral spirit fruit had caused him to transform into his half-dragon form without his consent. Bursts of suppressed roars came from his throat as his physique wriggled madly and dragon blood rushed through his meridians with a faint dragon roar. At the same time, overwhelming dragon pressure permeated the air. By the time everything calmed down again, almost 2 days had passed. The medicinal efficacies of the ancestral spirit fruit Yang Kai consumed had been completely absorbed. He briefly examined his body and raised his eyebrows at the sight. A single ancestral spirit fruit had made him grow nearly 100 meters in just 2 days. The result was a pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing as he about 3,000 meters tall at present, there was a difference of roughly 7,000 meters before he could be considered a mature grand dragon. This was not a small gap, and it had to be said that he only managed to cultivate to a height of 3,000 meters from the time he obtained his dragon source until now. Be that as it may, a single ancestral spirit fruit turned out to have such profound effects, so Yang Kai quietly made some calculations. With just 70 to 100 fruits, wouldn't he become a grand dragon? However, Yang Kai knew that these calculations had taken too many things for granted. If any kind of resource or treasure was consumed repeatedly over a long period, its effects would gradually weaken. Fortunately, he had over 200 ancestral spirit fruits in his possession. It might just be enough to satisfy the requirements for him to become a grand dragon. Now that he had confirmed the effects of the ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai picked up the ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size as the ancestral spirit fruit. When he was in his human form, the ancestral spirit crystal had fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Now that he was in his half-dragon form though, holding the ancestral spirit crystal felt like he was holding a tiny green pea between his claws. He could barely feel the presence of the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand unless he concentrated carefully. Yang Kai focused his mind and silently activated the power of his dragon vein in his body to wrap around the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand. Then he refined and absorbed the ancestral strength within. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later he finally opened his eyes again. When Yang Kai spread open his palm, the ancestral spirit crystal had already been refined cleanly and vanished. He then examined the condition of his body again and saw that he had grown another 50 meters or so. After some comparisons, the differences between the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal became clear to see. The two objects were around the same size. However, he had spent less than 2 days refining an ancestral spirit fruit that made him grow about 100 meters in total, whereas it had taken him 5 days to refine the ancestral spirit crystal, even though its effects only made his height increase by 50 meters. Be it in terms of both the time required for refining or overall effect, the ancestral spirit fruit was far better than the ancestral spirit crystal. Still, the ancestral spirit crystal was more durable in a sense. Now that he knew the differences between the two objects, Yang Kai did not continue experimenting, picking up another ancestral spirit fruit to consume and refine. Inside the demon sealing land, the various divine spirit clans sat around their respective sacred treasures and cultivated quietly. To them, a land with such abundant ancestral strength like the demon sealing land was a cultivation paradise that they used to dream about in the past. After unlocking the demon sealing land, the divine spirits couldn't help feeling as though they had gotten rich overnight. It was almost as though a person who was accustomed to living in poverty suddenly found a mountain of gold in their backyard. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai continuously consumed the ancestral spirit fruit to stimulate the dragon vein in his body. 20 days later, his dragon form reached a height of 4,000 meters. After 3 months, he reached 5,000 meters. After 7 months, he was 6,000 meters. After 1 year, he reached a height of 7,000 meters. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai's enormous body could no longer stand up straight, so he could only rest on his side while his dragon tail swung side to side without him noticing. With such a large body, he was already more than twice the size he was when he started. His dragon claws were sharper, his dragon scales were tougher, and his golden brilliance shone even brighter and more dazzlingly than before. His dragon pressure was so thick it almost materialized. When he reached out to grab another ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai discovered that all the fruits had been consumed and couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At the beginning, it had taken him approximately 2 days to refine a single ancestral spirit fruit. Following the growth of his bloodline, though, the time needed for refinement reduced, but the growth he experienced thanks to an ancestral spirit fruit also weakened accordingly. It had only taken him 1 year to finish consuming all the ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he did not achieve the expected results of becoming a grand dragon. On the contrary, he was only 7,000 meters tall now. It was still very far from becoming a grand dragon, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, though this result was still within his expectations. He was stuck in a daze for quite a long time before he recalled what he was doing. As the purity of his bloodline increased and the power of the dragon vein grew stronger, continuous bursts of dragon roars resounded in his mind. He initially thought that he was hallucinating, but after listening carefully for a few days, he confirmed that it was not just his imagination. The bursts of dragon roars resounding in his head was the mysterious dragon language and seemed to be the dragon clan's inheritance. It came from the golden divine dragon's source strength and the depths of his bloodline, and it was only when his bloodline had reached a certain level of purity that it emerged from the hidden depths. Yang Kai began studying this newfound inheritance, and his entire mind was practically immersed within it, but he always had the feeling that there was a layer of mist blocking him from getting a clear picture. Even his reactions became slower as a result. The might of his bloodline was not enough. He was faintly aware of this fact. Only by further enhancing his bloodline could he finally tear apart the mist that was blocking his vision. The ancestral spirit fruits had been consumed completely, so Yang Kai immediately placed many ancestral spirit crystals by his side. His enormous dragon form curled up around the ancestral spirit crystals. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, the ancestral strength in the ancestral spirit crystals continued to be guided into his dragon vein and continuously flooded his body. From time to time, the sound of crunching bones would reverberate throughout the Crystal Palace. It was his half-dragon form expanding in size. In his dreams, the dragon language resounded softly in his ears without pause. Consequently, Yang Kai's brow would furrow tightly on occasion and relax again at other times. his expressions changed constantly. All of a sudden, a spot of light broke through the mist and a wide world appeared in his field of vision. Yang Kai looked up to see a behemoth towering into the skies. The behemoth was bald and his entire body was completely black in color. He looked like an endless black hole that devoured everything around him. A giant spirit god. Yang Kai stared at the giant spirit god blankly, and only after a long time did he wonder to himself, "Where have I seen this guy before?" Yang Kai felt as though his current state was a little strange. His reactions were particularly slow, almost like he was stuck in a dream that was not a dream. He did not know why he was here, much less recall where he had seen this black giant spirit god before. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew that he was inside a dream. It was just that the feelings he received from his surroundings felt incredibly real. The ink-black giant spirit god was running across the ground. With every step that he took, the ground shuddered violently. Meanwhile, there were numerous divine spirits in their true forms surrounding him and attacking him in a frenzy. Each divine spirit was a mature divine spirit who was at least equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai saw many dragons and phoenix clan members with their wings spread outward, 3-legged golden crows that blazed like great suns in the sky, and kunpangs whose bodies covered the sky. The divine abilities of the divine spirits blasted out, each one containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. All the attacks landed on the giant spirit god, but be that as it may, the ink-black pigment on his skin wriggled like living creatures to form sturdy shields that defended against all the attacks. Suddenly, the black giant spirit god reached out his hand and captured a divine spirit that looked like a Baizé. Ignoring the Baizé's struggles, he clenched his large hand and crushed the powerful divine spirit in his grip. The blood of the divine spirit splattered across the ground. The ground was covered in countless dead divine spirits, their enormous bodies crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Their deaths were incredibly brutal. The mighty divine spirits were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of this seemingly invincible giant spirit god. Capturing a grand dragon in both hands, the giant spirit god gave a sharp tug and ripped it in two. A beautiful fire phoenix was killed on the spot with a slap of his palm and turned into a phoenix egg only to be crushed under his foot. Despite such a huge disparity in numbers, the divine spirits were suffering a catastrophic defeat in this battle. This scene was extremely shocking. Even so, Yang Kai simply watched quietly. It wasn't that he was willingly being so detached, but rather that his current state did not allow the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was an extremely bizarre sensation. He did not know what caused this battle or how long it had lasted. All he knew was that the divine spirits suffered countless casualties. At last, a mighty dragon roar shook the skies and a gigantic golden dragon head protruded from the clouds to look down on the world. The dragon eyes gleamed with a golden radiance that was exceedingly sharp. Beside this enormous dragon stood a pure white ice phoenix that radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She spread her wings wide and threw her head back with a shrill cry. The invincible giant spirit god seemed to sense some sort of danger and finally stopped running to look up at the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:15, Grand Dragon. Under the leadership of the Golden Divine Dragon and the White Ice Phoenix, the divine spirits of various clans that suffered heavy casualties previously began fighting even more vigorously against the black giant spirit god. The giant spirit god showed neither joy nor sorrow. He simply went on a silent killing spree. Divine spirits died one after another, their vitality completely erased. The blood of divine spirits rained down and watered the ground. Finally, the powerful giant spirit god stumbled. The golden grand dragon that was over 100,000 meters long swooped down from high above, shaking his head and flicking his tail. His enormous body wrapped around the giant spirit god firmly to restrict his movements. Likewise, the white ice phoenix swiftly swooped down from above, her sharp talons clasping onto the giant spirit god's physique tightly. One after another, the sacred treasures that exuded monstrous power were summoned by the various divine spirit clans. Their auras were closely connected to each other. The sacred treasures included the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol Tree, the Kuan Clan's Northern Deep, the Golden Crow Clan's Fu Sang Divine Tree. The 16 sacred treasures formed a grand array, causing the world to split apart in an instant. At the same time, the ancestral strength condensed together and gigantic chains took shape. These chains pierced the giant spirit god's body and immobilized him. Afterward, all the divine spirits quickly retreated while the dragon roared and the phoenix wailed. When the divine spirits looked back, all they saw was the scene of the world shattering apart. All the blood essence in the golden grand dragon and the white ice phoenix burst into flames and transformed into a powerful force of imprisonment that suppressed the giant spirit god on the spot. The black giant spirit god was too overpowering, so much so that even the divine spirits were unable to kill him. The golden divine dragon and the white ice phoenix were nowhere to be seen. Only a small golden radiance and a small white light flickered amidst the void turbulence before vanishing out of sight. Yang Kai woke up the next moment. 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes again, he felt as though he had experienced a very long dream, and for a time, he could not break out of his reverie. He spent a long time in a daze before he finally recalled the last part of his dream. He seemed to have witnessed the scene of the black giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed. It was something the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Empress had done at the expense of burning their blood essence and sacrificing themselves. Only the strongest divine dragons of the Dragon Clan could receive the title of Dragon Emperor. Only the strongest masters of the Phoenix Clan had the right to be titled Phoenix Empress. Following the deaths of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress, their sources were swept up by the void turbulence caused by the splitting of the ancestral land and vanished without a trace. In this way, the sources that Yang Kai and Su Yan obtained back at Tong Xian Realm were the inheritances of this Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. The reason Yang Kai saw these memories in that dreamlike state was clearly related to the Dragon Emperor's source. The source strength was the inheritance left behind from the battlefield back then after all. Qing Wan was right. Each clan's sacred treasure represented their inheritance. It was just that the inheritance was not hidden within the sacred treasures themselves. On the contrary, each divine spirit's bloodline contained their respective inheritances, and they would naturally be revealed when their bloodline reached a certain level of purity. Cultivating with the help of their respective clans' sacred treasures simply made it easier to stimulate the inheritance in their bloodline. If Yang Kai had not cultivated in the Crystal Palace, he would never have seen these memories. At this point in time, the truth of what actually happened in the far past had been lost to history. Although Yang Kai had seen snippets of what happened when the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed through his source inheritance, the reason behind such a ferocious battle between the giant spirit god and the divine spirits remained a mystery. On the other hand, he now understood the origins of his golden divine dragon source and Su Yan's ice phoenix source. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai examined his body. All the ancestral spirit crystals he took out earlier were nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that they had been refined and absorbed. As a result, his body had grown again. He was now 9,999 meters long. He was just one step away from becoming a grand dragon. Unfortunately, it would seem that this final step was not so easy to overcome. If this were 3 years ago, he might have been helpless in the face of this problem. However, the long dream had made him aware of quite a fair amount of the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Among them included the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques. As for how to take the final step, he already had a plan. Reclining on his back in the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai took out another handful of ancestral spirit crystals. This time around, he did not place the ancestral spirit crystals around him and instead stuffed them directly into his mouth. Following the crunching sounds, the rock-hard ancestral spirit crystals were swallowed into his belly and an enormous energy erupted in the next moment. Yang Kai continued to devour the ancestral spirit crystals endlessly, and it was not until he used up nearly 80% of them that he stopped. The amount of ancestral strength accumulated in his body was indescribably large by now, and this energy stimulated his dragon vein greatly. The mysterious dragon language sounded from Yang Kai's mouth, and at the same time, he activated the power of his dragon source, supplemented by the Dragon Clan's cultivation technique, to refine the ancestral strength and enhance his bloodline. Yang Kai gradually felt a searing heat below his jaw. It felt like a scorching iron brand was pressing against him. The discomfort caused him to shake his head vigorously, the huge half-dragon head knocking against the walls of the Crystal Palace, causing loud rumbles to reverberate through the air. With the passage of time, the scorching heat below his jaw became more and more noticeable. All the power of the dragon vein in his body seemed to be gathering in that spot, and Yang Kai vaguely sensed that something amazing was forming beneath his jaw. All of a sudden, the energy fluctuations reached a peak and a thunderous roar exploded in Yang Kai's mind as his entire being suddenly became clear-headed. Beneath his jaw, a round bead of condensed source strength came into being. Kacha. His huge body that had been stagnant at 9,999 meters suddenly swelled slightly at this moment, and he abruptly crashed through the 10,000 meters threshold. He had given birth to a dragon bead and became a grand dragon. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai let out a roar. At this moment he felt as though he had shed his former body and been reborn. Both his body and mind were cleansed by a strange baptism and his entire physique wriggled. The sound of his bones dislocating and reforming once more echoed throughout the Crystal Palace. His dragon pressure filled the entire Crystal Palace like a solid substance. A powerful force flowed through every corner of his body, so strong that it almost felt as though this force could break the world. By the time everything calmed down again, more than half a month had passed. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and examined his body once more. It had to be said that the changes he experienced after he became a grand dragon were extremely drastic. Whenever he used his dragon transformation secret technique in the past, although he had a dragon form, he still retained some human characteristics. It could be said that he was half dragon and half human. However, he no longer had the slightest trace of human characteristics at this moment. He was now a genuine grand dragon with a 10,000 meters long smooth body that was covered in golden dragon scales. His dragon claws were so sharp that they left a scar in the void with a light swipe, and a swing of his dragon tail could conjure a violent force. These changes were unexpected. Qing Wan had mentioned that it didn't matter what his background was since he obtained the golden divine dragon source. He could be said to be part of the pureblood dragon clan. Looking at himself now, Yang Kai didn't know whether he was human or dragon anymore. With a shift of his thoughts, his enormous body rapidly shrank and returned to his human form. It was just that his current appearance was slightly different from the usual. At this moment, he was wearing a dazzling golden artifact armor. This artifact armor was formed from his dragon scales, so it had an incredibly strong defensive ability. He did not have such an ability before. Be that as it may, after learning various secrets from the Dragon Clan inheritance, the ability to transform his dragon scales into dragon armor was nothing more than a petty trick. But this golden artifact armor is a little too flamboyant and conspicuous. I practically resemble the sun radiating such a dazzling brilliance wherever I go. Yang Kai focused his thoughts, and the brilliance of the artifact armor subsided considerably. Although the appearance was still incredibly luxurious, at the very least, it was not embarrassingly radiant anymore. After examining himself again, Yang Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. He was in no hurry to refine the Crystal Palace. Opening his mouth, he spat out a bead that emitted a faint golden light. The bead floated down to land on his palm. It was a dragon bead. The most important step for a juvenile dragon to become a grand dragon was to condense a dragon bead in their body. Juvenile dragons had no dragon beads. Only mature grand dragons had them. A dragon bead was similar to a monster beast's monster core. It was the crystallization of a grand dragon's power and the manifestation of their source. Looking at the golden bead in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly sense the horrifying strength contained within. Even though that power belonged to him, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. His current strength was a little strange. In his human form, he was no more than a sixth-order open heaven realm master. However, if he transformed into a grand dragon, He was equivalent to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Moreover, both powers did not clash or interfere with each other. It was most likely that he was the only person in the world IJ this situation. A similar situation would not occur in the other Dragon Clan members. Absorbing the dragon bead back into his body, Yang Kai exhaled a long breath. His trip to the ancestral land could be said to be an unexpected surprise. While fleeing for his life previously, Yang Kai never imagined that a place like the ancestral land existed in the depths of the shattered ruins. Furthermore, he only spent several short years to advance from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon. It could be said to be a huge harvest. Nevertheless, he had consumed many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals in the process. He used up all the ancestral spirit fruits and 80% of all the ancestral spirit crystals he found inside the Crystal Palace. There was no other divine spirit who could achieve such a feat. After all, both the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal were extremely rare. If not because the demon sealing land was unsealed for the first time in countless eons, where would he find so many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked outside. Everything was peaceful as the various divine spirit clans were guarding their sacred treasures and waiting for him to come out of retreat. A few trivial years was not enough to exhaust their patience. Now that he had become a grand dragon, it was time for Yang Kai to refine the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was of great help in terms of both cultivation and awakening the inheritance within one source. If the Dragon Clan members in Voidland were sent here to cultivate in the future, the Crystal Palace would become their greatest support. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and activated the power of his dragon vein to connect with the Crystal Palace. He had attempted this feat in the past, but unfortunately, his bloodline had been too weak at the time. His refinement speed was far too slow, so he gave up on the attempt. Now that he was a grand dragon, his speed was much greater. Half a year later, Kun Ao, who was cultivating in the demon sealing land, suddenly felt an abnormality. He opened his eyes only to see light flashing constantly from within the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. The flashing lights were accompanied by cracking sounds. The anomaly alarmed all the divine spirits nearby. Likewise, Qing Yuan immediately looked in the direction of the Crystal Palace with a strange light in her eyes. That brat's speed is quite something. Is he about to finish refining it so soon? One of the divine spirits smiled. He initially thought that he would need to wait for a few more years. However, the sight before him clearly indicated that Yang Kai was about to finish refining the Crystal Palace. With so many ancestral spirit fruits, even a waste can become a grand dragon. Another divine spirit scathingly spat out with a twitch of his brow. The ancestral spirit fruits were such precious treasures that he was still heartbroken over being forced to offer up half of his supply. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:16, Speculation about the Divine Ability C. It took half a day for the anomalies of the Crystal Palace to settle down. After that, a figure flashed out from within. It was none other than Yang Kai. Feeling many pairs of eyes staring at him expectantly, he nodded at the crowd of divine spirits. Fortunately, I have not failed your expectations. Kun Ao burst into laughter. That's good. Let us retrieve our sacred treasures now that the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace has also been refined. Then he worriedly reminded Yang Kai, Brat, don't forget to cooperate with us later. Yang Kai responded. The divine spirits had been waiting for this day for a long time now. At this moment, they eagerly hurried over to their respective sacred treasures and activated their power. When the powers of these divine spirits fluctuated, the 16 sacred treasures that had long since been integrated into one were stimulated by the various divine spirits. There was a rumble that shook the entire world, and a series of cracking sounds rang out repeatedly. A short while later, the 16 sacred treasures turned into 16 rays of light that were recovered by the various divine spirit clans. Yang Kai toyed with a miniature palace in his hand that was countless times smaller than the Crystal Palace. The entire body of the palace seemed to be carved from a single exquisite piece of crystal. It was none other than the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace itself. His expression revealed his slight astonishment. He had not expected the Crystal Palace to be able to change its size freely. After the sacred treasures were retrieved, the ancestral strength in the world lost its source of attraction. The huge chains penetrating the giant spirit god slowly disintegrated and changed back into the rich ancestral strength that permeated the world. The sight of the chains disintegrating was extremely overwhelming. During this period, all the divine spirits watched the giant spirit god warily. Qing Yuan, Kuan-Ao, and the others had previously investigated the situation inside the giant spirit god's body and determined that he was as dead as could be, but even so, it was a matter related to a giant spirit god after all. Who knew whether he had some sort of mysterious ability that would allow him to be brought back to life? Fortunately, the giant spirit god showed no movement even after the chains fell apart and the sacred treasures were retrieved. It looked like even the giant spirit god could not withstand the erosion of the ancestral strength over the countless years of suppression. There seemed to be an unusual change taking place in the world. Nobody could put a finger to the strange feeling, but all the divine spirits living in the ancestral land could clearly feel one thing. The ancestral land that was split into two in ancient times was slowly merging back into one entity at this moment. Kuan-Ao, I believe that it would be better for this place to be listed as a restricted area. What do you think? Qing Yuan stared at the giant spirit god for a moment before she turned to look at Kuan-Ao. Kuan-Ao pondered in silence for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Naturally, the other divine spirits would not object to what the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had agreed on. Under Qing Yuan's leadership, many divine spirits joined forces and worked together to set up a powerful barrier around the giant spirit god with their blood essence. The first reason was to turn this place into a restricted area to prevent any divine spirit from approaching carelessly. The other reason was to guard against any unexpected changes that might occur to the giant spirit god. By the time they finished working, 10 days had passed. The various divine spirit clans had benefited greatly from this trip to the demon sealing land. There was no need to mention the benefits gained by those who retrieved their sacred treasures. Even those without sacred treasures could enjoy the abundant ancestral strength brought about by merging the two halves of the ancestral land. They would no longer need to worry about the continuation of their respective clans or the impurity of their descendants' bloodlines. Yang Kai followed Qing Yuan and the others back to Four Phoenix Pavilion, and after consulting Qing Yuan, he decided to place the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in one of the mountain valleys with beautiful scenery. The Crystal Palace might be an extraordinary palace artifact, but it played a more important role as the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. The Dragon Clan members from the Star Boundary would be coming to the ancestral land to cultivate, and leaving the Crystal Palace here would significantly help their growth. If not for these considerations, he would have taken the Crystal Palace away with him. Yang Kai sat opposite Qing Yuan and the others inside the main hall, telling them about the dream that he saw while cultivating in the Crystal Palace back then. After much deliberation, he decided that he should inform the Phoenix clan about this matter. Who could say? The Phoenix clan might know something about the secrets from the ancient times. Unfortunately, Qing Yuan and the others could not think of any useful information even after listening to his story. On the contrary, they were quite shocked by certain events that he revealed to them. From what you've said, the giant spirit god did indeed fight a ferocious battle with the divine spirits in ancestral land back then. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation who sacrificed themselves by burning their blood essence to mobilize the ancestral strength through the various sacred treasures to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. That's what I saw, Yang Kai nodded. The ancestral land was torn apart and divided in two. At the same time, the sources of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were caught up in a void turbulence and vanished out of sight. That was until many years ago when this junior had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Emperor's source in a small and weak world. Qing Yuan sighed in amazement. The Dragon Emperors are the strongest masters of the Dragon Clan, and there are often generations where no Dragon Emperor rises to power. No wonder your source is a divine dragon source. Only a divine dragon is qualified to be a Dragon Emperor. Yuan Chu asked, if the Dragon Emperor's source of that generation is with you, Then what about the Phoenix Empress source? Have you seen it? If the two of them were caught up in a void turbulence, they might have appeared in the same place. Yang Kai replied, if I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix Empress source is with my senior sister, Su Yen. They were really together? Qing Luan and the others became excited. Yuzhua asked, where is that senior sister of yours right now? She lives in Void Land located in the Void Territory. Yang Kai answered, following my return this time, I plan to send her and some of my divine spirit friends to the ancestral land. I hope you can help to take care of them when they arrive, seniors. Qing Luan smiled, you've already mentioned this matter before, so of course it won't be a problem at all. Feel free to send them here. While speaking, she turned to look at Hong Hu, please go with Yang Kai, fourth sister. Hong Hu nodded. Yang Kai quickly said, there's no need to trouble you, senior. I know the position of the ancestral land now, so I only need you to tell me how to safely pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Qing Luan said, the return of the Phoenix Empress is an important event for the Phoenix clan. We cannot be sloppy. Please let Hong Hu go with you. Seeing as she had already said so much, Yang Kai did not refuse her again. Besides, he would like nothing more than having a master like Hong Hu accompanying him on his travels. The information about how he had obtained the World Spring would probably have spread across the shattered heaven by now, so there was no saying what kinds of troubles he might face when he returned to the shattered heaven again. When do you plan to leave? She asked. I wish to say goodbye to Senior Miemeng first. As you should. Qing Luan nodded. The next day, Yang Kai strolled over to the place where Miemeng lived. It was obvious that Miemeng had detected his presence because the doors were wide open. He did not see the great general anywhere, and Miemeng claimed that it was because the boy was working hard to cultivate. However, according to Yang Kai's understanding of great general's character, he had the feeling that the little chicken had been forced into seclusion by his mother. In any case, he did not say anything regarding the matter. Before he departed, Yang Kai left behind several ancestral spirit crystals so that Miemeng could pass them on to Great General. Great General was still very young, so these ancestral spirit crystal would help him to reduce many years of intense cultivation and allow his bloodline to develop rapidly. Yang Kai no longer had many ancestral spirit crystals left on hand, as during his advancement to become a Grand Dragon, he had used up 80% of them in one go. Therefore, he only had slightly more than 200 of them left. He gave half of them to the Phoenix clan. After all, he would need the Phoenix clan's help to take care of the divine spirits who came from Void Land later. Then, he left the remaining half in the Crystal Palace. If Su Yen and the others needed the ancestral spirit crystals, they could help themselves to them. When all the preparations were done, Yang Kai prepared to leave the ancestral land with Hong Hu. A figure flew over from a distance and landed in front of Hong Hu. It was the white-robed youth from the Kun clan who bowed and cupped his fist. Kun Yu greets Senior Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded, I will have to trouble you. Kun Yu nodded faintly. Without even glancing at Yang Kai, he soared straight into the sky. Hong Hu shot a glance at Yang Kai, and the two of them quickly followed. Having lived in the ancestral land ever since she had been born, Hong Hu had never left the ancestral land before. She only knew that the ancestral land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Unfortunately, the Divine Ability Sea was so dangerous that even a mature divine spirit might succumb to its dangers and fail to pass through safely. Out of all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, only the Kun clan knew of a safe passage through the Divine Ability Sea. That was something the Kun clan discovered after relying on many masters to explore the Divine Ability Sea. It was by relying on this knowledge that Kun Yu managed to travel through the Divine Ability Sea safely, even though he only had the strength of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the Phoenix clan came forward to make a request, the Kun clan naturally had nothing more to say about this matter. In the end, they assigned Kun Yu to escort Hong Hu and Yang Kai through the Divine Ability Sea. Even if the Kun clan had decided to ignore the matter, with Hong Hu's strength, there was a great chance that she would simply force her way through the Divine Ability Sea. That was how Qing Yang entered the ancestral land. Although he encountered all sorts of dangers and wound up quite battered, he was still able to pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Following behind Kuan Yu, Hong Hu and Yang Kai quickly left the ancestral land and plunged into the Divine Ability Sea. The various divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed one after another, but their power was not too strong. Whether it was Kuan Yu leading the way or Hong Hu and Yang Kai following behind, none of them had any trouble dealing with the divine abilities and secret techniques. It must have been difficult for the Kuan clan to discover this route. Hong Hu sighed in amazement. Kuan Yu's personality was generally on the colder side, so he had remained taciturn for the most part of the journey. Nevertheless, Hong Hu was his senior, so seeing as she had started the conversation, he could not ignore her and responded, "In order to find this passage, the Kuan clan paid a heavy price several thousands of years ago. 2 seniors lost their lives in the Divine Ability Sea. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the humans' 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." She nodded. "I've heard of that." Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, "Senior, don't you think that the Divine Ability Sea is acting as a gigantic cage?" Hong Hu was stunned for a moment. If he had not mentioned this matter, she would never have thought about it. Now that she heard those words though, she couldn't help thinking that the possibility was rather high. Yang Kai had this feeling the last time he saw the Divine Ability Sea, and after seeing the giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed in the demon's sealing land, his conjecture only became more certain. These divine abilities and secret techniques were left behind countless years ago, and despite going through the erosion and baptism of time, they still contain such fearsome power. It's difficult to imagine just how strong they were at their peak. It might be that even 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not come out unscathed if they ventured deep into this place. Hong Hu pondered in silence for a moment before she asked, "Are you saying that the Divine Ability Sea was created as a protective barrier to prevent the giant spirit god from escaping?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's the only possibility." Her eyes flashed at those words. "If it's as you said, then the battle in ancient times should have shown traces of human participation. After all, many of the divine abilities in the Divine Ability Sea do not come from divine spirits. Did you see any humans in the memories?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I did not see any, but that is not strange either. The ancestral strength is extremely dangerous to non-divine spirits. If the giant spirit god was causing havoc in the ancestral land, only the divine spirits could fight back against him. Fortunately, the divine spirits won that battle even though they paid a heavy price for their victory. Regardless, the great experts of the human race must have set up the Divine Ability Sea outside the ancestral land just to be on the safe side." Marshall Peak, Chapter 47:17. A Scourge Never Dies. Too much time had passed. It was so long ago that even a long-lived race like the divine spirits did not know what had happened back then. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's conjecture was reasonable. It might be the truth of what had happened back in ancient times. The only thing that confused Yang Kai right now was why a giant spirit god, being from a race which was generally innocent, mild-tempered, and would never take the initiative to provoke others, had started such a ferocious battle in the ancestral land. Yang Kai had personally witnessed countless divine spirits dying at the hands of that giant spirit god during that battle. Even the Dragon and the Phoenix clans had suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation even went so far as to burn all their blood essence to activate a massive grand array using the sacred treasures of 16 clans to condense the ancestral strength in the ancestral land to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It had been a mighty battle indeed. Following behind Kuan Yu, they navigated through the Divine Ability Sea and made steady progress. All the divine abilities and secret techniques unleashed along the way were easily resolved by the 3 of them. A few days later, the view in front of them abruptly widened. The 3 of them had made their way out of the Divine Ability Sea. Kuan Yu halted in his tracks, turned to Hong Hu, and cupped his fist. "Senior, we're out of the Divine Ability Sea now. This junior will only escort you up to this point. Simply follow the way we came earlier when you return. Go back and thank your clan head on my behalf. Tell him the Phoenix clan owes him a favor." Hong Hu nodded. She had memorized the route along the way here and even used her power as a divine spirit to leave a mark along the trail, so there was no need to worry about how she was going to return. Kuan Yu lowered his head and said, "This junior will definitely relay the message. I shall take my leave now." While speaking, his figure shifted and he rushed back into the Divine Ability Sea. After Kuan Yu departed, Yang Kai and Hong Hu continued their journey. It was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so although her cultivation was impressive, she couldn't help being curious about the outside world. Looking around though, she saw nothing but the vast and desolate void. Hence, it was inevitable for her to feel disappointed as she asked, "Is everything in the outside world like this?" Yang Kai laughed. "The situation at the Shattered Heaven is special. You will see a different scenery once we arrive back at a prosperous great territory, senior." She nodded. "In that case, I look forward to it." "Let's go." He took the lead while speaking. He and Xia Lin Lang had fled deep into the Shattered Heaven back then, so it would take quite some time for him to leave. Traveling through the void was extremely boring. Fortunately, they could chat with each other along the way. Yang Kai told her about various things in the outside world. Regardless of the importance of the matter, Hong Hu listened with great relish. Ever since leaving the Divine Ability Sea, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that he had developed a peculiar feeling. This feeling came from the depths of his bloodline. It felt as though there was something located somewhere far away that was closely connected to him. At the beginning, he did not understand what this feeling was. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before he abruptly realized that this feeling was the connection he felt with the Dragon Clan's dragon altar. It was once said that he would be able to sense the location of the dragon altar when his bloodline reached a certain level. That was the inheritance found deep within every Dragon Clan member's bloodline. In the past, his dragon form had only been 3,000 meters long. Moreover, he had been half human, half dragon. It made sense that he could not sense the dragon altar in such a state. However, this perception came into being now that he had advanced from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon and his dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Even if he was separated by a great distance, that feeling would never be severed. Yang Kai was certain that he would eventually find the Dragon Clan's dragon altar one day if he followed in the direction of this feeling. Thus, he suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since coming to the 3,000 worlds, he had been trying to locate the dragon altar. Unfortunately, the dragon altar was very hidden. Despite being one of the 36 cave heavens, nobody knew the location of the dragon altar. At this moment, the connection coming from the depths of his bloodline was undoubtedly pointing the way for him. It was a pity that he had urgent matters to take care of right now. Seeing as it was inconvenient for him to search for the dragon altar immediately, Yang Kai could only delay this matter for the time being. The Shattered Heaven was vast. Furthermore, there were no universe temples that they could use to transfer from place to place. Despite flying for a whole month, the two of them remained inside the Shattered Heaven. One day, Hong Hu suddenly noticed something. She turned to look in a certain direction and frowned after a moment. "There are people fighting over there." Yang Kai followed her gaze and sure enough, he saw several streams of light darting around in a relentless pursuit. Hong Hu's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural for her to detect the anomaly before him. The Shattered Heaven is unlike the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. It is very chaotic and fights are very common here. Yang Kai explained, but showed no intention to intervene. Although Yang Kai had no intention to intervene in the fight, one of the parties in the fight seemed to have taken notice of their presence and was rushing directly in their direction. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly as this was also a common occurrence. When one party was losing a battle, they often liked to divert their opponent's attention to another person. Or they could be trying to ask for help. Regardless of the situation, the person who was unwittingly dragged into the mess would be the one troubled. It was not his first time encountering an incident like this, so it was only natural that Yang Kai understood the other party's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention to flee. Hong Hu was right next to him, so who in the Shattered Heaven would dare to act presumptuous in front of her? Huh! All of a sudden, Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. When the leading figure approached, he detected a familiar aura. A short while later, he finally confirmed his suspicions when he had a good look at that person's appearance. It truly was a person that he was acquainted with. It was Qin Fun. He was one of the few Open Heaven Realm Masters among Xia Lin Lang's subordinates. Why is he here? Where is Xia Lin Lang? Seeing as it was an acquaintance, Yang Kai could not ignore the situation anymore. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. After that, he charged towards Qin Fun, Hong, who quickly followed closely behind. On the other hand, there was no doubt that Qin Fun had also recognized Yang Kai. A complicated gaze immediately entered his eyes as he gritted his teeth and rushed over. A short while later, they brushed past each other. Yang Kai raised his spear and stabbed forward. With the power of a spear, the world collapsed and the expressions of the two figures chasing from behind changed greatly as they quickly defended themselves. The collision of the world force swept across the void and Yang Kai's figure stumbled slightly before he steadied himself once more. On the other hand, the two chasing figures were involuntarily sent flying backward at the same time. Even though they were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they failed to defend against the attack of somebody in the same order as them despite combining both their strengths. If they had not personally experienced something like this, they would not have dared to believe that such a thing was possible. They stabilized their figures with great difficulty, but before they could declare their names, a horrifying pressure descended upon them. The pressure was so strong that their figures slumped slightly and their expressions changed drastically. A divine spirit? One of the middle-aged men stared at Hong who was standing quietly in the void, with an expression of fear and horror. The power of this divine spirit was too immense. As Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they fail to sense such a thing? This pressure was so strong that it was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why did we run into a divine spirit here? The two of them looked at each other with a bitter taste in their mouths. Meanwhile, Qin Fun returned. His complexion was pale and there were traces of blood on his clothes. His aura was weak, so it was obvious that he was injured. Why are you here? Yang Kai turned around and asked, Where is Xia Lin Lang? Qin Fun clenched his fists tightly and responded with his head lowered, Madame was captured. Yang Kai scowled, By who? Xia Lin Lang was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As long as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not make a move, who in the Shattered Heaven could capture her? Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qin Fun gritted his teeth. When we were sent out of that place, Cheng Yang appeared out of nowhere before we could go very far. He was probably lying in ambush all this while. Madame was no match for him, so she could only escape. She lured Cheng Yang away so that we could have a chance to flee. Unfortunately, we've gotten separated after several years of running around. That old thing. Scourges never die. Yang Kai scowled deeply. Qin Fun looked at Yang Kai. Cheng Yang said that you should go and meet him if you want the madam to be returned safely. Yang Kai sneered. Is he so certain that I will go looking for him? Qin Fun became furious. Are you going to ignore madam's life or death situation? If not for you, Lin Lang Cave Heaven would never have been destroyed. With the protection of Lin Lang Cave Heaven, even Cheng Yang would not have been able to harm the madam. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Fun. Xia Lin Lang brought me back because she wanted the world spring. Everything that happened afterwards was simply a means to protect myself. To be honest, the destruction of Lin Lang Cave Heaven was the result of Xia Lin Lang's actions. Qin Fun clenched his teeth and glared furiously when he heard those words. His expression looked like he wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and snorted, but there is no denying that we have gone through difficult times together. Cheng Yang only captured her because of the world spring. Eje, how troublesome. Turning to look at the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who didn't even dare to move a muscle, he asked, Are they Cheng Yang's men? Qin Fun replied, That's right. The middle-aged man quickly explained, We have no malicious intentions. It's just that Xia Lin Lang is worried about their safety, so the Divine Monarch asked us to invite him back as a guest. The others are already with the Divine Monarch." Qin Fen coldly snorted, "No malicious intentions, my foot. If not because this Qin has some ability, I would have died at your hands a long time ago." The middle-aged man said, "When have we ever directed our murderous intent at you throughout our pursuit? I'm afraid you don't know your own situation right now. All the masters in the shattered heaven have set out, but the world's spring remains nowhere to be seen. The rumors claim that Xia Lin Lang has gotten the world spring, so if you had encountered anybody else, you would have died a miserable death a long time ago." Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt their argument. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "The world's spring is with me. It's useless even if Bright Sun Divine Monarch captures Xia Lin Lang. But, since he is so desperate to meet me, I'll go and pay him a visit." The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with his comrade. They did not dare to believe that things would be so simple, so he asked incredulously, "Really?" Yang Kai gestured, "Lead the way." The middle-aged man responded as though his dreams had come true, "This way." After saying that, he and his companion turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Fen, "What are you going to do?" Qin Fen quickly said, "I'm coming with you." Yang Kai nodded and quickly chased after those two. Hong Hu came over in a flash, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Qing Yang knows that you are a Dragon Clan member. Why is he trying to target you? What reckless bravery." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The divine spirits have not left the ancestral land in a long time. It is only natural that my identity as a Dragon Clan member does not frighten him. He is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so he can be considered quite capable." Hong Hu sneered at those words. "It is not that the divine spirits are unable to leave the ancestral land, but that they don't want to. I'm curious to see what gives him the confidence to act so brazenly in front of a divine spirit. Looks like he is going to suffer greatly." Yang Kai took intense pleasure in the other party's approaching misfortune. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:18, Guests from Afar. Several figures stopped in the void. Yang Kai looked left and right for a bit before he asked, "Is this the place?" The middle-aged man in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm nodded, "Yes." "Announce our arrival." Yang Kai gestured. A trace of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he called out loudly nonetheless, "Divine Monarch, Yang Kai is here. Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." The void remained silent, and there was no reaction. He shouted once more, but there was no movement. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly, turning the middle-aged man as pale as a death sentence prisoner. His voice trembled as he shouted again, "Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. The middle-aged man nodded nervously, "It's right here." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not understand the reason for the middle-aged man's reaction. In any case, if Bright Sun Divine Monarch was really hiding here but refused to reveal himself, then it could only mean that he was afraid of Hong Hu. He probably never imagined that the Phoenix clan would show up. Even if he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was bound to suffer a loss against a master like Hong Hu. Space principles began fluctuating with a single thought from Yang Kai. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, a circle of ripples spread out into the surroundings with him as the center. Consequently, the void became distorted everywhere the ripples passed. Beside him, Hong Hu watched with bright eyes. She raised her hand slightly to feel the mysteries of space principles. It was her first time seeing such a strange power, so she couldn't help being curious. At the beginning, nothing much changed, but as time passed, the space principles that spread out like ripples on the surface of the water began to show a weak fluctuation. It was as though the swift river current had encountered a large boulder. Yang Kai's gaze shifted in a certain direction. At the same time, he urged the space principles more and more fiercely. The weak fluctuations gradually became more and more obvious as a result. About an incense stick later, even Hong Hu and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who did not understand anything about the Tao of space could detect the anomaly. Under the agitation of space principles, it soon became clear that there was a large space at that spot in the void which was different from its surroundings. That location was none other than the entrance connecting the universe cave heaven where Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived to the outside world. Yang Kai was just about to increase his efforts to forcibly break open the entrance when space distorted and opened to reveal a portal. Immediately after that, Qing Yang's figure stepped out from within and he loudly said, "I was not aware of your arrival, Lady Hong Hu. Please forgive this Qing for my lack of hospitality." After saying that, he turned to look at his two subordinates. His voice became cold and ruthless. "Incompetent good-for-nothings. What's the use of having you?" The expressions of those two changed greatly when they heard those words, and they immediately begged for mercy. Nonetheless, Chen Yang ignored their pleading and raised his hand. When he slammed his palm down, the power of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out and a mighty world force filled the void. With the power of a single palm strike, the heads of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were crushed on the spot. Their headless corpses swayed slightly, then their small universes collapsed and their world force dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Hong Hu coldly snorted, "How impressive, Divine Monarch." Cheng Yang had decisively killed two of his subordinates in front of her without any hesitation. It was clearly a demonstration of his strength. Although she lived in the ancestral land for a long time and this was her first trip to the outside world, even she knew that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not just some useless cabbage to discard at will. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had more than enough strength to stand on their own in the 3,000 worlds. As long as the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the various cave heavens and paradises did not step forward, Sixth Order Masters could be said to be the strongest. "Lady Hong Hu, please calm your anger. Cheng Yang's actions are not what you think. You've lived in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land for a long time, so you're not familiar with the situation in the Shattered Heaven." Yang Kai's eyes flashed slightly as he vaguely realized something and came over to Hong Hu's side to explain in a low voice, "To the masters hiding in the Shattered Heaven, their hideouts are their strongest and final layer of defense. Therefore, the location of their hideouts must never be exposed to outsiders, as it will only bring endless troubles to them otherwise." It would have been bad enough if those two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought Yang Kai to this place. However, they even brought Hong Hu along with them. Unable to silence the witnesses, Cheng Yang could only vent his anger on his subordinates in a fit of rage. If they could bring Yang Kai and Hong Hu here, then wouldn't they bring his enemies home if they were captured by them in the Shattered Heaven? Or worse, the masters of the cave heavens and paradises in the future? Where would Bright Sun Divine Monarch hide then? Having said that, Yang Kai was the only person in the world who could easily force open the portal of a universe cave heaven thanks to his proficiency in the Tao of space. Even if an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the cave heavens or paradises were to show up here, they would not have such an easy time despite knowing the location. Cheng Yang had remained hidden and refused to come out earlier due to his fear of Hong Hu. It was not until he saw that his hideout was about to be forcibly opened that he had no choice but to reveal himself. "Those who come from afar are guests. Lady Hong Hu, this way please." Cheng Yang gestured forward. Hong Hu nodded faintly and stepped inside. Yang Kai shot a look at Qin Fun and quickly followed after Hong Hu. Upon entering the portal, Cheng Yang immediately took the lead while Yang Kai looked around and raised his brow at the sight. "Divine Monarch, is this place a universe cave heaven?" "Indeed." Cheng Yang nodded. "This universe cave heaven was left behind by an unknown senior. When this monarch first arrived at the Shattered Heaven, I once fought a battle here and accidentally discovered traces of this universe cave heaven during that fight. However, it took me 300 years just to find the portal and another 100 to get inside." After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. "I've long heard about the extraordinariness of the Tao of space, but I've never had the honor to witness its greatness before. Having seen it today, this monarch is truly amazed. He had spent hundreds of years just to open the universe cave heavens portal and occupy this place. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had only spent an incense to nearly forcibly open the portal. The contrast nearly made Qing Yang spit blood in distress. Nevertheless, he knew that there was nothing to envy. The Tao of space was not something just anybody could cultivate. Yang Kai smiled, "Many thanks for your high praise, divine monarch. I simply specialize in my own field." Qing Yang raised his brow and commented, "You are too humble, little brother. Perhaps we can work together on a certain project." Yang Kai was astonished. "Cooperate on what?" Qing Yang continued, "The shattered heaven is vast and boundless, and there are many opportunities coexisting with various risks. Universe cave heavens and universe paradises are abundant here. Unfortunately, not many of them have been discovered and explored because we do not have the knowledge or ability to do so. Most of them remain hidden in the void. However, this monarch knows of no less than 5 locations where there's a high possibility that universe cave heavens or universe paradises exists. It's a pity, but I am unable to confirm my suspicions. If you cooperate with this monarch and join forces to explore these 5 areas, then there is no need to worry about not finding anything good. As far as I know, the world spring in your possession was found in one of these universe cave heavens, right?" Yang Kai was indeed tempted by those words. If what Qing Yang said was true, it might be a good idea to work together in this matter. Be that as it may, it was not good to reveal how keen he was about the idea lest he was bullied by Qing Yang as a result. Even though he was tempted, Yang Kai responded calmly, "That may be so. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I will be truthful with you, divine monarch. I've been away from home for quite a while, and my heart yearns to return. If I had not met your subordinates along the way and learned that Xia Lin Lang was staying at your place as a guest, I would have left the shattered heaven by now." Qing Yang chuckled, "It turns out that you are quite a family man, little brother Yang." Their conversation afterward was not worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Hong Hu followed along silently. She showed no intention of expressing her opinion on anything. Not long afterward, the 4 of them arrived and landed on a certain spirit peak. Several figures immediately rushed out of the palace. It was Xia Lin Lang and her subordinates. They were startled and looked worried upon seeing Qin Fun and Yang Kai arriving together. However, Xia Lin Lang immediately felt relieved when she recognized Hong Hu. She had been a guest at 4 Phoenix Pavilion during her time in the ancestral land, so she knew Hong Hu's identity. Hurriedly stepping forward, she gave an elegant bow. "Greetings, Lady Hong Hu." Hong Hu nodded lightly. No need to be so polite. They did not know each other well, and could even be said that they were mere passing acquaintances, so there was nothing much to say between them. Xia Lin Lang seemed a little confused by the situation at hand, so she glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I met Brother Qin by chance when I came out of the ancestral land. After hearing that you are staying with the divine monarch as a guest, I decided to come and pay you a visit." She immediately understood the situation and nodded. "Knowing that my residence has been destroyed, the divine monarch kindly invited me to stay for a while. The divine monarch is so hospitable that I couldn't refuse. I'm afraid I've caused trouble for the divine monarch." Qing Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "If you're willing, you can stay here as long as you want." He seemed extremely friendly and hospitable, and if someone who did not know the truth were to witness the scene, they would probably believe that Xia Lin Lang had really been invited to stay here as a guest. "It's inappropriate to bother you for too long, divine monarch." While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "I also have important matters at hand, so I can't stay for long." Qing Yang quickly said, "You've come from so far away, please allow this monarch to show you some hospitality. To be honest with you, this monarch rarely has people coming to visit as guests. I've already instructed my people to prepare a banquet. It won't be too late to leave after." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Hong Hu, who nodded lightly in response. Qing Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and although he was forced to buckle to the pressure and could not do anything to them, it was still better to show him some respect. Only then did Yang Kai nod in agreement. Since you've already said so much, Divine Monarch, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Qing Yang laughed heartily, as it should be. Please come this way. He led the crowd to a grand hall located on another spirit peak where, sure enough, a banquet had been prepared. When they all took their seats, an endless number of delicacies were served to the table. There were also beautiful young women singing and dancing below them to enhance the atmosphere. Yang Kai and Qing Yang were like old friends who had not seen each other in a long time, drinking and toasting with each other frequently. Hong, who was not interested in alcohol, singing, or dancing. On the contrary, she fell in love with the beautiful and delicious fruits placed in front of her, which she ate in small bites. Meanwhile, Xia Lin Lang and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, they were prisoners. They never imagined that they would become guests of honor in the blink of an eye. Their statuses had changed so quickly that they felt extremely uncomfortable. It gave them the feeling of being in a dream. After several rounds of drinks, Qing Yang was flushed red due to alcohol and raised his glass and said, "Little brother Yang, if I have to say it myself, we have a friendship born from fighting each other. This monarch rarely admires anybody, but I truly admire you. You are the first Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to escape from this monarch." Martial Peak, Chapter 4719, Bargaining. Qing Yang was absolutely ecstatic when he first heard the news that the World Spring had fallen into the hands of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With his strength, what was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in comparison? He initially assumed that it would be easy pickings if he took action himself. Who could have known that Yang Kai would give him such a huge and unpleasant surprise instead? The strength of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was certainly nothing in front of Qing Yang, but the other party was not only proficient in the Tao of space, but also an expert at escaping. He failed to capture Yang Kai as a result. When Cheng Yang's chase brought him into the Divine Ability Sea, he became stuck in an impossible situation. It was a miserable experience. If not because Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to leave the Divine Ability Sea, Cheng Yang was certain he would have been abandoned in that shattered space. If that had happened, even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself would have been trapped inside. It would have been impossible for him to turn his fate around again. After all, he had personally experienced the strangeness of the shattered space himself. That was why it was not a complete lie when Qing Yang claimed that he admired Yang Kai. There was some truth and sincerity to his words. After staying in the ancestral land for some time, he learned that Yang Kai was not only closely related to the Dragon Clan, but he was now being personally escorted by a master from the Phoenix Clan. At this point, there was no longer any need to yearn for the World Spring again. Cheng Yang did not have the guts to make an enemy of the Phoenix Clan in the ancestral land, as they were in existence even stronger than the Kuan Clan. Having gone through so much, though, it might be possible to make up for some of his losses if he could work together with Yang Kai. It was for that reason that he opened the portal of his cave mansion so enthusiastically. After several rounds of drinks, Qing Yang brought up the topic again. "Little brother, I have connections and resources while you have the ability. If you and I work together, I'm sure we will profit enormously. Won't you consider it?" Yang Kai raised his glass and looked at Qing Yang with a smile. "Are you talking about the matter regarding the universe paradises and universe cave heavens, Divine Monarch?" "Naturally." Qing Yang nodded. In the shattered heaven, only such valuable prizes would interest an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him. There was no saying what good things he might discover inside. Yang Kai was about to refuse when he suddenly recalled that Xia Lin Lang seemed to be homeless after the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was more or less related to him. Not to mention, she was reluctant to leave the shattered heaven. What would happen to her once he left? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment before he said, "You mentioned that you know 5 or 6 locations suspected to have universe cave heavens or universe paradises, right, Divine Monarch?" Seeing that Yang Kai was interested in this matter, Qing Yang immediately raised his brow. "That's not all. The possibility of these 5 or 6 locations is just higher. If I include the areas with a lower probability, then there are more than 10 locations. This monarch might be in 8th order open heaven realm, but my cultivation is useless in this regard. I have no access to them, much less the ability to determine whether a portal exists in these places. However, things would be different if you are involved, little brother. The portal of his cave mansion had been found easily by Yang Kai, and if Cheng Yang had not revealed himself in time, there were signs that the portal would have forcibly opened. The fact that the portal could even persist for that long was thanks to Cheng Yang's years of work to reinforce and conceal it. On the other hand, the universe cave heavens and universe paradises scattered around the shattered heaven were completely unoccupied. These places would be even easier to open. Yang Kai took a small sip of his wine with an expression of indecision. Cheng Yang struck while the iron was hot. Rest assured, little brother. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Lady Hong, who is here too. We can ask her to be our witness. Yang Kai looked up at Cheng Yang. Divine Monarch, do you mean? Every undiscovered universe cave heaven or universe paradise contains the assets and property of its former owner. If you help me determine the location and open the portals, little brother, this monarch is willing to share all the proceeds with you in a 30/70ths ratio. Yang Kai looked at Cheng Yang with a smile. 70 for me and 30 for you, divine monarch? Cheng Yang responded seriously. You must be joking, little brother. Exploring the universe cave heavens and universe paradises will require massive amounts of time and energy. They might even contain unpredictable risks. It is only natural that this monarch will take the largest slice of the pie. Your role is only to open the door after all. You don't need to worry about everything that comes afterward. You only need to sit back and wait for the rewards. Yang Kai shook his head. 30% is too little. If that's the case, I might as well go home, bring a group of people over, and search on my own. That way, no matter how many discoveries we unearth, they will all belong to me. Cheng Yang chuckled. I will not deny that you are capable, little brother. Otherwise, I would not have asked you to cooperate with me. But, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, how many universe cave heavens and universe paradises can you find over the years without any clues? The shattered heaven is vast, so even if you spend hundreds or thousands of years searching, you might not find a single one. On the other hand, it will be different if you cooperate with this monarch. I can point you to several likely locations, which will save you precious time and effort. Yang Kai nodded. Your words make sense, divine monarch. Be that as it may, you will need to show me some sincerity if you want to cooperate with me, divine monarch. 30/70ths is unacceptable. Cheng Yang showed a pained expression. After hesitating for a long while, he gulped down a glass of wine and slammed his glass on the table forcefully. He quickly said, 40/60ths. This monarch will take 60 and you will take 40. Let's just say this monarch is your friend now, little brother. Yang Kai shook his head again and raised his palm. 50/50. We'll split the profits evenly. Cheng Yang bitterly said, Little brother, you are trying to take the lion's share. Yang Kai rapped his knuckles against the table lightly. That's my bottom line. If it's not okay with you, divine monarch, we can remain friends, but don't bother speaking of this matter again. I will be honest with you, divine monarch. I do have something urgent to attend to, so I need to return home as soon as possible. Lady Hong, who is here for that reason. Cheng Yang glanced at Hong, who as though trying to determine whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. It was just that Hong, who was eating the spirit fruit in her hands with her head lowered, so there was no way to read her expression. After a brief struggle, he finally spoke again. 50/50 is not impossible, but this monarch has 2 conditions that both little brother and Lady Hong who will need to accept. Hong, who raised her head to look at him and smiled, the affairs between the 2 of you have nothing to do with me. Why did I get pulled into this? Cheng Yang, however, replied seriously, this matter requires you to come forward yourself, Lady Hong who. Curious now, she asked, go on. Cheng Yang abruptly ripped open his shirt and exposed his chest. Everybody immediately looked in that direction, and Xia Lin Lang gasped in shock while Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. Cheng Yang's chest area was covered in what looked like fish scales. They grew densely on his skin, spreading from his chest all the way down to his waist. He quickly explained, after venturing deep into the divine spirit's ancestral land, this monarch's body began showing signs of monster transformation caused by the erosion of the ancestral strength. Although I managed to withdraw in time, I did not come out unscathed. Following years of recuperation, I managed to resolve most of the ancestral strength in my body. However, a small portion remains. Like maggots on rotting bones, I am unable to get rid of them. I would like to ask Lady Hong Hu to help me resolve this calamity for me. The ancestral land's ancestral strength was an extremely bizarre force. It was a force that could even suppress and seal a being as mighty as a giant spirit god. Cheng Yang might be in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, but he suffered greatly for the past few years after being contaminated by the ancestral strength. It would have been nothing if he was a divine spirit, as the ancestral strength would have been highly beneficial and contained no drawbacks for him. Unfortunately, he was pure human, so the ancestral strength was nothing more than poison to him. Cheng Yang was lucky that he had not been exposed to too much of the ancestral strength, otherwise, he would have undergone complete monster transformation, losing his conscious mind as a result. Hong Hu examined him with a frown. A long while passed before she said, "I will need to check your condition thoroughly before I can be certain whether I can help you." To which Cheng Yang nodded, "No problem." After saying that, his figure flashed as he came to stand in front of her. She raised her hand and lightly touched the scales on his chest. Bits of fluorescent light flashed at the tips of her fingers and wandered across each of those scales. A short while later, she withdrew her hand. He looked at her nervously. Hong Hu lightly said, "Thanks to your powerful cultivation, you not only dispelled most of the ancestral strength, but also prevented the remaining ancestral strength from eroding too deeply into your body over the past few years. Otherwise, it would have been useless even if I tried to help you." Cheng Yang was elated to hear those words. "Do you mean that you can help me dispel the rest of the ancestral strength, Lady Hong Hu?" She nodded. "Give me 3 days." "Many thanks." He breathed out deeply, feeling as though a large weight had lifted from his heart. Ever since leaving the ancestral land, the past few years had not been pleasant for him. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and difficult to dispel. It did not affect his daily life for the most part, but it caused great inconvenience when it came to his cultivation. Every time he tried to exert his power, the ancestral strength would show signs of movement. This phenomenon made him extremely nervous. Now that he received Hong Hu's guarantee, the depressed mood that shrouded over him for so many years lightened considerably. "The way the Kuan clan handled this affair is wildly inappropriate. I will reprimand them for you when I get back," she said. Cheng Yang jumped in fright at her words and hurriedly waved his hands. No. It's simply caused by my lack of ability." Although he was exposed to so much ancestral strength because the Kuan clan had forced him to venture into the demon sealing land, he did not dare to voice his dissatisfaction despite the grievances in his heart. He would not have enough lives to survive the ordeal if the Kuan clan came out of the ancestral land to cause trouble for him. Yang Kai spoke up, "The first condition has been fulfilled. What is your second condition, Divine Monarch?" Cheng Yang chuckled. "The second condition is indefinite and may never be fulfilled." "Please speak freely, Divine Monarch." Yang Kai gestured politely. "I became acquainted with you thanks to one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, so I will be truthful with you, little brother. I believe that there might be other 4 universe pillars contained within the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven. After all, the profound fish appeared in the world 3,000 years ago, only for the world spring to appear now. These incidents indicate that the 4 universe pillars might be rare, but they were not extinct in ancient times. My second condition is that, if we find any of the 4 great universe pillars or 12 minor universe pillars during the period of our cooperation, this monarch will be the one to receive them. For me, most ordinary items are no longer useful. On the other hand, the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars are extremely useful to me. Of course, if we come across such an opportunity, this monarch will not take these items for free. You can consider it as part of my share. This request was not excessive. Cheng Yang was probably still obsessed over the world spring, but Yang Kai was closely connected to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, so he could not make any moves on him. In that case, he could only settle for the second best option. Yang Kai nodded readily. Good. After a pause, he added, but, since you have 2 conditions, Divine Monarch, I also have a condition of my own. I wonder if you will be able to grant my request, Divine Monarch. Cheng Yang smiled and said, since you agreed so readily, little brother, this monarch will not take advantage of your good intentions. Please speak freely if you need something, little brother. Yang Kai said, I need one of the universe cave heavens after we finish exploring them. Moreover, I want you to promise me that you will never expose the location of that universe cave heaven to anyone, Divine Monarch. Martial Peak, Chapter 4720, Do Me a Favor. Cheng Yang was about to ask what Yang Kai wanted to do with a fully explored universe cave heaven. It was no secret that these places were valuable when they remained hidden in the void, but they quickly became of little value once somebody discovered them. However, he suddenly noticed Xia Lin Lang sitting by the side and immediately understood the situation. He smiled and nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you want 2 or 3 of them, you can go ahead and take as many of them as you want, little brother. This monarch will never give this information to anybody else. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang caught on to the situation and nodded at Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai was obviously asking for the universe cave heaven for her sake. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little complicated. She was the one who kidnapped and brought him to Pear Flower Cave Heaven back then. It had not been many years since that incident, but now he was talking and laughing on friendly terms with masters like Cheng Yang. Not to mention, he also had a close relationship with the Phoenix clan of the ancestral land. The negotiations were settled, and everybody was satisfied. When the banquet ended, Cheng Yang arranged accommodation for everybody and agreed to depart with Yang Kai after 3 days. The reason for the delay was that Hong Hu needed 3 days to help him dispel the ancestral strength in his body. Moreover, Yang Kai had repeatedly stated that he had urgent matters to deal with and could not be delayed for too long. That was why they decided to proceed as soon as possible. It was late at night when a knock on the door sounded. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. Xia Lin Lang was standing outside the door, so he smiled lightly when he saw her and said, I was just about to look for you myself. While speaking, he stepped sideways and let her into the room. Xia Lin Lang asked curiously, Did you need me for something? Take a seat. Yang Kai gestured before he poured a cup of tea for her. Sitting down opposite her, he said, Why don't you speak first? Did you need me for something? I came to thank you. She gave a soft laugh. I wanted to thank you for worrying about my living situation and even asking Bright Sun Divine Monarch for a universe cave heaven. It's only proper. After all, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. But the root cause lies with me. If I had not captured you back then, what happened afterward would not have taken place at all. It's my own fault for falling into this situation. It would have been perfectly reasonable for you to ignore my circumstances. Therefore, no matter what, I owe you my gratitude. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's no big deal. Xia Lin Lang fell silent for a moment before she looked up at him and asked, Did you need me for something? Yes. The thing is, Yang Kai sat up straight and looked at her seriously, I need you to do me a favor. What do you need? She was puzzled. He explained, You heard my negotiations with Cheng Yang during the day. If I cooperate with him, every universe cave heaven or universe paradise we discover will mean large amounts of treasures falling into our hands. There might even be all sorts of rare or extinct items. Greed brings out the worst in people, and although Cheng Yang is an 8th order open heaven realm master, I cannot trust him on his word alone. I need somebody I trust to help me supervise the process, lest he engage in mischief without my knowledge. It is not convenient for me to stay in the shattered heaven for long, so after considering everything, I came to the conclusion that I can only ask you for help." Xia Lin Lang exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't trust Qing Yang, but you trust me?" Yang Kai smiled, "You and I have faced life and death together multiple times. I have faith in you." Xia Lin Lang stared at him calmly for a moment before she burst into laughter. "You've already said so much, so I can only do my best to help you." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I will not ask you for help without giving you anything in return. My agreement with Qing Yang is a 50-50 share. You can take 10% out of my share. How is that?" Xia Lin Lang simply shook her head. "If you didn't come here in person, I would have suffered a tragic fate. It was also you who brought me out of the shattered space back then. This Xia Lin Lang might not be a righteous woman, but I will never forget how you saved my life twice now. I will help you manage your earnings and hand them over to you untouched when you return to the shattered heaven in the future. As for my compensation, you've already paid me, haven't you?" Needless to say, she was referring to the fully explored universe cave heaven that he previously requested from Qing Yang. To the cultivators living in the shattered heaven, having a safe place to stay was their greatest refuge. "But, in what capacity do I perform this task?" Xia Lin Lang asked. Yang Kai briefly pondered before saying, "I am Voidland's lord. If you don't mind, I can appoint you as Voidland's high-rank guest elder right here and now. What do you think?" She pursed her lips into a smile. "I don't mind. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for you." "That won't be a problem." Yang Kai shook his head. Raising his teacup, he gestured at her. "So, have we come to an agreement?" "Yes, we have." Xia Lin Lang raised her glass in a toast, and they drank to their agreement. After seeing Xia Lin Lang off, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, immersed his mind in his small universe, and manifested his soul clone. He quickly figured out the situation in his small universe with a single thought. Several years had passed since he left the shattered space, and during this period he had been too busy to pay attention to what was happening inside his small universe, though he did try to keep an eye on his two disciples, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai. Over the years, Zhao Ye had advanced to the transcendent realm from the immortal ascension realm and was on the verge of advancing into the saint realm even though her cultivation was constantly being suppressed. Her aptitude was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, the world energy in his small universe world was so rich that her cultivation continued to improve slowly even if she did not cultivate. What's more, the flow of time in his small universe was twice that of the outside world, so the several years delay that he experienced in the outside world meant that nearly 8 years had passed in his small universe. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai, whom Yang Kai initially had high hopes for and expected to inherit his legacy one day, seemed like a worthless potato in comparison. After returning from their training experience, Zhao Ye had advanced to the immortal ascension boundary and after less than a decade was on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm. In contrast, Zhao Yibai had only just advanced from the Qi transformation realm to the separation and reunion boundary and was about to reach the true element boundary. Although they had both advanced by nearly 2 great realms, Zhao Ye was doing so in much higher realms. Moreover, she had accomplished that feat whilst under suppression. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai had spared no effort in his cultivation. The gap between them could be seen at a glance. Despite Zhao Yibai's slow advancement in cultivation, there was one aspect that satisfied Yang Kai immensely. The young boy had an unparalleled affinity for the Tao of space. Every time Zhao Yibai cultivated, Yang Kai could more or less detect signs of the space Tao essence in his small universe being stimulated. Yang Kai had never told them about the situation outside of his small universe, but now that they were on the way back to the star boundary, it was time to give them more information about the outside world lest they fail to adapt once he brought them back. When he summoned the both of them, the 2 little ones were naturally surprised to see their honored master and quickly bowed in greeting. He briefly told them about the 3,000 worlds, followed by information on Voidland. Lastly, he told them about the situation in the star boundary. He also told them that the star boundary was the best place for them to cultivate before they reached the open heaven realm. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai listened with great fascination, looking absolutely entranced by his tales. They never imagined that the world outside could be so vast and interesting. After spending half a day explaining the situation in the outside world to them, he also answered some of their questions about their daily cultivation. Only then did he prepare to leave. "Honored Master," Zhao Yibai suddenly called out to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back. "Will my mother and my grandma also go to the star boundary?" Zhao Yibai asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "Both your mother and your grandma are ordinary mortals who have never cultivated. If they are in my small universe, I can ensure that they remain alive and well so long as I do not perish. However, they will not live long once they leave my small universe." Zhao Yibai's expression turned a little sad. He had guessed that the reason his mother and his grandma remained so young and beautiful was related to his honored master. His grandma was already well over 100 years old, but her body remained healthy and her hair even turned from white to black. Be that as it may, he could not help feeling a little depressed when he heard those words being spoken out loud. If you have time on your hands, you should go down the mountain to spend more time with your mother and your grandma. If you teach them some breathing techniques, they can use them to enhance their health even if they have passed the best age to cultivate. In addition, your small universe will change from ethereal to corporeal once your cultivation reaches the 7th order open heaven realm. When you reach that stage one day, you can transfer your mother and your grandma into your own small universe. Then, you can meet them whenever you want. Zhao Yibai immediately shouted excitedly, "This disciple will work hard to cultivate. I will not let you down, honored master." Zhao Ye swiftly kicked him. "Honored master has already left." He scratched his head and chuckled in embarrassment. "I'm sure honored master can hear me. We are inside his small universe after all. He knows everything." She glanced sideways at him, "Including how there was a junior sister who waited for you at the foot of the mountain and handed you a letter recently?" Zhao Yibai turned pale with fright. "You saw that, Xiaoya?" She clasped her hands behind her back and turned her back towards him. 3 days later, a portal opened wide and a large number of people rushed out from within. Cheng Yang and Yang Kai stood side by side while Hong Hu stood close behind them. Further behind came Xia Lin Lang, Qin Fun, and the others. Bringing up the rear were dozens of Qing Yang's subordinates. Yang Kai glanced behind him. "You sure have a mighty army with the finest of arms under you, divine monarch." Cheng Yang was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and there were 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command. Furthermore, he had more than 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while there were several dozen 5th and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below them. No one was below the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Such a lineup was something that not even the current Voidland could compare to. Of course, these people were nothing if Zhu Jiaoyin and Old Man Bai Shi were included in Voidland's forces. Cheng Yang alone had such an impressive army under his command, so it was reasonable to assume the other 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven had equivalent forces. Just how many Open Heaven Realm Masters were hidden in the Shattered Heaven? Needless to say, Yang Kai was the one to request for so many people to be mobilized at once. He could not afford to linger in the Shattered Heaven for too long, so he could only ask Qing Yang to dispatch more people. After hearing what Yang Kai said, Qing Yang chuckled. "Everyone knows that the cave heavens and paradises have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, but nobody knows that there are many capable people in the Shattered Heaven too. It's just that the existence of the people in the Shattered Heaven are secrets that can never be brought to light." Yang Kai's heart trembled. "Do you know the reason why the cave heavens and paradises make things so difficult for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters like yourself?" Qing Yang burst into laughter. "Will you believe me if I say that I don't know much either, little brother?" Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I believe you." Cheng Yang nodded. "There are rumors saying that the cave heavens and paradises do this to strengthen their dominance over the 3,000 worlds. That's why all the cultivators who advance into the high-rank Open Heaven realm but do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises will be invited to join them. They either become part of the cave heavens and paradises or they disappear without a trace. But this monarch does not believe that the cave heavens and paradises, which have endured for countless eons and remained so powerful and prosperous, could be so spineless and underhanded. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4721, 5 Portals. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Likewise, this was something he had always thought to be strange. The cave heavens and paradises boasted an inheritance that was passed down for countless generations. Not to mention, there were many high-rank open heaven realm masters in those sects to begin with. Why would they need to use such despicable means to strengthen their dominance over others? It might have been a plausible reason if it involved only one or two of the cave heavens and paradises. However, all 108 cave heavens and paradises carried the same attitude. It was only natural for people to wonder about the actual reason. This monarch has always believed that the major cave heavens and paradises are hiding some huge secret. Moreover, this secret is something only the high-rank open heaven realm masters have the qualification to know. That is why all the high-rank open heaven realm masters who do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises tend to suffer a tragic fate. There are no exceptions. Why else would we hide in the shattered heaven for so many years? The 3,000 worlds is vast and magnificent, so why wouldn't we wish to travel the world and witness the wonderful sights? A secret, Yang Kai murmured under his breath. Although he could not determine whether Qing Yang's speculation was true or false, his limited knowledge of the situation indicated that there was some truth to those words. Qing Yang turned to the side and smiled. "Little brother, you are different from this monarch. Your potential is great. If you can figure out the truth one day, please let me know. It will answer all the questions that have been swirling around in this monarch's heart for so many years." Good. Yang Kai nodded. Now that he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was something in the near future. Despite bearing the title of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, he was not actually from any of the cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether he might actually learn the secret mentioned by Qing Yang when he advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. A sudden thought struck him. The proprietress had been in retreat for so many years now. It was certain that she would advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when she came out of retreat, so what kind of difficulties would she face at that time? If the cave heavens and paradises really did come forward, what would happen if he refused their demands? Several days later, a group of people came to a stop in the void. Qing Yang carefully observed his surroundings before he nodded at Yang Kai in confirmation. If this monarch is not mistaken, there's a high probability that a portal is hidden here. When this monarch passed through this place in the past, the portal showed faint signs of opening only to vanish in the next instant. This monarch has been searching for a long time, but my efforts have proven to be in vain. That's why I could only mark down the location for the time being. Over the years, I would come here from time to time to investigate only to come up empty-handed. It's up to you now, little brother. Yang Kai nodded and immediately manipulated his space principles. Just like the previous occasion, a layer of ripples that were visible to the naked eye gradually spread out into the surroundings with him at the center. Everywhere the ripples passed, space would become distorted. The several dozen subordinates under Qing Yang's command watched with interest. The same was true even for Qing Yang. Although he had vaguely seen some of the scenes when he was hiding in his home previously, that experience was far less profound than this time. The layer of ripples created by the space principles was undoubtedly the best wayfinding stones in the void. If there was a portal hidden in this place, the ripples that swept over the portal were bound to produce a different reaction compared to the other areas. This scene amazed Qing Yang greatly. Space principles sure are useful in this situation. If only I was proficient in the Tao of space, I'm certain I could discover all the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven with enough time. It had to be said that these universe cave heavens and universe paradises were relics left behind in ancient times, so there was a high possibility that valuable treasures were hidden in them. After all, both the profound fish that appeared 3,000 years ago and the world spring that appeared recently had emerged from universe cave heavens left behind in ancient times. 2 of the 4 universe pillars had already appeared, so who could say whether more would be found? An incense stick later, Yang Kai abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There was a slightly different fluctuation in the void coming from that direction. Cheng Yang followed Yang Kai's gaze, but could not detect any anomalies. Nevertheless, another incense later, with Yang Kai diligently focusing his space principles in that direction, the anomaly in the void was finally revealed. It became obvious that there was a large area that was different from the surrounding space. There is one here after all, Cheng Yang exclaimed in excitement. Yang Kai replied lightly, I wonder whether it is a universe cave heaven or a universe paradise. If it was a universe cave heaven, then it was the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master or even a 9th order open heaven realm master. If it was a universe paradise, then it was the legacy of a 7th order open heaven realm master, so the value would not be as great as the former. Even so, every single universe cave heaven or universe paradise would at least contain the Tao essence cultivated by the original master. Yang Kai had devoured the Spear Tao essence in Pearflower Cave Heaven and improved his mastery over the Spear Tao by leaps and bounds. These Tao essences were undoubtedly a huge treasure for cultivators who cultivated that particular Tao. Another hour passed by, and a huge gaping hole suddenly appeared in the void, becoming a black hole with a clear aura of a small universe radiating from within. The portal was open. Yang Kai and Cheng Yang exchanged a glance with each other before the 2 of them moved at the same time and plunged into the portal. Hong Hu and Xia Lin Lang followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the rest stood outside waiting. An hour later, 4 figures emerged. It was Yang Kai and the others. Sir, what is the situation inside? One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under Cheng Yang quickly asked about the situation. Cheng Yang replied, This is a universe paradise. The former master was probably proficient in the Sword Tao. The Sword Tao essence is quite abundant. After saying that, he picked out a few people and instructed, You will stay behind to explore this universe paradise. Any harvests must be organized and recorded. Pocketing anything privately will not be forgiven. Yes. Those people accepted the orders. Afterward, he turned to Yang Kai and added, I will leave the rest to you, little brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded and reached out his hand to cover the portal. Under the urging of space principles, the obviously abnormal void gradually repaired itself and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment after a while. Taking out a token, he injected his aura and engraved some space principles into it. I've used a secret technique to conceal the portal so that outsiders will not be aware of it even if they pass by this place. You can explore this place with peace of mind. In order to enter and exit through the portal, you will need this token. Recklessly trespassing into this place will most likely get you exiled to the void. The expressions of the Open Heaven Realm Masters picked out by Cheng Yang immediately became unpleasant. Yang Kai's actions clearly indicated that he did not trust them, otherwise, why would he create the token? Even the eyes of Cheng Yang flashed slightly at those words. He never expected Yang Kai to pull out such a card. Yang Kai ignored them, however, and simply handed the token to Xia Lin Lang before saying, Gather up some people to stay behind to help with the exploration. Xia Lin Lang nodded and glanced at Qin Fun. Qin Fun, you stay here. Qin Fun took the token and quickly said, Yes. Yang Kai turned to the side and looked at Cheng Yang. The next spot. Cheng Yang gave a slight smile. Please follow me, little brother. They set off again with great energy while Qin Fun and Cheng Yang's subordinates stayed behind, watching the group's departure. It was not until the departing group was out of sight that they finally entered the universe paradise under Qin Fun's lead. Cheng Yang had been living in the Shattered Heaven for over 10,000 years. He spent most of his time in seclusion, sometimes spending up to several hundred or even 1,000 years in retreat. Even so, when it came to familiarity with the Shattered Heaven, there was nobody better than him except maybe the 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years, it was only natural for him to know various bits of information that other people might not know. For example, the locations where the portals of various universe paradises and universe cave heaven might be hidden. Under Qing Yang's guidance, Yang Kai searched no less than 10 locations in the short span of 3 months. All of these locations were suspected to have hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises. In the end, they discovered a total of 5 portals. The other 5 locations came up empty. Nevertheless, a success rate of 50% was very high. It could be said that Qing Yang's information was extremely accurate. No matter how proficient Yang Kai was in the Tao of space, he would never have found any of these portals within the shattered heaven without Qing Yang's guidance. During his escape with Xia Lin Lang previously, he had tried looking for a hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise to seek refuge, but his efforts had been fruitless. Among these 5 portals, 3 of them were universe paradises while the other 2 were universe cave heavens. The harvest was bound to be plentiful if all of them could be fully explored and developed. Yang Kai had nothing to worry about after leaving Xia Lin Lang to supervise the proceedings here. Regardless of the valuable treasures that might be discovered in these 5 locations, he and Qing Yang would split the gains equally among them. As for where Xia Lin Lang would eventually decide to choose as her residence, that would be up to her own consideration. Little brother, are you sure you don't want to stay in the shattered heaven for a few more days? After seeing what Yang Kai could do, Qing Yang was reluctant to let him leave so easily. I will be honest with you, little brother. I'm certain that Ku Yen and Tian Luo also know where some likely portals are located. If you can stay for a little while, this monarch can ask them about these locations. The names Ku Yen and Tian Luo that he mentioned were the names of the other 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. There was a total of 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, and while they could not claim to be close friends, there was bound to be some communication between them. Yang Kai smiled. There's no need to be so anxious, Divine Monarch. I will probably visit the Shattered Heaven again in the future. If you wish, you might as well make some inquiries first. It won't be too late for us to cooperate again when I return next time. Qing Yang raised his eyebrows. That's a promise then. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at Xia Lin Lang. If anything comes up, send Qin Fun to Void Land to find me. Xia Lin Lang nodded. I will. Take care. Only then did Yang Kai turn to Qing Yang and cupped his fist. Until we meet again. Come back soon, little brother. This monarch will be waiting to hear from you. Yang Kai shot a glance at Hong Hu, and the 2 of them rushed into the depths of the void together. After watching the 2 figures disappearing into the distance, Qing Yang finally smiled and said, Young Lady Xia, have you decided which universe cave heaven you want yet? Xia Lin Lang replied, Not yet. I wish to have a better look at them first. As it should be. You have to shop around before buying something, even more so when it comes to choosing a place to stay. Take your time to compare between them. You only need to inform this monarch once you have decided. Since little brother Yang and I have an agreement, I will not go back on my word. You should also rest assured. I will definitely keep my men tight-lipped about the location you choose as your residence. I will never reveal a word to the outside world. Xia Lin Lang gave an elegant bow. Many thanks for your kindness, Divine Monarch. 2 figures transformed into streams of light that sped through the void as swiftly as the wind. A month later, Yang Kai and Hong Hu finally came out of the Shattered Heaven. It was not until this moment that Hong Hu, who only recently left the ancestral land after living there for her entire life, could be regarded as having seen the splendor of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike the desolation found everywhere in the Shattered Heaven, each great territory that they passed through was filled with countless twinkling stars and flickering lights. Moreover, the vitality nurtured by the many universe worlds and spirit provinces could clearly be felt. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4722, Purple Heaven Palace. Returning to Void Land from the Shattered Heaven was a long journey that took an extensive amount of time. That was because it was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so she had never left her imprint in any of the universe temples located throughout the great territories before. They had no choice but to travel through each great territory with their strength alone. As a result, the time spent on their journey was undoubtedly longer than Yang Kai's initial trip. Yang Kai did not return directly to Voidland either. Instead, he first took a trip to Great Evolution Territory. He had not forgotten about the palace artifact he previously commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine. So many years had passed since then, so the palace artifact should have been refined by now. Ever since witnessing the wonders of Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace, he had been green with envy towards those with palace artifacts. Although the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace could be said to be a palace artifact, and a supremely high-end one at that, it was related to the Dragon Clan's cultivation and inheritance, so it was not something he could wield carelessly. That was why he left the Crystal Palace in Four Phoenix Pavilion before he departed from the ancestral land. Inside Great Evolution Territory, Yang Kai found the portal of Great Evolution Paradise with ease. Cupping his fist, he shouted in a loud voice, "Grandmaster, this junior is here per our agreement. Please open the way." Following that, the portal opened. Yang Kai and Hong Hu slipped inside and a figure came to greet them. It was a young and beautiful girl. "Junior Sister Tsin." Yang Kai nodded. He recognized that person as one of the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise known as Tsin Tsin, who was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. During his last visit here, he had gotten to know several Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise, and Tsin Tsin was one of them. There was also another person called Nailin Lu Shui, who was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. At the moment, Nailin Lu Shui was nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where she had gone. "Senior brother Yang." Tsin Tsin returned the greeting and shot a curious glance at Hong Hu, who was standing behind Yang Kai. "Is the Grandmaster here?" Yang Kai asked. She nodded. "He's here. Old Ancestor has been waiting for you. What you asked for has been completed, but..." "But what?" A feeling of panic gripped Yang Kai's heart as he secretly wondered whether something had gone wrong with his palace artifact. She whispered, "Old Ancestor has been in a terrible mood recently." Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Why?" "A bunch of hateful people arrived." Tsin Tsin pouted, "You'll see for yourself once you've met Old Ancestor." While speaking, she took the lead and showed them the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. Not many people knew about the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. He only knew about them from the proprietress, so who would come here? Not to mention with Grandmaster Ma Fan's cultivation and status, who could put him in a terrible mood. The pair followed behind Tsin Tsin and soon arrived at Grandmaster Ma Fan's personal meditation area. Before they even got close though, Hong Hu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "Be careful, there are quite a few powerful little ones inside the room." Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. Hong Hu was on par with a top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Therefore, people that she would consider powerful would not be just any stray cat or dog by the side of the road. They were definitely in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm or above. What's more, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Tsin Tsin stopped in front of them and turned around to speak. "Old Ancestor is inside. Please enter on your own, senior brother." "Many thanks, junior sistersin." She then darted her eyes back around a bit before saying, "If you really want to thank me, then please speak to Old Ancestor on my behalf. Bring me along when you return to the Star Boundary. It has been so long since I last met Senior Sister Lan. I miss her greatly." "I'll do my best." Yang Kai smiled. Tsin Tsin pumped her fists and cheered for him. "I'm counting on you." After Tsin Tsin departed, Yang Kai finally took a step forward with Hong Hu. Many eyes instantly turned to look at him as soon as he entered the hall. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. Staring at one of the old men, he laughed. "Elder Yu?" The old man was Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise. He was also High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder on paper. Having taken a fancy to a baby with the innate Dao body back in the Star Boundary, Yu Changdao had wanted to take the child on as his legacy disciple. However, the baby's mother had insisted that her deceased husband's dying wish was for the child to join High Heaven Palace. No matter how he tried to persuade her, she had refused to change her mind. In the end, Yang Kai came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. He invited Yu Changdao into High Heaven Palace to become the supreme high-rank guest elder. In this way, the child would remain as a High Heaven Palace disciple even though his master was Yu Changdao. Not only would Yu Changdao get his wish, but High Heaven Palace would also receive an additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as a supreme high-rank guest elder. It could be said to be a win-win solution where everybody was happy. After Yang Kai left the star boundary, the first thing he did was to study and repair several broken universe temples scattered across the 3,000 worlds. Next, he went to the Black Prison to transport stars from its depths to its periphery. Then, he cultivated inside the astral wind divine ability in the shattered heaven. When he obtained the world spring, he was pursued relentlessly and entered the ancestral land as a result. Inside the ancestral land, he unlocked the demon's sealing land and improved his dragon vein to become a grand dragon. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Yang Kai never imagined that he would run into Yu Changdao here, and it was not just him either. The other people in the room were also very familiar to him. They were the foreign affairs envoys from the major cave heavens and paradises who should be watching over the star boundary. Leaving aside Yu Changdao of free and unfettered paradise, there was also Hong Xiangling of Azure Void Cave Heaven, Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven, and Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise. Hong Xiangling had persistently tried to matchmake Yang Kai in the past, so Yang Kai had a deep impression of the old man as a result. There were a total of 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and each of them was more or less the representatives of their respective cave heavens and paradises. These 4 people were no strangers to Yang Kai either, as they had all gone to the star boundary and met him before. On the other hand, Grandmaster Ma Fan was nowhere to be seen. Sect Master Yu Changdao stood up. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he still held the title of High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. He could also be regarded as part of High Heaven Palace, so it was only natural for him to be a bit polite towards Yang Kai. Hong Xiangling laughed heartily. "Young boy." "Senior Hong." Yang Kai cupped his fist and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Hong Xiangling chuckled. "Why can't we be here? What about you, kid? Why did you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "I previously commissioned the Grandmaster to refine an artifact for me, so I am here to collect it as promised." Hong Xiangling nodded and exclaimed, "The world tree sure is amazing. I can't believe it actually made the Iron Rooster move. I was wondering why he brought a group of his disciples to the star boundary several dozen years ago. It turns out that you had already made a deal." "Who are you calling an Iron Rooster?" A dissatisfied voice rang out as Grandmaster Ma Fan walked out of the room in the back and glared at Hong Xiangling. Hong Xiangling slapped his mouth lightly and shamelessly responded, "I was talking about myself." "Umph." Grandmaster Ma Fan coldly snorted. Only then did he turn to look in Yang Kai's direction. It was just that he did not look at Yang Kai, but rather at Hong Hu, who was standing behind him, asking in a solemn tone, "This is..." Yu Changdao, Hong Xiangling, and the others had also been curious about Hong Hu's identity. Despite being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, they couldn't help feeling a slight pressure from the woman in front of them, even though the other party was not even exerting the slightest bit of strength. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that they were concerned about her identity. It was just that Yang Kai did not take the initiative to introduce her, so they could not ask. Although they could not ask, Grandmaster Ma Fan was forced to. He was the master of this place after all. Besides, he would not have revealed himself if he had not detected this woman's unique aura. Yang Kai quickly introduced Hong Hu. "This is Senior Hong Hu." Afterward, he introduced everybody else to Hong Hu one by one. Hong Hu smiled and nodded. Yu Changdao raised a graying brow at those words. "I've heard that there are 5 phoenixes. Red Phoenix, Azure Qing Wan, Yellow Yuan Chu, Purple Yuzhua, and White Hong Hu. Your aura seems a little different." He only had this association after seeing that she was dressed in white. She smiled and said, I am the White Hong who you're thinking of. Everybody turned pale without exception. Yu Changdao said solemnly, "Forgive us for our disrespect." Meanwhile, Hong Xiangling asked seriously, "Why did the Phoenix clan return?" Hong Hu looked at him in confusion. "What?" He frowned. "Didn't you return from that place?" "What place?" she queried. "I came from the divine spirit's ancestral land in the shattered heaven." The high-rank open heaven realm masters in the hall exchanged glances before Hong Xiangling quickly said, "I must have made a mistake. Please forgive me." Hong Hu gave Hong Xiangling a strange look and seemed pensive. Likewise, Yang Kai looked confused. When Hong Hu revealed her identity earlier, they had such a look of despair on their faces that one would have thought that the sky was falling. When Hong Hu explained that she was from the ancestral land in the shattered heaven though, they became extremely relieved instead. Where is this place that Hong Xiangling mentioned? What does it have to do with the Phoenix clan? Just as Yang Kai was pondering these questions, Grandmaster Ma Fan stretched out his hand and tossed out something. An object came flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively caught the object, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a miniature palace countless times smaller than normal. His eyes immediately lit up at the sight and he exclaimed in delight, "Grandmaster, is this Purple Heaven Palace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan replied casually, "It can be said that it lives up to its name." Refining this item cost an arm and a leg. However, these materials were provided by High Heaven Palace and Void Land. As for the details of how many resources were used, you only need to ask your head manager for the details. I also integrated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder that you left with me back then. You can slowly explore the specific effects after you finish refining it. Yang Kai played with the palace lovingly and said, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." The Crystal Palace could not be used carelessly, so it could be said that the Purple Heaven Palace was his first palace artifact. As for how much this palace artifact had cost, Yang Kai currently owned a first-class star city and a large stake in a superstar city. He also occupied the New Great Territory and the Black Territory, so how could he be troubled by something like cost? What's more, Qing Yang and Xia Lin Lang were currently exploring the 5 universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Once these places had been fully explored, Yang Kai would gain yet another source of income. The Void Land of today was no longer the same Void Land that used to worry about resources. There was an abundance in the storage and distribution of cultivation materials. "Your skills are amazing indeed, Grandmaster," Duan Rui Shan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven praised. As one of the 36 cave heavens, it was a given that Clear Mind Cave Heaven had its own skilled artisans. It was not difficult for them to refine a palace artifact, but doing so as skillfully as Grandmaster Ma Fan was not easy. The palace artifact he refined was so small and exquisite that it could be held in one hand. That was the gap in their skills. Moreover, it was a gap that was absolutely impossible to overcome. Yang Kai was happily playing with the palace artifact that Grandmaster Ma Fan had named the Purple Heaven Palace when he heard Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice ringing throughout the room. "Allow me to be honest with you all. I am now High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. I cannot make the final decision regarding your request. You should discuss it with the sect master instead." Yang Kai's delighted expression turned to surprise as he instinctively felt as though he had been tricked. It was an ominous feeling indeed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4723, Good Fortune Divine Furnace. As an artifact refining grandmaster, Ma Fan naturally had superb skills. There were only a handful of people throughout the vast 3,000 worlds whose artifact refining skills could compare with his. When others refined a palace artifact, it was almost a certainty that several dozens or even hundreds of artifact refiners would need to work together to complete the project. Even if their skills were superior, it would still be a collaboration between a dozen people at the least. In contrast, Grandmaster Ma Fan had refined the Purple Heaven Palace all by himself from start to finish. The number of people across the 3,000 worlds who could achieve such a feat could be counted on one hand. Therefore, an artifact refiner with such superb skills like him was a rare and precious talent for any of the cave heavens or paradises. Forget Yang Kai's yearning to recruit him, even the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises coveted him. It was not that nobody had tried to recruit him. In fact, almost every cave heaven and paradise had sent representatives to recruit him over the past many years. Even though they offered generous and bountiful rewards, Ma Fan rejected every single offer without exception. In his opinion, Great Evolution Paradise was his route. He was born as part of Great Evolution Paradise, and he would die as part of Great Evolution Paradise. Yang Kai had the same idea at the beginning, so he tried to recruit Grandmaster Ma Fan as a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. After gaining insight into the current situation of Great Evolution Paradise, he even used the existence of the World Tree as bait to lure Grandmaster Ma Fan into working for him. It was just that Grandmaster Ma Fan never accepted the offer to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder, though he did agree to refine the palace artifact for Yang Kai. In this matter, Yang Kai had never pressured him into making a decision either. Who could have known that Grandmaster Ma Fan would make such a shocking statement when Yang Kai was completely clueless about the current situation? For that reason, Yang Kai's first reaction was not joy, as he felt that something extremely troublesome had fallen into his hands. He was still reeling from the shock when Yu Changdao looked at him with bright eyes. "You're part of the family, Grandmaster? That's great. Sect Master, we need to take good care of our family." Meanwhile, Hong Xiangling went one step further. He stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. "Young boy, I have a disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Not only is she as beautiful as a flower, but she also has a gentle temperament. It's just that she has yet to meet a suitable life companion. More importantly, she has never been exposed to love and romance. She has always been obsessed with cultivation, so much so that she is showing signs of cultivation dissonance. I believe she needs a young and handsome man like you to save her." Before Hong Xiangling could finish speaking, Duan Ruishan slapped his palm on Hong Xiangling's face and pushed the latter aside. "Sect Master Yang, feel free to mention any conditions you want. I will not refuse as long as your demands are within Clear Mind Cave Heaven's abilities to fulfill." Lu Jinyang of Azure Nether Paradise also chimed in. "Does High Heaven Palace need another supreme high-rank guest elder? This Lu has always felt a sense of kinship with High Heaven Palace. It's a pity that you've been away for such a long time, Sect Master Yang. I could not join even though I wanted to join High Heaven Palace so badly." All 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes, like starving ghosts faced with a table full of delicacies. They practically scrambled over each other to speak in their excitement. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling dumbfounded as he hesitantly asked, What are you talking about?" Seeing Yang Kai's confused expression, which did not seem fake, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help looking at each other. Hong Xiangling was the one who eventually asked, "Kid, you still don't know." "What should I know?" Yang Kai countered, "I just returned from the Shattered Heaven and only came here to retrieve my artifact from Grandmaster Ma Fan." Lu Jinyang frowned and turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. "Grandmaster, can Sect Master Yang really call the shots on this matter? He doesn't seem to know anything." Grandmaster Ma Fan just sat there and watched them with a smile. Reaching out his hand, he took out a wine bottle and took a sip before he nodded. "Of course, he can. Well, even if he couldn't before, now that I've said so, he has the authority to make the decision." The 4 masters' gazes became scorching hot once more. Yang Kai's expression turned bitter. "Grandmaster, just what is this situation? The least you could have done was to inform me about it beforehand." Grandmaster Ma Fan pondered in silence for a moment before he stood up. "Follow me." After saying that, he strode outside. Yang Kai put the Purple Heaven Palace away and hurriedly followed. Hong, who wanted to come along, but he waved her away and asked her to stay behind. Following Grandmaster Ma Fan out of the Grand Hall, he walked deeper into the void. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice came from the front. "Great Evolution Paradise has 2 core treasures. One of them is a replica of the Universe Furnace. The genuine Universe Furnace is practically impossible to find. Moreover, it contains the Universe Essence and produces innate Open Heaven pills. Consuming innate open heaven pills will allow any open heaven realm master to break through their shackles and reach the next order, without any limitations or drawbacks. The open heaven pills that are commonly used in the world today were created by the ancient great experts who extensively studied the universe furnace's open heaven pills and consequently developed a pill recipe based on their research. The genuine universe furnace shakes the very foundation of the 3,000 worlds every time it appears in the world, but nobody is capable of possessing it. The ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise were fortunate enough to see the universe furnace in person and threw themselves into long years of research. As a result, they spent countless years and resources to create a replica of the universe furnace. Although it is not nearly as profound as the real universe furnace, it is quite extraordinary in and of itself. This old master performs artifact refining with its help. You've seen that for yourself. Yang Kai nodded. When he first came here with the proprietress to commission Grandmaster Ma Fan for an artifact, he had seen the latter activating the power of the sun's true fire to refine an artifact using the replica of the universe furnace. The second treasure is known as the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice became solemn. Good Fortune Divine Furnace? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. This one is not a replica or imitation, but a naturally formed treasurer. There was a sense of pride in Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice. According to the records written by my ancestors, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace suddenly appeared in Great Evolution Paradise one day. It can be considered a gift from the heavens. The world's blessings are infinitely mysterious after all. Yang Kai asked curiously, what makes the Good Fortune Divine Furnace so special? Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, you'll know when you see it for yourself. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. A short while later, they arrived in the depths of the void. There was a barrier shrouding over this area, and Yang Kai could sense an extremely hostile aura before he even approached, naturally terrifying him. It had to be said that even though he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, he could rival a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master in strength when he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. Therefore, for him to have such a reaction only went to show the ferocity of the barrier. This place was originally Great Evolution Paradise's highest level restricted area. Non-members of Great Evolution Paradise would never be allowed to enter. However, with the passage of time, Great Evolution Paradise has become desolate, so there is no reason to hold on to such rules anymore. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained while taking out a crude and simple token. Forming a seal with his hands, a mysterious light penetrated the token before shooting out and transforming into a tunnel of light. Grandmaster Ma Fan took the lead to enter the passage, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. The two of them walked along the tunnel that seemed tens of thousands of kilometers long, and at the end of the passage, a three-legged furnace that was as tall as a person and carved with intricate patterns that covered the entire surface entered Yang Kai's vision. Is this the Good Fortune Divine Furnace? Yang Kai observed the furnace curiously. At first glance, there was nothing particularly strange or special about the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the gray fog that permeated the interior of the furnace. It was extremely strange, and when his divine sense penetrated the gray fog, it was like a rock sinking deep into the sea. The gray fog filled the entire Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Moreover, it crept about slowly like a living thing. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "Is it alive?" For a moment, he could swear that he detected a peculiar vitality from the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. It is neither alive nor dead. Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not determine whether the Good Fortune Divine Furnace was considered a living thing or not. They couldn't even figure out why it appeared here in the first place. There were no signs before its sudden appearance, and nobody could move the furnace after it appeared here. What a strange thing. Yang Kai observed for a while before he asked, "What is so special about the Good Fortune Divine Furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "I'll show you." While speaking, he made a sweeping motion with his hand, and a large number of materials that exuded rich wood element power were thrown into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Yang Kai could clearly tell that the wood element materials were of rather good quality. All of them were fifth-order materials. Furthermore, there were also quite a lot of them, as many as 10. After the many fifth-order wood element materials were thrown into the good fortune divine furnace, the gray fog wriggled and swallowed them whole. In the next moment, they vanished out of sight. Grandmaster Ma Fan waited quietly for a while before he took out another fifth-order wood element material and threw it into the gray fog. There was still no movement, so he tossed in another. After repeating his actions 4 more times, the gray fog suddenly began writhing violently. Even the color of the fog changed. The gray and dirty-looking fog suddenly became crimson red. In the next moment, the red fog shrunk abruptly before expanding violently again, and an object came flying out of the fog. Grandmaster Ma Fan was clearly prepared for this situation. He reached out his hand and caught the object lightly before glancing it over and nodding. "Seems like my luck isn't too bad today." Then he casually tossed the object to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the object and carefully examined it, his eyes contracting slightly at the sight. "A sixth-order material?" Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed, "This is what makes the good fortune divine furnace special." Yang Kai stared at Grandmaster Ma Fan in dumbfounded amazement. "How is that possible?" Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, "If you're asking me how this works, then I don't know either. Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not figure it out. The world is full of mysteries, and there are many things that cannot be understood just because your cultivation is powerful. Hence, the reason why the Good Fortune Divine Furnace is called the Good Fortune Divine Furnace." Yang Kai felt his breath becoming short and ragged. What he was holding in his hand was a genuine sixth-order wood element material. He turned to look to the side only to see that the crimson-red fog had gone back to a dull gray color after spitting out this sixth-order material, and his throat suddenly went dry. "Grandmaster, does the Good Fortune Divine Furnace produce materials with higher orders after consuming enough from the order below?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "Did Elder Yu and the others come here because of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. "Of course. What else is there in Great Evolution Paradise that is worth a trip here in person? After all, they don't expect to recruit this old man." Yang Kai swallowed nervously. "With this divine object in hand, wouldn't I be able to monopolize all the resources in the world?" "Don't get ahead of yourself." Grandmaster Ma Fan doused Yang Kai's excitement with those words. "The Good Fortune Divine Furnace might be able to produce a higher order material in exchange for ones from a lower order, but if you calculate in strict terms, the results are basically always a huge loss. Think about it, how many materials did I use just now?" 14. Yang Kai had watched carefully. Grandmaster Ma Fan had thrown 10 world element materials into the furnace at the beginning. Afterward, he added 4 more before he finally obtained a sixth-order material. In terms of value, one sixth-order material was equivalent to 10 fifth-orders materials. Therefore, it was equivalent to losing 4 fifth-orders materials. It's not that simple though. The losses you sustained this time were wood element materials, but what about yin and yang element materials? Sixth-order yin and yang element materials are worth more than 10 times the value of fifth-order yin and yang element materials. Not to mention, fifth-order yin and yang element materials are easier to obtain while those of the sixth order are extremely rare. Yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely valuable and often could not be bought regardless of the price offered. Martial Peak, Chapter 4724, 2 Methods. Grandmaster Ma Fan just smiled meaningfully and asked, "Can you guarantee that every 14 units of the same type of material will be exchanged for one of a higher order? As I said just now, my luck today is relatively good. If your luck is bad, you might not get one in return even if you used dozens or even hundreds of materials. Luck is the most difficult element to predict out of everything." Yang Kai clenched the sixth-order wood element material in his hand and quickly said, "But, if I had to choose, I would rather consume several dozen fifth-order yin or yang element materials in exchange for a single sixth-order counterpart." Fifth-order yin and yang element materials might be difficult to find, but they were much easier compared to those of the sixth order. It had to be said that sixth-order yin and yang element materials were categorized as strategic reserves that could not be used easily, even among the cave heavens and paradises. Back when Voidland was being besieged by Heavenly Sword Union and Zhuoquan Hui, the great emperors had required countless materials to advance into the open heaven realm. If Yang Kai had not gone to the Black Prison, robbed Luan by Feng, and mined in or star from the Black Territory's depths, he would not have been able to get his hands on the necessary materials. The great emperors might still be stuck at the Emperor realm even now if that had been the case. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. That's why they are here. The World Tree is infinitely mysterious. Even though the World Tree of the Star Boundary is just a clone, the feedback from it is so powerful that one can barely believe it. The cave heavens and paradises have taken in quite a number of disciples from the Star Boundary and even dispatched many of their own disciples to be raised there. Over the past few years, many excellent and talented individuals with extraordinary aptitude have appeared in the Star Boundary. It can even be said that there have been more geniuses emerging from the Star Boundary in the past few decades than in the entire 3,000 worlds over the past few thousand years. Not much time has passed, so these little ones have not fully grown and developed. Even so, it is enough to see that there are many among them who are eligible to advance directly into the fifth and sixth order open heaven realm. Some of them might even be able to advance directly into the seventh order. The Star Boundary was Yang Kai's homeland, so he couldn't help feeling proud after listening to Grandmaster Ma Fan's words. It was foreseeable that the Star Boundary would surely present a grand and prosperous scene in just a few hundred years. Grandmaster Ma Fan thus sighed. We're talking about advancing directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Since the establishment of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, how many people have been able to advance directly into the seventh order? Not only does it require extraordinary aptitude but also incredible luck and fortune. In any case, one will require seventh-order materials in order to advance directly into the seventh-order open heaven realm. The materials for the 5 elements will not pose too much of a problem for now, as it is given that the cave heavens and paradises will have some reserves, so they will not lack them. The high-rank open heaven realm masters need these same materials for cultivation as well, but even if they have some seventh-order yin and yang element materials in their reserves, there certainly won't be enough. It is only natural that they will have to plan ahead. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. Is that why they want to borrow the good fortune divine furnace? They want to create enough seventh-order yin and yang element materials to prevent their reserves from being stretched too thin when the time comes. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Yang Kai exhaled a long breath. Putting himself in their shoes, he would have made the same choice if he was someone from the cave heavens and paradises. In that case, you could have negotiated with them yourself, Grandmaster. Why are you pushing such a highly beneficial deal on me? Yang Kai was puzzled. If they wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace, then they would surely need to pay a price. This was a good thing for Great Evolution Paradise. They could make a lot of money just by imposing any random condition. It was a highly beneficial deal that all but fell from the sky into their lap. There was no reason to pass up something like that to somebody else. Be that as it may, Grandmaster Ma Fan had done just that. He even went so far as to proclaim himself as High Heaven Palace's high-rank guest elder. In doing so, he placed the full authority over the good fortune divine furnace in Yang Kai's hands. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "You may only see 4 people here today, but those 4 aren't just representing their 4 cave heavens and paradises. They are also representing all the other cave heavens and paradises. They are here to test the waters. Great Evolution Paradise has long gone into decline. At present, this old man is the only one supporting this sect. Do you think Great Evolution Paradise has the qualifications to negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises? At the most, we can ask for some resources as compensation, but Great Evolution Paradise does not lack resources. This old man only needs to offer up a few artifact refining chances to earn more than enough resources for all of us." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Grandmaster, Are you saying that they will choose to use force instead if you refuse their request? Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed lightly, that's the most likely outcome. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. According to Grandmaster Ma Fan, the cave heavens and paradises were scrambling to prepare 7th order yin and yang element materials in advance. The more they could procure, the better it would be for them. That was why they needed to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Even though they had always known about the existence of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, they had never bothered to set their sights on it, mainly because the uncertainty when using this strange innate treasure was too high. They might invest tens or even hundreds of materials only to come up empty-handed. Which sect could possibly afford such losses? In any case, each sect was bound to have some reserves of 7th order yin and yang element materials. The numbers might be small, but they were enough. It was just that the situation was different now. The current supply could no longer meet the demand, so they had to come up with different solutions. Although they might suffer heavy losses from using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, all their losses would be worth it if they succeeded in producing a disciple who advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. After all, if one were to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, then their future limit would be the 9th order. Leaving aside the 7th order materials for now, even the supply of 6th order yin and yang element materials was insufficient for the near future. The cave heavens and paradises would surely have a much greater demand for such materials in short order. At present, Voidland is the only sect in the entire 3,000 worlds that has the qualifications to negotiate with all the cave heavens and paradises. Grandmaster Ma Fan turned to look at Yang Kai. The World Tree was the best example. The Star Boundary was Yang Kai's homeland, and the World Tree was growing in the Star Boundary. Regardless of his cultivation, he had more than enough right to speak on the matter. His status as a great emperor of the Star Boundary was enough for him to speak on equal terms with the cave heavens and paradises, at least in this situation. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. What are your conditions, Grandmaster? Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. It's easy to talk to smart people. Great Evolution Paradise was in a steady decline, so how could they negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises on equal footing? Under such circumstances, there was nothing they could do to stop the cave heavens and paradises from simply taking control of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. As a last resort, Grandmaster Ma Fan could only dump the risks on Yang Kai instead. Nevertheless, his actions would result in Yang Kai taking quite a large share of the profits from Great Evolution Paradise. It was only natural that he would refuse to take part in such a loss-making business. Regardless of the conditions you eventually agree upon with the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise will receive half of the proceeds. Grandmaster Ma Fan declared bluntly. Even if it was only half the amount, it would still be far more than the amount Great Evolution Paradise would receive if they tried to negotiate on their own. Yang Kai nodded without hesitation. Fine. This deal was the equivalent of pie falling into his outstretched hand for nothing. There was no reason for him to be dissatisfied with receiving half of the benefits when he didn't need to do anything to obtain them in the first place. Also, Great Evolution Paradise's Tao Temple in the Star Boundary will need to be doubled in size. This old man wishes to send more disciples to cultivate at the Star Boundary. That's not a problem either. That's enough, Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Is that all? Yang Kai was extremely astonished. What else should I ask for? Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at Yang Kai flatly. Yang Kai burst into laughter. You're truly an unselfish man, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. It won't seem sincere if I tried to take the lion's share. Well, in any case, this old man is planning to come out of retirement. Come out of retirement? Yang Kai was curious. The little ones will surely experience rapid growth after being sent to the Star Boundary. They will need many resources for their cultivation once they advance into the open heaven realm in the future. Great Evolution Paradise is not wealthy, so this old man will need to find a way to make more money. Seeing as this old man has no other skills, I can only perform artifact refining for others. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Are you planning to help others perform artifact refining to earn resources, Grandmaster? Do you have an idea? Yes, I do. I have a great idea. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you don't mind, Grandmaster, I can hire you as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. For every artifact that you refine, I will pay you a certain amount according to the value of the artifact. What do you think? Grandmaster Ma Fan fell silent. It was obvious that he did not wish to be restrained in such a manner. Yang Kai continued, in addition, I can also send some disciples over to help you, Grandmaster. Whenever you are in a good mood, you can teach them something. If you are in a terrible mood, you can feel free to beat and scold them. Of course, the disciples will remain respectful and filial to you. Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced sideways at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, Brat, you are untrustworthy after all. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Grandmaster, you've already proclaimed to be High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder in front of Elder Yu and the others. Would it make a difference if you receive an additional title as Voidland's chief artifact refiner? After hesitating for a long while, Grandmaster Ma Fan finally let out a long sigh. I never imagined that this old man would have such a day. He had no choice but to rip his heart out for the sake of his disciples. In that case, do we have a deal, Grandmaster? Yang Kai was ecstatic. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded sullenly. Yang Kai burst into hearty laughter. Don't worry, Grandmaster. The disciples I send to work under you will not add to your worries. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. They won't be able to learn anything from me without the necessary talent and skill. Yang Kai turned to look back at the good fortune divine furnace again, his gaze burning hot. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, what I showed you just now was the situation after putting in various materials of the same element. As long as the amount is sufficient, the good fortune divine furnace will return a material of a higher order. However, there's another method as well. Yang Kai asked, what method? Grandmaster Ma Fan said, take out a set of materials of the same order and throw them in. You will know after you give it a try. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai took out a complete set of fifth-order materials harvested from the gourd vine from his space ring. If there was any resource that Voidland did not lack, it was undoubtedly fifth-order materials. Ever since obtaining the gourd vine, Voidland could harvest a complete set of fifth-order yin, yang and five elements materials every month from it. Yang Kai brought a lot of materials along with him when he first departed the star boundary. Now that several dozen years had passed, he was certain that Voidland had accumulated even more such materials by now. After throwing the complete set of 7 into the good fortune divine furnace, the gray fog wriggled like a living creature and greedily swallowed them up in the blink of an eye. A short while later, the gray fog suddenly turned crimson red and an object was spat out from the depths of the furnace. Yang Kai caught the object, took a look, and exclaimed with raised eyebrows, a sixth-order water element. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, compared to only investing materials of the same element, the chances of the good fortune divine furnace giving back a material of a higher order increases up to 70 or 80% if you invest a complete set of materials in one go. It can almost be said that the chances of failure are minimal. However, this method has a drawback in that it is impossible to determine the element of the material you will receive back from the good fortune divine furnace. You received a water element material this time, but it might be a fire element or yin element instead next time. Yang Kai sighed, it really is amazing. There were 2 methods, both with their respective pros and cons. The first method might result in great losses, but one would receive a material of the same element as the element originally invested. On the other hand, although one would experience much less losses with the second method, there were a multitude of uncertainties that came with the results. Yang Kai had the sudden urge to take all the materials that Voidland had been accumulating from the gourd vine over the years and throw them into the good fortune divine furnace right now. No matter how uncertain the results, he would eventually obtain some sixth-order yin and yang element materials if he threw in hundreds or thousands of sets, right? Martial Peak, Chapter 4725, Demanding the Lion's Share. When they returned to the Grand Hall, Hong Xiangling and the others immediately turned to look in their direction. Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise said, "Sect Master Yang, we have been delayed here for quite a few days now. The Grand Master refused to come out of retreat earlier, so there was nobody we could discuss with. Seeing as you have the right to call the shots regarding this matter, you need to give us a proper answer." Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven nodded in agreement. "That's right, Sect Master Yang. Please feel free to name any condition you might have. We are here on behalf of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, we will not let Great Evolution Paradise suffer any losses from this transaction." Yang Kai turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan, who had an aloof expression on his face, as though this matter had nothing to do with him. It was clear that he was unwilling to intervene at all. Just as Grandmaster Ma Fan had mentioned earlier, Great Evolution Paradise simply could not refuse the Cave Heavens and Paradises borrowing the Good Fortune Divine Furnace under the current circumstances. In this vast universe, Voidland was the only force that could negotiate with the Cave Heavens and Paradises on equal footing. The declining Great Evolution Paradise did not have this qualification. Grandmaster Ma Fan's previous act of hiding and refusing to meet anybody was nothing more than a tactic to buy time. It just so happened that Yang Kai was returning from the Shattered Heaven, so he quickly passed this troublesome matter over for Yang Kai to handle. Still, even if it was only for personal benefit, Yang Kai would not sell the rights to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace cheaply. Facing everybody's gazes, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It has only been a few decades since you sent your disciples to the star boundary. No matter how extraordinary their aptitude, I'm sure their cultivation is not that high, right? There is still a long time before they advance to the open heaven realm, so why are you in such a rush?" Duan Ruishan shook his head. "How can we not be anxious? Just as you said, the cultivation of the disciples we sent to the star boundary over the past few decades might not be too high, but their growth speed is too greater. I'm afraid it won't take more than 100 or 200 years before some of them begin to advance into the open heaven realm." Yang Kai was stunned. That fast? For some to advance into the open heaven realm within another 100 or 200 years, the speed was simply too shocking to believe. Hong Xiangling stated, "The disciples we sent to the star boundary were carefully selected in the first place, so their aptitudes and talents were already among the best. Moreover, they are cultivating in a place as wondrous as the star boundary, so how can they not improve quickly? To be honest, despite how long old men like us have lived, we have never seen such a prosperous sight before. The cultivation of those little ones advances practically every single day." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly worried. If their cultivation improves too quickly, will they not suffer from an unstable foundation? Yu Changdao shook his head. "We were also worried about this at the beginning. However, we discovered that there are no such issues after performing a thorough examination of the condition of our disciples. The feedback they received from the World Tree and the highly abundant Heavenly Way and Martial Dao Aura in the star boundary are enough to satisfy their advancement requirements. That is why they do not show any signs of an unstable foundation whatsoever, even though their cultivation is progressing rapidly. Take my disciple, Shi Zhuang, for example. Sect Master, do you know what his current cultivation is?" Shi Zhuang was the child whom Yu Changdao tried so hard to recruit as his legacy disciple because of the baby's innate Dao body, which was extremely compatible with his inheritance. It was also because of Shi Zhuang that Yu Changdao became High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. That was why Yang Kai had a deep impression of this disciple. At the time of Yang Kai's departure, Shi Zhuang was a newborn baby, and about 30 years had passed since then. With his aptitude, it was obvious that his cultivation would not be too low. Yu Changdao had no real intention to let Yang Kai guess, so he answered his own question. That child is already in the Origin Returning Realm. In the near future, he will advance into the Origin King Realm, then the Dao Source Realm, and then Emperor Realm. After that, he only needs to condense his Dao seal before he is ready to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Advancing from a baby with no foundation to the Origin Returning Realm in the short span of a couple of decades was no longer something that could be achieved with talent alone. One would also need the guidance of a great teacher and an extremely conducive cultivation environment. Fortunately, Shi Zhuang had both. Yang Kai gasped softly. He himself had 2 disciples. Leaving aside Zhao Yibai, who had mediocre aptitude, Zhao Ye was definitely the cultivator with the most heaven-defying aptitude he had ever met. Nevertheless, even with her aptitude, and even if he did not suppress her cultivation for so many years, she might not be able to advance to the origin-returning realm within such a short time. The reason for the difference in their cultivation was that one was cultivating in a holy land like the star boundary while the other was in his small universe. Yu Changdao continued, in another 100 or 200 years, the disciples of each sect will surely reveal a splendid scene of 100 flowers blooming. At that time, there will be as many people advancing into the 5th order open heaven realm and the 6th order open heaven realm as carp swimming upriver. There will most likely be people advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm too. Can you imagine how great the demand for materials would be among the cave heavens and paradises? Forget the 5th order materials. Each sect has an adequate stock of them, so there will be enough to go around. However, there won't be enough 6th order or 7th order materials at all. In the past, those who could advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm generally held the status of a core disciple in the cave heavens and paradises. Most of the time, only one person would be born to each sect every few hundred to 1,000 years. Chu Huashang of Yinyang Cave Heaven and Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise were such disciples. It was precisely because core disciples were so rare and precious that Zuoquan Hui tried to take revenge on Yang Kai for killing Zhao Xing during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. Now though, thanks to the star boundary's existence, there were bound to be more and more core disciples in the future. Hong Xiangling followed up, it is precisely because of this reason that we need to plan ahead, otherwise, it will be too late if we wait until the time comes when we need these materials. Yang Kai nodded lightly, it has been a long time since I left the star boundary, so I don't know much about the situation there. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he pondered in silence for a while. Then he raised a finger, the right to use the good fortune divine furnace for 1 month in exchange for the opportunity to enter the small source worlds of each sect once for life experience. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been standing nearby, silently drinking wine from his bottle all this while, seemingly aloof and unaware of what was being discussed. However, as soon as Yang Kai spoke those words, he choked and spat out a mist of wine. This brat sure is bold. Ma Fan suddenly felt that leaving the matter involving the good fortune divine furnace to Yang Kai had been a wise choice indeed. That was because he would never have such thoughts if he were the one to do the negotiations. At most, he would have asked for resources from each sect as compensation. Thinking about it carefully though, this was like any business transaction where one should always try to take the lion's share so that the other party had some space and leeway to bargain and negotiate. Duan Ruishan's brow twitched visibly at those words. Sect Master Yang, can you change your conditions? For example, each sect pays a certain amount of resources in exchange for the right of use it for a certain amount of time. Lu Xingyang nodded in agreement. That's right, Sect Master Yang. The small source worlds are extremely important to the cave heavens and paradises. Our own disciples have to wait in line to enter the small source worlds for training. Most of the time, many of them don't even get a chance to enter despite waiting for hundreds or even thousands of years. We simply cannot afford to portion out an opportunity for you. Although Yu Changdao and Hong Xiangling remained silent, it was clear that they were of the same mind. Yang Kai just smiled and negotiated, you don't need to feel so distressed. Thanks to Yinyang Cave Heaven, I had the opportunity to enter a small source world for training once. It was a bountiful trip, and I've not forgotten the feeling. I've been thinking that it would be great if I had another opportunity to enter another small source world. As for this request, well, it's bound to be a little tight, but I'm sure it's not too difficult for you all. Lu Xingyang looked like he was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised a hand and interjected, of course, I am simply making this suggestion. As for how things will actually be implemented, I'm sure you will need to discuss with the others first. After all, this matter involves all the cave heavens and paradises. This decision is not something the four of you can make on your own. The words Lu Zhenyang wanted to speak got stuck in his throat, which was a terrible feeling. Yang Kai thus swiftly got to his feet. I've been away from home for too long. I need to return to Voidland, so I won't stay here any longer. While speaking, he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster, I'll be taking my leave first. I will send some people over. At that time, I will be counting on you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded lightly. It was something they had agreed to earlier, so he would not regret his decision. Yang Kai glanced at Hong Hu and the two of them walked out. Shall we head back to the star boundary? Hong Xiangling looked at the others. Now that Yang Kai, the only person they could negotiate with, was gone, it was meaningless for them to remain here any longer. Yang Kai had already named his conditions. Whether or not they could accept the conditions or how they were going to fulfill the conditions would require further discussion among the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises. Let's go. Likewise, Duan Ruishan nodded and stood up. The rest quickly bid their goodbyes to Grandmaster Ma Fan and followed closely behind Yang Kai and Hong Hu's departure. Yu Changdao caught up to Yang Kai. Standing next to him, he spoke in a low voice. Sect Master, in my opinion, De Zhuang has a solid foundation. Moreover, his roots and his aptitude are absolute. There is a high possibility that he can advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm when he condenses his Dao seal in the future. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. That's good news. Yu Changdao smiled flatteringly about the materials that he will need when he advances into the open heaven realm. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and asked with a chuckle, Elder Yu, are you asking me this question in your capacity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder or free and unfettered paradise's foreign affairs envoy? Yu Changdao answered with a straight face. When it comes down to it, De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Of course, this old master is discussing this matter with you in my capacity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. Yang Kai nodded lightly. De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Naturally, High Heaven Palace will take full responsibility to provide all the materials he will need to advance into the open heaven realm. Yu Changdao immediately broke into a bright smile. De Zhuang is really fortunate to have joined High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai said gratefully, it's all thanks to your dedicated teaching over the years, Elder Yu. Hong Xiangling and the others watched as the one old fox and one young fox chattered away happily. They couldn't help feeling a little frustrated by the sight. When Yu Changdao did not hesitate to become High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder in order to take Shi De Zhuang as his disciple back then, many of his friends laughed at and ridiculed him. However, based on the current situation, his decision had been a wise one indeed. Thanks to his identity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder, he succeeded at forming a good relationship with Yang Kai, and as a result, it was much easier to get some benefits from and reach agreements with Yang Kai. Even if Shi De Zhuang were to grow and develop under High Heaven Palace's banner, he would still be Yu Changdao's legacy disciple. That was something that would never change, regardless of the circumstances. During the journey, Hong Xiangling and the others constantly tried to find opportunities to discuss the rights to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with Yang Kai, but the latter stubbornly refused to budge on his stance. Thus, the others could only sigh helplessly. From Yang Kai's viewpoint, he had already named his conditions. As for the rest, the cave heavens and paradises would need to come to a consensus. Only then could the negotiation proceed any further. There was no need to waste their energy discussing this matter until then. Besides, he actually proposed similar conditions in the past. When news about the World Tree first leaked out to the public, the news attracted many cave heavens and paradises to investigate the situation. He had wanted to request opportunities to enter the small source worlds of these top great forces in exchange for the right to accept disciples from the star boundary and establish a Dao temple in the star boundary. However, the proposal was rejected by Su Linggong. The reason was that the qualifications to enter the small source worlds were tough competition even among the disciples of each cave heaven and paradise. They didn't even have enough to go around for themselves, so how could they let somebody take advantage of them in that manner? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4726, Who is this auntie? Even Su Ling Gong had spoken back then, so Yang Kai could only settle for the second best option and change his conditions. However, the situation was different now. The cave heavens and paradises had witnessed the mysterious effects of the Star Boundaries world tree with their own eyes over the past few decades. The rapid growth of their disciples was the best proof. What immediately followed was a large demand for higher-order materials. If they wanted their disciples to successfully directly advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm, they had no choice but to compromise. Compared to opportunities to train in the small source worlds of each sect, the advancement of their disciples was naturally their top priority. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could reach a consensus with the cave heavens and paradises to some extent. The routes to the Star Boundary and Void Land were different. Yang Kai, Hong Hu, Yu Chang Dao, and the others traveled together for a month or two before they went their separate ways. Yu Chang Dao and the others headed straight to the Star Boundary. Meanwhile, Yang Kai set off for Void Land with Hong Hu. It took another 2 months before the two of them finally arrived at Void Territory after a long journey. Looking from a distance in the Void, the enormous Void Land and Star City stood next to each other. Void Star City had been restored to its previous prosperity, and there was a steady stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes and sizes coming in and out of the Void Dock. It appeared to be very lively. In reality, Hong Hu had sensed the vitality of Void Territory as soon as they entered. Despite passing through many other great territories, there had not been any other one that was as lively as Void Territory. Moreover, flight-type artifacts were a rare sight in the vast void. It wasn't until she saw the prosperity of Void Star City that she understood why this place attracted so many cultivators. Is this Void Land? Hong Hu stared in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. This is Void Land. Staring at Void Land that was covered by the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Hong Hu seemed to detect something. I can sense the aura of the Dragon Clan. It's not very pure, but it's very strong. Yang Kai laughed and commented, I forgot to tell you, Senior. Void Land sits on the back of Bai Shi. Old man Bai Shi had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and the spirit province on his back gradually evolved into Void Land's predecessor. Bai Shi. Hong Hu raised her delicate brow. As part of the Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she knew about Bai Shi's existence. Although she knew about him, she had never met him before, so she sighed in amazement. I've always heard the saying, Bai Shi bears a heavy load. Legend even had it that his back can carry the entire universe. Now that I see him today, he really lives up to his reputation. When they got closer, Yang Kai took out a jade, opened the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and slipped inside with Hong Hu. Old man Bai Shi's embodiment was sitting down cross-legged on one of the platforms located on a certain spirit peak. His long eyebrows drooped down to his knees and a mysterious language flowed out of his lips, imparting precious wisdom with every word. Many divine spirits sat upright in front of him and listened attentively. These divine spirits included the Dragon Clan members who grew up on Dragon Island, Xiao Xiao who had taken in Tai Yu's source, Lu Yen who had the Phoenix True Fire, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, and the Stone Spirit Clan from the Star Boundaries East Territory, Cheong Chi who was flowing Time Great Emperor's Mount, and several others with a wide variety of races. The divine spirits in the Star Boundary might all carry different sources and inheritances of their own, but they did not know how to cultivate or improve their respective bloodlines past a certain point. Needless to say, it was difficult for them to explore their own inheritance without any guidance. Old man Bai Shi might only be a dragonkin, but he was old and wise, with an immense amount of knowledge and experience. Oftentimes, some divine spirits would gain valuable insight just by listening to a casual remark from him. The Dragon Clan had made great progress under his earnest teachings over the years. Among them, Zhu Qing's true form had grown to over 5,000 meters in length. While she was far from the standard of a grand dragon, she was now comparable to a fifth-order open heaven realm in strength. Likewise, the rest of the divine spirits also experienced growth to a certain extent, though none as pronounced as Zhu Qing's. It was for this reason that all the divine spirits liked to gather around Old Man Bai Shi to listen to his teachings. All of a sudden, Old Man Bai Shi raised his head and looked up into the sky in shock. Slowly getting to his feet, he announced in a loud voice, "An honored guest has graced us. Welcome." The others looked up upon hearing those words only to see two streams of light descending from the sky and landing in front of them. One of them was Yang Kai, who had not shown up for several decades. The other was a woman dressed in snow-white robes whom nobody had seen before. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she gazed at Yang Kai lovingly. Unfortunately, there were too many people here, so no matter how much she missed him, it was inappropriate for her to act overly intimate in public. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan did not have such reservations. The two of them had accompanied Yang Kai from the time he was young and weak. It could even be said that they were his longest companions. Xiao Xiao scrambled over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Using both hands, he climbed along Yang Kai's clothes until he reached his shoulders and sat down with a happy expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yan ran over in small steps and came to stand in front of Yang Kai. Stretching her arms wide, she looked up and called out in a babyish voice, "Master, up!" Yang Kai raised his hand and rapped his knuckles on her head. "Speak normally." Thanks to some lucky opportunities, Lu Yan had obtained a true body even though she was originally an artifact spirit. It was just that she had always maintained a childlike appearance. At this moment, she was acting adorable and childish on purpose. After being hit on the head, her eyes immediately became misty and she stubbornly held out her arms and said, "Hold me." Yang Kai sighed and bent down to pick her up. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in satisfaction and tilted her small head to rest against his neck. Even the corners of her eyes crinkled with pleasure. On the contrary, Zhu Qing's smiling gaze immediately flooded with wanton murderous intent. Xiao Hong and Xiao He, whom Yang Kai had brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, had grown considerably stronger thanks to the long-term consumption of the dragon blood pills. Moreover, they had been taught to assume human form by Old Man Bai Shi. When they saw this scene, the pair, who also looked like small children, rushed over. Standing side by side in front of Yang Kai, they stretched out their arms, "Carry us too." When Xiao He spoke, his saliva dribbled to the ground, which then began to sizzle and melt away, like it was being corroded by acid. It was a terrifying sight. Lu Yan flushed slightly and looked down at the other two with a scornful look. Then, she abruptly turned around to look at Hong Hu and whispered a question in Yang Kai's ear. "Master, who is this auntie?" "Auntie?" Hong Hu choked. She had been studying Lu Yan with great interest. Both of them were part of the Phoenix clan, so she immediately detected the Phoenix true fire inside Lu Yan's body. That source strength was a little different from Luan Feng, who only had a weak Phoenix clan bloodline. It was undoubtedly an extremely pure Phoenix clan source. The corners of Hong Hu's face twitched involuntarily when she suddenly heard Lu Yan's remark. Still, she gave a fake smile and said, "What an adorable child. She is so cute and lovable." While she was speaking, she reached out a hand and grabbed Lu Yan's cheek, giving it a rough knead and twist as she asked through gritted teeth, "Is this the person who inherited the Phoenix Empress source?" Caught between these two, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat as he quickly shook his head and said, "It's not her, but one of my wives. She isn't here, so she is probably in retreat." Hong Hu nodded lightly, "That's good." Giving Lu Yan a sweet smile, she released her grip and patted Lu Yan on the head. "This auntie is called Hong Hu. We are of the same clan. This auntie will make sure to take good care of you in the future." Lu Yan turned her head away, showing the back of her head to Hong Hu. Her posture screamed, "Who the hell do you think you are, old hag?" Moreover, a bright red mark marred her fair little face. "So, it is junior sister Hong Hu. Please forgive my discourtesy." Seeing that the atmosphere was turning chilly, Old Man Bai Shi immediately stepped forward to intervene. Hong Hu bowed elegantly. Greetings, Senior Brother Bai Shi. Junior Sister, are you from the ancestral land? Old Man Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai looked at Old Man Bai Shi in surprise. Senior, do you know about the ancestral land? Old Man Bai Shi chuckled. After living for so long, it's only natural to know a thing or two. Long ago, I visited the ancestral land. What's more, I stayed there for some time before I returned. Hong Hu was curious. Why do I have no recollection of this? Bai Shi simply replied lightly, it was many years ago. She fell silent for a while, then she nodded. It looks like it has been quite a while indeed. Seeing as Bai Shi claimed to have visited the ancestral land in the past, then he must have gone there before. Nevertheless, she had no recollection of this. In other words, she had yet to even be born during his visit. That was something that could be traced back to several tens of thousands of years ago. How is the situation in the ancestral land? Is it the same as usual? Bai Shi queried. Hong Hu smiled lightly. The ancestral land has undergone great changes. It's not possible to explain everything in a short time. I will tell you the details when we have the opportunity. Good. He nodded. Yang Kai put Lu Yen down and spoke up from the side. I don't know what it was like when you visited the ancestral land, Senior, but the current ancestral land is not what it used to be. The reason Senior Hong Hu returned with me is to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. After all, they will grow much faster there. They might even receive the opportunity to obtain the inheritance within their source strength. When Old Man Bai Shi heard those words, he said worriedly, the Kuan clan is in the ancestral land. If the little dragons from Void Land head there. Yang Kai smiled, don't worry. The Phoenix clan will take care of them. Not to mention, I've already talked to the Kuan clan and come to an agreement with them. Old Man Bai Shi nodded. That's for the best. I've thought of telling you about the ancestral land all these years, but I was worried about the Kuan clan. That's why I never mentioned it. Seeing as you've already made the necessary arrangements though, it's definitely a good thing to send them there. Many thanks for your concern, Senior. Yang Kai nodded. In truth, he had wondered about this issue. Logically speaking, an existence like Bai Shi was bound to know about the ancestral land. Even so, not a word about it had been spoken in all these years. Only now did the truth come to light. It was not that Bai Shi never bothered to tell Yang Kai, but that he was simply worried about the existence of the Kuan clan. The Dragon Clan members in Void Land were far too weak. Rashly sending them to the ancestral land was equivalent to sending a lamb into the tiger's den. Rather than sending them to their deaths, it was better to remain silent for now. Now that Yang Kai had made certain arrangements and a Phoenix clan master like Hong Hu would be protecting them, there was nothing to worry about anymore. During their conversation, a stream of light suddenly sped in this direction. The light approached them in the blink of an eye, only to reveal a stunning figure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiao-yin. She spent most of her time in retreat and rarely showed herself. Even Yang Kai had a difficult time trying to meet her. Only Shanqing Luo could meet Zhu Jiao-yin frequently. The reason for her arrival at this moment was clearly that she had noticed Hong Hu's divine spirit aura and came to check out the situation out of curiosity. After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this woman's aura had gotten deeper and more profound. She was a mature divine spirit, but had grown up in the grand ancient ruins boundary all her life until Yang Kai brought her out. As a result, she was unable to adapt to the world principles of the outside world immediately, which was why she could not exert her full strength all this while. Even so, the strength she displayed back then was enough to easily suppress a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At present, she was probably a match for any 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Phoenix Clan. Zhu Jiao-yin exclaimed in surprise after a thorough examination of Hong Hu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4727, I am not their opponent. There was more than one person with a Phoenix Clan source in Voidland. Therefore, Zhu Jiao-yin was not unfamiliar with the aura of the Phoenix Clan. That was how she figured out Hong Hu's origins at a glance. What surprised her was that the aura of this Phoenix clan member in front of her was extremely powerful. This Phoenix was definitely not weak. Hong Hu nodded as she was also examining Zhu Jiao-yin curiously. There were no heavenly moon demon spiders in the ancestral land, so it was her first time seeing this kind of divine spirit. For a time, she couldn't identify her. Yang Kai stepped forward and introduced them to each other. Only then could they consider themselves acquainted. The ancestral land? Zhu Jiao-yin revealed a suspicious look. What is that place? Hong Hu smiled. It is the origin of all divine spirits. To be honest, junior sister Zhu, with how strong your bloodline is, you should have been able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. That is the instinct that can be found deep within the bloodline of every divine spirit after they reach maturity, regardless of their origins or clan. A look of realization came over Zhu Jiao-yin's face. So it's that place. Just as Hong Hu mentioned, she had developed a vague sense that she was being summoned somewhere over the years. It was just that the sense was very weak and indistinct. Ever since leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, she had been trying to adapt to the world principles of the outside world. Not to mention, she had yet to recover her strength completely. There was no saying whether there would be any dangers waiting for her either. That was why she did not bother to explore and investigate this feeling. Nevertheless, she originally planned to make a trip once she recovered her full strength. It was a surprise to learn the truth about that place from Hong Hu. The ancestral land is where all divine spirits originate from. It is a place filled with rich ancestral strength, which is highly beneficial to the cultivation of divine spirits. The reason Senior Hong Hu came along with me this time is to bring everyone with a divine spirit bloodline to the ancestral land. As for the specific situation in the ancestral land, Senior Hong Hu will explain to everybody in detail, Yang Kai said while looking at everybody. Many of the divine spirits looked fascinated. Over the years, the strength of the human cultivators who came from the star boundary had increased steadily. Leaving aside the fact that the great emperors and Yang Kai's wives had already advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a long time ago, even most of the pseudo-great emperors from back then had advanced to the Open Heaven realm. On the other hand, the divine spirits who used to dominate the star boundary barely took a step forward. They felt very lost when it came to their futures as a result. Although listening to the teachings of Old Man Bai Shi over the past few years had helped them to a certain extent. The improvement of their bloodline was simply too slow. It was not until today that they learned about a place where all the divine spirits originated. Moreover, the ancestral land was filled with the mysterious ancestral strength that was highly beneficial to the cultivation of the divine spirits. How could the divine spirits not be fascinated by such a mysterious place? For a time, they couldn't help looking excited. On behalf of all present, I offer thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist at Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded. Bring the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress source to me. Once you have arranged everything, I will bring them back to the ancestral land. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Hong Hu would naturally receive hospitality from Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao-yin, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about her. Yang Kai asked Zhu Qing for details and learned that Su Yan was currently cultivating in retreat. Thus, he left with a flash. As soon as Yang Kai departed, a large group of divine spirits crowded around Hong Hu as though they had found a rare treasure. They eagerly asked about the situation in the ancestral land. Hong Hu felt as though she was drowning in infinite enthusiasm, so she couldn't help smiling bitterly for a while. She never imagined that so many divine spirits had gathered in Void Land. Not to mention, they consisted of so many different clans. Even though she was surrounded by so many divine spirits, she patiently answered their questions one at a time. In their conversations with each other, the situation in the ancestral land gradually became clear to all. Just as Yang Kai was rushing towards Su Yan's cultivation location, a transparent and almost imperceptible silk thread came flying through the air and wrapped around his body at the speed of lightning. Yang Kai lowered his head to look, seeing a silk thread move like a living thing and swiftly wrap around him several hundred times. swaddling him so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. Immediately after that, a tugging force came from the silk thread. Bundled up like a ball and unable to move a muscle, he was involuntarily dragged through the air at breakneck speed. His figure turned into a stream of light. On one of the spirit peaks below, the graceful figure of second manager Bian Yuqing stood on the branch of the tree. She looked up into the sky with a suspicious look in her beautiful eyes. Why does that look like the sect master? When she looked again, there was nobody in sight anymore. In her confusion, she sent a message to the governor of Void Star City, Mo Mei. Did sect master return? Mo Mei replied a short while later, I don't know. Bian Yuqing frowned and murmured to herself, I can't believe I'm seeing things. Am I getting old? Inside a certain hall, Yang Kai was thrown to the cold ground like a wet rag. A plump body straddled him from above and a slender hand caressed his cheek. A slim finger pulled his chin upward. Smelly man, are you finally willing to come back? Yang Kai could not move a single muscle. Looking around for a bit though, he winked at Shanqing Luo. Senior Zhu Jiao-yin is with old man Bai Shi. She won't be back for the time being. Shall we enjoy a quick one? Or, would you prefer going for 100 rounds? Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and spat softly. Why are you thinking of such naughty things as soon as you return? Who will listen to you? His tongue was so sweet that it was as though his mouth was filled with honey. Luo, it has been so long. I missed you so much. Her body immediately softened at those words. Her face turned redder, but her large and watery eyes still glared at him. Missed me? If you missed me, then why didn't you come to me? If I had not dragged you here just now, you'd probably be making love to Big Sister by now. I knew it. Out of all the sisters, Big Sister has the largest place in your heart. Yang Kai replied seriously, every one of you is equally important to me. Nobody comes first or last. Liar. She pouted. Getting nowhere with this conversation, Yang Kai flexed slightly and the silk threads that bound him snapped apart. Grabbing Shanqing Luo's elegant waist, he flipped over and pressed her beneath his body. He looked at her affectionately. Words can be deceiving, but the body does not lie. Why don't you feel it with your body? Shanqing Luo turned her head away and closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. After the dust settled, Shanqing Luo lazily rested on top of Yang Kai's body and muttered, the ancestral land. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Hong who came here to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. Senior Zhu Jiao-yin seems to be quite interested in the idea as well. If things go as planned, she will bring you with her. I'm not worried since she will be taking care of you, but do be careful of the Kun clan when you arrive there. Shanqing Luo nodded, I will. Yang Kai reached out and slapped her full, smooth as silk moon before saying, I need to find Su Yan. Senior Hong who is waiting for her. The enchantress lying above him simply winked at him mischievously though and remarked, no need. I've already sent a message to all my sisters and asked them to come over. While saying so, she gave a wave of her hand and released a barrier. Several familiar auras immediately entered Yang Kai's perception. Under his dumbfounded gaze, Yu Meng walked in the lead, followed closely by Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao. Yu Meng stood with her back upright and her chest puffed out, staring down at the couple on the bed with a look of disdain. Su Yan stood there with her head slightly lowered. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao were blushing furiously. Their skin was flushed and they seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Everyone's here. Yang Kai gave a dry laugh. Yu Meng glared at Yang Kai before she turned to look at Shanqing Luo. Was the meal you had alone tasty? Shanqing Luo rested on Yang Kai's chest with a silly look in her beautiful eyes. Tasty or not, you'll know once you try it for yourself, Big Sister Ru Meng. Even though Yu Meng was a charm demon, she had to reluctantly admit that she was not as good as Shanqing Luo when it came to such shamelessness. Thus she sighed to herself. This devilish woman is bold indeed. No wonder this smelly man is so obsessed with her and visited her as soon as he returned. Xia Ningchang's head was hanging so low that she practically touched her chest as she murmured, "Luer said you were back, so I came to have elk. I'm going now." While speaking, she covered her face with her hands and turned to flee. Shanqing Luo, however, lifted a hand, and a snow-white spider thread wrapped around Xia Ningchang's waist. Ignoring Xia Ningchang's startled cry, she dragged the veiled beauty back to the bed and giggled happily. "You're already here, so why are you leaving? No one can leave without taking good care of husband." Ru Meng turned to glance at Shui Yu and Ji Yao. Those two were absolutely terrified and their eyes were filled with horror. She sneered coldly and strode towards the bed, stripping off her clothes while walking. "You acted like pitiful widows when he was gone, always sighing and looking gloomy all day long. Why are you hesitating now that he is back? I don't care. If I don't drain this smelly man dry today, I won't call myself Ru Meng again." She went up and kicked Shanqing Luo aside. Looking at the situation on the bed, Su Yan suddenly stepped forward. Ji Yao and Shui Yu hugged each other, trembling uncontrollably as they called out in a shaking voice, "Big sister." Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. Her gaze was firm as though 1,000 men would not stop her. Sect Master really came back? Bian Yuqing was dealing with some minor tasks in Voidland when she suddenly received the message. Following a check with her divine sense, she became filled with joy. She quickly set aside what she was doing and hurried towards the main conference hall. When she arrived in front of the grand hall, she saw a figure with one hand supporting his waist and one hand pressed against the wall for support. The figure was hobbling along, seeming as though each step required great effort. The figure was extremely familiar, and upon taking a closer look, she was shocked. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing hurried over and took Yang Kai's arm. His complexion was as pale as paper and his aura was weak. He looked like he had been severely injured, so her expression became stern. "Sect Master, are you injured?" Yang Kai opened his swollen eyes and stared at Bian Yuqing for a long time before he seemed to recognize her. "Is it you, second manager?" Bian Yuqing was livid. "Sect Master, who injured you? This subordinate will immediately organize the troops to seek justice." Yang Kai coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I admit defeat. The enemy is too strong. I am not their opponent." Ru Meng, that charm demon, sure was cruel. She went so far as to use a secret technique to gather Yang to supplement Yin to suck him dry. Thankfully, his dragon clan bloodline was powerful. Not to mention, he recently became a grand dragon. If it had been the him from the past, he would have been a withered husk by now. Even so, he couldn't help feeling weak and lightheaded at this moment. It was no different from a life-or-death battle against a powerful foe. Bian Yuqing was absolutely shocked. It had to be said that Yang Kai was a powerful master. Even when faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Zuoquan Hui, he had dared to fight head-on. In the end, he finally killed his mighty enemy even though his cultivation was weaker. Just what kind of terrible monster did the sect master encounter for him to be at such a disadvantage? I can't even imagine it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4728, Arrangements. "Sect Master, are we really not going to seek revenge?" Bian Yuqing asked in confusion as this attitude was very unlike his usual attitude. Yang Kai waved aside her suggestion. "It's just that I'm too weak now. I will work hard on my cultivation and get even with them with my own power one day." Only then did she nod. This subordinate understands. The two of them walked into the grand hall. After helping him into his seat, she heard him breathe a long sigh of relief. Yang Kai then asked, "What happened in Voidland during the years that I was absent?" Bian Yuqing quickly replied, "Everything is running smoothly. The disciples are working hard on their cultivation and the Star City is prospering." He nodded. "Tell me about it." Hence, she immediately gave a brief summary of everything that happened in Voidland over the years. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. Back when Zuoquan Hui led Heavenly Sword Union against Voidland, Voidland had eventually managed to turn the dangers around under Yang Kai's leadership. Afterwards, News of the Star Boundaries World Tree spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, and Voidland's name became famous as a result. That battle also allowed the entire universe to learn about Voidland's powerful heritage. Even Zhuoquan Hui, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Thousand Cranes Paradise, had died at the hands of Voidland's Lord. Prior to this incident, it could be said that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially invincible existences in the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that aside from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Voidland was now the strongest in the 3,000 worlds. In this respect, even those with countless years of inheritances could only sigh at their inferiority. Consequently, numerous great forces had been trying to befriend Voidland so that they could visit the Star Boundary and enjoy a share of the pie. Unfortunately, the Star Boundary's attitude was very clear. Regardless of the great force, they were free to recruit talents from the Star Boundary, but the outcome would rely solely on their abilities. If they had the ability to appeal to the native Star Boundary cultivators and recruit these talents into their respective sects, then Voidland and High Heaven Palace would not interfere. However, they were not allowed to establish Dao temples in the Star Boundary. Each of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had a Dao temple in the Star Boundary, hence, there were over 100 Dao temples spread across the 4 territories. There was simply not enough space to accommodate more. This was the policy Yang Kai decided upon before he left, and Hua Qingxi handled the issue perfectly. The Star Boundary had Hua Qingxi managing it, so there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Void Territory, the Star City was prosperous. It was now already a veritable first-class star city that was not inferior to the large-scale star cities under the command of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Furthermore, the monthly auctions where the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was featured drew even more people than before. It could be said that Voidland was making a fortune just by relying on this star city. Not to mention the large number of resources that Luan Baifeng had to send from the Black Prison every year. The current Voidland could be said to be extremely wealthy. As long as the disciples had enough contribution points, the resources they needed would definitely be supplied to them. That was why many Emperor Realm Masters had advanced into the Open Heaven realm over the past few decades. Many had even condensed their Dao seals and had begun condensing the Yin, Yang and 5 element powers. There was no doubt that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would experience an explosive wave of growth in the coming decades. So far, there are roughly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. There are basically no changes in this regard. On the other hand, we have 162 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 493 4th Order Masters, and over 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters beneath the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. There were nearly 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in total. It was a terrifying number indeed. Ordinary second-class great forces would be considered pretty successful with 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. However, Voidland had over 20 times that number. That was where heritage came into play. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Has Proprietress come out of retreat? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Bai Qi and the others have been standing guard over Madame Lan's place of retreat over the past few years, but there have been no movements so far. Yang Kai frowned slightly. The Proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years already, but there was still no news from her so far. There was no telling whether her attempt was successful or not. Be that as it may, it could be seen just how difficult it was for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. It had to be said that the Proprietress' aptitude was very high as she had advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, which made her comparable to the core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Keep an eye on Proprietress and inform me immediately if there's any news, Yang Kai instructed. Yes. Also, I stopped by Grandmaster Ma Fan's place on my way back and received an unexpected windfall. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment after hearing the name before quickly realizing something. Are you referring to Grandmaster Ma Fan of Great Evolution Paradise? Have you heard of him before? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. She smiled and answered the question. Senior Sister Hua sent a message from the star boundary. Information on the situations at High Heaven Palace and Voidland is shared among us after all. I heard that Grandmaster Ma Fan brought a group of disciples to the star boundary several dozen years ago, and Senior Sister Hua allowed them to establish a Tao temple there. There was an uproar at the time because of this incident. Why? Yang Kai frowned. She explained, that was because you instructed Senior Sister Hua to prevent any great forces aside from the cave heavens and paradises from establishing a Tao temple in the star boundary before you departed back then. If things had played out equally for all parties, then nothing would have happened. The key point was that the Great Evolution Tao temple had appeared out of nowhere. Those great forces with no qualifications to establish a Tao temple were naturally dissatisfied with the situation, so they went to High Heaven Palace to argue with Senior Sister Hua. How was this matter settled in the end? In the end, the foreign affairs envoys from the cave heavens and paradises came forward to suppress the storm. Afterwards, the great forces no longer dared to question anything again. Yang Kai gently nodded. The name, Great Evolution Paradise, would be quite unfamiliar to most of the great forces in the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, in the eyes of the high-rank open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of the 72 paradises in the past. It was just that the sect had fallen into decline due to certain reasons. Now that the star boundary was prosperous, Great Evolution Paradise's presence in the star boundary undoubtedly meant that it was showing signs of revival. It was only natural that the rest of the cave heavens and paradises were happy to see such a situation. Sect Master, what windfall did you receive from Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. Yang Kai excitedly said, Great Evolution Paradise has an innate precious treasure called the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He then told her about everything he witnessed. After listening to his explanation, Bian Yuqing looked extremely shocked and murmured under her breath, how can there be such a mysterious object in this world? Yang Kai sighed in amazement as well. If I had not witnessed it for myself, I would not have dared to believe it either. But the cave heavens and paradises are eyeing the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan entrusted this matter to me, so I made a proposal. It won't take long before they reach a consensus among themselves and come back to discuss it with me again. At that time, they will be taking turns using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Voidland has to make the first move before that happens. Second Manager, quickly prepare some materials and deliver them to Great Evolution Paradise. We will use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to produce the materials that Voidland lacks. The cave heavens and paradises were preparing for the future of the disciples, so how could Voidland do any different? A large number of talents in the 5th, 6th, and even 7th order open heaven realm were bound to emerge from the star boundary. It would be too late to figure out a solution when the time came that they needed the resources. It was better to prepare something like that as early as possible. Understood. Bian Yuqing nodded in affirmation. Don't worry, Sect Master. Voidland has accumulated quite a number of resources over the past few decades, so I'm sure they will be enough to create a sufficient supply of higher-order materials. Yang Kai nodded. Leave enough for the disciples' cultivation needs and deliver the rest to Great Evolution Paradise. Furthermore, gather some disciples gifted in artifact refining and send them along too. Opportunities to openly learn the skills of a master like this are very rare. Bian Yuqing's eyes lit up as she asked, Grandmaster Ma Fan is accepting disciples? Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. That's not it. He is simply making plans for the future of his own disciples. As such, he intends to come out of retirement to earn some income by performing artifact refining. I have hired him as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. In the future, all the artifacts in Voidland can be left to him to refine. That's great news. Bian Yu Bing exclaimed in delight. Both the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella that were placed in the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan. That's right. Have he and the others been staying at the Star Boundary all this time? Yang Kai asked. Although it had not been long since he returned, he did not detect any powerful auras with his divine sense perception. None of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were here. She answered, I was just about to tell you about this, Sect Master. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland spend most of their time in the Star Boundary. One of the reasons is that there are too many people gathered there. There is certainly a need for some masters to remain on guard to deter any unwanted incidents. The second reason is related to the development of the new Great Territory. The new Great Territory has an abundant stock of resources. Out of Voidland's current reserves, more than half come from the new Great Territory. In addition, Senior Sister Hua sent a message a few days ago saying that they made some sort of special discovery in the new Great Territory recently. She requested that I let you know you should head to the Star Boundary as soon as possible if I happen to encounter you, Sect Master. A special discovery? Yang Kai's brow lifted at those words. But Bian Yuqing just shook her head. Senior Sister Hua did not mention any specific details about this discovery, but it should be good news. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he nodded. Got it. It's true that I need to head to the Star Boundary as the Cave Heavens and Paradises are waiting for me to discuss matters regarding the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Unfortunately, I cannot leave right now. I will head to the Star Boundary once I've seen Senior Hong Hu off. Hong Hu would most likely decline to stay in Voidland for a long time. The reason she came here was mainly to bring Su Yen, the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress Source, back to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. The rest of the divine spirits were simply hitching a ride with her. Afterwards, Yang Kai handed Bian Yuqing a list with many precious resources recorded on it. 3 days later, Hong Hu came to bid her farewells, and Yang Kai did not try to stop her. For the divine spirits, going to the ancestral land one day earlier would mean that they could reap the benefits one day sooner. Moreover, the current ancestral land was different from back then. With the opening of the demon sealing land, the ancestral strength had become extremely rich. Not to mention, the sacred treasures of each clan had reappeared in the world. If nothing else, the Dragon Clan would enjoy immense benefits just by going to the ancestral land and cultivating in the Crystal Palace. The group of divine spirits led by Hong Hu slowly left Voidland in an enormous ship. On the other hand, Yang Kai simply stood there and watched them off. As expected, Zhu Jiao-yin followed along. For her, she had regained her freedom after her contract with Yang Kai to be a protector had been annulled. If not because she wanted to teach Shanqing Luo, she would have left Voidland a long time ago. Su Yen and Shanqing Luo had also gone along with the others. Su Yen was Hong Hu's main reason for coming. The 4 Phoenix Pavilion attached great importance to her thanks to her identity as the inheritor of a past Phoenix Empress Source. Shanqing Luo had been reluctant to leave, but she could not win against Zhu Jiao-yin. Therefore, she could only set off for the ancestral land. Zhu Qing, Yang Xiao, the Dragon Clan, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yen, Jiu Feng, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, Song Go, the many divine spirits from the Star Boundary, and even those with only a trace of a divine spirit bloodline also went along with Hong Hu. Their departure was a mighty sight to behold. Once they embarked on this journey, there was no saying when they would meet again. However, the divine spirits would surely have grown tremendously by the time they meet again. Martial Peak, Chapter 4729, Open Heaven Realm Masters Everywhere. Husband, you seem a little reluctant to part ways with them. Yu Ru Meng pressed herself against Yang Kai's body and exhaled an orchid scent in his ear. Yang Kai's calves shuddered slightly, and he answered in a trembling voice, "It's nothing. It's not like we'll never meet again." She glanced sideways at him with a smile. "Husband, why are you so nervous? It's not like this mistress will eat you." While saying so, she licked her lips with her bright red tongue. The sight made a chill spread out from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Turning his head to the side, he saw a person passing by not far away and quickly called out, "Second manager." Bian Yuqing stopped in her tracks and turned to look in this direction. "Sect master." He asked seriously, "Second manager, did you come here because you have something to discuss with me?" She responded in confusion, "No. This subordinate was simply passing by. I am on my way to the Star City." "Second manager, you have something to discuss with me, right?" He repeated his question with a stern expression. She blinked and answered in an uncertain voice, "Yes, I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "I see. It must be something urgent. Let's walk and talk." His figure came to her side in a flash and he gave her a look. She then followed him in confusion. Behind them, Yu Meng gave a cold sneer, "Men." "Second manager, you've worked hard all these years." While leading Bian Yuqing forward, Yang Kai spoke up suddenly. Bian Yuqing smiled, "Not that hard. If not for your kindness back then, sect master, I would have died a long time ago. I would not be standing here today. Besides, things in Voidland are wonderful now. It would have been better if the man from back then had survived until today. Even now, she could not forget the man named Ko Wu who gave his life for her. If he was still alive today, she was certain that he would have great achievements to show for his efforts. Once you finish dealing with the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise, you should take some time to advance to the Open Heaven realm. Managing Voidland all this time has caused significant delays to your cultivation, Yang Kai said with some guilt. Voidland and the Star Boundary were two large territories. One was managed by head manager Hua Qingxi while the other was managed by second manager Bian Yuqing. They were both women who had to pick up the slack left behind by Yang Kai, who had always been an arm-flinging shopkeeper. A great force would have many affairs, both big and small, to take care of after all. As a result, their cultivation had never been particularly high. Thanks to the Star Boundary's World Tree, Hua Qingxi had managed to condense her Dao Seal, but she had yet to advance into the Open Heaven realm before Yang Kai departed back then. There was no saying what condition she was in now. The same was true for Bian Yuqing. Upon hearing what Yang Kai said, Bian Yuqing felt a warmth flooding her heart and she nodded obediently, "Good. I will go into retreat once I have settled the matter regarding Great Evolution Paradise. I will not disappoint you. But, Sect Master, who will manage Voidland if I go into retreat?" Yang Kai asked, "Do you have any good candidates to recommend?" To which she replied, "In Voidland, aside from Senior Baishi whose cultivation is the highest, there are only your wives and Void Star City's Governor Mo Mei. Senior Baishi will never agree to manage these affairs and your wives have no such experience either, so it might not be appropriate for them to rashly take over. Why don't you leave things to Governor Mo Mei? She has managed the Star City very well over the years." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I had that idea too. This is the perfect timing. Let's head to Star City to inform Mo Mei about this matter." The two of them thus went to Star City together. Mo Mei was naturally delighted to see that Yang Kai had returned. The truth was that she had already received news of his arrival. The Star City and Voidland were neighbors after all, so it was only natural that news traveled quickly between these two places. However, she was in charge of managing Void Star City, so she could not leave without notice. Yang Kai informed Mo Mei that Bian Yuqing would soon enter retreat in order to advance to the Open Heaven realm. During that time, the management of Voidland would be temporarily handed over to her. To which she nodded in agreement. After that, he casually made a cursory check of the financial situation in Void Star City before he finally took his leave. Yang Kai did not dare to remain in Voidland for long, so the day after sending Hong Hu off, he spoke to Bian Yuqing once more before he made his move and set off for the Star Boundary in a rush. In any case, Yang Kai had originally planned to visit the Star Boundary as soon as possible. There was still the discussion with the Cave Heavens and Paradises regarding the Good Fortune Divine Furnace after all. Not to mention, Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that they made an interesting discovery in the new Great Territory. It was only natural that he went there as soon as possible. It was definitely not because he was frightened. Think about it. From the day he began cultivating until now, Yang Kai had experienced countless battles of varying intensity. When had there ever been a person whom he feared? On this trip to the Star Boundary, Yang Kai traveled alone. Under the urging of space principles, he shuttled through the void and would also transfer between the universe temples from time to time. In this way, it only took him half a month to arrive at High Heaven territory. The area around the territory gate was extremely lively. Ships of all shapes and sizes would frequently pass through the territory gate to enter High Heaven territory. News of the Star Boundaries world tree had spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, as well as the fact that the cave heavens and paradises had taken up residence in this remote universe world and established their respective Tao temples. Naturally, various other great forces flocked to this place. Although they could not build their own Tao temple in the Star Boundary, High Heaven Palace did not restrict their activities in the Star Boundary or High Heaven territory. Needless to say, that was provided that they did not do anything harmful. As a result, many Open Heaven Realm Masters would bring their youngest disciples with them to the Star Boundary. They would then search for a random place and settle down there, which would allow their disciples to be exposed to the light of the world tree so that they would have greater accomplishments in the future. There were even more great forces searching for disciples with excellent aptitudes in the Star Boundary, hoping to recruit them for themselves. It could be said that there were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere in the Star Boundary. Even an unremarkable old man that could be seen in any random small village might just be a 5th or 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. If these old men were looking around with glowing eyes, then they were surely searching for suitable disciples. Over the decades, the native cultivators in the Star Boundary had gradually gotten accustomed to such things. There had been some resistance when the great forces first tried to recruit people from the Star Boundary at the beginning. After all, the people in the Star Boundary only knew of High Heaven Palace and nobody had knowledge about the cave heavens and paradises. The cave heavens and paradises later established their respective Tao temples in the Star Boundary and, as their fame spread, the natives in the Star Boundary slowly relaxed their vigilance. Nowadays, it was not difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to recruit disciples. Their reputation had spread so much that the people in the Star Boundary were familiar with all of them. These cave heavens and paradises were known as the strongest great forces in the entire vast outer universe. The chance to join them was also a type of opportunity. However, these cave heavens and paradises had made an agreement with Yang Kai in advance. Each sect could only accept up to 5 disciples every 100 years. If the great forces below the cave heavens and paradises wanted to recruit disciples, they had to display a strong enough heritage. Even so, the young talents might be very picky about their choices. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who were responsible for recruiting disciples faced great difficulties as a result. In the past, these Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been the ones choosing their disciples, but after coming to the Star Boundary, the scenario was reversed instead. These little ones who had barely grown any of their body hair were not only unafraid of these powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they might also look down on the sects they came from for not being good enough. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters had no choice but to patiently explain that their sects were not weak. They were simply not as powerful as the cave heavens and paradises. Fan Liang Peng of Heavenly Martial Tower had a deep experience regarding such matters. Heavenly Martial Tower could be considered a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial territory. As such, this sect was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, Fan Liang Peng himself was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Heavenly Martial Tower immediately dispatched him to High Heaven territory to investigate the situation in the Star Boundary when news of the World Tree first spread. After he submitted his report on the situation in the Star Boundary, Heavenly Martial Tower immediately placed great importance on this matter. Therefore, they gave him another task. He had to recruit 5 disciples with outstanding aptitude from the Star Boundary within 100 years. For that reason, he spent great effort and searched the Star Boundary for decades before he found 4 disciples. From his perspective, these 4 disciples had extraordinary aptitudes and had an opportunity to advance directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. When the news came back, the entire Heavenly Martial Tower practically jumped up and down in joy to celebrate. In the past, only the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises were eligible to advance directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It was impossible for second-class great forces to nurture such talents. On the other hand, there was no lack of people with such aptitudes in the star boundary. Given enough time for the 4 disciples to finish developing, the strength of Heavenly Marshall Tower would definitely be elevated. Their status would also rise like a rising tide that lifted all boats. Unfortunately, it was impossible for these 4 disciples to be brought back to Heavenly Marshall Tower for cultivation. The feedback from the World Tree was the key to the growth of these disciples. If they wanted to stimulate the potential of these disciples, then they could only allow their disciples to cultivate in the star boundary. At the very least, the 4 disciples would have to cultivate until they condensed their respective Tao seal before they could be brought back to Heavenly Marshall Tower. It was a pity that Heavenly Marshall Tower did not have its own Tao temple. Fortunately, they had a fairly good relationship with one of the paradises. Heavenly Marshall Tower's Tower Lord personally came forward to discuss the matter. Only then could they send their 4 disciples into the paradise's Tao temple to be nurtured. Needless to say, Heavenly Marshall Tower paid quite a heavy price for this. This had become a normal situation in the star boundary. Even if the sects without a Tao temple managed to recruit some disciples, they could only figure out a method to foster their disciples with the other great forces. The Tao temples of the cave heavens and paradises were one of the options, and the native great forces in the star boundary were the other one. High Heaven Palace currently fostered no less than thousands of disciples belonging to many other great forces. These disciples lived and cultivated in High Heaven Palace, and their situations weren't really any different compared to actual High Heaven Palace disciples. Similarly, the original great forces in the star boundary such as Azure Sun Temple, Serene Soul Palace, and Ahan Temple were also fostering many foreign disciples. The native great forces in the star boundary had gained enormous wealth as a result. Now that Fan Liang Peng had taken in 4 disciples, there was only one last person before his task was considered complete. Naturally, he spared no effort in his search. While passing through a small village a few days ago, he happened to encounter a child around 10 years old. He observed the child for 2 days and determined that the child had great aptitude. It was perfectly in line with all the criteria set by Heavenly Marshall Tower to accept disciples. The child was bound to have great achievements in the future. Therefore, he immediately visited the child's family and revealed his intentions. The child's parents seemed to be honest people who were very easy to talk to. They smiled quietly no matter what he said to them. When Fan Liang Peng finished his speech, the child's father finally scratched his head and responded, "Old sir, we have no objections if you want to recruit Chai Shan into your sect. It's just that Chai Shan has his own ideas. If he agrees, then you can take him away." Fan Liang Peng broke into a wide smile upon hearing those words. The child is extremely lucky to have such enlightened parents. If the parents had no objections, then what kind of opinion could a 10-year-old child have? His effort to recruit disciples was a done deal. Turning his head to the side, he looked at the child named Chai Shan with a smile. "Child, would you like to join Heavenly Marshall Tower? With your aptitude, your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Nevertheless, you will need to obtain a good teacher and join a powerful sect. Otherwise, your aptitude will be wasted without proper guidance." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4730, I have the authority to make the final call. Fan Liang Peng originally thought that the child would immediately bow down and gratefully beg him to join Heavenly Marshall Tower after listening to his question, but contrary to his expectations, the child waved his offer away dismissively. "I know. People have told me the exact same words before." Fan Liang Peng's heart clenched upon hearing those words. Somebody said the exact same words before? The child named Chai Shan asked, "Old man, let me ask you this, who is the strongest in the heavenly or something tower?" "Oh, old man?" The corners of Fan Liang Peng's brow twitched. "I'm a 5th order open heaven realm master. It's bad enough that you didn't call me senior, but how dare you call me an old man?" Nevertheless, children had no filters on their mouths, so as a responsible adult, he did not pick an argument with the child and simply answered with a smile, "The strongest master is Heavenly Marshall Tower's Tower Lord." "What order?" 6th order open heaven realm. he announced proudly. How many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are there in your sect? What about 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? If you're talking about 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, then our Tower Lord is the only one. As for 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, we have around 6 of them. Tisk. Chai Shan spat disdainfully, 1 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and just 6 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Heavenly Martial Tower sure is weak. Foul-mouthed child, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Fan Liang Peng nearly lost control and cussed out loud. In his mind, he was thinking that Heavenly Martial Tower was a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial Territory. Even the Great Territory was named after the sect itself. While he did not dare to claim that Heavenly Martial Tower was very strong, there was no doubt that Heavenly Martial Tower was definitely considered mid-level among all the second-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Which great force in the nearby great territories would dare not show Heavenly Martial Tower some respect? Therefore, he could hardly believe that Heavenly Martial Tower was mercilessly scorned as weak by a 10-year-old child. For a time, he could barely keep his composure. Just as he was about to reason with the child, Chai Shan leaped off the chair. It was clear that the boy could not be bothered to reason with him any longer. Chai Shan put his hands on his waist and looked Fan Liang Peng in the eye. Old man, please go back. I'm a man who will join High Heaven Palace one day. I'm not interested in Heavenly Martial Tower. Then he turned to look at his parents. Father, mother, don't just let any random person into the house next time. It's such a waste of time. I'm going off to play now. After saying that, he turned around and skipped out the door. His mother quickly shouted after him, "Don't run so quickly. Be careful not to fall." Got it. His voice came from afar. Meanwhile, Fan Liang Peng remained seated in his chair with dumbstruck silence. I am a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How did I become just any random person in the eyes of a child? Chai Shan's father looked at Fan Liang Peng with a smile. Old sir, Chai Shan does not seem to be willing. Ugh. Fan Liang Peng came back to his senses and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Yu Sun's intentions to join High Heaven Palace shows that he has lofty aspirations indeed. It would seem that he is not fated with Heavenly Martial Tower. Ahem. Since we are not fated, then this old master will not disturb you any further. After leaving the small village, he looked back once more. Chai Shan was playing with a group of children in a carefree manner. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Have the times changed? Or is the situation in the star boundary simply different? Inside the grand hall of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai sat upright and listened to Hua Qingxi reporting on the changes in the star boundary over the years. When he heard about how High Heaven Palace was fostering the disciples that many great forces had recruited from the star boundary, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. I can't believe they came up with that idea. Hua Qingxi said, there's no helping it. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise is the only other sect with a Tao temple in the star boundary. The other great forces don't have their own Tao temples, so they have nowhere to place the disciples that they recruit. That's why they can only choose fostering instead. In that regard, High Heaven Palace and the other native great forces in the star boundary have opened our doors for their convenience. Doing so does not increase our troubles after all. We also make sure that the cultivators under our foster care are all treated equally. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. They are all cultivators from the star boundary after all. It's only right for us to do so. Still, Hua Qingxi sighed. To be honest, many of those disciples have extraordinary aptitudes. I have to admit that the people sent by the great forces to recruit disciples have extremely sharp eyes. He smiled. Head manager, are you feeling sad about the loss of talent? A little, she nodded. There's no need for that. He waved away her concerns. Thanks to the feedback from the World Tree, the number of talents will only increase with time. Even if we accept them all into High Heaven Palace, we will not be able to care for them. On the contrary, it will only cause others to be jealous of us. This is the best solution to the problem. Although many great forces in the 3,000 worlds have recruited disciples from the star boundary, they have no choice but to leave these disciples in the care of the great forces in the star boundary. In other words, they are spending resources to help the star boundary cultivate our talents. Her eyes lit up at those words. As expected of you, Sect Master, you've seen through everything. He laughed. These disciples come from the star boundary in the first place. Their homes are here, so no matter how high their cultivation becomes in the future, they will never forget about the star boundary. That's true. She nodded. All of a sudden, Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi with slight regret. Head manager, did you eventually advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm? During this return trip, Yang Kai discovered that Hua Qingxi was already a 5th Order Open Heaven realm master. Hua Qingxi lifted a hand to push a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. With my aptitude, I'm already very satisfied to be able to advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Didn't you try to use the divine Tao water I set aside for you? Yang Kai asked. To which she replied, I didn't see a need to try. It's not because I'm being reserved either. We discovered quite a significant amount of divine Tao water in the new great territory over the years. It's just that I know that even if I had used the divine Tao water to fortify my Tao seal, I would still have had a long way to go before I could advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. There would have been a huge risk involved if I forced my way. He nodded lightly. If there was such a risk, then it was better to be safe. That's what I thought too. Besides, a starting point in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm isn't bad either. I will still have the chance to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm one day. She smiled. Second manager told me that you found something special in the new great territory. Is that true? Yang Kai asked. Nodding, Hua Qingxi reported, I was just about to tell you about this, Sect Master. Just then, he raised his hand to stop her. He looked up and saw more than 10 people coming towards them from the outside. Each of them was shrouded in an extraordinary aura which made it obvious they were extremely strong. They were high-rank Open Heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Both Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi stood up to greet them. Yang Kai was familiar with most of the people who just arrived, with only a few of them being unfamiliar faces to him. One of them was a charming and beautiful woman who stared at him with great interest with a pair of elegant eyes. Yu Changdao was also among them, and he automatically introduced Yang Kai to the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters whom the latter was not acquainted with. The rest of the unfamiliar faces were nothing special, but there was one person who was worthy of attention. It turned out that the beautiful woman came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and her name was Yu Xiangdai. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Greetings, Martial Ant Yu. Yu Xiangdai smiled sweetly. I've long wanted to meet you, young master. It's a pity you're never around. Now that I meet you today, I can see that you have an extraordinary temperament indeed. Yang Kai humbly replied, You praise me too much, Martial Ant. After a pause, he followed up with another question. Where is Su Linggong? Su Linggong was supposed to be in charge of all matters related to the star boundary, but he was nowhere to be seen and Yu Xiangdai was here in his stead. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it was rather strange. Yu Xiangdai smiled. Senior brother Su is busy with another matter. I'm afraid he left the star boundary some time ago. Yang Kai nodded lightly in response and did not inquire further. After everyone took their seats, Hua Qingxi instructed somebody to prepare some tea before she stood respectfully to the side. More than a dozen Open Heaven realm masters had suddenly come here together. Moreover, these people included Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai. The former served as High Heaven Palace's supreme guest elder while the latter came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, which had a close relationship with Yang Kai. The reason for their arrival went without saying. It was obvious that they came for the good fortune divine furnace. After everybody sat down, they chatted for a little while longer before Yu Changdao said, Sect Master, we came here today mainly to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with you. Yang Kai had expected the response, so he was not surprised. He nodded and asked, have the cave heavens and paradises decided to agree to the request I made previously? Before Yu Changdao could speak, another high-rank open heaven master interjected instead. Sect Master Yang, the opportunities to undergo training in the small source worlds are extremely precious. Don't you think that you're trying to take the lion's share by demanding the opportunity to undergo training in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace for 1 month? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't think so. I've personally witnessed the amazing effects of the good fortune divine furnace. 1 month might seem short, but if you've made adequate preparations, you can obtain quite a lot of good things within that period. It will be more than enough to satisfy your disciples' advancement needs for some time. Another person spoke up. That might be the case, but each sect will have to take certain risks when using the good fortune divine furnace. Besides, the number of materials consumed by the good fortune divine furnace can be very alarming. We cannot bear all the risks ourselves while you alone enjoy all the benefits. Isn't that right, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai looked at the man with a smile. As far as I know, each sect has more than one small source world. I am only asking for one opportunity from each of you. Why are you so reluctant to make some sacrifices? It is true that the good fortune divine furnace will consume a lot of materials, but it is well within your ability to bear such losses. You would not have tried to target the good fortune divine furnace otherwise. What's more, if each sect gets 1 month and more than 100 sects take turns every month, then it will take more than 10 years for everyone to get their turn. It's not that I'm not willing to give each cave heavens and paradises more time, it's just that the people at the back of the line will have to wait a very long time if each sect gets an extended usage period. That man shook his head. The price is too high. Yang Kai calmly replied, since you've all decided to come together today, you've obviously discussed a solution in advance. Why don't we just get straight to the point instead? Everybody looked at each other and nodded lightly in unison. Yu Changdao said, Sect Master, the outcome of our discussion is that we forego the qualification to enter the small source world for training. Instead, we will provide a certain number of materials in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. Of course, each sect can make a certain degree of concession in terms of the materials. We will not let High Heaven Palace suffer any losses. What do you think, Sect Master? Although he was High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder, Yu Changdao was here today to represent the cave heavens and paradises. Therefore, he could only negotiate with Yang Kai from the standpoint of free and unfettered paradise. Yang Kai burst into laughter and shook his head. High Heaven Palace does not lack materials. If mere compensation in terms of materials was enough to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, then Grandmaster Ma Fan would not have left this matter to Yang Kai. It would have been more beneficial for him to do the negotiations himself. The high-rank Open Heaven Master who spoke up previously frowned. Sect Master Yang, the good fortune divine furnace belongs to Great Evolution Paradise. If you are unable to make a decision, then don't you think you need to have a careful discussion with Grandmaster Ma Fan at Great Evolution Paradise? Yang Kai turned to look at that person. I have full authority to make the final call when it comes to the good fortune divine furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan left this matter to me, and I will not disappoint him. He then stood up and continued, It looks like you have not come to a consensus, which is fine. It's not too late to come back and discuss matters with me once you have reached an agreement amongst yourselves. But don't even bother to mention anything about providing materials in exchange for the use of the good fortune divine furnace again. Not unless you are providing yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above. Martial Peak, Chapter 4731. Master also has parents? The reason why the cave heavens and paradises wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace was to create more yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above, so how could they use those materials to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai's statement had undoubtedly rendered everybody else speechless. I just came back to the star boundary, so I have many affairs to deal with. Please excuse me, Yang Kai said and departed with a flash, leaving behind many open heaven realm masters looking at each other perplexedly. Dong Su Zhu looked up into the sky from the top of a certain spirit peak. Hua Qingxi had immediately sent a message to inform the two elders about Yang Kai's return as soon as he arrived in the star boundary. Overjoyed to learn that her son had returned, Dong Suzhu had specially come out here to wait for his arrival. Yang Yingfeng walked out of the bamboo building behind her, his arms clasped behind his back, and snorted, "He doesn't even come back to visit his parents as soon as he returns. We truly wasted our time raising this son." Although he said those words, his eyes would glance around from time to time with an earnest expression. Dong Suzhu turned around to glare at him. "You talk too much. Our son has a different status now. High Heaven Palace is so enormous and he has not returned for so many years. I'm sure he has many things to discuss with Manager Hua. You can go back if you're upset. Nobody is forcing you to wait here." Yang Yingfeng sighed and muttered, defeated by a loving mother. During their conversation, space nearby rippled. Immediately after that, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Kai, whom these two elders had been yearning all day and all night to see. Dong Suzhu hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Son, you're back." "Mother." Yang Kai nodded in greeting before he turned to look at Yang Yingfeng nearby. "Father." Yang Yingfeng grunted sullenly in response, then he turned around and entered the bamboo building. Dong Suzhu took Yang Kai's hand and examined him carefully. After a while, she finally said in satisfaction, "You didn't get thinner. In fact, you've gotten stronger. You must have suffered a lot outside all these years." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "I'm used to it." He carefully perceived her aura and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mother, have you already advanced into the open heaven realm?" She nodded. "That's right. I'm also in the open heaven realm now." It all felt like a dream whenever she recalled everything that she experienced over the years. Starting from the Yang family in the Great Han Dynasty up until now, it was difficult to imagine that she would advance into the open heaven realm one day. "Which order?" He looked concerned. She smiled. "Fifth order." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Thanks to the feedback from the world tree in the star boundary back then, his parents had been lucky enough to condense their Tao seals. Yang Kai had personally examined them once, and with his parents' original aptitude, the third order open heaven realm would have been their limit even if they managed to advance into the open heaven realm. It was only thanks to the star boundary's world tree that they had hopes of a better outcome. With a two-pronged approach involving the divine Tao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Dong Suzhu managed to advance into the open heaven realm in recent years. "What about father?" Yang Kai asked. "He is also in the fifth order open heaven realm." Dong Suzhu laughed. Speaking of which, there had been some risks involved when the two elders advanced into the open heaven realm. Their aptitude had barely been enough after all. Advancing into the fourth order open heaven realm would have been the safest choice. Be that as it may, they both knew that their future limit would be in the high-rank open heaven realm if they could advance into the fifth order open heaven realm. That was why they decided to take the risk. It was not purely for their own future achievements, of course. They had been living under Yang Kai's protection all these years, hence, they wished that there would come a day when they could help their son instead of simply staying at home in retirement. A seventh order open heaven realm master was bound to have some qualifications, right? That was why the two elders had been working hard on their cultivation after their advancement. In any case, there was no shortage of resources in High Heaven Palace. Not to mention, Hua Qingxi strongly supported their cultivation and freely gave them whatever resources they needed. "Let's go inside and talk." Dong Suzhu led Yang Kai into the bamboo hut by the hand. The family of three spent a joyous and harmonious time together as they casually chatted with each other. Dong Suzhu suddenly said, "By the way, how are Shower and Shuer doing?" Yang Kai replied, "They're both doing well. Before I came here, Shower followed a senior to the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. The environment in that place will be highly beneficial for his cultivation. Shuer couldn't follow him, so she stayed behind at Void Land to cultivate in retreat." Dong Suzhu complained, "That little girl? Why doesn't she know to come back and visit us?" Yang Yingfeng stroked his neatly combed beard and quickly said, "Speaking of shower and shuer, there's something we need to discuss." Yang Kai asked in confusion, "Father, what do you wish to discuss?" Yang Yingfeng and Dong Su-ju exchanged a glance with each other. In the end, Dong Su-ju was the one to speak. The two children can be said to have grown up together. Disregarding their hierarchy in the family, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Moreover, they spent so many years living and cultivating together. I'm sure they've secretly developed feelings for each other by now. As their big brother and foster father, you've always been running around outside all the time, so I have no idea whether you noticed anything, but it is as plain as day to the two of us. But there is a generational gap between them in terms of seniority and hierarchy. Shower is your adopted son. When it comes to honorifics, he has to call Shuer a little aunt, by right. Yang Yingfeng elaborated, "Kaya, you've always been assertive. How do you think this matter should be handled?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. The truth was that he had given some thought to Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's matters in the past. When a man and a woman lived and cultivated together for hundreds of years, starting from when they were just little children, it was only natural for feelings to grow between them. It was just that the two little ones had never expressed anything to him, so he did not wish to speak rashly. Nevertheless, it was time to make up his mind now that his parents had brought up this matter. A short while later, he answered, "In terms of seniority and hierarchy, there is no denying that Shower is one generation younger than Shuer, but if we look at it from the perspective of them as disciples under the same master, they share a senior brother and junior sister relationship. What I'm trying to say is that we should let nature take its course. We can leave this matter to them. If something really does come of this, then they each have their own seniority over the other. It's not a big deal anyway. Cultivators don't really care about these minor details. Besides, there is no real blood relationship between them. Even if they were to marry each other, it would be an auspicious matter." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Su-ju exchanged a glance with each other, with Yang Yingfeng asking worriedly, "Even if that's the case, will outsiders say anything?" Yang Kai laughed, "Just let them follow their hearts. Why should we care what other people might say? If they can't even withstand a few unsolicited remarks, then there is no need for them to be together." Dong Su-ju nodded, "That's true. To cultivators, age and seniority are not very important. Even among our daughters-in-law, many of them are much older than you. If we really had to follow honorifics, then we would have to call her senior." Needless to say, she was referring to Yu Rumeng. As one of the demon race demon saints, Yu Rumeng was countless times older than Yang Kai. Even Shueyu, Shanqing Luo, and Ji Yao were also much older than Yang Kai. There was no need to even mention Zhu Qing in this regard. Only Xia Ningchang and Su Yen were of similar age to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng also nodded. "Putting it this way, then we have nothing to worry about. We only need to clarify the two children's intentions." "That's right." While speaking, Yang Kai laughed again. "By the way, mother, father, I came back to ask you for a favor." Dong Su-ju smiled. "You are our son. Just speak up if there's something you need from us. Why would you need us to do you a favor?" With a wave of his hand, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was a stunning beauty, and the other was a slightly foolish-looking man. These two had been in the middle of doing something when they were summoned from the small universe by Yang Kai without any warning, so they were a little confused at first. After looking around their surroundings and seeing Yang Kai, both of them quickly bowed in greeting. "Honored master." "Honored master?" Dong Su-ju looked at Zhao Ya and Zhao Yi-bai in surprise. "Kaya, did you take on disciples?" Yang Kai nodded and made the introductions. "This boy with the silly look on his face is Zhao Yi-bai. This smart and quick-witted girl is Zhao Ya." Then he turned to those two and added, "These two are your master's parents." Zhao Yi-bai immediately became dumbstruck and asked in a panic, "Master, you have parents too?" Yang Kai kicked Zhao Yi-bai. "Nonsense. Why wouldn't I have parents? Did you think I popped out of a rock?" Zhao Yi-bai quickly waved his hand and responded in embarrassment, "No, no, no, master. That's not what I meant. Zhao Ye tugged at Zhao Yibai and knelt on the ground with a thud. She bowed respectfully. Zhao Ye greets Grand Masters. Only then did Zhao Yibai return to his senses and hurriedly bow in greeting. Zhao Yibai greets Grand Masters. Dong Su Zhu smiled brightly, waving her hand to help the two up as she called out, "What good children! Stand up, stand up." A gentle force wrapped around Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai, and they stood involuntarily. "Oh my, this little girl is really quite pretty." Dong Su Zhu examined Zhao Ye and did not hesitate to praise the girl. Zhao Ye smiled sweetly and shyly said, "Thank you, Grand Master." Dong Su Zhu quipped, "I wonder which smelly brat will be so lucky to have you in the future." Zhao Ye blushed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yibai. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was standing with his hands clenched tightly into fists, his head straight, and his chest raised slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. There was even a sheen of fine sweat covering his forehead. "Numbskull!" Zhao Ye pouted to herself. Seeing this scene, Dong Su Zhu immediately understood the situation. She then beckoned Zhao Ye over. When Zhao Ye approached, she took the young woman's small hand and took off one of the bracelets on her own arm before placing it in Zhao Ye's hand. "Since this is our first time meeting each other, you can consider this a gift from your grandmaster." Zhao Ye looked down. Although she could not identify the grade of the bracelet, she knew that it was an extraordinary item. Thus, she quickly shook her head and said, "Grandmaster, this is far too precious. I can't accept this." "Just take it. It is the first time your master has ever taken a disciple. As your grandmaster, how can I fail to show some sincerity?" Helpless, Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "The gifts from your elders cannot be refused." Upon hearing what her master said, she finally pursed her scarlet lips and said, "Zhao Ye thanks you for the gift, Grand Master." "Good girl." Dong Su Zhu smiled and patted Zhao Ye's head. Seeing this, Yang Yingfeng could only dig out a chainmail-like artifact armor from his space ring and hand it to Zhao Yibai. "This isn't a particularly expensive item, but it suits your current cultivation. Consider this a meeting gift from your grandmaster." Having learned from Zhao Ye's previous experience, Zhao Yibai did not refuse. Instead, he cupped his fist and shouted in a deep voice, "Zhao Yibai thanks Grand Master for the gift." He took 2 steps forward and reached out to take the artifact armor with both hands. It was almost as though he was carrying a supreme treasure as he respectfully stepped back. Although it was only the first meeting, the performance of the 2 children was enough for the 2 elders to obtain an idea of their personalities. Zhao Ye was undoubtedly more likable thanks to her cheerful personality. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was relatively slow-witted in comparison. He also had a simple and honest temperament. What's more, these were the disciples that Yang Kai took in. Regardless of their aptitude, there was nothing wrong with their characters. Martial Peak, Chapter 4732, The Compatibility Between the Star Boundary and Its Great Emperors. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai had been living in Yang Kai's small universe ever since they were born. Although the environment in Yang Kai's small universe was not bad, it was impossible to compare it with the current cultivation environment in the Star Boundary. Among the countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, the Star Boundary was the only place deserving of the nicknamed Open Heaven Realm Cradle throughout history. Why else would the cave heavens and paradises be so eager to send their disciples trillions upon trillions of kilometers away just to come here? The reason why Yang Kai had made Zhao Ye suppress her cultivation previously was out of fear that her cultivation would improve too quickly. If her cultivation became too high, she would lose most of her malleability and fail to enjoy the full benefits brought by the feedback of the world tree as a result. Zhao Ye. Yang Kai looked at Zhao Ye. "In the past, I asked you to suppress your cultivation because I had my concerns. Now that we have arrived at the Star Boundary, there's no need to deliberately suppress your cultivation anymore." Zhao Ye's beautiful eyes lit up. "Master, are you saying that I can advance as I please now?" He nodded in confirmation, which caused her to cheer in exhilaration. Others could not understand her pain. There were times when she could clearly feel that the opportunity to break through was upon her, and she would only need to enter retreat or even engage in a single battle to advance to the next stage. Unfortunately, she could only forcefully suppress herself because of her master's orders. That feeling was similar to a starving person who could only stare at the mountain of delicacies in front of them and not take a single bite. Therefore, it was only natural that she would be ecstatic when she heard Yang Kai saying that she could advance as she pleased and that she no longer needed to suppress herself like before. Yang Kai then turned to look at Xiao Yi Bai. Xiao Bai, your aptitude is much poorer than Xiao Ye, but as your master, I've always told you this, diligence makes up for lack of natural talent. Work hard in the future. Don't let your junior sister leave you behind by too much. Xiao Yi Bai quickly said, Yes, master. This disciple will work hard in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. Mother, I will have to trouble you and father to take care of these two children in the future. Yang Kai looked at Dong Suzhu. Dong Suzhu smiled from ear to ear. No problem. Don't worry and leave them to me. We will definitely take good care of them for you. The old couple disliked the fact that Yang Kai could not accompany them often. That was why they had worked hard to give birth to Yang Shui even though they had long passed the suitable age for childbearing. In the end, Yang Shui had left along with her big brother when she grew up. With no children to accompany them, the two elders had often felt lonely over the years, hence, there was no reason for them not to be happy when Yang Kai suddenly placed Xiao Ye and Xiao Yi Bai under their care. It would have been one thing if it were anybody else, but the key point was that these two children were Yang Kai's disciples. What was the difference with having their own grandchildren? Not to mention, Xiao Ye was a naturally beautiful girl with a sweet tongue. On the other hand, Xiao Yi Bai had a gentle temperament although he could be a little stiff. They were both good children. It could be said that Dong Suzhu was becoming increasingly satisfied the more she observed the two children. When Yang Kai noticed his mother's attitude, he quickly reminded her, Don't spoil them too much. You need to punish them if they make a mistake. They will not grow up well without proper rules in place. I know. She waved her hand impatiently. Yang Kai shook his head in frustration. Turning to look at Xiao Ye and Xiao Yi Bai sternly, he warned them, From today onward, the two of you will cultivate hard under your two grandmasters. Be obedient. If I learn that you have committed any mistakes, I will not forgive you. This disciple would not dare. The two children replied in unison. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Father, mother, I still have other matters to discuss with the head manager. I'll be taking my leave now. Dong Suzhu nodded in understanding. Go on then. After a quick bow, Yang Kai turned around to leave. He had just been about to discuss the matters regarding the new great territory with Hua Qingxi when they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yu Changdao and the others, hence, he was still unclear about the situation over there. When Yang Kai met Hua Qingxi again, the first thing he did was ask, Just what is the situation in the new great territory? She replied, The new great territory is extremely rich in resources. It's a fertile land that has never been developed before. We have found many good things over the years. A few years ago, we even discovered a very interesting universe world. A universe world? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How is it interesting? She gave a little hint. You will have to find out the specifics for yourself when you see it. Believe me, you will be surprised, Sect Master. While saying so, she took out a communication bead to send a message. It didn't take long before a person arrived. That person was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai and quickly bowed in greeting, Sir. Yang Kai nodded, Long time no see, hey he. The person who arrived was the second person Yang Kai included in the loyalty list, hey he. The first person to leave their name in the loyalty list was Chen Tianfei, who gave Yang Kai the loyalty list in the first place. When changes first occurred in the star boundary thanks to the World Tree, it was He He who brought Lan Sun to the 3,000 worlds and traveled to Voidland to report the news to Yang Kai. He He had been in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm when he was first taken in by Yang Kai, and there was no change to his cultivation at present. He was still in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, his aura had obviously become much more profound. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. It was just that the open heaven realm required time to accumulate and precipitate experience, so it was not that easy to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. Hua Qingxi instructed, "Hey he, bring the sect master to the small stone world." He quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded at Hua Qingxi lightly before pushing his space principles to wrap around He He. The two of them instantly vanished from the spot, and by the time they reappeared, they had already arrived at the new Great Territory's territory gate. There were two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding the territory gate. It turned out to be Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor. These two were sitting cross-legged in the void with their eyes closed in meditation. Upon detecting movement nearby, Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang's eyes opened and immediately lit up. "You're back. You've both worked hard." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Mo Huang smiled. "It's not hard at all, just a little boring. At least I can still cultivate, which helps to pass some time." Yang Kai asked, "Has anybody tried to set their eyes on the new Great Territory over the years?" Mo Huang laughed. "Of course. How could they not? Look over there at that guy sneakily looking around curiously. He is practically drooling to plunge in to check out the situation inside." Yang Kai looked in the direction that Mo Huang was pointing and saw several gazes staring in this direction from Star City. The new Great Territory's territory gate was located about 1,000,000 kilometers from the star boundary. That distance could not be considered far, but it was located much closer to High Heaven Star City. It was possible to see most of what was happening inside Star City just by standing next to the territory gate. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen said indifferently, "The two of us are great emperors of the star boundary, so as long as we are here, we can cope even if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to rashly attack us. Combined with the agreements you made with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, they don't dare to do anything even if they are curious." Yang Kai nodded. "If anybody dares to act without regard for the agreement, please feel free to retaliate. I will bear full responsibility if anything happens." Mo Huang grinned. "That statement is enough for me. However, everything has been relatively stable over the years. Nobody has done anything to upset the balance yet." Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden, he took a closer look at the two of them and exclaimed in astonishment, "Your cultivation." Mo Huang and Zhan Wu Hen exchanged a glance with each other and chuckled. They seemed to have expected Yang Kai's surprise. Mo Huang explained, "We didn't notice anything initially either. It wasn't until after you departed that the great emperors of the star boundary discovered something. Our cultivation improves rapidly if we cultivate in the star boundary. There is practically no need for us to refine any cultivation resources." Zhan Wu Hen added, "Because we are the great emperors acknowledged by the star boundary's will, the star boundary's world force is extremely compatible with our small universes. That's why we can easily refine the power of the star boundary's world force for our own use." Mo Huang elaborated, "An average universe world would not be able to withstand having 7 or 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters refining its world force in this manner. It wouldn't take more than a few years before the world force was completely exhausted, but the star boundary is different. Thanks to the feedback from the world tree, the might of this world will only become stronger and stronger. Even if we cultivate and refine some of its world force, our actions will not affect the star boundary." Those words made Yang Kai's eyes gleam. "I can't believe there's something that great." Thinking about it again though, it was not that surprising. In order to face Zuquan Hui back then, Yang Kai had borrowed the star boundary's world force to temporarily advance from the Sixth Order into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Although he fell back to his original state in the end, he gained great benefits from the experience. The heritage of his small universe had gotten much stronger, which saved him many years of hard cultivation. It was precisely because of the compatibility between the star boundary's world force and his small universe that his heritage was enhanced significantly after he borrowed the star boundary's world force. If that was the case for himself, it would naturally be the same for the other great emperors of the star boundary. The open heaven realm cultivation was a long and arduous journey. One of the shortcuts was to refine the heritage of a universe world that was compatible with themselves for their own use. Unfortunately, finding a universe world in the vast 3,000 worlds that was perfectly compatible with oneself was not an easy task. However, the relationship between the star boundary and the great emperors was much simpler. The great emperors who were acknowledged by the star boundaries were extremely compatible with the star boundary in the first place. It was just as Emo Huang had mentioned earlier. An average universe world would not be able to withstand 7 or 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters refining its world force in such a manner. The universe world would surely decline once its world force was exhausted. The star boundary had no need to worry about this issue though. Under the constant feedback from the world tree, the world force would only get stronger and stronger. As long as the world tree existed, it could be said that the star boundary's world force was practically inexhaustible. That was why even though Emo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had only advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm several decades ago, Yang Kai's observation indicated that their heritage was no less than sixth-order open heaven realm masters who had already broken through for hundreds of years. Martial Peak, Chapter 4733, The Small Stone World. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming excited about this discovery. If that was the case, then the star boundary great emperors, himself included, would have a much easier time advancing into the seventh-order open heaven realm compared to others. That was because cultivating in the star boundary was a shortcut for them. What's more, he initially planned to find an opportunity to advance into the seventh-order open heaven realm upon his return from the shattered heaven. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years now, but even so, she was nowhere near breaking through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. It could be seen just how difficult it was to cross over from the mid-rank open heaven realm to the high-rank open heaven realm. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm. Be that as it may, his heritage was extraordinary thanks to various opportunities he had come across. Ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not compare to him at all. He had just enough qualification to try advancing into the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was precisely because of this plan that he came up with the brilliant idea of asking the cave heavens and paradises to provide the opportunity to train in the small source worlds in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. He only needed to enter one more small source world for training to accumulate his sixth-order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then he could enter retreat with peace of mind. But he would need to fulfill his 100-year contract with Yin Yang Cave Heaven before that. Chu Huashang was put in isolation for 100 years, but based on a quick calculation of the time, there were only a couple dozen or so years left before she would be released. There was no saying how long it would take for Yang Kai to try advancing into the seventh-order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, he could not keep Chu Huashang waiting. Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong would not approve either. That was why he needed to wait for Chu Huashang's 100-year isolation to end before he could proceed with his plan. Enter a small source world belonging to one of the cave heavens and paradises to train and accumulate his sixth-order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then head to Yin Yang Cave Heaven to pick up Chu Huashang, and finally enter retreat with peace of mind to attempt advancing into the seventh-order open heaven realm. That was Yang Kai's original plan. Now that he learned about the situation in the star boundary though, the opportunity to train in the small source world no longer mattered. Such opportunities were rare after all, and it was better to leave such opportunities to the other people in Voidland. It was enough for him and the other star boundary great emperors to cultivate with the help of the star boundary's world force alone. Just as Yang Kai was quietly making plans in his heart, he heard Emo Huang saying something with a small laugh. It's because of the current situation in the star boundary that the star boundary great emperors have not gone to the small stone world to cultivate. All of us have stayed behind in the star boundary. Although the situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary, there are more limitations in the star boundary. With the exceptions of the great emperors, the other open heaven realm masters do not benefit from cultivating in the star boundary. Yang Kai asked in astonishment, "The situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary?" This was only his second time hearing about the small stone world. Hua Qingxi had also mentioned the name earlier, however, he did not ask any questions and she did not explain in detail. It was unexpected to hear about the situation in the small stone world from Mo Huang at this moment. Don't you know? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai shook his head. I just came back not long ago. Head manager Hua did not tell me anything in detail and simply asked me to check out the situation myself. Mo Huang nodded in understanding. In that case, you should go. The small stone world is the name that head manager gave that universe world. You will understand immediately once you arrive there. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I'll be going now. The territory gate was protected by a special space array that Yang Kai had personally arranged together with Luan Baifeng. Therefore, a special token that he created was required for people to travel through it safely. Recklessly trying to trespass would only cause the trespasser to be exiled to the void. This was the final defense he left behind to prevent the cave heavens and paradises from putting their hands on the new great territory. Other people might require a special token to use the territory gate, but Yang Kai had no such difficulties. Yang Kai activated his power to wrap around He once more, then the two of them passed through the territory gate and entered the new great territory. He took the lead and Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, they occasionally encountered figures shuttling through the void or ships speeding past them. There were a total of about 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace combined. Out of these 2,000, approximately 1,500 of them had been dispatched by Hua Qingxi to explore and develop the new great territory. It was all thanks to the hard work of these 1,500 Open Heaven Realm Masters over the past few decades that Voidland and High Heaven Palace had so many resources to splurge. The cultivation resources and materials of various orders produced by the new great territory accounted for half of Voidland and High Heaven Palace's total income. Meanwhile, the other half came from the combined output of the two star cities and the Black Prison. It could be seen just how rich the new great territory was. The pair traveled for more than half a month before a universe world finally appeared in front of them. It was a green universe world and Yang Kai could already sense the abundant aura coming from it before he even got close. This universe world was much bigger than the star boundary, almost 5 times the size in fact. Looking down from above, the entire universe world seemed to be covered in large swathes of green, indicating it was filled with dense forests. He briefly checked his bearings before he led Yang Kai halfway around the small stone world and plunged into the clouds on the opposite side. There was a spirit peak below them that soared into the clouds. Furthermore, there was a bamboo building atop the spirit peak where 2 familiar auras were residing. Yang Kai and He sped over in that direction. The 2 people cultivating inside the bamboo building clearly noticed the arrival of Yang Kai and He and immediately came out of the building and looked up into the sky. A short while later, Yang Kai and He landed lightly as He greeted them joyfully. Young master. Behind her, Zhou Ye bowed elegantly. Greetings, sir. Yang Kai nodded and looked around his surroundings. Are you the only ones here? There were over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. The great emperors had stayed behind in the star boundary while Mo Mei, Yang Shui, and Yang Kai's numerous wives had stayed behind in Voidland. On the other hand, the others such as Yu He, Mao Zhi Gongqing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, Hua Yong, Shu Mudan, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu had all gone to the new great territory. However, the others who were stationed in the new great territory were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Yu He explained, the others are helping with the development of the new great territory. Although there are few dangers in this place, there are many tasks that require the presence of a master to prevent any unexpected accidents. After some discussion, we decided to work in groups of 2 and take turns to rest. It happened to be my turn to rest with senior sister Zhou, so we returned to this place. Yang Kai nodded. You've worked hard. Yu He smiled and shook her head. It's not hard at all. Let's go inside and talk, Yang Kai gestured, to which the 2 women nodded in response. He cupped his fist and said, Sir, this subordinate will return to his duties now. Good, go on. Yang Kai nodded. He took a deep breath and looked around somewhat reluctantly before soaring into the sky. The three of them entered the bamboo building. While Zhouya was brewing tea, Yu-He and Yang Kai talked about the development of the new Great Territory. Hua Qingxi had explained some of it to Yang Kai, but her understanding of the situation was not as detailed as Yu-He's. After all, Yu-He and the others had been staying in the new Great Territory over the past few years. They were the first to know about any changes that occurred in this place, and it was only later that they would report the incident to High Heaven Palace. The resources in the new Great Territory were extremely rich indeed. The countless universe worlds that had yet to be developed contained a seemingly inexhaustible supply of cultivation materials of various orders, as well as many rare and precious treasures. For example, the newly born universe world that they discovered at the very beginning harbored precious treasures such as world source liquid, which was the main ingredient for refining Heavenly Yuan's seal stabilizing pills. This was part of the reason why Yang Kai had sealed the new Great Territory's territory gate and monopolized the resources in this place. The Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills had brought a lot of income and fame to Void Land, which in turn gathered large numbers of people to Void Star City. If a large quantity of world source liquid was leaked out into the world, then the advantage Void Land enjoyed would be gone forever. In addition, many treasures such as the divine Dao water that could fortify a person's Dao seal and the Tai Yi soul cleansing water that could cleanse the powers from the Dao seal to give a cultivator a chance to start over had also been found in great abundance here. Young master, have you heard of the 4 universe pillars? Yu-He asked all of a sudden. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he nodded. I've heard of them before. He had more than heard of them before. During his trip to the Shattered Heaven, he had been hunted relentlessly because of the World Spring. In the end, he finally escaped by fleeing into the ancestral land. Yang Kai thus asked suspiciously, Did you discover one of the 4 universe pillars in the new Great Territory? The 4 universe pillars were incredible treasures. He himself had refined the World Spring, so he had profound experience in this regard. Thanks to the World Spring, Yang Kai's small universe was incredibly firm and stable. His small universe would not be shaken when he engaged in brutal conflict with powerful enemies, allowing his world force to always flow smoothly. Without the risk of his small universe being shaken or destroyed, he could also raise living creatures inside his small universe to steadily enhance his heritage and reduce the time he needed for intense cultivation. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Sun Divine Monarch would go crazy with jealousy over the 4 universe pillars. It would be an amazing discovery if one of the 4 universe pillars was found in the new Great Territory. Yes and no. Yu-He smiled. Since you know about the 4 universe pillars, Sect Master, I'm sure you've also heard of the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars. Yang Kai nodded. What we discovered in the new Great Territory is not one of the 4 great pillars, but one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound Yin Bamboo. It's just that we don't have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the moment, so we can only place it aside for now. We agreed to wait for you to return and decide what to do with the profound Yin Bamboo, Sect Master. The 12 minor pillars and the 4 great pillars were not the same, although their effects were similar in that they fortified a cultivator's small universe. There was no doubt, however, that the effects of the 4 great pillars were stronger. Refining any one of the 4 great pillars was enough to reinforce a cultivator's small universe and prevent any external force that was not beyond a certain critical threshold from affecting it. In comparison, the 12 minor pillars did not have such magnificent effects. The profound Yin Bamboo, for example, could only produce about 30% of the effect of one of the 4 great pillars. While the 4 great pillars could be refined by any Open Heaven Realm Master regardless of their order, the 12 minor pillars could only be refined by high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universe in their bodies had to materialize before they could refine the 12 minor pillars. Hence, those below the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm could not refine the 12 minor pillars. That was why even though one of the 12 minor pillars had been discovered in the new Great Territory, Yu-He and the others could only leave the profound Yin Bamboo untouched and place a seal around the area for protection. Yang Kai already had the world spring, so he had no interest in the profound Yin bamboo. After a brief consideration, though, he came up with a plan: give the profound Yin bamboo to whichever 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among yourselves advances into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm first. He pursed her lips into a smile. There is a large patch of profound Yin bamboo growing here, more than enough for many people. Besides, it is said that the profound Yin bamboo will continue to reproduce when placed in one small universe. Each person will only need to take a small piece of the root. You don't need to worry about not having enough resources for everyone, young master. Yang Kai smiled after hearing her assurance. That's for the best. In this way, anybody from Voidland who advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm would receive a stalk of profound Yin bamboo. Even so, it would take a long time to nurture the profound Yin bamboo shoot so that it could produce satisfactory effects. The profound Yin bamboo could never compare with the world spring in this regard. Young master, do you want to harvest some of the profound Yin bamboo to sell? Many people will be interested in this item, he asked. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he said, "There's no rush. Let's revisit this topic when we've gotten stronger. Otherwise, we don't know how many people will become greedy once we reveal such treasures to the world."